On the 28th day of the 8th month in the year 2068 of the lunar calendar, in the land of Huaxia, in the capital city, at the heart of an expansive laboratory, stood a large experimental table, surrounded by an array of diverse experimental apparatus. Harsh, glaring lights cascaded down, illuminating the cold surface of the table. Upon it lay a baby, scarcely a year old, with its limbs shackled and restrained to the table. It writhed instinctively, striving to break free, its tender hands and feet marked by painful red welts. The infant's chubby face was scrunched up like a steamed bun, and its large, glistening eyes gazed at the middle-aged man standing by the table, as if accusing him of his cruelty. The man, with disheveled hair and sunken eyes, wore a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses precariously perched on his prominent nose. "Why do you not cry? Cry out. Why are you not afraid? Be afraid. Other children who come here wail and scream for their parents. They are much older than you. Why are you different? Is it because you are the son of that person? Thus, you are unique, are you not?" His deep voice resonated within the enclosed laboratory, akin to a demon's whisper, dangerous light flickering in his indifferent gaze. The infant responded with its delicate, crisp sounds of confusion. "You will be exceptional." A strange expression crossed the middle-aged man's face. With that, he retrieved a syringe from an ultra-low temperature refrigerator, filled with a teal liquid, labeled sheep. The cold needle slowly descended onto the infant's arm, piercing its fragile skin, while the baby cried out, intensifying its futile struggles, but its limbs remained firmly restrained. The piston descended gradually, injecting the teal liquid into the infant's body. Moments later, the needle was withdrawn, and the syringe carelessly discarded into a nearby trash bin as the man fixed his gaze upon the infant. The baby's cries gradually subsided, and the two engaged in a silent stare. "Sheep, weak and docile, should make for a fine choice," the middle-aged man murmured to the child. After a few minutes, the infant lay still upon the table. No longer resisting, its lively eyes gradually lost focus, becoming vacant. Soon, its breathing weakened, as if its life were hanging by a thread. The man squinted, his finger probing beneath the infant's delicate nostrils, sensing its faint breaths. "Is it dying? I have not encountered this before. Could it be that its age is too tender, that its body cannot endure? Well, if it dies, let it contribute a little to my experiment. Perhaps I can inform your father later. That might not be so bad." A quarter of an hour later, the infant's breathing slowly returned, its eyes refocusing, appearing brighter and more spirited. Alive again, but still no transformation? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the baby, then turned once more to retrieve another syringe from the ultra-low temperature refrigerator. This time, the syringe contained a deep red liquid, labeled Activator. Without a hint of hesitation, the man plunged the needle into the infant's arm with swift precision. This time, the infant neither cried nor struggled, but instead gazed curiously, its large eyes darting about. As the needle withdrew, the middle-aged man observed the child intently. He witnessed the infant's body rapidly flush crimson, its temperature climbing swiftly, steam rising from its surface. When the baby let out a muffled groan, discomfort evident, it began to thrash violently, desperately twisting its tender limbs, with skin breaking and blood oozing from its elbows and ankles. Yet, under the harsh lights and the infant's struggles, the man remained oblivious to the faint glow emanating from the infant's chest. Nor did he notice the subtle cracks appearing at the connection points of the restraints with the table. After a considerable time, the baby returned to normal, seemingly unchanged. Is it truly impossible for transformation? What a pity. I could not present your father with a grand gift. Well, it shall be addressed later. After all, it cannot be counted as human any longer. With that, the middle-aged man dismissed the matter and turned to leave the laboratory. Outside the laboratory door, a handsome man leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his eyes gently closed, long, curled eyelashes framing his striking gaze. The heavy laboratory door swung open, and the middle-aged man stepped out. "Dr. G is quite idle," the handsome man remarked. "Indeed, they are rather dull and uninteresting," he replied, opening his narrow eyes. "Then I leave him in your care. Just do not let him die." The middle-aged man gestured towards the laboratory behind him. "Rest assured, I shall train him while I only hope he proves to be a bit more entertaining, or else, if he dies unexpectedly from lack of stimulation, it would be unfortunate. You could accompany me abroad. The middle-aged man shot him a sidelong glance. Forget it. I am not you. Facing them daily would drive me mad. The handsome man replied sheepishly. Very well. I shall call you if needed. The middle-aged man waved his hand, preparing to depart. When do you leave? Tomorrow. You all should vacate quickly. Many have been captured lately, and with so many eyes in the capital, the authorities may have begun to take notice. Do not worry, Secretary Lin is already making arrangements, and I will expedite the research on character transformation, the handsome man assured. Then I wish you success. Dr. Wanham, I will succeed. A glint of madness flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes as his figure gradually faded from the handsome man's view. What a madman! The handsome man chuckled, shaking his head as he entered the laboratory. Fortunately, I am as well. Chapter 2. The Beasts of the Mountains and Seas. On the 21st day of June in the year 2075 of the lunar calendar, at the border of Bagan, where it meets the land of 1,000 Buddhas. A sprawling industrial park lies nestled at this moment. A dilapidated van slowly rolls into the park, winding through a maze before coming to a halt in front of a small, two-story building. The door swings open, and a man wearing a silver-white dog mask steps out. He reaches back into the vehicle and pulls out a young woman, her eyes blindfolded and her hands and feet bound, forcefully tossing her onto the ground. The tremendous inertia sends her rolling twice, leaving a trail of blood as sharp stones cut into her arms. Unable to speak due to the tape binding her mouth, the young woman can only emit muffled cries of pain. The man in the dog mask does not look back, proceeding to drag out the next captive. Soon, 7 or 8 individuals are pulled from the van, their bodies making intimate contact with the uneven, muddy road in various positions. The man in the dog mask approaches and removes their blindfolds. Ignoring their injuries, they scramble to their feet, fear etched across their faces as they glance around. Apart from a few dilapidated buildings, the surroundings are dominated by low, corrugated iron factories, warehouses, and workshops. Where is this? The young woman cries, her voice laced with desperation. That I only came to do summer work. You are kidnapping me. I will call the police. Summer worker? Call the police. Here, killing you is as simple as breathing. Fools. That a man with a dark green bear mask and a robust physique steps from the van, sneering at the young woman. Listen carefully. Your future, be it paradise or hell, depends on your worth, and whether you live or die hinges on your obedience. And immediate silence envelopes the group, fear tightening its grip. All right, take them inside. Yes, Master Soulbinder. The man in the dog mask replies with respect. Suddenly, roar. A deafening roar reverberates from afar, echoing like a dragon's chant or a tiger's growl, deep and powerful, seizing their very souls. The bear-masked man stumbles, terror filling his eyes as he gazes into the distance. The dog-masked man drops to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. The ground begins to quake, and the stones beneath them vibrate ominously. The faces of the young woman and her companions drain of color. Is this an earthquake? What is that roar? A prehistoric monster has emerged. At that moment, a crimson shadow streaks across the iron buildings, racing toward the source of the roar, leaving fleeting images in its wake. That a hunter. Why have they been stirred? What is happening? The bear-masked man questions, uncertainty clouding his mind. Emergency evacuation of Area F. Other regions on standby. Emergency evacuation of Area F. Other regions on standby. The alarm blares repeatedly through the loudspeakers. Roar. With another thunderous roar, accompanied by violent tremors, cracks akin to spider silk begin to appear in the ground. Those who do not wish to die, hurry and leave. Get in the vehicle, the bear-masked man commands with urgency. Meanwhile, below the surface, in a dark and dilapidated dungeon, the scene is one of devastation. The stone walls are riddled with horrifying fissures, with sand and debris continuously falling, as if the entire dungeon might collapse at any moment. Flickering candlelight casts eerie shadows, accompanied by 2 figures, one large and one small, swaying ominously. Dr. Wan stares blankly, eyes wide with disbelief. Before him looms a colossal, humanoid creature, towering and gazing down with a ferocious countenance. Its blood-red eyes, resembling copper bells, seem to reflect a sea of corpses. Slaughter is the only word that comes to mind at the sight of those eyes. Its mouth resembles that of a wild boar, with 4 long, sharp tusks, 2 above, 2 below, terrifying in their appearance. Its body is covered in jet black fur, with massive arms and legs bound by iron chains, thick as tree trunks, the other end embedded in the stone wall. Dr. Juan murmurs in disbelief. There exists a beast resembling a tiger, but with dog-like fur, measuring 2 feet in length, with a human face, tiger's paws, and a pig's mouth and tusks, its tail stretching 18 feet. Wreaking havoc in the wilderness. Known as the Tau Wu. His astonishment. The fearsome beast recorded in the ancient text. Truly exists. Roar. The giant creature swings its arms violently, the chains clanking. And with a surge of immense inertia, the iron chain strikes the stone wall like lightning. Boom. The entire earth seems to tremble as a large section of the stone wall collapses, shattering into pieces. Clang. The giant creature yanks the chain outward with force, sending debris raining down as the chain is pulled out several feet. Its 18-foot tail lashes out, causing another section of the stone wall to crumple, an embodiment of ferocity. Dr. Wan raises his hands, his eyes filled with fervor. Jiang Guoxian, what can you possibly compare to me? With your unrealistic divine agent? Absurd, he scoffs. Even more ridiculous is that the commander believes your nonsense. The facts prove I am the greatest biological scientist in the world today. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, large chunks of stone begin to fall from the ceiling of the dungeon. Is it about to collapse? He slowly raises his head, showing no fear of impending death, only a sense of unwillingness. Since it is possible to mutate the legendary Tau Wu, can one not also create the Qiongqi, the Hundun, or even the Tao Tai? Alas, it seems there will be no opportunity. Jiang Guoxian, I hope you remember me when you see it. In the dark night. Endless. It will strangle the dawn of a new day. Then, the cracks in the ceiling of the dungeon widen and spread, and soon. Boom. The ceiling collapses completely. Not long after, above ground, Area F lies in ruins. A landscape of destruction. Amidst the rubble, stones and quicksand part to reveal a colossal arm, covered in deep crimson fur, breaking through the earth. Its form resembles that of a monkey. Chapter 3. The Family of 5 on the 10th day of September in the year 2076 of the lunar calendar. During the 15th day of the 8th month, today marks one of the 4 major traditional festivals of Huaxia, the Mid-Autumn Festival in the land of Huaxia, as the sun sets and the bright moon rises. The only flaw is the few dark clouds drifting below. This signifies that some people may miss the enchanting night sky, where stars and moonlight intertwine. Qingshan City, a place rich in talent and beauty. At this moment, the city is aglow with lights, as families gather in joyful reunion. In a relatively remote village within Qingshan City, an elderly man, over 60 years of age, leans against the doorframe with one hand, his weathered and slightly clouded eyes fixed intently ahead. Soon, a white sedan appears in the elder's line of sight, swiftly coming to a halt before him. The rear door swings open, and a petite figure leaps out. Rushing into the elder's embrace, the little one sniffs deeply, her voice sweet and childish. Grandpa, I've missed you so much. The elder bursts into hearty laughter, gently stroking the girl's silky hair, careful not to hurt her with his wrinkled hands. Little Lee is so good. Grandpa misses you too. Now, Grandpa, guess what day it is today? The little one tests her grandpa, giggling. Today is our little Lee's birthday. The front passenger door opens. Dad, I told you to wait inside. Why are you out here in the cold? As a soft voice chimes in, the girl's mother, Qin Wanshu, steps out of the car. She is a stunningly beautiful woman, gentle as flowing water. Wanshu, it's nothing. I am getting old, and this is the only joy I have all year. The elder waves his hand, smiling. Let me see if my precious granddaughter has returned. Hearing the commotion, the grandmother, Lu Qingmei, hurries out of the kitchen with a spatula in hand. Grandma, it's me, your precious granddaughter. The girl responds, peeking out of her grandpa's embrace, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Upon seeing her grandmother, she releases her beloved grandpa and dashes into Lu Qingmei's arms. Flaunting her charm, she is undoubtedly a little heartbreaker. Little Li is becoming more beautiful, and you've grown taller, Lu Qingmei says affectionately, playfully gesturing above the girl's head with her free hand. Grandma, do you know what day it is today? The girl's big, enchanting eyes twinkle mischievously. Today, ISNT at the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it's a day for families to reunite. And also, it's the day my precious granddaughter comes to visit her grandpa and grandma. Ha ha! Lu Qingmei finally bursts into laughter. Humph! Grandma is bullying little Li. The girl pouts, her big eyes glistening with tears of grievance. All right, Today is my precious granddaughter's birthday. Grandma is the best. The girl beams with joy. Mom. Qin Wanshu gently calls out. Wanshu, has that boy been bullying you lately? If he does, tell me, and I'll help you deal with him. Lu Qingmei glances into the car, smiling at Qin Wanshu. Dad treats Mom very well. He wouldn't bully little Li, nor would he bully Mom. The girl chimes in before her mother can respond. Qin Wanshu smiles knowingly. Oh, when did I bully you? The window of the driver's seat slowly rolls down. The girl's father, Tang Zhendong, peered out, his resolute visage adorned with a hint of stubble, complemented by thick eyebrows and large, expressive eyes. His prominent nose and robust physique exuded an air of maturity and composure, which was indeed reflective of his character. By the age of 30, Tang Zhendong had ascended to the position of deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit at the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau. Thanks to his exceptional proficiency in criminal investigations and case resolutions, he had been instrumental in cracking numerous complex cases for the Bureau, even bringing to light some long-forgotten cold cases. The director of the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau once remarked, if he desired, he could undoubtedly secure a superior position elsewhere. The girl turned her head, winking at her father and sticking out her tongue, a display of irresistible cuteness that elicited laughter from those around her. Let's go inside. Judging by the weather, it seems likely to rain tonight, Tang Zhendong said, glancing upward. Yes, indeed, let us head indoors, came the agreement. I've prepared several dishes and made sweet and sour ribs, which Xiaoli loves, as she spoke. Lu Qingmei seemed to recall something, releasing the girl she held and tightening her grip on the spatula, hurriedly returning to the kitchen. Really? Yay! The girl exclaimed joyfully from behind. She adored her grandmother's sweet and sour ribs. And every time she returned, her grandmother would prepare them, making her exceedingly happy. Let us go in as well, the elderly man said, chuckling as he took the girl's small hand and led her indoors. Qin Wanshu did not follow them inside. Instead, she remained with Tang Zhendong to carry the assorted bags from the car into the house. Inside, the family gathered around the table. The girl blinked her large eyes at the array of colorful and fragrant dishes. Swallowing hard in anticipation, Grandpa, Grandma, let us eat, she said sweetly. The elder, noticing her eager little face, smiled indulgently, saying, go ahead and eat. The girl picked up a piece of rib and took a hearty bite, mumbling contentedly. Delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. Grandma made plenty for Xiaoli, Lu Qingmei said, adding several pieces to the girl's bowl. Thank you, Grandma, the girl replied with a bright smile. Suddenly, there came a series of knocks at the entrance. Who is it? Tang Zhendong rose and walked toward the door, but the person outside did not respond. He made his way through the courtyard and approached the front door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood a boy, roughly the same size as Xiaoli. The boy was dressed in tattered clothing, his dirty little face bearing an unusual pallor, and his eyes, strikingly clear and bright, were inexplicably vacant, as if he had been subjected to overwhelming fright. Furrowing his brow, Tang Zhendong realized he had never encountered this child in the village. Child, what's wrong? Is there something you need? He inquired calmly, refraining from opening the door. The boy seemed to instinctively avert his gaze. Glancing sideways, is there someone with him? Tang Zhendong wondered. Soon, the boy turned his head back. Uncle, I accidentally got lost and I need to use a phone to call my parents. Can you open the door? Just a little? The boy's voice trembled as he spoke, breaking intermittently. Is this a scam? Tang Zhendong's initial instinct was to suspect such. Lost? Did he wander over from the neighboring village? Why did he ask to open the door instead of simply requesting to borrow a phone? Was there an emphasis on something? Was he being threatened? Or was the child merely frightened and unable to articulate himself clearly? A cascade of questions flooded Tang Zhendong's mind as a police officer. His vigilance was naturally heightened, especially given the prevalence of various scams that required caution at that moment. Qin Wanshu stepped out from the house, noticing her husband's furrowed brow and giving him a questioning look. Tang Zhendong handed her his phone. Understanding, she unlocked it and activated the recording function. Whenever he found himself in a dispute or faced with something peculiar, he would record for precautionary measures. Where did you come from? How did you end up here? Tang Zhendong unconsciously adopted an interrogative tone. Qin Wanshu patted his shoulder, signaling him to ease up. That he blinked, then nodded slightly. I came with my parents from the city to visit my grandparents. I wandered too far while playing and don't know how to get back. Uncle, can you help me? The boy's voice transformed from its previous stuttering to a more fluid and calm tone. Tang Zhendong's brow remained furrowed as he scrutinized the boy's pale face and vacant eyes through the peephole. The boy's recent response was articulate and logically coherent, as if it had been rehearsed. Why had he not spoken this way from the start? In contrast, his initial response seemed contrived, coupled with the boy's abnormal demeanor and the subtle head turn earlier, if he were being instructed by someone. Then his initial reply could be interpreted as a scripted response. What was he trying to convey to me? Wait a moment. Can you open the door? Just a little. The phrases preceding were I accidentally. Need a phone. When the second word of each broken phrase is connected. Do not open the door. In that instant, Tang Zhendong's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at the boy. Approximately 7 or 8 years old, through the peephole. Was this a coincidence, or was it deliberate? Although this method of concealing a message was not particularly sophisticated, the linguistic inconsistencies were understandable considering he was merely a child. Everything began to fall into place if it were another child. Could he think quickly enough? Perhaps Xiaoli. No. Better if she stayed away. Xiaoli. Humph. Tang Zhendong's mind raced with thoughts, yet only a brief moment had passed. As if all the information suddenly converged, revealing the truth in a flash. Child, what is your name? Can you provide me with your parents' phone number so I can contact them to come and get you? He chose not to open the door. If his deductions were accurate, then the intentions of the individuals outside were painfully clear, using the child to elicit sympathy, to coax someone into opening the door. Likely for the purpose of committing a burglary at a police officer, he was also a son, a husband, and a father. His loved ones stood behind him. Without knowing the number of assailants outside or whether they were armed, he would not risk exposing his family to danger by opening the door recklessly. Meanwhile, the boy outside, if he complied with the assailants' instructions without provoking them, would likely not face immediate danger. After all, he was merely a tool to facilitate entry. Stop wasting time. Kick the door down. A languid voice resonated. But doctor, one T that attracted attention, came a hoarse response, no worries. Prey that has ideas and will resist is far more interesting. Wouldn't you agreed, little one? The boy outside visibly trembled, his gaze dimming. Move aside, the raspy voice echoed. The boy was yanked aside. A man in a hooded cloak appeared in the peephole, his features obscured. But his physique indicated he was a man. He slightly turned his body, bent his legs, and then forcefully kicked forward. Bang, the lock was dented inward. How interesting. Is he human? There is no enhancement device. How did he achieve that? Tang Zhendong's pupils widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. Hello, I am Tang Zhendong from the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau. If you are experiencing difficulties, we can have a proper conversation, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Oh, a police officer? Then can you help me gather all the people in this village, facing a formidable adversary? Tang Zhendong cursed inwardly. The door could not withstand this force. He needed to get inside and hide them, then call the police. Quickly, he whispered urgently to Qin Wanshu. Be careful, stay safe. She replied anxiously, don't worry. Tang Zhendong touched the purple-black bracelet on his left wrist. Bang, bang, bang. One kick after another, each thud contorting the door further, as if each kick were a blow to Tang Zhendong's very heart. No human enhancement device. How could he possess such strength? Was this a normal person's power? Could he be an awakened one? Impossible. Awakened individuals are rigorously selected. They wouldn't engage in such acts that moment. Bang! The lock finally succumbed to the pressure, becoming completely deformed, and the door was forcefully kicked open, swinging 90 degrees to rest against the wall. 4 figures cloaked in black hoods emerged into Tang Zhendong's view. 3 donned silver-white masks, while one had most of their face hidden beneath the hood, revealing only a finely sculpted chin. Who are you? What we are, you will soon discover, replied a woman with a serpent-headed mask ominously. Let us get to work. The man at the forefront, wearing a wolf-headed mask, rasped, the very one who had kicked the door. I'll handle this. A man in a horse-headed mask cracked his neck and stepped forward, advancing toward Tang Zhendong. Tang Zhendong gazed coldly at the man before him, adorned with a horse-head mask, and gently pressed a button on the side of his left wristband. The human augmentation device, offensive mode, activated. With a crackle, a pair of black and purple mechanical fists, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, emerged from his wristbands, resembling the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Simultaneously, tiny components unfurled from the soles of his shoes and assembled into a striking pair of black and purple mechanical combat boots. Interesting, I never expected to encounter someone with a human augmentation device in this small village, remarked the man with the finely chiseled jawline. Doctor, is this device truly formidable? The man in the wolf mask rasped. I've heard that it is indeed quite powerful. That it seems to enable an ordinary person to possess the strength of a novice or even intermediate fallen, mused the man referred to as the doctor. Stroking his exquisite chin thoughtfully, the wolf-masked man also became intrigued. Observing the standoff between the two, suddenly, the horse-masked man lunged forward, closing the 3-meter gap between him and Tang Jindong with the swiftness of a cheetah. Swinging his right fist directly at Tang Jindong's face, in response, Tang Jindong advanced rather than retreating, charging towards the horse-masked man with remarkable speed, his right hand forming a fist, the mechanical gauntlet glinting ominously. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, and the horse-masked man was sent stumbling back several steps, his arms trembling from the impact, while Tang Jindong stood firmly, unwavering. How is this possible? The horse-masked man exclaimed in disbelief. They are certainly not ordinary individuals. A regular person could not withstand that blow. Tang Jindong's brow furrowed slightly, before stepping forward with his right leg, propelling himself into the air again with another punch aimed at the horse-masked man. Outnumbered, he sought to dispatch one opponent quickly. Faced with Tang Jindong's relentless pursuit, the horse-masked man was compelled to raise his arms in defense, but was once again forced back. Doctor, how can he possess such strength and speed with merely a pair of iron fists and combat boots? The wolf-masked man queried, observing the fierce exchange. It is not just the fists and boots, they are crafted from special materials. While the exterior is robust, the interior effectively absorbs impact, primarily protecting the user's hands and feet during offensive maneuvers. The true source of his power and speed lies in the joint mechanisms, the doctor explained. Joint mechanisms? The wolf-masked man echoed. Indeed, these mechanisms are purportedly programmed based on the user's fighting style, enabling precise judgment of the desired attack through the user's movements and force during combat, thereby controlling the limbs to enhance strength and speed. Then, is this device? Doctor, watch out, before the words could fully leave his lips. A figure hurtled towards the doctor, only to be intercepted by the wolf-masked man with a single hand. It was the horse-masked man, his once loose robes now disheveled, blood staining the collar, appearing utterly disheveled. Fool, be more careful, the wolf-masked man admonished. My apologies, the horse-masked man replied. He has transformed. His offensive capabilities now rival those of an advanced fallen, the doctor remarked blandly. Yes. Doctor. A fierce glint flashed in the horse-masked man's eyes as he let out a mighty roar. His body beginning to undergo a transformation. His eyes turned a blood-red hue, his stature soaring above 2 meters, muscles bulging rapidly, particularly his thighs, which expanded dramatically, bones reshaping, and his shoes bursting apart to reveal 2 powerful hooves. Before long, the horse-masked man had morphed into a grotesque half-man, half-horse creature. What on earth is this? Tang Jindong stared incredulously at the transformation, his mind reeling. Your pathetic device can only attack, it cannot defend. Can it? The horse-masked man taunted cruelly. Without waiting for a response, he launched himself off the ground, the floor cracking beneath him as he rocketed towards Tang Jindong like a cannonball. So swift, Tang Jindong's pupils constricted. Yet the horse-masked man afforded him little time to react, closing the 7 or 8 meter distance in an instant, his powerful leg sweeping towards him. Instinctively, he raised his left arm to block. However, an arm devoid of the augmentation device could hardly withstand the force of the mutated horse-masked man's strike. Tang Jindong's expression shifted dramatically. It felt as though he had collided with a speeding truck. He crashed against the wall behind him like a marionette severed from its strings, blood spilling from his lips. His arm hanging limply, clearly fractured, in the face of the mutated horse-masked man. He found himself utterly outmatched. Chapter 6. The power of the beast form. Setting aside that singular kick, the sheer impact of the blow left Tang Jindong feeling as if his very organs were shifting. What manner of monster is this? If others were similarly capable, tonight might truly spell doom. As he struggled to straighten himself, he muttered to himself. He discreetly surveyed the room. Time must be bought. Keep coming. Weren't you quite the fighter just a moment ago? The horse-masked man jeered. What is your objective? If it's money, I can offer you everything we possess. Tang Jindong ignored the provocation and spoke earnestly to the so-called doctor. He discerned that this group was likely led by the man they referred to as the doctor. Money. Do you think we are here for that? Tang Jindong was well aware they were not. If it were merely for monetary gain, their capabilities would be better suited for a bank heist. We need to resolve this quickly. They've hidden themselves away and likely alerted the authorities. It is not the right time to be ostentatious, the doctor said, glancing around the empty room. Understood. The horse-masked man surged towards Tang Zhendong once more, with the horse-masked man's newfound power and astonishing speed. Tang Zhendong could only barely lift his arms in defense. The augmentation device at his joints responded swiftly, guiding his arm as he swung his right fist at the horse-masked man. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was stark. Forewarned, the quicker horse-masked man deftly sidestepped the iron fist, retaliating with a fierce blow to Tang Zhendong's abdomen. With no room to retreat, Tang Zhendong was pinned against the wall, doubling over in pain as blood erupted from his mouth. In quick succession, the horse-masked man struck again, another powerful punch landing squarely in his gut. The immense force caused Tang Zhendong to collapse to the ground, spitting out more blood, feeling as though his very insides were about to spill forth. His face had drained of color, consciousness beginning to wane, his vision blurring. Yet, he fought to remain upright, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. Enough. His physical resilience is merely that of an ordinary person. Don't kill him. Just restrain him, the wolf-masked man commanded as he stepped into the room. The human body is so fragile, as if made of paper. Just 2 hits, and he's incapacitated. I haven't even had my fill yet. The horse-masked man sneered at Tang Zhendong, who lay crumpled on the floor, appearing to be on the brink of death. He then pulled out handcuffs from his pocket, casually approaching Tang Zhendong, that if you don't resist, it will spare you much suffering, whether it be from the earlier encounter or, before he could finish, Tang Zhendong's arm suddenly swung towards the horse-masked man's neck. The horse-masked man quickly leaned back to evade the strike. But a flash of cold steel appeared as a blade protruded from Tang Zhendong's gauntlet, leaving a crimson line across the horse-masked man's neck. Blood droplets cascaded from the blade's tip, splattering onto the floor. Not possible. The horse-masked man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tang Zhendong, still kneeling that a cornered rat will bite back. Did you know? Tang Zhendong slowly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the horse-masked man, enunciating each word. The horse-masked man collapsed slowly, and Tang Zhendong glanced at his watch. Only 8 minutes have passed. The police from the town will take at least 30 minutes to arrive. And even then, they may not be able to stop them. Inside the room, quite clever, the doctor remarked, surveying the table laden with delicacies, yet devoid of any utensils. Go find them. A few minutes earlier, Xiao Li. Stay hidden, and no matter what happens outside, do not come out or make a sound. Understand? Qin Wanshu gently stroked the head of the girl concealed within the wardrobe. Mom. I'm scared. Daddy will protect us. Right? The loud noise from the entrance had clearly frightened the girl. That he will. Wanshu, old man, you two should hide as well, Lu Qingmei urged in a hushed tone beside the girl. Wanshu, go hide. I'll stay here. If everyone hides, none will be safe, Tang Wenyuan said in a deep voice. I want to hide. I'll stay here. Qin Wanshu shook her head. Wenyuan is right. The house is small, and places to hide are few. It would be easy to find us. The only way is for those outside to cover for those hiding. Moreover, though she had concealed the utensils from the dining table, the spread before them hardly appeared to be sufficient for just 2 people. Wanshu, you go inside to hide. The old man and I will deal with them outside, Lu Qingmei realized, and began to emerge from the cupboard. Qin Wanshu swiftly intervened, stopping her with alacrity. You are the mother of Zhendong, and I regard you as my own parents, just as you treat me as your daughter. Now that danger lurks outside, how could I allow you to shield me? We all understand this, yet you are also the mother of Xiao Li. The latter part of Lu Qingmei's sentence remained unspoken. If peril truly strikes tonight, Xiao Li's future requires you even more. Qin Wanshu grasped the meaning but had no time to respond. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed outside. Tap. 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 The doorknob was pressed down from outside, yet it jammed halfway. Chapter 7. The Devil's Game. They are here. The door to this room is locked. A woman in a snake-headed mask called out sharply from beyond the door. Qin Wanshu hurriedly pushed Lu Qingmei towards the wardrobe, then made a silencing gesture to the elderly and the girl. After casting one last lingering glance at Xiao Li, she gently closed the wardrobe door. She knew that tonight would likely end in tragedy. The mere fact that they could enter the house indicated that Tang Zhendong had failed to stop them, and she was acutely aware of Tang Zhendong's capabilities. Bang! The resounding kick against the door reverberated like the footsteps of death, and a palpable fear spread through the hearts of the 4 in the room. Bang! For those who could kick down an iron door. This solid wooden door posed no challenge. With 2 powerful blows, the wooden door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Qin Wanshu's face paled as she beheld the woman clad in before your arrival. They were already intent on taking my life, the doctor remarked with a hint of amusement. Indeed, that was the original plan, but now I offer you a chance to survive, with the choice resting in your son's hands. Lu Qingmei spoke softly. Zhendong, listen to me. I am of an advanced age. Your father has been killed by them. My only wish is for your well-being. Let them take my life, and you both shall live well. Tang Zhendong shook his head in a frenzied, no, mother, please don't say that. There must be a way. Surely there is. Yet, his gaze soon turned vacant, and a wave of despair washed over him. He was powerless. He lacked the strength to resist. And they would not wait for salvation. A minute slipped away, and the doctor, like death itself, whispered, time's up. Make your choice. At least one can be saved. You understand what I mean, don't you? I am quite curious about your answer. Tang Zhendong understood all too well. His face turned pale, trembling throughout. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze landing on his mother, then glancing at his wife lying on the ground. His lips quivered. Yet words eluded him, and he felt as though he were suffocating. Finally, as if expending all his strength, he forced out a statement through gritted teeth. Mother, I am an unfilial son. Upon uttering those words, he lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. Both his mother and wife were of utmost importance to him. Yet, some things are more valuable than life itself. Foolish child, what have you to apologize for? You and Wanshu are both my children. For Lu Qingmei, the dignity of Qin Wanshu held greater significance than her own life. Clap, clap, clap. The doctor began to applaud, the sound piercing. What a touching scene. What a profound maternal love. Yet regrettably, it has birthed an ungrateful son. Go on, drive the blade in your mother's heart. Come, repay your mother's nurturing with your actions. The doctor appeared somewhat deranged. You devil, as long as I live, I will do everything in my power to bring you to justice. I eagerly await that day. Crack, the sound of a bone snapping echoed. Crack, crack, crack. Following that, bones were crushed and chewed. Gulp, the crushed bones were swallowed whole. The flesh was somewhat aged, but it could be eaten. The man in the wolf mask had now removed his disguise, revealing a werewolf form beneath his voluminous black robe. His body was covered in gray fur, and a pair of eerily glowing green eyes were strikingly terrifying. His mouth stained with blood, sharp fangs still holding remnants of flesh. That won't you eat something? You haven't had a meal in 2 days. The doctor turned his gaze to the boy. No, I won't eat. The boy shook his head as he fled the room, his face pale. That little brat is probably off to vomit, the snake woman mumbled through a mouthful of food. The boy stumbled into the living room, eyeing the table laden with dishes, swallowing hard. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grab a piece of sweet and sour pork. Uncle, if there's ever a chance in the future, I will definitely avenge you, the boy thought to himself. Minutes later, the sins faded away, yet the door, kicked in and uneven, and the still wet bloodstains on the ground bore witness to the criminal's past presence. Beside the bloodstains, a few blood-written words were scrawled. The night draws near. I shall plunge into the abyss. I in the wardrobe. A girl curled up, her mind a blank slate, her once beautiful large eyes now hollow. Devoid of fear, sorrow, or any glimmer of light, she remained motionless, staring into the gap between the cabinet doors, her gaze unfocused. The girl did not cry. Perhaps she did not even know what there was to cry about. In those few minutes, she witnessed her grandparents being murdered, and then consumed bones and all completely devoured, and her parents were taken away. This home in the blink of an eye, she was left all alone, but clearly just half an hour ago. They were all joyfully sharing a reunion dinner at the table. Clearly today was her birthday. Suddenly, a flash of white lightning split the sky, illuminating half of it. Thunder rumbled. The dark heavens seemed to have been torn apart, unleashing a torrential downpour, shrouding the earth in a misty curtain of rain. Time passed unmeasured. Amidst the thunder, a sharp and brief siren wailed from afar. Soon, a police car came to a stop in front of the Tang family's old residence. At the Qingshan City First People's Hospital. Don't be afraid, child. Everything is fine now. Can you tell Uncle what happened that night? Wu Jiangwo, the director of the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau, spoke in a gentle tone. The girl lay half reclined on the hospital bed, her small face still devoid of color, her eyes vacant. Take your time, Wu Jiangwo sighed softly in his heart. It's all right, child, if you don't wish to speak. We need not discuss it. Uncle has some matters to attend to. If there's anything, Just speak to the nurse, and I'll come back to see you tonight. Wu Jiangwo tenderly patted the girl's head before turning to leave. That night I was in the wardrobe I heard the voices of 4 people, 2 adult men, 1 woman, and a boy. They ate my grandparents, and took my parents away. Wu Jiangwo abruptly turned back, his pupils contracting in shock. Volume 1. And Chapter 9. He is named Jiang Yuni. The lunar calendar year 2084, March 26th, Qingshan City 6th Middle School, a key high school in Qingshan City, consistently ranking at the top in terms of university admission rates. Class 9 of the second year. Tap, tap, tap. The homeroom teacher, Chun Jingyun, entered the classroom, her physics textbook in hand, her high ponytail bobbing as she walked in her high heels. She placed the textbook heavily on the podium. And the previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. She was a young teacher with a graceful appearance, seemingly just out of university. Class, today we have a new student joining us. Let us give a warm welcome. Her clear voice resonated through the room. Instantly, the students erupted and chattered at a new student. Another transfer student. Didn't they say our school rarely accepts transfer students? How come in less than a year? We have 2 in our class? Yeah, why? You all are quite uninformed, a somewhat plump boy said, feigning profundity. Hearing this, the others turned to him. Qian Xuanrui, do you know what's going on? Speak up. Fear not. Let me enlighten you all. The boy stroked his non-existent beard with his right hand, speaking with a sense of authority. What are the 2 exceptions? Stop teasing. Just tell us. Exactly. Don't keep us in suspense, seeing the crowd eager for information. The boy quickly continued. 1 is when a student has exceptionally outstanding academic performance. What qualifies as exceptionally outstanding? What level does it need to reach? At the very least, they should have a chance to contend for the provincial top scorer. Is that true? The school is quite ambitious. All right, quiet down. Chun Jingyun interrupted the students' discussions and waved her hand toward the door. Although she had not been teaching at the school for long, she had overheard some gossip among colleagues regarding transfer students. The other situation is when a student comes from an exceptionally wealthy family. How wealthy do they need to be? At least enough to donate a teaching building to the school. However, the latter's quota is limited to 1 each academic year, mainly intended for subsidizing the school's infrastructure, teaching equipment, and activity funds. Thus, it is well known that students at Qingshan City 6th Middle School do not need to pay for class fees, textbooks, or exercise books. However, these matters are best kept private among teachers to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings with parents, as the latter did not enter the school through conventional means. This Qian Xuanrui must have heard something. I'll have to give him a talking to after class. Just then, under the curious gazes of all the classmates, a thinly dressed, handsome boy slowly walked in from the door, his head bowed. The boy had long hair that fell casually over his forehead and both sides of his face, nearly obscuring his eyes, his complexion slightly pale, exuding a sense of sickly beauty. Please introduce yourself to the class. Chun Jingyun smiled at him, stepping aside to allow the boy the floor. Introduce? He recognized the term. Whenever a test subject arrived at that place, the man would always ask them to introduce themselves. He expected this to be required here as well. The boy appeared somewhat dazed but obediently stood at the podium. Looking at everyone, my name is Jiang Yuni. His voice, neither loud nor soft, rang out. Then, silence fell. That's it? What else? After a pause without hearing another word, Chun Jingyun raised an eyebrow and asked, Is there anything more you wish to say? Jiang Yuni turned her head to glance at her, her bright and spirited eyes filled with curiosity. You can share your interests and hobbies with everyone, or perhaps discuss your expectations for the coming year and a half. Is daydreaming considered a hobby? The unexpectedly candid response instantly elicited a roar of laughter from the audience. If there exists another poor soul in this world, it must surely be Brother Jiang. Qian Xuanrui made his signature gesture of stroking his beard. You even went as far as to refer to him as a brother. Indeed, while he subtly stated a fondness for daydreaming, what he truly means is a penchant for contemplation. Do you understand? Yes, you are indeed quite daft. Jiang Yuni cast a somewhat bewildered glance at Chun Jingyun. The latter smiled gently at her. Of course it counts. And what about your expectations? The youth replied. Expectations? What does that mean? He was perplexed by the notion of expectations. Chun Jingyun, assuming he was simply at a loss for words, patiently began. For instance, how do you hope your time at school will unfold? Hope. I wish to get along well with everyone in the future. Excellent. Let us warmly welcome Jiang Yuni into our Class 9 family once again. May we strive together in the days ahead and gain admission to our respective dream universities. With that, Chen Jingyun was the first to break into applause. Thunderous clapping soon resonated from the audience. Chen Jingyun pointed to an empty seat in the last row, nestled in the corner. Yuni, please take a seat there. All right. Jiang Yuni, with empty hands, made his way to the back of the classroom that he truly had nothing, not even a backpack. He stood beside the vacant seat, then bent down to ask the girl next to him. May I sit here? He wasn't sure why he felt the need to ask, considering the woman on stage don't know. The teacher had already instructed him to take a seat. Teacher was a new term he had learned that morning. As the man had referred to her in that manner, the girl, who was engrossed in her work, paused, lifted her head, and let her silky black hair cascade from her shoulders. What met the youth's gaze was an unadorned, yet strikingly beautiful visage. Her face resembled a silver platter, her eyes akin to water-hued apricots, her lips naturally rosy, and her brows elegantly defined without any makeup. The boy was momentarily entranced. Was she a fairy? Chapter 10. Her name is Tang Yingli. He had never encountered a girl so extraordinarily beautiful. Although he hadn't seen many people throughout his life, the girl, however, beheld a pair of clean, bright, and spirited eyes. That's fine, she replied coolly. Then she reached for the books and pens that were on the empty seat. Now, let us begin the class. Please turn to page 56 in your textbooks. Today's topic will be. Chen Jingyun spoke at length from the podium. Jiang Yuni, however, sat in a daze, his mind wandering, awakening from a slumber. The demon that had tormented him for 16 years had personally ushered him away from the place he had yearned to escape day and night. That morning, a privacy-shielded business car had halted in front of Qing Shan Yizhong. DRG casually tossed a white card into the boy's lap. From now on, you'll be attending school here. The paperwork has been taken care of. This is your identification card, which will serve as proof of your identity. My identity? The youth stared at it in confusion, noticing a picture of himself. Though he couldn't recall when it was taken, his face appeared pristine. He then noticed some text on the card, falling silent as he realized he couldn't comprehend it. DRG remarked lightly. I'll read it once for you. Name, Jiang Yuni. Gender, male. Ethnicity, Han. Date of birth, August 28, 2067. Address, Guangqing, Qingshan City. Citizen identification number. Have you memorized it? The boy, somewhat dazed, inquired. Is this a pseudonym? DRG smirked with a hint of mischief. You may consider it genuine. After all, this will be your name from now on. What do you think? It's not bad, right? I pondered over it for several days, hoping it would remind you not to forget your past, which resembles mud. The youth chose to disregard Dr. G's insinuation and countered. Do you know what my original name was? I do not. Have you met my parents? Why so many questions? Your teacher is waiting for you at the door. Take your ID and hurry along. Point one. Last question. Speak. Why release me? Keeping a pet cooped up is dull. Perhaps if it's let out for a while, it will return willingly. Dr. G brushed his hair back, adding, but don't even think about hiding or calling for help. It would be futile, as you ought to know. He then added, and if they discover your differences, I cannot guarantee how they will treat you. I hope you won't escape one confinement only to find yourself trapped in another. The boy understood well who Dr. G referred to. He fell silent. Silently taking the identification card as he exited the vehicle, he lifted his gaze to the pale blue sky, sunlight filtering through the clouds, warming him. When light descends upon the earth, the dark night shall be judged. This phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind, a sentiment he had never encountered before. Dr. G observed the youth strolling toward the school with an amused smile. Having been surrounded by evil, encountering evil, and witnessing evil, yet not succumbing to it, truly intriguing. A self-taught sense of justice. Dr. G likely never anticipated that a mere experimental subject from years past would turn out so uniquely different. But no. Chapter 11. I have lied. Null. Chapter 12. I do not blame you. Having concluded an English reading session, Huang Yiji addressed the class. Now, I would like our new student to stand and answer a question. At this, Jiang Yuni stood up after a brief moment of hesitation, uncertain if there was a classmate with the surname Xi. The youth pointed to himself, stammering me. Huang Yiji replied in English. Yes, you. What is your name? Jiang Yuni. He responded. Huang Yiji continued in English. Jiang Yuni, could you please summarize what this article is about? She aimed to gauge Jiang Yuni's proficiency in English through this inquiry. Qian Xuanrui also perked up, turning to observe Jiang Yuni, curious if he truly was an academic prodigy. Jiang Yuni then asked in English, what does summarize mean? Huang Yiji explained. It means to describe it briefly, Jiang Yuni replied. Oh, while Huang Yiji was discussing the reading, she read the original text aloud and provided explanations. Thus, although Jiang Yuni could not comprehend English fully, he could follow along audibly. After a moment of contemplation, he fluently articulated in English. This article primarily discusses how technology is rapidly advancing that in the near future, machines will be able to assimilate with humans, enabling us to effortlessly lift tons of heavy stones, outrun speeding cars, and even soar through the skies. That IT calls for everyone to keep pace with the times and dedicate themselves to learning. Upon concluding, the class felt utterly silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the typically aloof girl couldn't help but steal another glance at the boy beside her. One might wonder, how much chocolate did Jiang have to consume to achieve such smoothness? Qian Xuanrui swallowed hard. Astonished, is he really a genius? Jiang's English is remarkably fluent, with impeccable pronunciation. It's the quintessential son never sets accent. Huang Ji did not conceal her admiration. The boy lowered his head, seemingly a tad embarrassed. Summarizing was different from conversing. When speaking, he might stumble due to his lack of communication skills, but summarizing merely required him to extract key sentences from the article and make slight modifications. Surely, that wasn't too challenging. This was how the boy perceived it. If Qian Xuanrui could fathom Jiang's thoughts, he would surely think, it better not be too difficult. After only one listen, what is this? The strongest brain? Wang Ji inquired curiously, have you ever lived in the sun never sets empire? Taken aback, the boy hesitated. Indeed, he had lived there for a period that in truth, he had resided in many countries, including a stint in the United States. However, due to the broader usage of the sun never sets accent, he had habitually adopted it. No wonder. Please take a seat. Ding ding ding. Although it wasn't a chart-topping Mandarin song or composed by a diva during one's school years, the most delightful melody was undoubtedly the sound of the school bell signaling the end of class. Don't leave just yet. Let's go collect your textbooks and school uniform first, the girl said coldly to the boy beside her. He was initially unsure of what to do. On their way, he noticed everyone sprinting in one direction as if a ferocious beast were chasing them. What were they doing? Jiang Yuni pondered. That way is the cafeteria. The girl seemed to sense his confusion. So they are going to eat, he thought, wondering what the school might serve. Surely there would be rice. He hoped, feeling a flicker of anticipation as his stomach grumbled audibly. However, the two continued to walk straight ahead, ignoring the boy's stomach's protests. Suddenly, he remembered a pressing concern. Everything cost money, right? But he had no money. Reflecting on this, he patted his stomach and silently vowed, I can only trouble you for another 2 days. In the resource room, the teacher inquired, are you Jiang Yuni from class 9, year 2? Yes. All the required textbooks have been prepared for you. They are in that corner. Just go and collect them. Thank you. Teacher, he replied blankly, moving towards the corner. Thank you. Teacher, the girl said softly to the instructor. All right, off you go. Jiang Yuni gazed at the neatly stacked textbooks, piled up to his thighs, murmuring, so many. His deskmate didn't have nearly that many. These are all the science textbooks from year 1 to year 3. Along with the exercise books needed for year 2. Of course it's a lot, the girl explained as she approached from behind. Jiang Yuni scratched his head and bent down to lift the books. Let me help you with some of them. They're not heavy. I can manage. Are you sure they aren't heavy? The girl felt a twinge of doubt, but was astonished to see him genuinely lifting them with ease. Her eyes widening slightly. You're incredibly strong. Could you help me navigate? The stack is rather tall, and I can only peek over the top. Sure. The girl guided him to the entrance of the distribution room. First, set the books down. Let's collect the school uniforms. All right. Tangingly said, hello, teacher, we're here to collect our uniforms. Jiang Yuni from class 9. You're 2. Uni, how tall are you? Jiang Yuni replied blankly, I don't know. Come here and let us measure. 1.78 meters. The measurement was taken. 2 minutes later, the girl held 2 brand new uniforms while Jiang Yuni carried a mountain of textbooks, both walking side by side towards the teaching building. The classroom for class 9 was on the 2nd floor. Jiang Yuni carried the textbooks up the stairs without so much as breaking a sweat. You have incredible strength. The girl's typically cold tone carried a hint of warmth. Is this really considered strong? Jiang Yuni murmured, realizing he needed to be more cautious in the future. What did you say? The girl hadn't heard him clearly. I said, is it? Emichim. Suddenly, a boy hurriedly rounded the corner. And Jiang Yuni, his view obstructed by the books, did not see him. They collided, and Jiang Yuni quickly regained his balance, though a few books fell to the floor. Zhang Feiping stumbled back, feeling as though he had crashed into a steel pillar. It hurt. Jiang Yuni turned to him. I'm sorry. Are you all right? Definitely not dead. Zhang Feiping cursed inwardly, yet maintained a friendly demeanor. It's fine. It's fine. Tang Yingli picked up the fallen books and then noticed a boy with a nonchalant gait approaching them. Although he wore a school uniform, he lacked the uniform jacket, instead donning an obviously expensive coat, a lavish mechanical watch casually adorning his wrist, and vibrant sneakers that drew attention. In essence, aside from the uniform, every aspect of his appearance radiated affluence. The boy smiled gently. Yingli, what a coincidence. Have you eaten yet? The girl frowned slightly. I'll eat later. I haven't eaten either. Shall we go together? No thanks. What? Is the new student incapable of dining on his own and needs you to escort him? Duan Ziang jested, glancing at Jiang Yuni. The girl replied coolly, if I don't take him, must I go with you? Duan Ziang opened his mouth, yet it seemed as though he had swallowed his words. Unable to utter a single syllable, the girl, aware that Jiang Yuni was still carrying the books, turned to him. Let us go. Duan Ziang snapped back to attention, eagerly asking, do you know why I transferred to this school? Without turning back, the girl replied, students come to school to learn. What else could it be for? In the classroom, Jiang Yuni set the books down with a thud. Oh, you have a student card. The girl waved a green card in front of him. No. He shook his head in confusion. She nodded slightly, then turned towards the door. Let us go eat. You need your student card to pay for meals in the cafeteria. Oh, he followed her. In the cafeteria, Jiang Yuni trailed behind the girl, observing the classmates devouring their meals. Previously, he had always watched others eat heartily while he himself had never been able to partake. The girl glanced at the dwindling food options in the window. As expected, arriving too late means all the good food is gone. I'm sorry. Jiang Yuni understood that the girl's tardiness was due to him. I do not blame you. Chapter 13. You should say thank you. Oh. The girl leaned towards the serving lady at the window. Sister, I'll have 3 liang of rice. Hey, little girl, why are you so late today? The lady clearly recognized Tang Yingli, a difficult feat given her striking appearance. Something came up. Don't forget to feed your brain while studying. What do you want to eat? The girl asked Jiang Yuni. Can I choose? Then I would like some greens. The lady, seemingly favoring the girl, generously served a large scoop without a tremor. What else do you want? The lady inquired. That's enough, Jiang Yuni replied succinctly. The 3 words left both the lady and the girl in astonishment. What? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Her usual expressionless demeanor faltered for the first time since her enrollment, a failure in managing her emotions. You must eat more, dear. This is a crucial time for your growth. The Aunt Chandian. Is it too little? The boy pondered silently. Shall I select another dish? He cautiously inquired of the girl. Previously, he had felt fortunate to have even a modest meal. And thus, even a mere serving of rice would satisfy him. However, times had changed, and he had left that place behind. He needed to adapt swiftly to his current life, striving to portray himself as a typical high school student. Otherwise, he would likely be regarded as an outcast. Or perhaps, he would never truly escape that place. No need to be polite. If it troubles you, just repay me later, the girl replied, reverting to her usual aloofness. She assumed he was simply embarrassed, which was why he had chosen only a single vegetable dish. Yet, she knew he had to ensure he was well fed. Was he a fool? She was not particularly concerned about the cost of this meal. She could easily afford it. If he repaid her later, she would accept it. If not, she would consider it her treat. It wasn't that she possessed a benevolent heart or had any special feelings for the boy. Rather, she felt it was her duty, as class monitor, to foster cooperation among her peers to accomplish the tasks assigned by their teacher. By being somewhat generous and less demanding, her classmates would naturally be more willing to assist her when needed. Of course, she understood the importance of maintaining boundaries and conducting business fairly, ensuring that public responsibilities did not become personal gain. Thus, despite her usual coldness and reluctance to engage with her classmates, she still garnered their admiration. Additionally, her striking beauty and outstanding academic performance further solidified her status as a near-perfect figure in their eyes. After all, people might envy what they could attain, but for what lay beyond their reach, only admiration remained. I'll take this one. The boy indicated a meat dish within the display. Now that's more like it. Growing bodies require ample nourishment, the aunt exclaimed, generously serving a heaping spoonful onto his plate. The girl settled the bill, the emotionless electronic notification chiming. 8 yuan paid. She ordered a portion for herself as well. I'll help you carry it, the boy said, taking the tray from the aunt's hands. It felt only natural to reciprocate kindness. The girl paused momentarily, said nothing, and after settling the payment, thanked the aunt before turning towards the dining area. Youth is truly wonderful. The cafeteria aunt smiled as she watched their retreating figures. Unbeknownst to the boy, from that day forward, the aunt's hand never trembled when serving him again. They found a seat, and the boy placed the girl's portion in front of her. She offered him a pair of chopsticks, which he grasped but awkwardly pulled, causing them to remain unmoved. Confused, he looked up to see her brow slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" he asked. The girl remained silent, simply gazing at him if one were to call him polite. He had not said thank you when she shared her textbook, nor when she guided him to collect his materials, nor when the teacher in the resource room had prepared his textbooks. She had even spoken on his behalf then. He had not expressed gratitude when the aunt served him a generous helping, nor when she paid for his meal. The girl, akin to a fair judge, was meticulously recounting his transgressions. Yet, if one were to argue he lacked manners, he would apologize in front of the entire class for being late, or say sorry if he accidentally bumped into someone. "You should say thank you," she stated matter-of-factly. She did not understand why she felt compelled to do this. Perhaps it was in light of his earlier assistance with the tray? Or perhaps it was due to an inexplicable feeling of protectiveness? Regardless, she hoped to prevent him from suffering in future interactions. You need to say thank you after someone helps you. Oh, thank you, he stammered, the words feeling foreign on his tongue. He had never uttered them before, nor had those around him. Therefore, they had never existed in his life's lexicon. Until now, the girl released her delicate hands, resembling ivory carvings, and began to eat with graceful, unhurried movements. The boy, unfamiliar with chopsticks and accustomed to using his hands, had observed others before, their essay saying, S&T there. Even if one has never eaten pork, one has seen pigs run. His keen ability to learn allowed him to quickly adapt, and he began to devour his meal voraciously. While to others, the cafeteria fare may have seemed merely sufficient sustenance, to him, it was akin to a feast. Even if it did not compare to the exquisite dishes he remembered, their meal was consumed in silence. And after tidying their trays, the two departed the cafeteria. Following the girl, the boy contemplated his future, realizing he needed to address his basic necessities. For instance, while he could skip a meal today, or even several, he could not afford to go without food altogether. And where would he sleep tonight? Missing a night's sleep, or even several, was manageable, but he could not allow himself to go without sleep indefinitely. Though he could lay down in a patch of grass for a night, such an act would surely mark him as an outcast. In simple terms, he needed money, having left his previous life behind. He was determined to live as a normal person. Lost in thought, he failed to notice that the girl had already stopped in front of him. She suddenly turned around, and he, with his head bowed, did not see her. Colliding directly into her, caught off guard, the boy's chin struck her smooth forehead. Chapter 14. Zhang Pingfei's choice. The two stood frozen like statues, the girl's body tense and rigid. Suddenly, a delicate fist swung towards the boy. He instinctively tried to dodge but hesitated, realizing it was his fault for bumping into her. Ultimately, her soft fist landed on his pale cheek, jolting his head to the side. "Pretend," she coldly spat. In truth, she had merely swung her fist out of reflex, and upon seeing he did not evade, she had tempered her strength. How could she possibly injure him? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the boy stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't notice and accidentally bumped into you." The girl's expression remained icy as she turned and walked towards the academic building, ignoring him. She realized that her earlier assessment of him had been somewhat biased. He was not just a little rogue, but a genuine one. She had initially intended to ask whether he was a boarding student or a day student, so she could guide him further. But now she decided it was best for him to find his own way. In a corner of the cafeteria, Duan Xiang watched the two depart, his expression darkening. He and Tang Ingli attended the same school, but were not in the same class. She was the school's top scholar, while he was the quintessential wealthy scion. From the moment he laid eyes on her, it could be described as love at first sight, but in truth, it was mere lust. Through a series of carefully orchestrated coincidences, they had inadvertently come to know one another. Later, when Tang Ingli was accepted into Qinshan City No. 6 High School, his abysmal grades had barred him from gaining admission. Upon learning she was now at the same school, he had his father use his financial clout to secure his place, if it weren't for the school's strict rules he had agreed to upon entry, particularly the one mandating adherence to school discipline. Duan Xing clenched his fists and muttered darkly, "I would have already claimed her." Zhang Pingfei stood quietly by, not daring to breathe. Seeing him stand there like a wooden puppet only fueled Duan Xing's irritation. "Damn it, I told you to crash into that Jiang kid. Instead, you collided with thin air." Duan Zhang berated him. "I'm sorry, brother Duan." Zhang Pingfei lowered his head, feeling an unspoken bitterness. Earlier, he and Duan Zhang had fortuitously seen Tang Yingli and Jiang Yuni descending the stairs together. Duan Zhang, feeling displeased, had instructed him to pretend to bump into Jiang Yuni at the corner, hoping to humiliate him. Although he was Duan Zhang's lackey, obediently following his orders, he was still fundamentally a good student. He could not bring himself to genuinely crash into Jiang Yuni and risk causing real trouble. However, that boy, despite his slender frame, was surprisingly tough. "I was going to reward you, but now nothing," Duan Zhang remarked darkly before striding away. Zhang Pingfei clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately decided to follow him. Coming from a modest rural background, his parents had worked tirelessly to provide him with better educational opportunities, wanting him to avoid the same fate as them, struggling through life with limited education. They had moved to the city to enable him to attend school, and their relentless efforts barely covered rent and basic needs while funding his education. He understood the hardships of his family, having lived through them himself. Consequently, he had always been diligent and hardworking, ultimately excelling academically to gain admission to Qinshan City No. 6 High School. Even in high school, he remained steadfast in his commitment. Eager to cultivate his dreams through 3 years of sweat and tears. To gain admission to a prestigious university, thereby altering his destiny and allowing both himself and his parents to enjoy a better life. However, fate can be cruel. Despite ranking among the top in his first-year final examinations, he encountered the transfer student Duan Zhang in his second year. Each piece of clothing that Duan Zhang donned was extraordinarily expensive, a fact his friends insisted upon, though he initially dismissed it with arrogance, incredulously questioning how a mere piece of fabric could be worth a fortune. After all, he could acquire 3 garments for the price of 20 yuan. Later, upon searching online for comparisons, he discovered that Duan Zhang's attire indeed commanded prices exceeding 10,000 yuan per item. He foolishly inquired with customer service if perhaps the pricing had omitted a decimal point, for he could comprehend garments costing a few hundred yuan. The response struck him like a slap, leaving him stunned. Gradually, he came to understand the stark disparities that could exist between individuals. What he wore was merely a rag to cover himself. What others wore, now that was clothing. The notion of tens of thousands of yuan was unfathomable to him. He recognized that 20,000 yuan could sustain his family's daily expenses for an entire year. During the midterm examinations of his second year, the school rearranged the classes and seating for the tests, placing Duan Zhang behind him. Before the examination commenced, Duan Zhang approached him, extending a finger and stating, "During the test, you pass me the answers to the multiple-choice questions, and I will give you this some 1,000 yuan." He swallowed hard, feeling temptation gnaw at him. A mere flick of his fingers to jot down a few letters could yield 1,000 yuan, enough to cover his living expenses for 3 months, with even some left over if he were frugal. However, Duan Zhang shook his head, declaring 1,000 yuan per subject. The audacity was staggering. He found himself unable to refuse. Could integrity in examinations fill his stomach? Clearly not. Yet 40,000 yuan could alleviate his family's worries about food and drink for 2 years. Thus, he acquiesced, and in doing so, he fell into a trap. Consequently, he began to draw closer to Duan Zhang, a seemingly foolish individual with abundant wealth. Oh no, a benefactor. Surely, aligning with him would yield substantial benefits, he mused. Therefore, when the teacher rearranged seating, he justified his request to sit with Duan Zhang under the pretext of helping a classmate. Everything thereafter unfolded seamlessly. He became Duan Zhang's aide, completing his assignments, performing his duties, and providing answers during tests. Duan Zhang, not one to be stingy, would reward him handsomely whenever he felt satisfied with his performance or was in a good mood. Through Duan Zhang, he discovered the meaning of extravagance. He became increasingly addicted, unable to extricate himself, realizing that as long as he could help Duan Zhang shine in front of Tang Yingli, he would receive even greater rewards. Gradually, he shifted his focus from studying to finding ways to extract more money from Duan Zhang. How many more years of study awaited him? Would it truly alter his fate in the end? He was uncertain. However, he was well aware of the immediate profits at hand, which were transforming his life, his family, and his destiny for the better. This was his conviction. Zhang Pingfei's family might only be a microcosm of the countless impoverished households. Yet Zhang Pingfei would certainly not be just another face in the multitude of underprivileged students. While one may not choose their life, one can certainly choose their way of living, just as one must eat. They may also choose not to bend over for meager sustenance. This moment, Zhang Pingfei had undoubtedly made his choice once more. Chapter 15. A youth setback. Throughout the afternoon, the girl did not exchange a single word with the boy. This was not due to anger, but rather her naturally aloof demeanor. She felt that engaging in idle chatter was less productive than solving a few more problems. The boy, too, refrained from speaking to her. Despite sensing her apparent displeasure, as he was at a loss for how to address it, he was inherently awkward in social interactions, often feeling ill at ease even in simple conversations. Moreover, there were certain phrases he simply did not comprehend, such as the occasional exclamations heard in the classroom and hallways. Thus, the afternoon passed with one deeply engrossed in study and the other lost in thought, one occasionally glancing up to jot down notes, and the other sporadically feigning engagement. It was not that he lacked the desire to learn, rather, he struggled to understand the words on the page. Furthermore, he questioned the utility of the material being taught. After all, his previous world had been filled with violence and bloodshed. During the break, the homeroom teacher summoned him to the office. "Here, this is your school card," Chen Jingyun said, handing him a green card. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. By the way, did you have lunch? Yes. Did Ingli take you? That's good. Thank goodness she's attentive. I completely forgot to inform her that your school card hadn't been arranged yet. How did you find your first day at school? Are you adjusting well? Be sure to pay attention in class. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Ingli. She's the class monitor and excels academically. After Jiang Yuni left, the boy remained taciturn. Chen Jingyun smiled and shook her head. Perhaps this was for the best, as he appeared quite well behaved. As school ended in the afternoon, students dispersed to their meals or returned to their dorms. Jiang Yuni sat alone at his desk, for Tang Ingli had already exited the classroom. Having received his school card, she was under no obligation to accompany him for lunch anymore. He grabbed the school card from the table and descended the stairs. Beep! He swiped his card to exit the school, aimlessly wandering the streets. He was currently penniless, needing to earn money to resolve his food and housing issues. This was one of the foundations necessary for him to live like a normal person. He understood that to earn money, he must work for others in exchange for compensation. In the parlance of his former life, it could be summarized as taking others' money to alleviate their troubles. Yet now, the dilemma was, he seemed to possess no skills and was uncertain about what he could do. After a moment of contemplation, he settled on washing dishes at a restaurant, as it was the only task that came to mind, and he had ample experience with it. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself on a pedestrian street, observing the various shops, restaurants, snack shops, stationery stores, and more. He entered a relatively well-established eatery. "Hey there, what would you like to eat?" A server approached him with a menu. "Excuse me, are you hiring?" he inquired. "Hiring?" The server looked momentarily confused. "You mean you want to apply?" "Yes. I don't think the boss mentioned anything about hiring. Please wait a moment while I check." A minute later, the server returned. "I'm sorry, but the boss said we're not hiring. We have enough staff. Oh, thank you." Jiang Yuni remained undeterred, stepping outside and scanning the area for his next target. He then entered a Japanese restaurant, where a woman clad in a kimono, appearing to be in her early 30s and exuding an exotic charm, stood at the counter. "Welcome. Do you have a reservation?" The woman smiled as she inquired. "What is a reservation?" He had no idea. After all, apart from his ID and school card, he possessed nothing else. No to prevent her from posing any more peculiar questions. Jiang Yuni quickly added, "Are you hiring?" "Hiring?" The woman paused for a moment before sizing him up. "Yes, you look quite young. You must be a student, right?" "I suppose. Suppose so?" The woman blinked in confusion. "Yes." Jiang Yuni quickly corrected himself. "Are you short on pocket money?" "Pocket money? I suppose that counts as money." This sister must be a good person, he thought, crafting reasons on his behalf. It seemed promising this time. However, the woman gently replied, "Brother, let me tell you, at your age, you should focus on what is appropriate for you. Students should prioritize their studies. If you study hard, you'll be able to earn plenty of pocket money in the future. Do you understand?" Jiang Yuni felt a sense of disappointment. It seemed he had misjudged her. Why can studying lead to pocket money? This was the boy's question during the day. Everyone in school was studying, yet he remained perplexed about the purpose of it all. The woman smiled softly. "Silly child, studying diligently will grant you knowledge and a diploma, enabling you to choose a good job in the future, thus allowing you to earn pocket money. What is a diploma?" A diploma is a certificate issued by a school upon graduation, representing a person's level of education. Oh. "All right, now hurry home," the woman said, stifling a laugh. "Can I ask one more question?" "What question?" "Ask away. I will answer anything." She found the boy somewhat endearing. How much can one earn from washing dishes? Washing dishes is typically paid by the hour. Here it's usually 15 yuan per hour, which is quite little. The woman sensed that the boy still held on to hope. So she intentionally understated the pay, hoping to dissuade him. Is 10 yuan more than 8 yuan? The woman clad in a kimono was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Certainly, she replied, though she found the boy's question somewhat odd. She did not dwell on it further, though. Thank you. Jiang Yuni turned and exited the Japanese restaurant IT that moment. A young woman, seemingly in her 20s, approached from the side and playfully remarked, "Boss lady, he's younger than you. You must be really hungry." The kimono-clad woman shot her a glare. "Do you realize that enticing minors is illegal?" Jiang Yuni faced yet another setback, but he could not afford to give up. Even though the previous woman's words seemed rather sensible, he was now compelled to find a means of survival. With no other options available, he stepped into his small shop once more. "You're the first customer today. What would you like? I'll give you a 10 discount. The cheerful voice of the owner rang out. Jiang Yuni inquired, "Excuse me, do you need temporary workers? I only ask for 10 yuan per hour." "Huh, temporary worker? Uncle runs a small business, and I wash the dishes myself. I can't afford to hire temporary help, even though your price is indeed quite low." The owner chuckled. "You can go inside and feel for yourself. The pots are still cold. Oh dear, you're not the first customer today. Li boss. I need 2 portions of fried egg rice. I'm in a hurry." At that moment, a casual voice drifted in from the entrance. Evidently belonging to a regular patron. "It's you. Just wait," Li boss replied, then turned to Jiang Yuni. "Do you still want to eat?" The boy shook his head. Li boss then turned and walked into the kitchen. "Brother Liang, what do you think about tonight's Eastern City Arena match against the Phantom?" Jiang Yuni thought the voice sounded somewhat familiar and turned to look. Classmate Qian, Chapter 16. Eastern City Arena. Opposite Qian Xuanrui sat a young man sporting black-framed glasses, appearing a few years their senior, likely in his 20s. "What? Are you looking to gamble again?" Liang Yichen chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui immediately corrected him with a serious tone. "Brother Liang, that is a grave misrepresentation. This is not gambling. It is a pursuit of pleasure." "What is the pursuit of pleasure?" "It is to cultivate one's emotions, adjust one's mood, and bring joy to the heart." "Aha, you certainly have a way with words." Liang Yichen retorted, "That's precisely how a gambler who owes millions would phrase it. No, they would only say a little wager brings joy." Liang Yichen adjusted his glasses. Nevertheless, since the Phantom emerged 3 months ago, boasting 15 victories, and considering the opponent this time is merely a nameless contender, they should not lose, right? Qian Xuanrui stroked his chin. "Theoretically, that is correct. So, how much do you plan to bet this time?" "Still 10 yuan? 10 yuan. You would wager 10 yuan on such a nearly certain victory?" "Not quite. Nearly certain does not equate to certain. There is still a possibility of loss." "Very well. At that moment, Jiang Yuni approached. I would like to inquire about that Eastern City Arena you mentioned." The arena. He knew of it. That man called it the King of Hell's platform. Every time 2 individuals ascended, only one would descend. Qian Xuanrui exclaimed, Jiang brother, oh, your classmate?" Liang Yichen inquired. "Yes, he is the new transfer student in our class today." Liang Yichen regarded Jiang Yuni with renewed interest. Having heard the rumors about the transfer student from Qingshan City's No. 6 middle school through Qian Xuanrui, you had better keep that to yourself. Qian Xuanrui questioned, "Jiang classmate, are you also interested in the arena matches?" Qian Xuanrui's eyes brightened. "It is rumored that the nation aims to establish a formidable special department to safeguard national security and public safety. Hence, in recent years, there has been a vigorous promotion of martial arts among the populace, striving to create a city of high martial arts and build a martial arts strong nation. Combat sports are among the crucial components, with high schools and universities across the nation even offering specialized combat courses." Liang Yichen rolled his eyes. "Can you get to the point? No one asked you for this." Qian Xuanrui stroked his non-existent beard. "Oh, patience. Now, back to the story." Jiang Yuni interjected. "What exactly is combat sports?" Qian Xuanrui replied. "Combat sports consist of a platform where 2 individuals engage in rounds, allowed to use any techniques for attack, except for vital points and attacking after a fall. The match concludes when one person falls 3 times or fails to rise within 10 seconds or concedes. So, it doesn't necessarily end in death. Engaging in combat sports necessitates the construction of a platform, which can be officially managed by the government or privately funded by entrepreneurs. The Eastern City Arena is a large private arena, second only to government-run ones, situated on the eastern edge of Guangqing. Roughly 10 kilometers from the outskirts of Qingshan City, hence dubbed the Eastern City Arena, officially known as the Tower of Night, the boy grasped some of the concepts, though certain terms eluded him. It mattered not, for he had acquired the knowledge he sought. That arena is located to the east. Jiang Yuni inquired. How much can one expect to earn from winning a match? Qian Xuanrui explained. The Eastern City Arena is privately owned. Skilled fighters can earn over 1,000 yuan for a victory. Average fighters, after a fierce battle, might only receive a few hundred yuan, which may not even cover medical expenses. To truly profit, one must rely on gambling. Gambling? Jiang Yuni echoed. Indeed, for particularly thrilling matches or those deemed worthy of betting, the fighter's personal information is released and odds are set, allowing the audience to wager based on their judgment. Jiang Yuni immediately asked, what are odds and wagers? Matters concerning profit cannot be taken lightly. Qian Xuanrui explained, a wager is the money you put into the betting pool. The odds are a numerical value calculated by the arena based on various factors. If you predict the match outcome correctly, you will receive the corresponding prize. Jiang Yuni pondered, so, if a fighter places a wager, they are bound to win, right? Jiang brother, certainly not, not to mention that they would be risking their life. If the arena discovers that they are throwing matches, they would not receive a single cent after all. Whether a newcomer or an established fighter, the arena evaluates them before each match. Here come your fried egg rice. Gentleman.li boss approached with 2 plates. Qian Xuanrui asked, Jiang classmate, have you eaten? You too enjoy your meal. The boy waved his hand and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he paused and turned back. Thank you, and for the morning as well. Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback, then understood. He was thanking him for assisting him earlier. No problem. Jiang brother. In this world, having more friends leads to more paths. Although the boy could not comprehend all the words being exchanged, he responded symbolically and exited the small shop. Liang Yichen teased, your classmate is truly economical with his words. He is the very antithesis of Qian Xuanrui. Qian Xuanrui shrugged. That's just how he is. After all, he is the kind of person who only spoke 5 words during self-introduction. With that, he scooped a large mouthful of fried rice into his mouth. Qian Xuanrui mumbled indistinctly after finishing, I have to return for evening study. Remember to help me place a 10 yuan bet on the Phantom. All right. Qian Xuanrui added, if the odds exceed 2, help me withdraw my bet. Liang Yichen curled his lip. You really are not greedy at all. Qian Xuanrui replied, it's mainly because I can't afford to be greedy. Money doesn't come easily. Every 10 yuan is a meal for me. Understood. As 7 o'clock approached, night descended. The boy stood on the city ring road, his chest rising and falling as he breathed heavily. He had no money for transportation, so he had run here, gazing at the colossal venue resembling a bird's nest. It loomed like a beast over the earth. The boy murmured, is this the Eastern City Arena? Jiang Yuni stepped forward, vehicles whizzing past him, heading onward on the vast road. He was alone, trekking on foot. Upon reaching the entrance, he merged into the crowd, following the flow of people. There were quite a few attendees. The women were relatively scarce. Most were young and middle-aged men, likely those who had just finished work and hurriedly made their way here. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man in a security uniform, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, coldly observing the incoming crowd. We are a conscientious arena. It is best for minors to attend with parental supervision. The boy raised his head and noticed the middle-aged man was looking at him. I am of age. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man shrugged and paid him no further mind. He had worked here for several years and had witnessed too many young individuals entangle themselves in the fighting scene, ultimately losing their way, not in the sense of death, but in terms of their life direction. The child appeared quite young and unfamiliar. He wanted to offer a warning, as he too was a father and could empathize. But if the boy chose not to heed it, so be it. Jiang Yuni entered the arena, instantly captivated by the scene within. The architecture above the boxing ring encompassed the entire audience area, with the center open to the sky. Although night had fallen, the boxing arena was as bright as daylight, with powerful floodlights illuminating the space, surrounded by colorful spotlights spinning around, creating a dazzling spectacle. At the heart of the venue lay 9 boxing rings arranged in a grid-like pattern, with 8 silver rings encircling a singular golden one at the center. As one approached, the 4 ropes surrounding the rings bore traces of blood, imparting a chilling atmosphere steeped in hostility. Above the arena, 2 ethereal holograms hovered, vividly projecting the 2 boxers who were set to clash that evening, their images strikingly lifelike. Adjacent to them, their fundamental statistics were displayed. One could not help but wonder if the specters mentioned by Qian were truly present, ascending to the audience stands, which were divided into 3 tiers, each with numerous rows of seats. The first 2 tiers required a fee, while the third was free of charge. However, the latter was situated at a considerable distance from the rings, rendering any view nearly indistinguishable unless one resorted to the screens or projections, which undeniably lacked the intimacy of a closer vantage point. The venue thrummed with the cacophony of voices, interspersed with the thunderous roar of rock music, pulsating with fervor and vitality, easily overwhelming one's senses. Chapter 17. The gifted youth Jiang Yuni casually selected a seat in the 3rd tier and gazed down at the throng below. The crowd was immense. He swore he had never witnessed such a congregation in his life. Heh, this isn't even the peak crowd, remarked a nearby brother donning a construction helmet. During the most crowded times, there is hardly room to sit. Everyone stands, feet barely touching the ground. Oh. The young man cast a glance at the helmeted figure. While Jiang Yuni reveled in his external adventures, there were undoubtedly those at school who were fraught with worry over him. The evening study session for the second-year students commenced at 7 o'clock, and tonight, it was Qian Jingyun's turn to oversee it. As the clock struck 7, she entered the classroom to take attendance. The students were already seated in an orderly fashion, engrossed in their self-study. She nodded in satisfaction, but her smile faltered upon noticing an empty seat in the corner. Initially, she did not register the absence. But a sudden realization struck her. What about the new student who had just joined today? She approached Tang Yingli and leaned in to whisper, "Yingli, where has Jiang Yuni gone?" Tang Yingli shook her head. "I don't know either. I didn't see him after I returned from dinner. Where could that rascal be?" Everyone, hold on a moment, Chen Jingjun called out, clapping her hands. "Has anyone seen Jiang Yuni after school?" "No idea. Haven't seen him." A few typically boisterous students replied, "I have seen him." Qian Xuanrui exclaimed loudly, "Oh, you've seen him?" Chen Jingjun raised an eyebrow, impressed as expected of the gossip king of 6th middle school. "Where?" "At a restaurant on the pedestrian street outside the school." "You all dined together?" "Not quite. I just walked in as he was leaving. He probably had just finished eating." Qian Xuanrui naturally refrained from mentioning his gambling activities, knowing it would lead to insurmountable explanations. Although the country was currently promoting combat sports and turning a blind eye to gambling, school authorities would undoubtedly intervene. "Did you see where he went?" "I saw him head towards the school after exiting the restaurant. I thought he was returning." Indeed, Jiang Yuni was heading in the direction of the school, yet he overlooked the fact that the path from the restaurant to the school was toward the east, and the eastern boxing ring was in the same direction. "All right, you all continue with your studies. I'll handle this," Chen Jingyun said, tapping her smooth forehead before hastily departing the classroom. Tang Yingli, glancing at the empty seat beside her, noted the neatly arranged books on the floor and 2 unopened school uniforms lying in the drawer. A bold thought suddenly crossed her mind. Surely he couldn't be unaware of the evening study session. Yet, recalling that he had never heard the class bell, she speculated that perhaps his previous school did not require evening studies. Chen Jingyun stepped into the corridor and took out her phone, operating it briefly before placing it to her ear. Moments later, the call connected. "Hello, am I speaking to Yuni's parent?" A languid voice responded from the other end. Who is this?" "I am Chen, Yuni's homeroom teacher." "Oh, Teacher Chen, what seems to be the matter? It appears that Yuni is not in the classroom for evening study tonight, and I would like to inquire about his whereabouts." "He may have gone elsewhere for evening study. It's nothing to worry about." Chen Jingyun furrowed her brow slightly. "But the school mandates that students are to attend evening studies unless under special circumstances. Is he at home? Can you assure me of his safety?" The voice on the other end replied with a hint of mockery. "Just because the school requires him to attend evening study doesn't mean I have to enforce it. If there is an issue, you can speak directly to him." Chen Jingyun grew anxious. "Mr. Ji, you are his guardian. While he may be intelligent, we cannot simply allow him to Teacher Chen. I'm busy here. I'll hang up now." Wait, the call abruptly ended with a sharp beep. What kind of parent is this? Chen Jingyun muttered under her breath as she glared at the disconnected call. She gazed through the window at the students diligently studying, her mind drifting back to the events of that morning. She had arrived at school at 8 o'clock for her second period class and intended to have breakfast in the office before supervising students during their exercise session after class. However, just as she sat down, breakfast unopened, the head of the department approached her. "Little Chun, the school has admitted a transfer student, and it has been decided that this student will be placed in your class. Your contact information has been sent to the student's parents. Please go greet the child upon their arrival." She was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Director Lee, why the sudden decision?" Director Lee smiled wryly. Indeed, it is sudden. The principal personally approved it that I only received the email this morning. Normally, the principal would not interfere in admission matters. Even for transfer students, it should involve discussions among the school as higher-ups before a decision is reached. This was clearly irregular. It would be understandable to admit a wealthy student once a year, but doing so again strayed too far from the norm. The school hardly needed that much additional funding annually. Such excess inevitably ended up in someone's pocket. May I ask why? She had been in the workforce for over a year and knew what questions were appropriate. This was not one of them. She understood that one should not question the tasks assigned by superiors. However, she believed wholeheartedly that Qinshan 6th Middle School was a fair and impartial institution dedicated to educational advancement and student development. This conviction was part of why she, a distinguished graduate of a top teacher training university, chose to teach at this school. Little Chun, don't misunderstand. The student didn't transfer in due to financial means. Director Lee clarified with a smile. The school only accepts 2 types of transfer students. Since this one isn't financially backed, there can only be one truth. Are you implying that he is a potential top scorer in the province? She inquired, her eyes widening with astonishment. Director Lee smiled mysteriously. Yes and no. Huh. She was utterly bewildered. All right. I want to keep you in suspense, Director Lee said, handing her the phone. Take a look for yourself. She glanced down, and her eyes fell upon a report card. The first line displayed a staggering figure, IQ test final score, 145. She understood precisely what those 3 digits signified. The average IQ typically ranged from 90 to 110, while a score above 140 was often deemed a genius. Chapter 18. The young spectator at the Dongqing boxing ring. Brilliant 3D virtual numbers pulsated in vibrant colors above the boxing arena. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to AS. The colossal virtual number, 0, materialized in midair. The atmosphere within the venue erupted into exuberant chaos. Woo! Amidst the roaring cheers, the host gradually ascended from beneath the stage, emerging in the center of the golden ring. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we gather here to witness a breathtaking and adrenaline-pumping boxing extravaganza. On this electrifying stage, every punch embodies the perfect amalgamation of strength and skill, and every dodge epitomizes the pinnacle of wit and reflexes. This is not merely a match. It is the ultimate test of physical prowess and willpower. We shall witness the limits of humanity being continuously transcended, and the indomitable spirit shining brightly amidst the fierce exchanges of blows. The match is about to commence. Let us hold our breath and ignite the passion of this night. A stirring and impassioned opening statement sent the atmosphere soaring to its zenith. Hey, young man. Get hyped. This is the most relaxed moment of the day. The brother in the construction helmet waved his arms, turning to the youth beside him. The young man, still unsure of what all the excitement was about, raised his hand and waved in imitation of the helmeted figure. By the way, you don't seem too old. You must still be in school, right? School us out. You don't have to do homework after school? But today is only Wednesday, right? Homework? Oh, right. The teacher mentioned those 2 words in class today, saying they're due tomorrow. But I don't understand. Not only do I not have homework, I can't even write. The youth's brow furrowed instantaneously, as he found himself yearning for a life akin to that of an ordinary high school student, a notion that seemed somewhat arduous, before the boy could delve further into his thoughts. The resonant voice of the host, imbued with an intense sense of immersion, echoed once more from the arena. The night in the eastern city was far from quiet, the clamor reigniting. Let us now extend a warm round of applause to welcome the 2 contenders for tonight's inaugural match to the stage. To my left, we have the rising star from the southern part of Guangqing, known as Pan Shi, aged 23, boasting a record of 15 matches with 1 defeat in this boxing arena. At that moment, a circular opening on the ground to the host's left revealed a young man with a muscular physique, bare-chested. Ascending from below, to my right, stands the veteran of this arena, the critical striker. Aged 27, with an impressive record of 128 matches, 72 victories. Another bare-chested man, his arms remarkably muscular, emerged onto the ring. The clash of the new against the old was about to unfold. Let us invite Mr. Sonier, our referee for the evening, to join us in witnessing this moment of glory. As the host spoke, he gradually descended, disappearing from the stage, only to be replaced by a tall, bald man clad in a black bodysuit, who took the position formerly occupied by the host. The boy gazed at the center of the ring. Is that not a ghost? The man in the construction hat chuckled and replied. A ghost wouldn't be making an appearance so soon. Given the usual nature of the Eastern City arena, high-level boxing matches typically commence with moderately skilled contenders, while the most popular fighters are introduced later in the lineup. And the seasoned veterans serve as the grand finale. So, what exactly does the Ghost belong to? What constitutes a high-level boxing match? The Ghost is classified as a high-level fighter, achieving this status through a flawless record of 15 victories, marking him as a rising star. Panchir, competing in the same era, suffered his sole defeat at the hands of the Ghost, thus only qualifying as a mid-tier fighter, yet he remains among the elite, allowing him to participate in high-level matches against the less skilled veteran. The critical striker. A high-level boxing match occurs when at least one contender is classified as a high-level fighter. The boy pondered. Somewhat in the dark. I, too, have placed a modest wager tonight, betting on their victory. The man in the construction hat declared. Oh, don't just say do you think I can win my bet? The boy, feeling somewhat at a loss, decided it would be prudent to go along with him. That seems feasible. Now that's more like it. The match is about to commence. Quick. Look. With that, the man in the construction hat turned his gaze to the screen. Typically, matches only use screens for basic broadcasts, while only particularly thrilling bouts employ 3D holographic projections. However, the boy's attention remained fixed on the ring, his keen eyesight allowing him to observe with clarity. The match had begun, with both contestants tentatively gauging each other. They circled the ring, occasionally launching tentative punches and kicks to test their opponent's defenses. Soon, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first round. The audience enjoyed a brief minute of respite. The commentator remarked, "In the first round, we can see that both fighters are exercising extreme caution and composure, one a seasoned contender, the other truly living up to the name Panchir." The man in the construction hat muttered, "They may be composed, but they've made me quite anxious." Jiang Yuni remained silent, observing intently. The second round commenced swiftly. As Panchir swung his right fist in an attempt to probe once more. The critical striker chose not to evade but to launch a direct assault, delivering a powerful blow to Panchir's abdomen. Panchir doubled over in pain, only for the critical striker's fist to rise and strike his chin, prompting Panchir to immediately retract his fists in defense. Little did he realize that the critical striker's intentions were far from straightforward. With a swift sweep of his leg, he knocked Panchir to the ground. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience, clearly comprised of those who had wagered on the critical striker's victory. The boy watched intently, realizing that the critical striker had in the arena. With a commanding shout from the referee, the match commenced. The two fighters on the stage began to probe each other. Phantom's movements were remarkably agile and nimble, while Titan appeared rather sluggish. Suddenly, Phantom executed a swift whip kick, its speed astonishing and impeccably clean, leaving Titan utterly unprepared. Perhaps to him, it was merely a minor inconvenience. In an instant, he swung a powerful punch towards Phantom, who deftly sidestepped, then swept his thigh in a swift motion. Titan remained rooted to the spot, attempting to grasp Phantom's leg, but Phantom quickly retracted and created distance. The first round concluded, with neither party gaining the upper hand. Although Phantom's strength was somewhat lacking, it was still sufficient to pose a threat to his opponent. Coupled with his extraordinary speed and top-notch reflexes, he had triumphed in previous encounters. Alas, his adversary this time was Titan, and his strikes failed to inflict any meaningful damage. Titan, with his imposing physique, possessed undeniable strength. To be struck by him would surely result in dire consequences. However, the issue lay in the fact that he could not land a blow on Phantom either. The subsequent rounds unfolded similarly, as the match seemed to enter a stalemate, with both fighters unable to break through each other's defenses. Soon, the fifth round approached. Phantom, unable to target Titan's weak points, found it exceedingly challenging to secure a victory. His power was relatively feeble compared to Titan's bulk. Thus, he realized he had but one strategy to prevail. The youth observed the ongoing contest and murmured, as if transformed into an entirely different person. The worker in the hard hat was intently focused on the screen, seemingly unwilling to miss a single frame or detail. Hearing this, he instinctively inquired, "What strategy?" The youth replied, "Utilize leverage, create opportunities, and exploit Titan's own strength to bring him down 3 times to win the match." Before the worker could pose further questions, the youth continued, "Conversely, if Titan wishes to win, he merely needs to gamble once, feign a weakness, anticipate Phantom's movements, and then seize him. At that moment in the arena, Titan forcefully stepped forward with his left leg, his body leaning slightly, while his right foot lifted off the ground, and his right fist hurled towards Phantom's visage. This punch seemed infused with all of his strength and momentum. Its power was formidable, yet if it failed to connect, It would amount to naught. A smirk played at the corner of Phantom's mouth, as if in mockery, before he swiftly sidestepped and executed a powerful waist twist. His right leg sweeping towards Titan's only point of contact with the ground, his left foot. The youth exclaimed, "Now's your chance, seize him." Titan's tightly clenched fist suddenly relaxed, transforming into an open palm as he lunged for Phantom. His right leg firmly planted on the ground for support. As Phantom executed his maneuver, he could no longer evade. Forced to watch helplessly as Titan captured his body, he was instantly struck with dread. It was over, the youth declared. The match has concluded. Phantom felt a sudden disorientation. The audience witnessed him being hoisted overhead by Titan, before being slammed to the ground with a resounding crash. Bang. Phantom's vision faded to black as he lost consciousness. The arena fell silent. Titan was formidable, a deity forged in battle. A new champion ascended. As a chorus of roars erupted, a wave of cheers filled the venue, evidently from those who had wagered on Titan's victory or genuinely wished him well. However, many others were left heartbroken. Like the worker in the hard hat, he stared blankly at the screen. Even as Phantom remained unable to rise after 10 seconds, the referee had already declared Titan the victor, and the contestant had exited the stage. Yet, he could not accept this reality. It wasn't that he couldn't bear Phantom's loss, but rather the crushing blow of his own financial defeat tonight. A month's salary. By the way, what happened to that young man? He abruptly turned his head, only to find the seat beside him now empty. Was it as if he had been soundly defeated in the match? Chapter 20. The Youth Competes. Chapter 21. The youth takes the stage. Liang Yichen paused slightly before smiling and asking, "You must have heard the punchline from your opponent, right?" "I did." If the worker in the hard hat had not misled him. The opponent was a mid-level fighter, on par with the likes of Pan Sherd. If that's acceptable. If you win, as long as you don't lose in the coming months before you reach adulthood, I will let you continue competing. Liang Yichen remarked nonchalantly that it was rather ambitious for a novice, still a high school student, to aim for victory against a mid-level fighter, as if they were merely practicing. Did they have no regard for their own pride? Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible, just highly improbable. 4Ds. Yet, the youth responded with utmost seriousness. Understood. That moment, a melodious female voice echoed from the window. "All right, the paperwork for your participation has been completed. The match will take place tonight in the penultimate round, so please make your preparations in advance. Here are your credentials. Please keep them safe." "Thank you," Liang Yichen said, leaning closer to the window. "Could you kindly remind the referee to advise his opponent? The child is still underage. It would be best to keep things moderate." The woman hesitated for a moment and softly replied, "Of course, Inspector. I will ensure your request is conveyed accurately." "Thank you. You're welcome. I'm delighted to assist you." Liang Yichen glanced at his watch and turned to the youth. "Let's go. I will take you to the underground training room to warm up. It will be your turn soon." In the underground training room, the youth observed the walls adorned with tattered and dusty boxing gloves. "Choose one. You don't have your own gloves, so make do with these." "All right." The youth picked a pair that, while covered in a thick layer of dust, were still relatively intact. "Aren't you going to try them on to see if they fit?" "Oh." The youth blankly slipped on the gloves. "Is this your first time boxing?" "I fought before, but without gloves." Liang Yichen laughed and scolded. "That was more like a brawl, wasn't it?" "I suppose so. It involved both victory and life or death." At 11:30 in the evening, the host returned to the stage for what seemed like the umpteenth time that night. Nevertheless, he maintained a heightened sense of enthusiasm to engage the audience. "Next, we will witness an intriguing match. Due to the original opponent of Wind Firewheel failing to arrive on time, we have revoked that participant's eligibility and deducted their credit points. We have also matched Wind Firewheel with a new opponent. Can anyone guess what type of opponent it will be? What other type could it be? They can't just throw a pig at him to fight." "Ha ha," the host chuckled. "Everyone here is quite the jokester. Let me unveil the answer. Please welcome the Wind Firewheel contestant to the stage. Age 24, currently boasting a record of 72 matches with 44 victories." As he spoke, a lean man with dyed yellow hair sauntered onto the stage, exuding a carefree demeanor, particularly as he grinned widely, as if victory was already assured. He ranked among the top mid-level fighters in the East City arena. So upon learning that his opponent had not arrived, he felt a twinge of disappointment. With his opponent absent, his match should have been cancelled, meaning he would leave empty-handed tonight. However, unexpectedly, a greenhorn had appeared, rumored to be a newcomer to the arena, which delighted him. Thus, he continued to grin even as he stepped onto the stage. Victory was in the bag, or so he thought. He had even begun planning how to spend the $1,000 he would earn. The host announced, "Now, let us welcome his opponent, the rising star of the boxing arena, the high school student, Bai Yang." A youthful face, somewhat pale yet undeniably youthful, slowly emerged before the audience. His physique was also lean, but he possessed well-defined muscles, firm yet not exaggerated. He was none other than Jiang Yuni. The crowd erupted in astonishment. He really is a high school student. I thought high school student Bai Yang was just an ID. Is he of age? I thought minors weren't allowed to compete, but he certainly has a well-trained physique. Looking at their builds, it's hard to say who will win or lose. It's still hard to say. The labels of newcomer and high school student alone are enough to spell defeat for him. How did he end up facing a mid-level fighter right off the bat? Perhaps they needed someone to fill the slot. Liang Yichen settled back into his previous seat, resting his chin on one hand as he observed the arena. Originally, I should have clocked out an hour ago, but let me see whether he is a donkey or a horse. Meanwhile, in a corner where no one paid attention, the worker in the hard hat was utterly dumbfounded. This kid, how did he end up here? The host declared. All right, the match is about to begin. Let them revel as the storm approaches, elevating tonight's atmosphere to its zenith. The host viewed this as a joyous occasion, a mere exhibition match. Few in the audience held faith in the youth. The two fighters in the arena readied themselves. The referee's voice rang out. Boxing. Jiang Yuni swiftly created distance from his opponent, while Windfire chose not to recklessly attack, aware that his opponent was a newcomer. Yet recognizing that he might not be weak. As a mid-level fighter in the East City arena, he possessed the fundamental qualities expected of a boxer. Moreover, it was evident that the opposing fighter had trained as well. He pressed forward, causing Jiang Yuni to retreat repeatedly. Sensing his apparent weakness, Windfire's confidence surged as he launched a punch aimed directly at the youth's face. Jiang Yuni raised his fist to block, yet still found himself pushed back several paces. The Windfire refrained from pursuing victory, for his heart was already at peace. He had exerted merely 70% of his strength with that punch, and his opponent seemed unable to withstand it. Had he unleashed his full power? A vivid image of an atomic bomb explosion flashed through his mind. This lad was akin to a deity of wealth, seemingly arriving to bestow riches. Just moments prior, while seated in the audience, the referee had advised him to go easy on his opponent, who was merely a high school student, suggesting he should strike lightly and not to go too far. He would not dare to harm a benefactor. He resolved to gently knock him down 3 times. With a complex mix of thoughts, he casually exchanged a few blows with the youth, hastily concluding the first round. Yet, Jiang Yuni felt an odd sensation, as if it were not he who was yielding to his opponent, but rather the opposite. Soon, the second round commenced. After some tentative exchanges, the Windfire launched a direct punch toward the boy, intending to bring down the deity of wealth this round. The youth swiftly dodged, but Windfire's follow-up punch found its mark, forcing the boy to raise his fists in defense, his body leaning back under the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Windfire executed a sweeping kick, sending the boy crashing to the ground. In the audience, Liang Yichen adjusted his glasses, perplexed. Is he a donkey? What puzzled him further was the absence of any sign of panic or tension from the youth. Both on the stage and in the stands, the referee rushed over to begin the countdown, and Windfire, displaying commendable awareness, stepped aside. Seconds later, the boy rose to his feet. The referee retreated, and the match resumed. After a brief stalemate, the boy took the initiative, launching a whip kick toward Windfire. Unexpectedly, Windfire blocked the right leg, but with a sudden shift, the boy fell to the ground once more. The second round concluded, with the boy now possessing only one more opportunity to fall. As the third round commenced, Windfire felt remarkably relaxed, a smile never leaving his lips. Come on, deity of wealth, he silently urged. He charged directly at Jiang Yuni, swinging his right fist. The boy, as anticipated, raised his fists to block, only to be pushed back, his body tilting backward. Windfire leaned down to sweep his leg once more. Convinced everything was unfolding according to his script, ready to send the youth crashing to the ground again, thereby concluding the match. However, fate often intervenes unpredictably. As the boy leaned back, he pushed off the ground, propelling himself into the air, evading Windfire's sweeping kick. In midair, he executed a somersault, aiming both legs at Windfire. At that moment, Windfire stood frozen as if under a spell. The boy, surprised by Windfire's lack of defense, found that while he could retract his force, he could not withdraw the strike once it was initiated. Ultimately, Windfire's smirking visage met with the boy's feet in a rather intimate encounter. Windfire Wheel was sent flying 2 or 3 meters away, landing motionless on the ground. The arena fell into a hushed silence, the audience momentarily unable to comprehend such a sudden reversal. Under ordinary circumstances, Windfire Wheel would have reacted in time, especially since the boy had first leapt into the air before launching his kick, providing ample time for a block. Yet, his overconfidence led him to believe that after that sweeping kick, the boy would surely remain on the ground. This had been the case in the previous round, where the boy had been easily knocked down by him. Thus, he had not considered how to respond if the boy dodged. And in an instant, the tide of battle had turned. The referee rushed over to count down, and as the timer expired, Windfire Wheel remained on the ground. It was unclear whether he had fainted or was simply too embarrassed to rise again. The boy emerged victorious from this match, somewhat dazed himself. In his mind, he had anticipated that although Windfire Wheel could block, his unstable footing would likely lead to a fall. He had never expected the match to conclude so abruptly. The audience murmured in astonishment, lamenting the consequences of prematurely celebrating. After all, they had all witnessed the boy's earlier exuberance. Only the referee shook his head at the fallen figure, muttering internally that he had celebrated before even stepping into the ring. Thus, amidst this peculiar yet tangible unfolding, the boy claimed victory in the match. Below the stage, Liang Yichen chuckled, "I didn't expect you to actually win." Jiang Yuni replied, "Remember to keep your word." Liang Yichen paused for a moment. "Rest assured, we shall register for the next match immediately. And what about the subsequent one? Don't worry, I will return for the next match. If you win, we will register thereafter. Alright, by the way, did you win by luck or by skill?" Liang Yichen could not ascertain, for the boy had not exhibited much prowess, and in the early stages, it appeared he was being dominated by Windfire Wheel. Perhaps it was a bit of both. Notably, through this match, the boy, known as Aries, had his boxing rank officially designated as an intermediate boxer. The promotion system in the boxing arena was straightforward. One could advance to the next level by winning 5 consecutive matches against opponents of the same rank or by defeating an opponent of a higher rank, which would elevate one directly to the corresponding level. While this system could allow some fighters to advance due to sheer luck in encountering weaker opponents, thereby potentially reaping greater rewards in subsequent matches, advancing meant facing stronger adversaries, and lacking the requisite skill could lead to a crushing defeat. Thus, whether it was a gain or a loss remained uncertain. Yet, for the boy, it was evidently a gain. With the final match concluded, the evening's boxing tournament came to a close, and the boy parted ways with Liang Yichen. That he stood at the entrance of the Eastern City boxing arena, gazing up at the starry sky, contemplating whether he might also live like a normal person in this city. The following day, at Qingshan City's 6th High School, Tang Yingli arrived at the classroom just past 6 o'clock as usual. The classroom lights were off, indicating she was the first to arrive once more. Upon opening the door and turning on the lights, she heard a grunt, followed by a head lifting from the seat beside hers. The girl instinctively took 2 steps back, only to realize it was her new desk mate, who had skipped evening study the previous night. Now clad in a school uniform, he appeared quite spirited, albeit with a somewhat unusual pallor. She was surprised that he had arrived at school so early. Could it be that his previous school required such an early start? Yet, judging by his appearance, he seemed as though he had just awakened. What sort of operation was it to come to school to sleep? The girl pondered this but decided to ignore it, refraining from inquiring why he had missed evening study. She proceeded to her seat, preparing to immerse herself in her studies. As she did, an enticing aroma wafted into her awareness, and suddenly, 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk appeared in her line of sight. Moments later, the boy's voice echoed, "Here, have some." He had purchased these on his way back to school, having initially been unaware of what they were, but the delightful scent had drawn him in. Unable to resist, he approached the vendor, pocketful of money in hand. The vendor had informed him that 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk cost 5 yuan. He ordered a portion, and after enjoying it, found it delicious, so he bought another set, now presented to the girl before him. The girl blinked in surprise at the boy, who was gazing back at her, his eyes remarkably bright and pure, reflecting nothing but sincerity in that moment. Was he trying to express gratitude? She realized she had yet to eat breakfast. Being a day student, it was impossible for her to have eaten at home, and the school cafeteria would not open for breakfast until 6:30. She preferred not to waste time going out to buy food. Therefore, she typically waited until after the first class ended to jog over to the small shop for breakfast. However, the offerings there were invariably cold, whether it be bread or milk. "Thank you," she said, accepting his gesture. "Very delicious. Eat up," he encouraged. Mas 7 o'clock drew near. Her classmates began to arrive in the classroom, while she remained absorbed in her studies. perpetually either immersed in her relentless learning or on the path leading to it. Meanwhile, the boy rested his head on the desk, lost in thought. With his financial concerns resolved, he now needed to address his sleeping arrangements. Should he find a place to stay? But where could he obtain such a place? Could he buy one with money? Or did he have to build it himself? A multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. Yet he completely forgot about the homework that needed to be completed. The class monitor took to the podium, preparing to lead the morning reading session. At 7:10, the reading commenced. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Chen Jingyun, appeared at the classroom door. Jiang Yuni, come out for a moment. The others may continue with their reading. The boy froze, momentarily at a loss, sensing that the teacher seemed somewhat upset. He had always been sensitive to the emotions of others, and he trusted his instincts. Obediently, he stood up, only to hear the girl beside him say, "The teacher probably wants to ask why you didn't attend evening study last night." Confused, he replied, "Evening study?" The girl nodded knowingly, recognizing that he indeed had never attended evening study. It's an extra class in the evening, specifically for students to study. Scratching his head, he responded, "Oh, there's still class." He had assumed school was dismissed by the afternoon. In the office, the young boy stood obediently before the desk. Chen Jingyun sat in her chair, arms crossed, exuding an air of authority as she scrutinized Jiang Yuni from below. Do enlighten me. Why did you skip evening study last night? I am sorry, teacher. I didn't know I was supposed to attend evening study. I've never been to one before. The boy's simple statement silenced all her subsequent words. She had assumed he was skipping evening study out of reluctance, compounded by the apparent neglect from his parents, which sparked her irritation. Gradually, her expression softened, and with a hint of skepticism, she inquired, "You truly have never attended evening study before, mm? Well, listen closely now. It is mandated by our school that you must attend evening study. After school, remember to either eat in the cafeteria or return home for dinner, and be sure to come back. Understood? Mm. Such compliance. Chen Jingyun felt something was amiss. Why did his parents exhibit such an indifferent attitude last night? Was it merely an issue with the parents? She opted for a gentler tone, asking, "Yuni, do your parents usually impose strict rules on you?" She specified parents rather than family, uncertain about the relationship between the man she spoke to last night and the boy. The school had yet to provide her with the boy's electronic file. If they were father and son, why did he speak to her in such a dismissive manner, especially considering their differing surnames? If not, where were the boy's parents? The boy hesitated before replying, "They don't care about me." Chen Jingjin was taken aback. Struck momentarily speechless, her mind raced, piecing together the boy's background. Though the specifics eluded her, she felt compelled to offer him some strength and comfort. She reached for his wrist gently, saying, "It's all right. The teacher will take care of you." The boy's body trembled slightly. He instinctively wanted to pull away, yet hesitated. Feeling it would be inappropriate, he appeared flustered. I'm fine." Noticing his discomfort, Chen Jingyun released his wrist, smiling as she said, "If you encounter any problems or have anything you don't understand, just come to me, all right? By the way, did you complete your homework last night? No, why not? Could it be that after returning home, his family forbade him from doing his homework, compelling him to work instead? Given the indifference exhibited by his parents last night, it was a reasonable assumption. However, the boy's next response dispelled her concerns. "I can't do it." So, he hadn't been studying diligently prior? She recognized his intelligence, so his inability to complete his homework indicated a lack of previous effort. From today onwards, we shall work hard to catch up on what you have missed, all right? Although Chen Jingyun was an outstanding graduate of a top-tier normal university in the country, she was not the prodigy that people often spoke of. Her achievements were the result of relentless effort over countless days and nights. Many say that the world of geniuses is beyond your comprehension. Perhaps the gap between a genius and oneself is indeed greater than that between oneself and a pig. Thus, she eagerly anticipated the miracles the boy could create in the remaining year and a half. She believed that as long as he was willing to learn, miracles would surely follow him. Though the boy responded with single syllables, his demeanor conveyed sincerity and earnestness, leaving no room for the impression of indifference. All right. In the future, if you encounter difficulties in your studies, feel free to ask your subject teachers, or you can also consult your deskmate, Ingli. They will be more than willing to assist you. If you face challenges in life, come to me. I will help you resolve them. All right? Chen Jingjin gently reiterated. Upon hearing this, the boy's pupils widened slightly. For the first time in 17 years, he heard someone tell him to seek help if he faced difficulties. It was impossible not to be moved. Even though he had long grown accustomed to solitude, even though he had become familiar with indifference, coldness, and cruelty, even though he remained oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships, he could feel the genuine concern in Chun Jingyun's words. Thank you, teacher. Yet, the true difficulties he faced were beyond her reach to alleviate, perhaps beyond anyone's capacity to resolve. He could only rely on himself. You may return to your early reading now, and while you're at it, please ask Lee to come to the office. However, the boy did not leave. What's the matter? I have a question for the teacher. Chun Jingyun smiled. What is your question? Please, share it with me. Where can I find a house? Chun Jingyun, intrigued, asked, a house? What do you need a house for? To sleep. Chun Jingyun paused for a moment, puzzled. Why not go home to sleep? She recalled that the boy was a day student. My home is too far. I don't want to go back. The concept of home indeed felt distant to him, so distant that he could hardly remember ever possessing one. Chun Jingyun furrowed her brow. Was it truly the distance that deterred him from returning home, or was it simply a reluctance to do so? She softly inquired, Uni, have you had a conflict with your family? I haven't. He essentially had no family. At this, Chun Jingyun's brow knitted tighter, perplexed. All right, you may return for now. I will find a way to assist you. She intended to call the boy's guardian later to inquire about the situation. The boy departed, and Chun Jingyun rose to approach the office of the grade director. She wished to inquire if the director had access to the boy's records or if they knew anything about his family situation. Something felt decidedly amiss. Chapter 24. The Law of Attraction. When Tang Yingli arrived at the office door, she found Chun Jingyun on the phone, so she stood to the side, remaining silent to avoid interruption. Mr. G, are you truly unwilling to take responsibility for Uni? On the other end, the voice chuckled lightly. Teacher Chun, you should understand well that I have no obligation to care for him. Legally, we share no connection. Raising him to this point is already my utmost kindness. Chun Jingyun fell silent. She had just reviewed the boy's file, and the family member section was blank. He was an orphan. Now, she finally comprehended why the man had displayed such indifference last night. However, she could not fathom why, if he wished to disengage from the boy's life, he had chosen to raise him at all, but she refrained from asking, for as he stated, they were neither kin nor acquaintance. Having raised the boy to this point was already an act of considerable generosity. Teacher Chen, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Chun Jingyun felt a sense of fatigue. All right, do take care. Beep. The call ended. Lee, did you hear all that? Chun Jingyun turned to the girl and spoke softly. Although she hadn't used speakerphone, the classroom was quiet due to the early reading session. So the girl standing nearby likely heard. The girl replied candidly, What's wrong with Jiang Uni? Although she had caught snippets, she remained unaware of the full context. Come in, Lee, I have something to discuss with you. Chun Jingyun gently pulled the girl into the office. I need to talk to you. Once seated, Chun Jingyun took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking. Uni, like you, lost his parents at a young age. At this revelation, the girl trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes widening. Chun Jingyun continued, he was later adopted by the man I just spoke with on the phone. However, he did not formalize the adoption legally. Thus, there is no official relationship between them. Now, he has decided to cease all responsibilities towards Uni, both in life and in education. The girl stared at Chun Jingyun, struggling to absorb this information that he too is an orphan. The person who adopted him has chosen to abandon him. She understood how brutally cruel this reality could be for a child who had yet to mature, because she too was an orphan. Yet, she was fortunate. Her guardian had been devoted and responsible, showering her with care since childhood. Though they were not her biological parents, they were even more loving than one's own. Chun Jingyun explained. I share this with you because I believe you can better understand him. I want you to interact with him more. He needs our support at this time. However, let us not overly focus on him. Provide appropriate assistance at the right moments. Despite Uni's acknowledgement of his guardian's abandonment and his seemingly calm demeanor when discussing it, Chun Jingyun sensed he was suppressing his emotions. A normal child faced with such circumstances could not possibly remain so unaffected. The girl responded, I will. Though her character was cool and composed, she was not indifferent. She would extend her hand to help others in need. Chun Jingyun continued, secondly, I want to ensure that while you focus on your own studies, you also assist him as much as you can. He just told me he couldn't do his homework, and I see he is quite well behaved. He has expressed a willingness to learn. So I suspect he may have been unable to study properly for some reason before. I advised him to ask teachers or you if he encounters difficulties. However, given his reserved nature, I'm unsure if he will proactively approach you or his subject teachers. So I would like you to keep an eye on him academically, if possible. The girl replied, I will, teacher. After she left the office, Qin Jingyun found herself deep in thought, reflecting on the girl's departing figure. She was uncertain whether her actions were ultimately beneficial or detrimental. Her motivation for this course of action was not solely to assist the boy, but also to aid the girl. Although the boy had only recently arrived at the school, and she had yet to become well acquainted with him, she possessed a deeper understanding of the girl, having taught her for half a semester and previously gathered insights from her former teachers. Typically, the girl refrained from engaging with her classmates unless absolutely necessary. She seldom formed close relationships with any of her peers, regardless of gender, let alone partake in recreational activities with them. During class activities, she either took on the role of class monitor, responsible for organizing events, or stood alone at the periphery. It seemed as though she inhabited a solitary world, with her only focus being her studies. She resembled a machine, tirelessly devoted to learning or coldly executing the tasks assigned by her teachers. Qin Jingyun felt this was inappropriate, as it could potentially inflict irreparable harm on the girl's mental and emotional well-being. It is not to say that one must have friends or engage in social interactions to be deemed normal or healthy. Some individuals may simply be more introverted, lacking social skills or eloquence. However, the girl was not incapable. She merely chose to isolate herself from the outside world. She had also communicated with the girl's current family, who expressed their helplessness regarding the situation, attributing the girl's significant emotional trauma to an incident from her childhood that left a lasting impact. They could only advise patience. When she inquired whether they could share more about the girl's past, they opted to remain silent, and she refrained from pressing further. Thus, she encouraged the girl to interact more with the boy, genuinely hoping that the girl could assist him. Additionally, the boy appeared obedient and unlikely to cause any trouble for her, which was a crucial factor in her decision. Otherwise, she would have never permitted such interaction. Furthermore, she wished to observe whether the girl could emerge from her self-imposed isolation through her connection with the boy. After all, research has demonstrated that similarities among individuals can enhance mutual attraction, and emotional bonds between people are not solely based on verbal communication, but also on an inner understanding and resonance. Of course, this was not about fostering a romantic relationship, but rather cultivating a friendship where they could support and redeem one another. As the girl returned to the classroom, the morning reading session was drawing to a close. Aren't you going to do your homework? She asked the boy coolly, recalling what the teacher had informed her. The boy hesitated, taken aback by her sudden inquiry. If you don't know how, just ask me, and I will teach you. Oh. The boy noticed that the girl was still gazing at him. What's wrong? He inquired. You're holding the book upside down. Chapter 25. A fleeting moment as the morning reading concluded. Everyone began to submit their homework from the previous day. Forget about yesterday's homework. Let us just start with today's, she suggested. Those familiar with the workload in high school understood that merely completing the assigned tasks for the day was a considerable achievement. Expecting the boy to catch up on yesterday's assignments while simultaneously tackling today's would undoubtedly be an unreasonable request at all. However, during the 5th period, we have a Chinese class, and the teacher will call on students to recite passages from the text. So you should find some time to memorize it during the break, she advised. The boy, puzzled, responded, recite. Passages from the text. Without uttering a word, she pulled over his Chinese textbook and turned to Xiao Aoyu. From here to here, no peeking, memorize it, she instructed, pointing to the text. Oh, he replied, pursing his lips. He couldn't read, let alone recite anything. How could he possibly memorize it? He wrestled with whether to disclose this to the girl. Would revealing his inability to read make him seem odd? Although he had never been to school, he still possessed a basic understanding that students should be literate. Yet, if he chose to remain silent, this dilemma would persist indefinitely. Amidst his inner turmoil, the first class swiftly passed. The students rose and made their way outside the classroom. The boy watched their movements in confusion. Why is everyone leaving? Are they all going to the restroom? So many at once? The girl stood up as well, saying, we need to go for our break exercise. Follow me. Oh. The running area was designated by grade level. The first-year students ran around the basketball court, the second-year students around the playground, and the third-year students circled the teaching building. The boy followed the girl to the playground, where they could begin running as soon as their class gathered without needing to queue. Under the guidance of the sports committee member, the entire class commenced their laps. The boy trailed behind the girl, and after one lap, a boy suddenly darted in between them, not wanting to collide. The boy slowed his pace, inadvertently allowing the other boy to wedge himself between him and the girl. The boy recognized him as the one he had accidentally bumped into at the stairwell corner. He chose to ignore this, as it mattered little where he ran. As long as he did not lose sight of the girl, that was sufficient. After all, chaos had erupted, and the entire grade had merged into a single mass on the playground. He could hardly recognize anyone but the girl, so it was best to stick close to her. Additionally, the school authorities were unconcerned about students slacking off, with a national push for martial arts. Promoting a robust martial arts culture, physical education examinations had become increasingly rigorous. Therefore, if one did not wish to risk their life during exams, they ought to run a few extra laps during regular practice. Soon, the boy spotted someone running alongside the girl. At first, he could not identify who it was by their silhouette alone, but upon noticing the colorful shoes, he remembered. Duan Ziang gently addressed the girl. "Ingli, I'm heading to the canteen to buy breakfast. Would you like anything? I can pick it up for you." He had been attentive to her, knowing that she always bought breakfast after running. Thus, he consistently sought ways to help her, only to be met with her swift rejections each time. His voice was clear, and even the boy, who was slightly lagging behind, could hear him, especially since his hearing was naturally acute. The boy was curious about what the canteen was. The girl replied coldly, "No need. I've already eaten." With that, she accelerated forward, clearly accustomed to dealing with Duan Xiang's advances, her response practiced to the point of evoking sympathy. Duan Xiang's expression darkened, unwilling to shamelessly pursue her. Why was she willing to walk with the newcomer but avoided him at all costs? During her first year, there were occasional bold students who would deliver love letters or clumsily express their affections. Some were from her own class, while others came from different ones. However, by the second year, this had ceased, all due to his presence. He had warned off anyone attempting to confess their feelings. For those who were particularly brazen and disregarded his warnings, he would enlist the help of local delinquents to have a heart-to-heart talk with them after school. Word of this spread, and no one dared approach her again. Now, it seemed a Na'vi newcomer had arrived. Daring to encroach on his territory, he felt compelled to issue a warning to the boy. Zhang Pengfei, running behind, did not dare approach, clearly intimidated. Soon, the exercise concluded. The girl, with a light sheen of sweat on her fair forehead, glanced at the boy, who appeared unfazed, and asked, "Aren't you tired? Running 3 kilometers, with the track measuring 400 meters per lap." She thought that was quite a distance. Yet, he seemed utterly unexhausted. Did he possess extraordinary stamina? Even when moving textbooks, he had displayed remarkable strength. The boy, slightly taken aback, replied, "A little." Subsequently, the girl noticed his breathing becoming slightly heavier to show off. She thought, casting him a sidelong glance as she began to walk toward the playground exit. "Come with me to the canteen. I'll help you pick out some notebooks that you can use for homework or in class." She had observed that the boy's desk contained only textbooks. Devoid of any notebooks or even a single pen. It was hard to fathom that he was there to study, but considering his circumstances, she could understand. "Oh," he echoed, following her. The canteen was located within the dining hall. Upon reaching the small shop, the boy finally grasped what it entailed. The girl selected several notebooks for him and picked out a few pens, presenting them before him. "Do you have any money on your school card?" she inquired, as purchases at the school shop were made using the student card. Although cash can be used in times of urgency, the convenience store may not necessarily have change to return to you. The young boy remarked, "There's none on my school card, but I have some in my pocket." With that, he casually pulled out a 100 yuan bill. The girl glanced at the bill featuring Chairman Mao and proceeded to the checkout counter with her notebook. The transaction was completed with a payment of 19 yuan. A cold electronic voice echoed, "Chapter 26, could you read it again?" The girl and the boy walked in tandem on their way back to the classroom. Suddenly, a chubby boy named Qian Xuanrui dashed up from behind the boy. "Jiang, wait for me," he exclaimed, holding out a bag of spicy strips towards the boy. Familiarity evident, Qian Xuanrui asked, "Want some?" "Jiang," the boy shook his head, disinterested in food. After all, the things he had eaten in the past had hardly inspired any desire for sustenance. He only ate to stave off hunger, except for that one dish, he thought to himself. Seeing that the boy was indifferent, he offered the spicy strips to the girl instead. "Class monitor, care for some?" The girl replied, "I'm not eating." The chubby boy silently withdrew his hand holding the spicy strips and began eating them himself. He mumbled, "You both are missing out. As Confucius said, food and color are part of human nature." The boy didn't comprehend, but the girl understood. She shot a glance at the chubby boy, remaining silent. The chubby boy fell silent, feeling an inexplicable pressure. Being the top of the class was quite terrifying. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, where did you go last night, Jiang? The boy replied candidly. I went to the East City Arena. The girl's expression shifted upon hearing this. Qian Xuanrui's eyes lit up. When you asked me about the East City Arena yesterday afternoon, I sensed your interest in combat sports, but I didn't expect it to be so intense. Skipping evening study to watch a match. You're quite reminiscent of my younger self. The girl coolly interjected. Didn't you just say you went in while he came out? Qian Xuanrui paused, realizing this was something he had mentioned to Chen Jingjun last night. Acknowledging his slip, he wore a serious expression and declared, I, indeed, have misspoken. He appeared as if he were a loyal minister ready to kneel in servitude. The girl ignored him, puzzled by why this seemingly normal boy was so engrossed in palace dramas. The boy asked, why the dire tone? The girl remained silent. The chubby boy chimed in, Jiang, it's not important. Did you see the ghostly opponent at the East City Arena yesterday? The boy replied, I did. The chubby boy inquired, what was the vibe like watching it live? The online photos are so exaggerated. He looks like a giant. The girl also turned slightly intrigued. She had a keen interest in combat sports and followed some matches at the East City Arena. She had come across photos of Titan online before going to bed last night. She had heard that a high school student fought on stage, but no one had captured the moment on camera. As initially, nobody paid much attention to that match. They were merely there for amusement, never anticipating the student would win. The girl speculated it must have been a senior, considering minors were prohibited from competing. At that moment, the boy resembled a student struggling with English reading comprehension. Although he couldn't fully decipher the chubby boy's words, terms like vibe, online, and netizens were foreign to him, he could grasp the general meaning. The boy stated, he was quite tall and robust. The girl remained silent. The chubby boy internally criticized, hearing you say that makes it seem less exaggerated. He continued, could you elaborate a bit more? The boy, confused, asked, what do you mean by elaborate? The chubby boy sighed, forget it. I hope Titan will fight again next match. I'll go see for myself. This. The boy suddenly recalled something and asked, Qian, is there a match at the East City Arena tonight? Qian Xuanrui, with a knowing smirk, replied, are you planning to skip evening study to watch the match again? Upon hearing this, the girl turned her gaze toward the boy, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes sharp. She thought, could he possibly have a short memory? Hadn't he just spoken with the teacher about his intentions to focus on his studies? The boy felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly clarified. No, I was just asking that if there was a match, he needed to find a way to inform the man from last night, to see if he could delay the fight until after his evening study session. The girl then shifted her attention away from him. The chubby boy continued, the East City Arena has matches on Monday and Wednesday this week. Following their schedule, there won't be matches tonight or tomorrow. But there will be fights on Saturday and Sunday nights. Next week, there will be 3 nights of matches, alternating between 4 major events one week and 3 the next. The boy responded, oh, so there's no match for another 2 days? 1,000 yuan should suffice for that duration. But what about the accommodation? Qian Xuanrui had intended to ask the boy a question, but was interrupted by the boy's inquiry, causing him to forget what he wanted to say. Before he could recollect, the 3 of them returned to the classroom, each taking their respective seats. The boy pulled out his Chinese textbook, flipping to the page the girl had previously helped him find. After a moment of silence, he turned to the girl and quietly asked, Tang, could you read it for me? Just once. The girl was momentarily taken aback, her pupils widening, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise, confusion, and a hint of curiosity. She cautiously asked, do you not recognize a particular character, or do you not recognize any? The boy replied, I don't recognize any. The girl was somewhat bewildered. What was going on with this boy? Her first thought was whether he was telling the truth or merely joking with her. After 11 years of schooling, she was quite aware of some boys' tactics. Some would feign questions just to get closer and engage in conversation. However, she felt the boy didn't belong to that category. Though their interaction had been brief, her intuition told her so. Moreover, the boy's eyes were incredibly pure. She couldn't discern any ill intentions. A boy who could only utter a, oh, or what malice could he harbor? Her second thought was whether to inquire why he couldn't read and how he had attended school before. But she quickly dismissed that question, believing everyone had their own secrets, especially children with unique backgrounds like theirs. She also had things she didn't wish to disclose. Finally, the last question remained. Was this request within her capabilities? If he couldn't read, he likely also couldn't write. Learning to read and write Chinese characters was a lengthy process, not something that could be mastered overnight. The girl organized her thoughts. If you don't recognize these characters, this might be a bit troublesome, as there are thousands of Chinese characters. If you start learning them one by one now, then move on to writing, and finally become proficient, it will require a significant amount of time. The girl paused, wanting to observe the boy's reaction. Thousands? The boy muttered, glancing at the passage he needed to memorize. There were approximately 150 characters here. 70 segments didn't seem too daunting. This understanding came from the construction site Hat Brother, where he had learned about counting units and their relationships. Now he was capable of performing calculations with ease. Chapter 27. Seriously cool. Chapter 28. A place to belong. The boy was momentarily stunned. And so was the girl beside him. Was he truly the unfortunate one? However, considering he had just arrived yesterday, it made sense. New students typically attracted the teacher's attention for a while. She could only silently mourn for the boy for a couple of seconds. Knowing he hadn't done much memorization, it was time for class to commence. He had just been called to the office during the break, where she had spent 2 class intervals teaching him pinyin and how to use a dictionary. During the first break, he hadn't even been able to read a single character. The actual memorization likely only occurred during those few minutes when she had stepped out during the second break. The boy stood up. The elderly teacher smiled and said, "Let us begin." The boy recalled briefly, then spoke. In the North Sea, there is a fish called kuan, and the kuan is so large that its size is beyond comprehension. His delivery remained devoid of emotion, yet was still fluent. The girl's delicate lips parted in astonishment. Undoubtedly, the boy had once again stirred a small shock within her heart. Was he truly someone with an exceptional memory? The teacher nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. You recited it well. Just infuse a bit more emotion to truly reflect the grandeur and strength of the koan." The chubby boy, adopting a serious demeanor, remarked, "That's Jiang. After all, he has been training for 2.5 years. You didn't convey its majesty." Upon hearing this, the classmates in the room immediately became agitated. "Whoa, Xia Hongzi. Has the chicken claw been revealed? You shall not speak ill of our Gij." The elderly teacher lightly tapped the podium, asserting, "All right, quiet down. What are you all doing?" Oh dear. Amid the humorous and lively atmosphere of the teacher's lecture, the class came to a quiet conclusion. At noon, as school dismissed, the girl coolly inquired, "Do you know where to top up your meal card?" The boy shook his head. The girl sighed, "Let us go." The boy replied, "Oh." Following the girl, they arrived at the duty room next to the dining hall. The girl explained, "Right here. Just hand your school card and money to the aunt at the window, and she will assist you." Youth. "Oh, maiden, I'll go get the food first." "Wait a moment." The youth, swift and instinctive, grasped the maiden's delicate wrist. She froze momentarily, suppressing an instinctive reaction to throw him over her shoulder, and cast a puzzled glance into his bright, sincere eyes. The youth hesitated, saying, "You helped me pay this morning." He struggled to articulate his thoughts at that moment. However, the maiden, perceptive and astute, surmised his intent. "You want to treat me to a meal?" The youth, unclear about the meaning of treat, replied blankly, "You get the food. I will pay." After a brief pause, the maiden did not respond but coolly asked, "How long will you hold on?" "Huh." The youth was momentarily taken aback. The maiden, "Let go of my hand first." Her tone was slightly frosty. The youth immediately released her, somewhat bewildered. "Did I hurt you?" In his understanding, there was no notion of improper intimacy between boys and girls. Observing his bewildered expression, which seemed genuine, the maiden softened her tone. "You didn't hurt me. It's just that boys should casually hold girls' hands. Understand?" The youth, feeling awkward, responded, "Oh, I'm sorry." The maiden urged, "Go recharge your card quickly." The youth, "Oh." The maiden watched him depart, her eyes filled with curiosity. Eventually, she concluded, if he were pretending, he would undoubtedly be a natural-born actor. After the meal, when the youth arrived at the office, Chen Jingjun was seated, engrossed in her phone, her fingers gliding across the screen. He approached and called out softly, "Teacher." Chen Jingjun looked up and gently replied, "You're here." "Uni." The youth, "Yes." Chen Jingjun stood up. "Let us go then." She had already selected a suitable apartment online and had communicated with the landlord to view it at noon. The apartment was located near the old street adjacent to the pedestrian street, just a 10-minute walk from the school, making it very convenient. The landlord informed them that the building was primarily occupied by young outsiders working in the area, with several young teachers also residing there. Due to the abundance of schools nearby, elementary, middle, and high schools, The turnover in the apartment was relatively secure. Moreover, the pricing was quite reasonable, resulting in a tight housing market. Normally, it was fully rented. Fortunately, 2 tenants had vacated a couple of days prior. And just yesterday, one had been rented out, leaving only 1 unit available. After Chen Jingyun and the youth inspected the room, which was 28 square meters and included a bathroom, a bed, a small wooden table, and a chair, she inquired, "What do you think? Is it acceptable?" The youth, "It's fine." Having endured a life of sleeping on the ground and using the sky as a blanket, he was not picky. Hence, Chen Jingyun engaged in a vigorous negotiation with the landlord, eloquently persuading him to lower the already reasonable price from 600 to 530 per month. Just as Chen Jingyun was about to pull out her phone to make the payment, the youth produced a bundle of cash from his pocket. "Teacher, I have money." Chen Jingyun looked at him with a gentle gaze. "Keep this money for your future expenses. I have already informed the school about your situation, and they have decided to grant you a monthly scholarship of 1,500 yuan, including during the winter and summer breaks. However, the funds will only be approved after the paperwork is completed in a few days. So I'll cover your expenses for now, all right?" She was also surprised that the school was willing to offer such a generous amount, but upon reflection, it seemed understandable. The school likely recognized the youth as potential. If he indeed succeeded in the future, the benefits to the school would far outweigh the costs of supporting him. It was unlikely that other students would receive such generous aid, although this perspective might seem somewhat self-serving. A school is not a charity, and high school is not compulsory education. The youth, "Teacher, I truly have money." His expression was earnest and resolute. Chen Jingyun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to insist further. Since he felt capable, she would defer to his wishes. Children possess their own stubbornness. With the housing situation resolved, the next step was to procure some daily necessities. Chen Jingyun took him to the supermarket. And half an hour later, they returned to the apartment carrying various bags. After checking the items, Chen Jingyun expressed her satisfaction. "We should have gathered everything essential for daily life. If you find you need anything else later, just go buy it at the supermarket. Understood? The scholarship will be approved in a couple of days, so don't worry, but do be frugal, all right?" Chen Jingyun thought to herself, having just graduated, she was already playing the role of a mother. The youth observed the once empty room now filled with a semblance of warmth and life. He felt a sense of disorientation, having left one place just yesterday to arrive at school. And now he had his own abode. Over the past few days, he had encountered numerous kind-hearted individuals willing to assist him, such as his caring homeroom teacher before him, his quiet, studious deskmate, the enigmatic Qian, the proprietress who encouraged him to study diligently, and the supervisor who helped him participate in competitions. The people here seemed entirely different from those he had known before. "Thank you, teacher," the youth said sincerely. Chen Jingyun smiled and patted his head. "Your diligent studies are the best way to express your gratitude to me, you know?" The youth. MHM. Chapter 29. Together at last at school, when the youth returned to the classroom, he found the maiden resting her petite head on the desk, facing the window, which was also in the direction of his seat. The youth tiptoed back to his place, feeling alert and choosing not to sleep. He took out the dictionary the maiden had given him that morning and began to read it with great interest. As he immersed himself in the text, the maiden's long, beautiful eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her lovely eyes slowly opened, still glistening with remnants of sleep. What met her gaze was the youth's focused expression, and she curiously watched him, noticing him mumbling softly and gesturing with his fingers over the dictionary. She had seen many students memorizing English words from vocabulary books, but this was the first time she encountered someone studying Chinese characters with such seriousness. In the afternoon, during English class, the maiden asked, "Do you need to memorize English words for the dictation?" She suppressed a smile. The youth looked up. "Dictation, what is that?" The maiden sat up straight. "Take out your English book." After rummaging through his drawer, the youth finally produced his English book and placed it before her. The maiden was taken aback. "You recognize the 2 characters for English so quickly?" "According to the dictionary's arrangement, those 2 characters should be listed much later," the youth replied. "I don't know the character for English, but I know the character for language, as in the language subject." "All right then," the maiden said coldly. "Chinese characters have pinyin, and words have phonetic symbols as well. I'll teach you the phonetic symbols first." The youth. "Oh." Thus, the two resumed their teaching and learning process. Since it was still during the lunch break, they kept their voices low to avoid disturbing their classmates, sitting close to each other. Seated in the front row, Duan Xiang watched this scene with gritted teeth. Zhang Pengfei, just waking up, glanced at them and promptly buried his head back on the desk. Best not to provoke any bad luck. Finally, it was time for the last class, physical education. Everyone gathered on the playground, and after a warm-up, the PE teacher, Hijijia, announced, "I hear we have a new student in our class, correct?" "Yes," everyone replied in unison. Hijijia smiled. "That's wonderful. Our class finally has an even number of students. Previously, we could only watch other classes enjoy their activities. Today, we'll have a fun physical training class. Woohoo!" At these words, the students erupted in cheers, with the national push for martial arts, fostering a strong martial city and a powerful nation. Physical education has officially been incorporated into the college entrance examination. PE classes have become increasingly arduous, typically consisting of intense physical training for most of the class, leaving only a brief time for free activity. What they called free activity was merely a short break before class ended. However, this fun physical training class was much more relaxed. Usually, they could only watch other classes play while they practiced with gritted teeth. They had protested before, but Hijijia insisted that their class had an uneven number of students, always leaving one person out. This old rascal was quite cunning, wanting them to practice more. Hijijia continued with a smile. "All right, now we have exactly 44 students in class. You have 1 minute to pair up." Immediately, everyone began to form pairs, except for Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli, who remained stationary. The former was unsure how to proceed, while the latter simply didn't want to move. However, when the maiden was reluctant to act, there were always those willing to step in for her. Duan Xiang was one such individual. He approached the maiden with a graceful demeanor, softly saying, "Yingli, can we team up?" He was confident, believing she would not refuse this time, as she usually kept to herself and was not well acquainted with others. He had known her since middle school, making them the most familiar in class, and it appeared physical training activity. Some degree of physical contact was inevitable. However, reality proved to be far less accommodating than his imagination. No, the maiden coldly rejected him. She could team up with anyone, but that person could not be Duan Xiang. Due to Duan Xiang's ulterior motives towards her, she was unwilling to grant him any opportunities. Instantly, Duan Xiang's face flushed crimson, and he faintly overheard his classmates whispering about him nearby. He struggled to contain his anger, asking himself, "Why?" The girl coldly replied, "There is no reason. I simply do not wish to." He refrained from confronting her directly, and she, too, felt it inappropriate to speak too harshly. "Then with whom will you form a team?" Everyone else has already paired up. He had deliberately waited to approach her later, convinced she would not take the initiative to find another partner, and that others, deterred by her aloof demeanor, would not seek her out either. The girl glanced at the position of the boy and gracefully stepped towards him. Duan Xiang abruptly turned around, his gaze landing on Jiang Yuni, who remained stationary, his fists clenched tightly. "You truly are something." He spat through clenched teeth. "You will team up with me." The girl approached the boy and stated coolly. The boy, taken aback, replied, "Otgg announced. All right, since everyone has formed their teams, let us commence the first event. Please follow me." He led them to the playground, where two large boxes sat at the starting point of the track, one filled with jute ropes and the other with jump ropes. The lesson consisted of 3 events, a 3,000-meter relay, a 200-meter sprint, and a 3-minute jump rope challenge. The 5 teams with the lowest rankings in each event would have to collectively perform 100 push-ups or sit-ups. The penalties could accumulate. "Is that clear?" someone inquired. "What do you mean by a total of 100 push-ups or sit-ups?" Hijijia clarified. "It means that the penalized team can choose to do either push-ups or sit-ups, but together, they must total 100 do. "I see," that Hijijia continued. "Understood? If so, take the jute ropes and bind your feet." Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward to grab the ropes. The girl instructed, "You go get it." The boy responded, "Oh." Once the crowd dispersed, he approached and retrieved a length of jute rope from the box. "How do we tie it?" he asked, holding the rope out to her. She took the rope and pondered for a moment before instructing, "Extend your left leg." Obediently, the boy extended his left leg, and she pressed her right leg against his, aligning their calves. The girl crouched down and bound their ankles with the jute rope, then stood and tugged at it. The boy hesitated, reluctant to move for fear of causing her discomfort. Hijijia observed that everyone was nearly ready and called out, "Are we all set? If so, let us begin. Everyone, please line up on the track." At his command, the group hastily moved to secure positions at the front, while the boy and girl remained at the back. Hijijia shouted, "On your marks, get set, go." The participants paired up and embarked on the lengthy 3,000-meter journey. The girl suddenly noticed that she and the boy were running in perfect harmony. She hadn't made a conscious effort to synchronize with him, but it was evident he was adapting to her pace. Moreover, she realized that not only were their calves pressed together, but their arms were also in close contact, as they needed to maintain a consistent rhythm. This physical proximity made her somewhat uncomfortable. Not due to a sense of cleanliness, but simply a desire to avoid close contact with others, regardless of gender. However, this discomfort was fleeting, soon replaced by curiosity. In March, the weather was not cold, and both were dressed lightly. With each unintentional brush against one another while running, the girl could faintly discern the pronounced musculature of the boy's arms. Such definition was not something one could achieve without dedicated training. Chapter 30. Togetherness, the barrel effect. The capacity of a barrel is determined by its shortest plank. The girl possessed excellent physical fitness, ranking among the top in her class, even surpassing many boys. The boy, a physical marvel, further complemented her efforts by using his extraordinary reflexes to adjust his stride to match hers. Their speed, combined with their seamless cooperation, placed them far ahead of their competitors. As she ran beside him, she felt a steady, powerful breathing, which seemed to steady her own slightly erratic breath. Now entering their sixth lap, they had already covered 2 kilometers. She felt a hint of fatigue. Had she been running alone, she would have slowed down. Yet, seeing the boy remain unflustered, unbriefless, and unperturbed, she felt a competitive spark within her, compelling her to maintain her pace. The boy had no objections, as he was not fatigued himself. Soon, they crossed the finish line, completing their 3-kilometer endeavor, well ahead of the second-place team. While the last team had been lapped early on, the girl bent over, resting her hands on her knees, breathing heavily. Beads of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead. "You could have slowed down," the boy remarked. "I'm fine. I'm not tired," she replied coolly. Tijia, seated at the judge's table, called out to the boy, "What's your name?" "New student, you performed remarkably well." "Jiang Yuni," he replied. Before long, everyone had completed their runs, and Tijia allowed them a 5-minute rest. A chubby boy approached the boy, teasing, "Jiang, you really are fast. It's because classmate Tang doesn't want to slow down." The boy replied, "Oh," the chubby boy said, nodding knowingly. The girl cast him a fleeting glance. "Ahem." "Ahem." The chubby boy awkwardly patted the boy's shoulder, his expression turning serious. "But I believe men shouldn't be too fast." With that, he hurriedly retreated with his teammate, eager to avoid the intimidating gaze of Tang Yingli. The boy scratched his head, pondering, what is classmate Qian talking about? His words are as perplexing as ever. "I must consult a dictionary," the girl replied coolly. "Who knows what he means that moment?" Tijia interjected. "All right, have we all rested enough? Let us prepare for the next event." He led them to the starting line for the 200-meter sprint. During the 200-meter run, you may find yourselves moving a bit faster. Ensure you coordinate well with your teammates, prioritizing safety above all. Understood? The crowd responded. Understood, Tijia continued. Good. We have 8 lanes. We will send out 4 groups at a time, with each group occupying 2 lanes that do not stray onto others' lanes. Is that clear? They replied. Clear. Tijia asked, which 4 groups will go first? The girl answered, we will run. Okay, the boy replied. Thus, the boy and girl positioned themselves in the first and second lanes. The girl had tied the rope to her right leg, purposefully choosing the inner lane. Tijia called out, we need 3 more groups. Duan Xiang spotted Tang Yingli and pulled Zhang Pengfei to join him. Positioned next to the boy in the 3rd and 4th lanes, Zhang Pengfei was on the inner lane, next to the boy. Duan Xiang whispered something to Zhang Pengfei, who nodded stiffly, eliciting a satisfied expression from Duan Xiang. Soon, the 4 groups were assembled. Tijia announced, on your marks, get set, go. Thanks to their previous 3 kilometers of synergy, the participants moved as if they were wild horses released from restraint, with the boy's cooperation. The boy and girl sprinted swiftly. However, Duan Xiang's team was not slow either. They consisted of 2 boys with a natural speed advantage and had initially started ahead of the boy and girl. To overtake them, the opportunity would likely arise only in the bends. Before long, they entered the bend, and the boy and girl shifted into overtaking mode, swiftly catching up to the competitors in lanes 5 and 6. Just as they were about to complete the bend, they reached Duan Xiang's team and matched their pace. However, at that moment, Duan Xiang's team seemed to falter. Zhang Pengfei lost his balance, veering off course and colliding with the boy's shoulder. The boy, focused entirely on matching the girl's pace, was oblivious to the commotion in the adjacent lane. At that instant, as his right foot landed, he felt a sudden shove against his shoulder, prompting an instinctive forward lunge with his left leg. The forceful swing of his left leg inadvertently pulled the girl's right leg forward. Caught off guard by the abrupt shift in rhythm, the girl felt her center of gravity lurch forward, causing her to stumble. She instinctively thrust her left leg forward to regain her balance. But the inertia was too great to counteract the da. She exclaimed in surprise that as the one responsible for the sudden shift, the boy had a fraction more time to react than the girl. His strength, being greater than hers, allowed him to stabilize himself even as she tugged at him. However, he could not bear to watch her fall without intervening. He swiftly twisted his body, positioning himself beside her, wrapping his right arm around her shoulder and instinctively securing his left hand around her slender waist. Both of them tumbling heavily to the ground together, the boy fell to the side, cushioning the girl as she landed atop him. His first sensation was how soft her body felt. "Are you all right?" he asked, patting her shoulder in a daze. The girl shook her head within his embrace, attempting to rise but realizing their legs were still bound together, making it difficult to stand. Consequently, she rolled over him and sat on the ground beside him. The weight upon his body vanished, and the young boy sat up alongside it. The girl observed his movements and inquired, "Does it hurt?" The boy ruffled his hair and replied, "My skin is rather thick. It doesn't hurt." At that moment, Duanziang and Zhang Pingfei approached. Duanziang wore a gloomy expression, recalling the moment they had collided, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. In contrast, Zhang Pingfei appeared apologetic, saying, "I'm so sorry, Jiang classmate. Tang classmate, I accidentally bumped into you both. Are you all right?" The girl ignored them and continued to look at the boy, asking, "Are you injured?" The boy shook his head. "No," the girl insisted. "Let me see," the boy queried. "See what?" Without further ado, the girl grabbed his right hand. The boy's school uniform jacket was already stained with a layer of red from the running track, and his joints bore some abrasions. The girl urged, "Roll up your sleeve and let us take a look." Chapter 31. It's called a band-aid. The boy did not comprehend the meaning of roll up, but he could roughly guess what the girl wanted him to do. He pulled up the sleeve of his jacket, revealing slight abrasions at the joints, while the rest remained unharmed. The girl muttered her assessment, "Your skin is indeed thick," while the interaction between the boy and the girl was heartwarming. The atmosphere between Duanziang and Zhang Pingfei was rather awkward. Duanziang glared at the boy, wishing it were he who had fallen instead. That moment, Jijia rushed over from the starting line, asking, "What happened? Is the injury serious?" The boy replied, "It's nothing." Jijia, still concerned, inspected the boy's arm and confirmed that there were no significant injuries. He then inquired about the girl. "Ingli, what about you? Are you hurt?" Upon seeing the girl shake her head, he turned his attention to Duanziang and Zhang Pingfei, asking sternly, "Now, tell me, what transpired?" Zhang Pingfei took the initiative to accept responsibility, saying, "Teacher, I lost control of my pace and bumped into Jiang classmate." Jijia reprimanded them. "I've told you time and again that safety comes first. It's better to be slow than to get injured, yet you refuse to listen. Fortunately, neither of you is seriously hurt this time. Otherwise, you would have a lot to explain." Zhang Pingfei lowered his head in silence, while Duanziang remained indifferent. Jijia addressed the boy and girl, stating, "Your scores 1 be counted in this event. Take some time to rest." He then pointed at Duanziang and Zhang Pingfei, adding, "You two neglected safety, and as a punishment, you will join the last 5 in their exercises." "All right, teacher," Zhang Pingfei murmured. Duanziang remained silent. The girl shot a glance at Duanziang, her brows slightly furrowing, but she said nothing. She untied the frayed rope around her ankle and, along with the boy, sat by the flower bed at the finish line. The girl said, "Thank you." The boy, feeling awkward, replied, "I can take a fall." The girl responded, "Fool." The boy asked, "What?" She replied, "Nothing." Aside from their minor mishap, the subsequent events of the competition proceeded smoothly. Soon, all groups had completed their runs. The chubby boy scurried over to the young man, asking, "Jiang bro, are you all right?" The boy responded, "What do you mean?" The chubby boy explained, "I mean, can you still eat?" The girl interjected. The boy remained silent. The former was left speechless, while the latter was oblivious. The boy turned to the girl with curiosity. "If I memorize the dictionary, will I understand Qian classmate's speech?" The girl stifled her laughter. "Probably not. But if you memorize an ancient Chinese dictionary, you might." This time, it was Qian Xuanrui who appeared bewildered, asking, "What strange things are you two memorizing?" Jijia then announced, "All right, it's time for the final event. Each group, grab a jump rope and follow me. Hurry up. We need to leave some time for the students receiving punishment." Everyone quickly grabbed a jump rope and followed Hijija to the basketball court. Hijija explained, "The rules are simple. I'm sure you've seen other classes play. Two people share one rope. One swings while the other jumps, and the competition lasts 3 minutes. Is that clear?" Everyone responded affirmatively. Hijija instructed, "Good. Find your positions and reset the counters on your jump ropes." Today's jump rope counters have become quite smart, equipped with sensors in the center of each rope, counting only when it has completed a full rotation between the two handles. The boy and girl chose a corner position. Exchanging glances, the boy asked, "How do we jump?" The girl felt a bit embarrassed, as she was unsure. She rarely paid attention to others, thus had not carefully observed how other classes jumped, tilting her head slightly to glance at her classmates nearby. She suddenly understood. Stand facing each other like this. You swing the rope. Previously, it was the boy who had coordinated well with her, and she wished to try coordinating with him, before the boy could ask again. Hijija called out, "Are you all ready? On my count. When I say jump, you begin. 3, 2, 1, jump." Immediately, everyone began to jump. However, the boy stood still, watching others instead of moving. The girl questioned, "Why aren't you jumping?" The boy, feeling awkward, replied, "I don't know how to jump." The girl was taken aback, realizing he genuinely did not know how to jump. After a brief moment, the boy said, "I'll start now." The girl responded, "Emichum." Ultimately, the boy and girl did not perform well in this event, finishing in last place. Since the girl was now coordinating with the boy, her ordinary reflexes could not compensate for their still developing synergy, leading to numerous instances of the rope getting tangled. Moreover, they started at least 10 seconds slower than everyone else. How could they possibly catch up? The boy apologized. "I'm sorry. I've never jumped rope before." The girl admitted, "I didn't coordinate well either." Hijija chuckled. "The last 5 groups. Please begin your performance." The boy inquired, "How do we do the punishment?" The girl sighed, "You squat down, and I'll demonstrate." The boy replied, "Oh." He obediently squatted down. The girl placed her delicate hands on the ground, saying, "Hands shoulder width apart." Then she lowered her body, arms bending at a 45-degree angle, ensuring her waist did not sag. She glanced at the boy, asking, "Did you learn it?" The boy replied, "MHM." At that moment, Duan Ziang interjected, "How can you let a girl do your punishment for you? You coward." The boy looked at Duan Ziang. Flustered, "I didn't ask her to do my punishment." Duan Ziang scoffed, still trying to deny it. "Why is she doing it while you stand by and watch?" The boy stammered. Just as he was about to explain that he couldn't. The girl interrupted him. She furrowed her brows and coldly addressed Duan Ziang. "First of all, did you see me complete 100 of these before you slander him? Secondly, we are in the same group. We lost the game together, so how can there be a notion of substituting? Finally, he was injured because of me. It's only fair that I share his punishment." The chubby boy chimed in loudly. "She's right." Internally, he thought, "I told you she's the top of the grade. She's formidable." Some classmates who usually found Duan Ziang irritating also chimed in. Exactly. Duan Ziang's face turned a mix of red and pale. He internally raged. Why? I was clearly defending her. How could she turn against him? In the end, he placed all the blame on the boy. This small commotion concluded with Duan Ziang left speechless, and everyone resumed their activities. The boy muttered, "Thank you." The girl replied coolly, "What I said was merely the truth. You were injured, and I could take on your punishment as well." The boy quickly refused. "No need. I'm fine." Saying this, he promptly positioned himself to do push-ups. Seeing this, the girl said nothing and joined him in doing push-ups. Though girls are typically better suited for sit-ups, the ground was too dirty. Besides, it didn't make much difference for her. As physical education class concluded, everyone hurried to the cafeteria, and the boy and girl followed suit. Passing by the convenience store, the girl said, "I'm going to buy something." The boy replied, "Oh." Shortly after, the girl emerged, and the boy noticed she hadn't purchased anything, but he didn't comment. After finishing their meals, they found a spot to sit down. Suddenly, the girl said, "Extend your hand." The boy responded, "Huh." The girl retrieved a band-aid from her pocket and repeated, "Extend your hand." Oh. The boy, puzzled, complied and extended his left hand, as his right held chopsticks. The girl sighed, "Not that one. Your right hand." The boy replied, "Oh." He retracted his left hand and extended his right. The girl instructed, "Roll up your sleeve." The boy complied. The girl waved the band-aid in front of the boy, asking, "Do you know what this is?" The boy shook his head blankly. "No." The girl explained, "It's called a band-aid. It protects wounds from contamination." The boy replied, "Oh, The girl helped him apply the Band-Aid. And as for why she had chosen a pink one. Chapter 32. Emerging from the mud unstained at 7 o'clock in the evening. The evening study session began. Chen Jingzhen made a special trip to the classroom to check if the young man was present. Only when she spotted his figure seated at his desk did she feel a sense of relief and conclude her day. The young man was still laboriously poring over the dictionary. Without mastering the characters, he simply could not complete his homework, as he couldn't even comprehend the questions. Surely, he couldn't rely on manual translation. Could he? The thick dictionary had already been half flipped through by the young man. The young woman couldn't help but wonder if such rapid reading could truly aid his memory. She knew he was merely recognizing the characters without grasping their meanings or combinations. Yet, he was flipping through the pages at an astonishing pace, approximately 20 characters per page, and he seemed to turn a page every half minute. Did he truly believe he had a photographic memory? In order to fulfill the task assigned by their teacher, paying closer attention to Jiang classmate, driven by the principle of caring for her peers, she leaned closer to the young man and softly asked, "With such speed, do you really think you'll remember everything?" Her breath was as fragrant as orchids. The young man's gaze shifted from the dictionary, tilting his head slightly to look at her as he replied in a low voice. "I should be able to." The young woman said, "Let me test you." She glanced at the dictionary and noted that he had reached the characters starting with the letter P. Consequently, she wrote a few characters beginning with A, B, C, and it on a piece of draft paper. The young man read them aloud one by one, and the young woman gazed at him in astonishment. Could he truly be a genius? She was skeptical. Therefore, she wrote down another set of characters. Saying, "Hello, smart one." The young man read each character in turn, and upon finishing, he felt something was amiss. The young woman stated, "All right, the check is complete. You pass." The young man replied, "Oh." Then he lowered his head again to continue his examination of the dictionary. Half an hour before the end of the study session, the young man closed the dictionary. He had memorized everything. The young woman muttered, "What a monster." Yet, she believed the young man must have already known some characters. He couldn't possibly be entirely ignorant. After all, anyone who had attended school, even if they hadn't studied diligently, would have absorbed some knowledge. The young man asked, "What? Nothing," the young woman replied. The young man paid no mind and began to write his homework. The young woman reminded him, "Be sure to write your name at the top, or else no one will know whose work it is when it's handed in tomorrow." The young man said, "Oh, where should I write my name?" The young woman, feeling helpless, replied, "On the cover." She began to wonder if the young man had really ever attended school. Before she could contemplate further, she noticed him staring at the cover of the exercise book. Seemingly lost in thought, the young woman wondered if he didn't know how to write his own name. After a moment, the young man picked up his pen. His grip was somewhat awkward, a stance he had secretly learned from observing the young woman right over the past 2 days. Slowly, he inscribed 3 large characters on the cover, Jiang Yuni. The characters were not crooked. On the contrary, they were quite neat, but they appeared somewhat dull compared to others. The young woman gazed at the name he had written in silence. She held a roster that the teacher had recently prepared and knew the young man's actual name. He must have done this intentionally, changing the character for Mud in his name to Taro. The young woman mused. Indeed, the young man is deliberate. He knows what mud signifies. He did not wish to remember his past, which he felt was as grimy as mud. As that man had stated, he wanted to forget his past, to avoid mentioning it, and to evade any reminders that he yearned to live anew, basking in sunlight, like a normal person. In truth, mud could signify both the literal and the metaphorical concept of emerging untainted from the mire. The young woman's somewhat cool voice resonated beside him. The young man looked at her in confusion. She continued, "What I mean to convey is that a name is merely a trio of characters. It does not possess the power to alter one's future or define one's past. How you interpret it rests solely upon you. Even if you regard it as 3 isolated characters, that is perfectly acceptable. There is no need to take it too seriously. What truly deserves your attention is the present you, isn't it?" She was unaware of the young man's past, but children of their background undoubtedly did not have pleasant histories. Thus, she speculated that the characters for Mud had evoked some painful memories for him, prompting his alteration. That was why she urged him not to dwell on his name or become entangled in his past. The young woman's voice, cool yet vibrant, flowed like a spring, nourishing the young man's withered spirit. Upon hearing her words, the young man's previously bright eyes seemed to shine even more. They had been bright due to his inherent clarity, but now they radiated with newfound light. "Thank you," he said suddenly, a genuine smile gracing his face. "That I just wrote it incorrectly. The young woman was taken aback to see him smile. It had been a couple of days since she had witnessed such an expression on his face. Shortly thereafter, she noticed the young man striking through the characters Jiang Yuni and replacing them with Jiang Yuni. Although her words could not instantly alleviate his burdensome past, they at least provided him with some relief from his worries and inner turmoil. After all, he feared nothing, not even death. How could he fear a name? The young man pondered. 18:30. The evening study session concluded. Neither the young man nor the young woman left immediately. The former was occupied with his homework, while the latter assisted him. Although the young man had grasped most of the lessons over the past 2 days, some knowledge was interconnected with previous material he had not learned, rendering him perplexed. Thus, he sought help from the young woman, who patiently explained the concepts to him. The young man absorbed the information remarkably quickly. After a single explanation, he could swiftly comprehend the essence of the material. While the young woman was regarded as a top student by her peers, she felt that she could not match the young man's learning speed. This led her to entertain the notion that if he merely rested his head on the textbook for a nap, he would wake up having mastered all the knowledge the next day. A rather exaggerated thought. 10:30. The young man had not finished his homework. Despite his rapid learning, he had too many gaps in his knowledge, even lacking some fundamental concepts that he should have mastered in elementary school. The young woman was not surprised. After all, he had previously been unable to recognize characters. Indeed, in the face of astonishing circumstances, confusion was a norm. As they packed their belongings and prepared to leave, the young man took only a dictionary with him. Without the young woman by his side, he could not complete his homework alone. It was better to learn a few more characters. Although he could now read them, there were still some words whose meanings eluded him. Upon reaching the school gate, they bid each other farewell. Goodbye, the young woman said. Goodbye. The young man replied that he watched as the young woman approached a middle-aged man, engaging in a quiet conversation before she took a seat on the back of a small electric scooter. The scooter roared to life and sped away in the opposite direction of the pedestrian street. Soon, they vanished from the young man's view. He murmured, "So, this is what Jiang classmate's family looks like." Family. Such a luxurious term. Chapter 33. Fragments of the past. The young man walked alone on his way back to the apartment. Except for a few isolated shops, most were already closed. The dim streetlights elongated his shadow as he pondered deeply. Were his parents still alive? That day in the car, he had asked that man if he had seen his parents. The man had not answered, and the silence was perhaps an answer in itself. Their family might have met the same fate as the victims, the old ones killed and the young ones taken away. Suddenly, the young man felt as though someone was following him. He turned around to find 2 youths, one with dyed yellow hair and the other with green, approaching him. "Hey, brother, want to come in and chat?" the green-haired youth suggested, pointing to an alley ahead. The 2 flanked the young man, clearly prepared to act should he attempt to flee. The young man regarded them with a puzzled expression. He felt an odd sense of familiarity, yet he was certain they were not under that man's command. Firstly, they were not wearing masks. Those under that man's control would inevitably wear masks, discipline, and faith, as he would put it. Secondly, that man would never allow him to roam free for 2 days, only to recapture him. Thus, the question arose, who were they? What did they want? Were they genuinely here to chat with him? The young man asked, "What are we chatting about?" Naive and inexperienced, he was oblivious to the imminent danger. The green-haired youth replied flippantly, "You'll find out once you come in. Let's go." The young man responded, "Oh." The 2 were momentarily taken aback by his compliance before they exchanged knowing glances, their smiles oddly sinister. Upon entering the alley, the yellow-haired youth casually draped an arm over the young man's shoulder, saying, "If I were you, I would have run away just now." The young man, puzzled, asked, "Why would I run?" In his perception, or rather, in his imagination, the world beyond this place was devoid of bad people. It was a safe haven, free from danger. Especially after encountering so many kind individuals over the past couple of days. At his words, the yellow-haired youth erupted into laughter, as if mocking the young man's ignorance. "Excellent question. Why would you run?" The yellow-haired youth continued with a chuckle. "Exactly. Why would you run into us, 3 fine young men? All we really want to do is fight, gamble, and indulge in some debauchery," he added. The young man remained baffled. The alley was not narrow. The 3 of them could walk comfortably side by side, yet it was shrouded in darkness. The faint moonlight and the glow from the street lamps outside barely illuminated their figures and movements. At the end of the alley, several wooden crates were stacked, and 3 individuals stood nearby, one sitting atop a crate, while the other 2 flanked him, one on each side. The green-haired youth announced, "Boss, I've brought someone." Upon concluding his words, he and the youth with yellow hair simultaneously retreated, effectively blocking the boy's escape route. The yellow-haired youth jested. "So, do you now comprehend our intentions?" The boy, scratching his head, replied. "Do you need my assistance to move these boxes?" The 5 individuals in the alley were momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. The yellow-haired youth, still chuckling, remarked, "You've cracked me up. Is this fellow genuinely foolish or merely pretending?" The green-haired youth added while pounding the wall, "You won't be able to escape by making me laugh." The boy furrowed his brow, perplexed by their mirth, and questioned why he should flee. At that moment, the individual seated atop the boxes interjected with a cough. "Indeed, we summoned you for a task, but it does not involve moving boxes." "What task?" the boy inquired. The man nonchalantly introduced himself. "Students in this vicinity refer to me as Red-Haired Brother. I typically collect protection fees or assist certain classmates with their troubles that owe. So what do you wish for my assistance with?" The boy failed to grasp the underlying implications of his words, only noting the name Red-Haired Brother. Assuming the boy had understood, Red-Haired Brother responded with satisfaction. "I would like you to maintain your distance from your deskmate. Surely, that is a task you can accomplish, right? And leave behind 500 yuan. Then you may depart." Besides a few affluent students, he was aware that most students carried little money, but it was prudent to ask for a bit more. The boy, confused, asked, "How can I stay away from her if we are deskmates?" "Simply refrain from getting too close to her outside of your seats. No talking to her, and absolutely no physical contact." The boy, bewildered, pressed, "But why must I keep my distance from my deskmate?" Red-Haired Brother, now slightly annoyed, retorted, "When I say to keep your distance, you keep your distance. Why all the questions?" The boy's brow furrowed deeper. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with that." Red-Haired Brother's tone grew increasingly aggressive. "Damn it. I thought you were perceptive, but you're truly dim-witted, aren't you? Did you really think I was seeking your help?" The boy remained silent, still unclear about this individual's intentions and why he immediately demanded that he distance himself from Tang. However, he felt a growing aversion to the man before him, assuming the boy's silence indicated fear. Red-Haired Brother's tone softened slightly. "So, let me ask you one last time. Can you keep your distance? If you comply, we can all coexist peacefully." Unexpectedly, the boy reiterated, "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with that." Tang Yingli had aided him immensely. From yesterday to today, she had guided him through the textbooks, taken him to the cafeteria, taught him to recognize characters, defended him during physical education, and helped him with his homework. Treating him without disdain or judgment. A significant reason he could find stability at school was due to her. How could he possibly distance himself from her unless she wished to distance herself from him? Red-Haired Brother's fury erupted. "Damn. Do you think I'm being nice to you? Are you really that foolish? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Make him behave." At his command, 4 individuals encircled the boy. "What do you intend to do?" he asked, yet no one responded. It was not surprising that the boy was unaware. He had seldom engaged with the outside world. Thus, throughout his previous years, he had believed the world was starkly divided between light and darkness, perceiving that one realm was malevolent and the other illuminated and benevolent. Suddenly, the red-haired and green-haired youths lunged forward, seizing his shoulders, while the 2 in front delivered powerful strikes to his abdomen. The boy attempted to evade, but his shoulders were firmly held down, rendering him unable to break free. He buckled in pain as the red-haired and green-haired youths brutally struck his back with their elbows, causing him to collapse to the ground. Consequently, the 4 began to pummel him mercilessly. Despite his naivety, he could sense their malice. Red-haired Brother, perched upon the boxes, mocked, "Need help, do you? How about now? Keep your distance, or we'll beat you to a pulp." At the mention of this, the boy's body went rigid. It was as though he suddenly lost his hearing and perception. The phrase "keep your distance, or we'll beat you to death" echoed incessantly in his mind, causing a slight tremor within him. Why was it once again this? Why was it still this? He had clearly emerged from He had clearly left that place. Knock or don't knock, and they'll devour you. Lure him in. If you can't, then perish, devour that arm. If you wish to live, hurry. Do not expel it. If a single drop of blood leaks, your tongue will be severed. Drive the knife into his heart. Hurry. If you don't, your hands will be cut off piece by piece, so you won't have to stab. Cold, cruel, and bloody threats continuously surfaced in the boy's mind. Why was it always about coercing others to do what they loathed? Did they find it amusing? The boy's eyes, shrouded in darkness, gradually filled with blood. Chapter 34, The Boy of Death. Unbeknownst to him, the boy had extended his hand, seizing the thigh of the individual who had kicked him. With the photograph was taken in a classroom, where a group of adolescent boys and girls appeared to be engaged in a discussion. The boy remained silent. It was likely during the lunch break, and there were not many students present in the classroom. In this direction. It was them. Why were they doing this? The boy could not comprehend. He turned his gaze towards the red-haired older brother. The glow from the phone screen casting an eerie light upon his pale complexion, he inquired, what troubles might arise from fighting or killing? The red-haired older brother was momentarily taken aback, and as he regained his composure, his hair stood on end, and his pupils dilated in alarm. He pleaded, please don't kill me. I beg you. I realize my mistakes. I will never dare again. The boy replied, I never said anything about killing you. Just answer my question. His tone was calm, as if he were inquiring about a trivial matter. The red-haired older brother stammered, killing is against the law. One would be arrested for it, and fighting is also wrong. The boy pressed further, what does it mean to break the law? Who would arrest you? The red-haired older brother, not pondering why the boy would ask such questions, responded, breaking the law means violating regulations set by the state, which would lead to arrest by the police. The boy asked, law? What is law? The red-haired brother hesitated. Law is a set of rules established by the country. The boy muttered to himself, I see, rules. He turned and walked out of the alley. Gaining a fresh perspective on the world outside, there existed a dichotomy of good and evil here, but the wicked were compelled by certain rules to refrain from brazenly displaying their malice. That rule was called law. In a realm devoid of such regulations, one could act with impunity if they possessed sufficient strength. Yet, they seemed to fear this so-called law, at least in the past. His curiosity about the law piqued. He wondered if his previous actions could be deemed illegal. That person mentioned killing is against the law. Would he too face arrest? However, he felt that he had done nothing wrong. With heavy steps, he departed, slowly making his way towards the apartment. As for the youths in the alley, although the boy's earlier assault appeared violent and impactful, he had deliberately avoided striking vital areas. Thus, while the youths lay with fractures, unconsciousness, or even perilously close to death, none faced fatal consequences. He merely sought to impart a lesson. He knew precisely how to instill sufficient fear and pain, yet ensure survival. Dante asked, suffice it to say, he had experienced it deeply. After the boy left, the red-haired older brother felt as if a great weight had been lifted, collapsing onto the ground, gazing up at the sky. Panting heavily. Finally, the living embodiment of death had departed. He had never felt the air so refreshingly pure. He paid no mind to the boy's previous inquiries. It was entirely normal for the embodiment of death to traverse the mortal realm and inquire about loss. Wasn't it? Chapter 35. The fighting girl. Just after 6 in the morning, the boy appeared outside the school gate, dictionary in one hand and a cup of soy milk and steamed buns in the other. Having learned from the previous day's experience, he intentionally arrived a bit later today. Classmate Tang. The boy noticed a familiar silhouette ahead and quickened his pace to catch up. The girl had just entered the school gate and was heading towards the classroom when a bag of steaming buns appeared before her. The boy said, here, for you. The same person, the same gaze, the same buns, reappeared before the girl at a different time and place. The girl, with a cool demeanor, asked, why did you buy me more? The boy replied, I owe you. The girl, puzzled, asked, owe me what? The boy explained, I owe you 29 yuan. I need to buy you breakfast 6 times. The girl was momentarily taken aback. She had forgotten until he mentioned it. She nodded slightly and accepted the bag. Together, they ascended the stairs to the classroom. The girl enjoyed the breakfast the boy had purchased, while he diligently completed the homework from the previous day. The girl glanced at the boy as he worked. After a moment, she remarked, your mouth. The boy, taken aback, responded, my mouth? It then dawned on him that he had been struck the previous night. The red-haired older brother had said, you'd better be the one getting hit. The boy nonchalantly replied, I accidentally fell last night. The girl clarified, I meant there are crumbs from the buns on your lips. The boy, realizing, responded, in truth. During the previous night's assault by 4 individuals, his face had not been targeted. However, unbeknownst to him, their attacks had posed little threat, and with no mirror in the apartment, he assumed he had been injured. As before, nearing 7 o'clock, classmates began to arrive at the classroom, including Duan Ziyang. Upon entering, he deliberately glanced at Jiang Yuni, noting her bowed head and lack of conversation with Tang Yingli, which made his lips curl slightly. The third period of the morning, the fighting class. The boy, guided by the girl, entered the fighting room, where the floor was covered with a layer of soft sponge mats, and a ring was set up, resembling the one in the eastern city's arena. Gao Xionghui, appearing to be nearly 40, stood before them as their fighting instructor and head coach of the school's fighting team, a former professional fighter. Although he had not won any major competition medals, his status as a professional athlete was undeniable. He spoke with vigor. I've heard your class has a new student, so I'll emphasize this once more. Do not mistake my words for mere ramblings. With the national government's vigorous promotion of martial arts for all, aiming to forge a city of high martial arts and a nation strong in martial skills, the status of fighting sports in our country, society, and schools has risen significantly. Your predecessors, the current seniors, did not include fighting as a subject for college entrance examinations. But for you, that could very well change. Therefore, you must study and practice diligently, should it indeed become part of the entrance exams. We must be prepared. Understood. The crowd responded. Understood. Gao Xionghui continued. All right, let us begin class. Put on your protective gear and ensure safety. Thus, everyone hurried to retrieve their gear from the lockers, including helmets, gloves, elbow pads, knee pads, and chest protectors. The complete set aimed to prevent any injury to the students. The boy followed suit, mimicking how his classmates donned their gear. Once properly outfitted, Gao Xionghui instructed, take 10 minutes to review the shoulder throw we practiced last class. Upon hearing this, everyone began pairing up to practice. Clearly, these pairs had been prearranged. As the instructor did not call them out, the boy felt somewhat at a loss, instinctively glancing towards the direction where the girl stood. He noticed she was slowly approaching him, and Duan Ziyang also made his way over. Duan Ziyang said, I'll practice with Ingli. After all, we are both on the school's fighting team. Yuni, you can pair with Zhang Pengfei. All right? He assumed the boy would readily agree, thus softening his tone and no longer referring to him as the new student. To his surprise, the boy replied. No. Duan Ziyang's smile instantly froze. Had he received the wrong script? Or had this guy lost his mind? He hadn't bothered to inquire about how the previous incident with the thugs had gone, partly due to the hassle and partly because he believed those thugs could easily handle such a brash boy. He gritted his teeth and asked the boy, Are you sure? The boy replied, I'm not familiar with him. Duan Ziyang was about to press the issue, but before he could speak, the girl coldly interjected. Duan Ziyang, what exactly do you intend to do? Duan Ziyang clenched his fists, unable to lash out, so he could only force a smile that looked more painful than tears. It's nothing. I just wanted to discuss something with Jiang Yuni. He emphasized the word discuss. The girl replied, he disagrees, and so do I. You may leave. She showed no mercy, fully aware that this guy had repeatedly sought trouble with Jiang Yuni. Duan Ziyang, maintaining a soft tone, said, Ingli, there's no need to speak to me like that, right? I mean no harm. The girl retorted, you know full well. With that, she gestured for the boy to follow her to the side for practice. Duan Ziyang glared at Jiang Yuni with a fierce look. The boy, expressionless, glanced back at Duan Ziyang before following the girl away. How bold. Duan Ziyang watched them leave with disdain in a corner of the fighting room. The girl stated, We learned the shoulder throw last class. I'll teach you. The boy replied, Oh. The girl instructed, Extend your hand. The boy responded, Oh. He obediently raised his arm. The girl then took a step forward with her left foot, simultaneously grasping the boy's left arm with both hands. She swiftly pivoted, thrusting her hips upward at an angle, exerting force with her arms. The boy found himself pressed against her back before being lifted off the ground, sliding over her shoulder and landing heavily on the mat in front of her. Of course, the impact was merely due to his own weight. The girl had not exerted herself to throw him forcefully. As the boy lay on the ground, his eyes lit up. Though he had never fought or trained in combat, the techniques he knew were primarily suited for lethal purposes, learned out of necessity. If he did not teach himself, he would be at the mercy of others or face death. The girl leaned down and asked, Does it hurt? The boy replied, No. The girl remarked, If it doesn't hurt, why are you lying there for so long? The boy said, Oh, and then stood up. The girl inquired, Have you learned it? The boy replied, I think I have. The young girl had grown accustomed to the situation. She recognized the boy's intellect, and thus refrained from explaining the techniques, opting instead to demonstrate directly to see if he could grasp the concept. Girl, now, you give it a try. Boy, am I supposed to throw you? Girl, what else would you do? Do you intend to throw your teacher? The boy's bright eyes twinkled with mischief as he mysteriously replied, I won't throw you. I'll demonstrate on someone else later. Chapter 36. A brutal encounter with Duan Ziyang. Gao Xionghui. All right. That should suffice. Let's commence today's lesson. Double kick. Duan Ziyang, come up and assist me with the demonstration. Duan Ziyang smirked. Sure, teacher. With an air of confidence, he strode forward, climbing onto the ring that he relished the attention of his peers, particularly that of the young girl. Thus, he always appeared vibrant and spirited whenever he took the stage, as if it were a matter of great pride. Gao Xionghui quickly outlined the movements before allowing them to practice freely. Girl, do you want to go first, or shall I? Boy, you go first. Noticing the girl's movements were quite adept, he inferred that she was not a novice. Duan Ziyang had mentioned she was part of the school's combat team. Boy, what exactly is the combat team? Girl, it's your turn now. I've got it down. Boy, he mimicked the actions of the teacher and the girl, executing the kicks correctly, yet his strikes were exceedingly gentle, as if he feared injuring her. Girl, the sensation of kicking with force differs greatly from that of a light kick. You can strike harder. Wearing protective gear won't hurt. She believed that exerting oneself would provide a sense of liberation and exhilaration. Boy, yet his foot continued to land softly upon the girl. Girl, how about we spar a bit? She inquired coolly. Boy, though it was termed sparring, it essentially meant the boy would be on the receiving end of the blows. He would either defend or dodge, but would not counterattack. The girl frowned. Why aren't you striking back? The boy stammered, unable to voice a single word. Girl, are you afraid of hurting me? Boy, the girl scoffed. Silly, with all this protective gear, how could I get hurt? Besides, even if we were to really fight, you probably couldn't injure me. The boy appeared awkward. Then I'll hit you. Girl, go ahead. Thus, the girl witnessed the boy's punches, which were not only slow but also lacked power. Girl. She felt somewhat speechless. The boy truly did not wish to strike the girl. He feared that even a slight exertion might harm her, considering she appeared much shorter and seemingly fragile. Girl, I appreciate your concern. The boy was unaware that girls were generally shorter than boys. As the class drew to a close, Gao Xionghui announced, "All right. That concludes today's lesson. Is there anyone who wishes to step onto the ring?" Upon hearing this, a group of boys instantly leaped at the opportunity. However, Duan Ziyang was the first to speak up. Teacher, I believe our new classmate Jiang Yuni possesses remarkable physical capabilities. Surely, he must have trained in combat. How about I spar with him? Upon hearing this, the boy's lips curled into a slight smile, as he had anticipated such a turn of events. Although he was still unaware of what the combat team entailed, it was evidently related to fighting, implying that Duan Ziyang was indeed skilled in combat. Furthermore, given Duan Ziyang's recent incessant provocations, he surmised that regardless of whether it was during class or after, Duan Ziyang would seize any opportunity to challenge him, aiming to make things difficult for him. As for the reason behind Duan Ziyang's antagonism, the boy had also deduced it was due to Tang, as every encounter with Duan Ziyang seemed to revolve around her. However, he could not comprehend why Duan Ziyang would act this way because of Tang. He was oblivious to the concepts of possessiveness, jealousy, or the existence of an adversary known as a rival in love. He only knew that this fellow had summoned others to confront him yesterday, and he needed to teach him a lesson. Gao Xionghui glanced towards Jiang Yuni, having noticed that the boy had performed quite well during practice, and inquired, "Is that so? Does Jiang wish to participate?" The girl, who had intended to warn the boy about Duan Ziyang being a member of the school's combat team, realized that Duan Ziyang was indeed there to instigate trouble rather than engage in a genuine spar. Nevertheless, the boy interjected directly. "I'm willing." The girl was somewhat taken aback. She had never witnessed such a bold side of him before. For the past few days, he had seemed to follow others' lead, appearing somewhat awkward or at a loss when questioned. However, with protective gear on and the teacher present, it shouldn't pose any significant issues, though he might become a subject of ridicule among his classmates. The boy had already agreed, leaving her powerless to change the outcome. Qian Xuanrui, anxious, urged, "Jiang, think it over." As a member of the 6th Middle School's elite circle, he was well aware of Duan Ziyang's capabilities. If Jiang accepted the challenge, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Moreover, considering Duan Ziyang's repeated provocations over the past few days, he suspected that the upcoming encounter would not end well for Jiang. The boy cast a glance at him, as usual, unable to comprehend what the chubby boy was saying. However, he perceived the urgency in the chubby boy's eyes and waved him off. Duan Ziyang, seeing the boy's acceptance, couldn't he help but smirk internally, mocking his ignorance. Coming from a wealthy family, he had been exposed to combat training from a young age, with his father investing a substantial amount of money for him to learn, even hiring a well-known retired fighter as his personal coach. He had seamlessly joined the 6th Middle School's combat team on his second day of school, swiftly establishing himself as the top fighter. Unmatched within the school, today he intended to decisively defeat the boy in front of the girl, showcasing the vast difference in their abilities. Only he was worthy of her admiration. She was the literary queen of the 6th middle school, while he was the martial arts king. What a perfect match. As the boy stepped onto the ring, Gao Xionghui positioned himself between the two. You will spar for 3 minutes, 1 round, and remember to pull your punches. Duan Ziyang. Understood, teacher, boy. Gao Xionghui. Begin. As the bout commenced, Duan Ziyang grinned. Warming up, the boy found his demeanor somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Whispering to himself, please, just let me off. The two gradually closed the distance, with Duan Ziyang throwing a punch to gauge the boy's strength. Damn this combat training. He had intended to rush in and pummel the boy mercilessly. The boy deftly maneuvered his head to evade Duan Ziyang's fist, and then swiftly unleashed a powerful uppercut aimed at Duan Ziyang's chin. Duan Ziyang was momentarily taken aback, yet the boy's movements did not falter. He spun around, lifting his leg to execute a stunning spinning kick. Duan Ziyang was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Gao Xionghui stood dumbfounded. That smooth sequence of moves was rather impressive. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Her lashes fluttering. Oh, he indeed knew combat techniques. No wonder he had rushed to the arena on the first evening after arriving at school. Wait a minute. Why had he pretended to be such a novice earlier? As she pondered, the girl couldn't help but pout her delicate lips. In truth, she had misunderstood the boy. What she perceived as martial arts was merely the boy's self-taught street fighting skills, which he felt were unworthy of recognition. Qian Xuanrui's mouth formed an O shape. Jiang, I may have intruded too much. The classmates below were equally astonished, with boys internally exclaiming their awe, while some girls gazed at the boy with admiration. Chapter 37. Can I follow along? Duan Ziyang stared at the ceiling, his face a mask of disbelief. He had not expected to be the one lying on the ground, strangely, despite wearing protective gear. The boy's kick still inflicted considerable pain, as if his strength had penetrated the armor. This was due to the boy's remarkable control over his power. He understood that to inflict damage on someone wearing protective gear, he could either exert significantly more force or concentrate his energy to minimize the area of impact. Achieving a piercing effect was akin to using a wooden board to strike a person, which would only inflict superficial injuries. However, a thin stick could easily penetrate. Most individuals lack the finesse to control their strength so precisely, yet the boy could. This not only allowed him to appear as though he was striking normally, but also served to teach Duan Ziyang a lesson. Duan Ziyang gritted his teeth against the pain and slowly rose to his feet, refusing to accept that the boy was genuinely that formidable. It must have been a fluke. He adjusted his breathing, refraining from a reckless attack. Instead, he focused intently on the boy's movements. Gao Xionghui nodded in approval. Although the boy often exhibited a haphazard training style, he could maintain composure in a competitive setting. Duan Ziyang hesitated to strike, but the boy was unrelenting. The boy launched his right leg, first executing a whip kick with normal force. After all, overusing extraordinary strength would raise suspicions. Duan Ziyang quickly shifted his weight. Raising his hands to block as the boy retracted his right leg, he swiftly swept out his left leg. Duan Ziyang adjusted his stance again, lowering his arms to defend, before the boy's left leg fully touched the ground. He pivoted his hips and rapidly lifted his right leg, aiming a sweeping kick at Duan Ziyang's head. The onlookers gasped. Double kick. Gao Xionghui looked on in astonishment at the boy's actions. Indeed, it was the double kick he had just taught, however, in the arena, Duan Ziyang had long been on guard. His center of gravity was already low, and he leaned forward, swiftly lowering his head to evade the blow. Preparing to launch a counterattack. Unexpectedly, the youth's right leg halted abruptly midair, followed by a twist of the knee, folding the calf backward while the thigh descended, ultimately propelling the calf to deliver a swift strike to his rear. Given his forward-leaning posture, the combination of the youth's force and inertia sent him crashing onto the arena floor in a rather undignified manner. You anticipated me, and I anticipated your anticipation. It wasn't precisely a prediction. Duan Ziyang had preemptively defended against the youth's double kick. Yet, the youth, lacking professional guidance, was unaware that Duan Ziyang was countering his attack. He did, however, recognize that Duan Ziyang's center of gravity was low, making it easy for him to evade the second kick. Thus, he merely feigned an attack to the head, and the choice to strike his rear was purely impulsive. What malicious intent could the youth possibly harbor? Gao Xionghui closed his eyes, turning his head away in discomfort that he finally grasped that if the youth's preceding combination could be deemed a surprising victory, then this feigned attack represented a crushing strategic triumph. Moreover, the youth's movements were remarkably clean and efficient, devoid of any superfluous gestures. What a promising talent! Gao Xionghui's eyes sparkled, as if he were beholding a rare gem. The classmates below suppressed their laughter. Wary of offending Duan Ziang, while some were already laughing uproariously, Qian Xuanrui was among them, exclaiming loudly, "Brother Jiang, this is truly shrimp and pig heart." Even the normally composed girl, who rarely laughed, couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curve upward slightly. At that moment, Duan Ziang, with his rear elevated and sprawled on the ground, felt that this would undoubtedly become the greatest disgrace of his life. He had been kicked in the rear by a country bumpkin and sent sprawling to the ground. When had he, accustomed to having everything handed to him, ever endured such humiliation? Rage filled him as the murmurs and jeers from the audience gradually faded. He felt as though he could no longer hear the outside world. With a roar, he surged to his feet, charging at the youth. Gao Xionghui frowned slightly, then shook his head. He had already lost, both in fighting technique and fighting spirit. The chubby boy shouted, "Don't do anything foolish." Faced with Duan Ziang, who was charging at him in a frenzy, the youth remained expressionless. He stepped to the upper right with his left foot, grasping Duan Ziang's left arm with both hands. Then, the youth swiftly pivoted, thrusting his hips upward at an angle while exerting force with his arms. Duan Ziang found himself pressed against the youth's back, then lifted off the ground, sliding over the youth's shoulder. Finally, the youth's arms powered down, slamming him forcefully onto the ground. Qian Xuanrui remarked, "Brother Jiang is simply too comprehensive." That a chorus of boys chimed in, expressing their exhilaration. So cool. Clearly, the classmates harbored a deep-seated disdain for this arrogant young master. Zhang Pingfei lowered his head, unable to face Duan Ziang or the youth on the platform. The youth straightened up, glancing in the girl's direction, tilting his head slightly as if to ask, "How was that shoulder throw?" The girl, upon noticing, mimicked his head tilt, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After being thrown to the ground, the pain jolted Duan Ziang back to reality. He clenched his fists, staring intently at the ceiling. 3 minutes had passed, the teacher's allotted time was up, and he had lost. The match was over. Why? Why should a newcomer like him have to endure this? Why could he converse and laugh with Tangingly? Why was he able to defeat me? The class ended, and Gao Xionghui asked the youth to stay behind. With a smile, he said, "Your name is Jiang Yuni, is it not?" The youth replied, "Yes." Gao Xionghui continued, "I just saw you perform excellently. I would like to invite you to join the school's combat team at 18 noon. As classes ended, everyone rushed to the cafeteria for lunch, and the girl also stood up to head there. Noticing her departure, the youth followed suit. The girl turned to him, her tone cool. "You should be familiar with the surroundings now. You can eat on your own without following me." The youth paused, puzzled. "So I can't follow you just because I'm familiar?" She hesitated slightly, then replied, "It's not that you can't follow. It's just that if you prefer to follow, then go ahead." With that, she turned and walked away briskly. After glancing into his clean and sincere eyes, she suddenly felt reluctant to reject him. Although she bore no aversion towards him, he was pure and uncomplicated, and their interactions were quite comfortable, perhaps because they belonged to the same ilk. She still preferred to act alone. Being alone allowed her to avoid unnecessary complexities, and it was more efficient. However, since he wished to accompany her, she thought, why not? After all, being with him was not much different from being alone. He spoke little, ate quickly, and wouldn't he waste her time. Chapter 38. The girls fluster in the afternoon. The youth was summoned to the office by Chen Jingyun. She produced an envelope and handed it to him. "This is the scholarship the school has awarded you for this month. Moving forward, you will receive a sum at the beginning of each month, but do remember to spend it wisely, understood?" The youth nodded. "MHM. After school that afternoon, the girl asked, "Did Gao Laosher keep you behind to ask if you wanted to join the combat team?" The youth replied, "MHM. She inquired further, "Did you agree?" He simply responded, "MHM. Gao Xionghui had informed him that joining the school combat team would offer him the opportunity to represent the school in the National Youth Combat Competition, which the older brother had mentioned to him before. He recalled that there were substantial prizes, nearly 2 million. He had no reason to decline. While he was not particularly interested in money, it was essential for his daily living. The girl seemed somewhat elated. "Then let's go grab a bite to eat before heading to the training room." The youth, somewhat dazed, asked, "Are you happy?" He could sense the shift in her emotions. Unlike before, this was genuine happiness. The girl paused, tilting her head as she pondered. Well, a bit. She indeed felt pleased because she had been involved in combat training since childhood, that I in the school's combat team. Only Duan Ziang, benefiting from his innate advantages as a boy, could defeat her. Everyone else was no match for her. Not wishing to train with Duan Ziang, she typically practiced on the punching bags or with the teacher, which, given her cool demeanor, felt rather dull. Before long, they finished their meal and arrived at the training room, which was essentially the venue for combat lessons, albeit not the classroom designated for such. Upon entering, they found around 20 individuals gathered, a mix of boys and girls, though predominantly boys. They swiftly made their way to the back of the line. Gao Xionghui stood on the platform, briefly counting heads. Is Duan Ziang absent? The crowd below immediately began to murmur. Why isn't that guy here? Yeah, he is usually the most enthusiastic. As to why he was keen, everyone was well aware. You may not know, but it seems he lost a match and is utterly heartbroken. Who? Is he from our school? Yes, and it appears he is a classmate of ours in no way. Who is it? Why isn't he in the combat team? I heard he just transferred here a few days ago. Wow, how impressive to come in and take down the top dog. It must be true. I heard that chubby guy talking about it. Hearing their discussions, the youth felt a bit awkward that it seemed they were all talking about him. Or rather, about Qian Xuanrui. Yes, that must be it. The girl glanced at him, her beautiful eyes blinking. You seem to have gained some notoriety. The youth scratched his head, uncertain of what to say. Gao Xionghui signaled for silence. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Today, we welcome a new member to the combat team. Yuni, step forward and introduce yourself. Instantly, everyone turned to follow Gao Xionghui's gaze, as beautiful things always catch people's attention first. Thus, they initially laid eyes on the stunning girl. Standing gracefully at the back of the line, fresh and ethereal, after lingering on her for a moment, their gazes shifted to the youth beside her. His complexion was slightly pale, yet his gaze shone brightly. Possessing eyes that would leave a lasting impression, the crowd gradually parted, creating a path for him. Having gained some experience in self-introduction, he no longer felt as awkward as he had upon first arriving at school. He walked forward and climbed onto the platform. Gao Xionghui smiled at him, indicating that he should begin. The youth addressed his classmates. My name is Jiang Yuni, and I hope to get along well with everyone in the days to come. Upon finishing, thunderous applause erupted. The girl also clapped lightly, her beautiful eyes watching the once shy youth on stage. That he seemed to have changed significantly since his arrival. The combat team trained once a week, specifically after school on Fridays. Members of the combat team were exempt from evening study sessions, training from 6:30 in the evening until 9:30 at night. Naturally, students could also practice in the combat room from the time school ended until evening study, provided they adhered to safety measures. At 8:30 in the evening, after finishing the day's lesson, Gao Xionghui allowed them to practice independently. The girl led the youth to the adjacent combat room, donning protective gear and gazing at him with intensity. Let us have a match. With that, she stepped onto the platform. The youth stood there, momentarily stunned. He had never before witnessed such an expression on a girl's face. He found himself at a loss for words, yet somehow, it exuded a palpable sense of aggression. Starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor of coolness and tranquility, he nodded and made his way towards the arena. With a serious expression, the girl addressed him. Do not hold back, understand? The youth replied. Observing her earnest countenance, he realized that if he did not engage seriously in their match this time, she would undoubtedly be displeased. The girl, satisfied, inquired, Are you prepared? He affirmed. Subsequently, she pressed the timer outside the ring. 3.2.1. The match begins. A cold mechanical tone resonated through the air. Aware that she was likely outmatched in strength, she opted for a strategy of swift, light strikes. The youth, naturally, allowed her to proceed without resorting to brute force. Lacking formal training in combat techniques, he struggled to match her fluidity in moves and transitions. However, thanks to his exceptional reflexes, he managed to hold his ground against her relentless onslaught. At first, the girl felt a sense of triumph as she dominated the exchanges. But gradually, she noticed his techniques becoming more cohesive. Her eyes widened in astonishment. He was surreptitiously learning from her every maneuver. Ultimately, she found herself sprawled on the mat, arms outstretched. Disregarding her AP, however, there are indeed some capable individuals among the competitors. as those who take the stage generally possess a certain level of confidence in their abilities. Otherwise, not only would they face ridicule on stage, but they would also be subjected to harsh criticism from others. Following such an experience, they might even find themselves financially burdened by the need for recovery. This situation not only results in a loss of dignity, but also incurs a significant cost, leaving one feeling as though they have suffered a tremendous setback. The competitions continued to unfold one after another, and before long, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhong Jiaoyang chuckled lightly. Next up is Titan. Titan had risen to fame after defeating the immensely popular newcomer, Ghost, just last week, establishing himself as a new generation of superstar. The young girl remarked, "Uncle Liang seems quite excited. Have you placed a bet?" Zhong Jiaoyang chuckled mischievously. Even without a bet, excitement is warranted. After all, he is a giant standing over 2 meters tall. Witnessing him on video is already quite astonishing. Who wouldn't be thrilled? The girl nodded in agreement. Zhong Jiaoyang continued, "With his exaggerated physical attributes, I believe that with a bit of training, he could easily reach the level of a professional athlete." The girl pondered, what about someone with similarly swift reflexes? Strength and speed? Could they also succeed? For some reason, she suddenly thought of the young boy. Zhong Jiaoyang paused slightly. "Are you referring to Ghost?" The girl remained silent. Zhong Jiaoyang assumed her silence was an affirmation. When one's physical capabilities surpass those of the average person, success can indeed come more easily. However, it's merely a matter of relative ease. Achieving success still requires diligent training. Just like Ghost, despite his remarkable reflexes, without systematic training from a young age, he too would struggle against professional competitors. Yet, I believe Titan possesses the potential to excel due to his overwhelming physical advantages. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression appeared somewhat dimmed. Zhong Jiaoyang, noticing her demeanor, realized he had misspoken. The girl had also been practicing combat sports since childhood. Yet no one is without flaws. While her talent in fighting paled in comparison to her academic prowess, she had managed to surpass a significant portion of her peers through hard work. Yet she could never reach the pinnacle of martial arts. After all, combat requires not just intellect, but also physicality, with the latter being an essential requirement. One's ability to withstand blows, reflexes, speed, and strength are all crucial. Zhong Jiaoyang refrained from comforting the girl with platitudes about how impressive she already was, for she did not aspire to merely surpass the majority. He was aware of her true desires. Having heard some insights from Wu Jiangwo, because she primarily traversed between school, home, and Liang Ji's combat gym, Wu Jiangwo had expressed a wish for him to look after her a bit more. Naturally, he would not dismiss an old friend's request, and moreover, he genuinely felt a sense of compassion for the girl. Surely, no one could meet this girl without feeling a pang of sympathy, could they? Zhong Jiaoyang spoke softly. "Shaoli, your Uncle Wu must have mentioned that personal strength is no longer the sole determinant of combat effectiveness. Therefore, we need not dwell on or fret over it. Simply strive to do your utmost and pursue what you desire." The girl responded softly. "I understand, Uncle Liang. You needn't comfort me that I'm not that fragile." Zhong Jiaoyang, with a hint of concern, replied, "Uncle Liang merely wishes for you to find joy and not to place undue pressure upon yourself." Before the girl could respond, Zhong Jiaoyang continued, "Look, Titan is about to make his entrance." The girl turned her gaze to the arena, where a head, larger than that of an average person, slowly emerged from the underground. Captivating the audience's attention, his face was marred with numerous scars, giving him a fearsome appearance. Following that was a massive torso akin to a small mountain and robust arms, the circumference of his biceps rivaling that of tree trunks. The visual impact was overwhelming, and the audience could already be heard inhaling sharply in astonishment. His powerful legs also made their appearance in the ring. The sense of intimidation intensified. Zhong Jiaoyang exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, it's astonishing, truly exaggerated." The girl, her eyes wide with wonder, murmured, "What I saw in the photos pales in comparison to the reality of his presence on the opposite side of the first-tier audience." Qian Xuanrui gazed at Titan in astonishment, his eyes widening. "Oh my goodness, if he accidentally hits someone, they'd be knocked out for sure." The online photos looked somewhat normal in comparison. In contrast, his opponent, known as Iron Fist, was also an advanced boxer, standing at nearly 1.8 meters tall, muscular and robust. However, when compared to Titan, he appeared diminutive. It seemed Iron Fist wasn't quite as formidable as his name suggested. The battle was set to commence. Titan wasted no time and swung his right fist directly at Iron Fist's head. Despite being named Iron Fist did not dare to meet Titan's punch head-on. After all, Titan's fists were evidently much larger than his own. Iron Fist quickly dodged Titan's powerful strike, closing the distance between them. He then attempted to perform a shoulder throw, gripping Titan's arm. However, Titan would not allow himself to be easily thrown as Iron Fist pressed against him. Titan forcefully thrust his abdomen forward, countering Iron Fist's momentum. He then raised his left arm, delivering a fierce elbow strike to Iron Fist's back. Iron Fist, in pain, released his grip on Titan's right arm and fell towards the ground. Yet, Titan seemed unwilling to let him off the hook that easily. A fierce glint flashing across his face, in an instant, he seized Iron Fist's body with both hands and leaned back, executing a German suplex. The girl gasped. A German suplex, Zhong Jiaoyang exclaimed. Is he trying to kill him? Qian Xuanrui erupted with an exclamatory curse. Damn, how brutal. Liang Yichen, beside him, narrowed his eyes. Is it really that ruthless? At that moment, the referee in the ring sensed the impending danger, but it was already too late to intervene. All eyes in the audience were fixed upon this monumental throw. With a resounding thud, both Titan and Iron Fist crashed onto the ring. One fell of his own accord, while the other was thrown down. A young boy seated in the third-tier audience watched this scene unfold, murmuring softly, if he lands on his back, should his neck hit the ground, that person might very well be dead. But then again, as the red-haired brother said, wouldn't that be illegal? After speaking, he descended from the audience. It was now his turn to take the stage. Chapter 41. It really is him 10 seconds later. Iron Fist, as expected, failed to rise, and Titan was declared the victor. Qian Xuanrui stood up from his seat and said to Liang Yichen, It's past 10, Brother Liang. You can stay and watch if you wish. But I'm leaving, Liang Yichen, intrigued, replied. It's Saturday. You don't have school tomorrow. Why leave so early? Qian Xuanrui sighed. Brother Liang, you know my father is quite strict. Liang Yichen adjusted his glasses, which reflected a glimmer of wisdom. Is it truly that your family is strict? Qian Xuanrui suddenly felt a pang of guilt. We, the people of Huaxia, do not deceive one another. Liang Yichen chose not to expose him. If you continue watching, you might be in for a surprise. Qian Xuanrui perked up. You won't bait me. What surprise are you talking about? Liang Yichen leisurely replied. You'll find out if you stay. If you want to go home, I can't keep you here. Qian Xuanrui found himself engaged in an intense internal struggle. He believed Liang Yichen would not deceive him, but the question remained whether the surprise would be worth it. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Let me play the fish for a while. But you must give me a ride home afterward to save on taxi fare. Liang Yichen regarded him thoughtfully, agreed. On the other side of the first-tier audience, Tangingly snapped back to reality from her astonishment and quickly composed herself. She then turned to Zhong Jiaoyang and whispered, Uncle Liang, let us go. Zhong Jiaoyang observed her conflicted expression, clearly wanting to stay yet insisting on leaving, and felt a pang of reluctance. It's Saturday. If you wish to watch, let us continue. I can speak to your Uncle Wu. The girl shook her head. I mainly came to see Titan tonight. Now that I have, it will be too late to go home. And Uncle Wu will be upset. Zhong Jiaoyang gently replied. When it comes to you, how could he possibly be upset? He would be delighted. In fact, he used to advise you because you were still young. But now you have grown. In a few months, you will be of age. I believe he will respect your choices. Wu Jiangwo had always been opposed to the girl learning combat sports, not because he harbored any prejudice against them or believed that girls should not engage in such activities, but because he did not want her to pursue combat sports. He understood her motivation for training it. Revenge. It was easy to imagine the detrimental impact such a goal could have on a young girl still in the formative stages of her mental development. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the challenges and dangers she would face in her pursuit of revenge, which were beyond comprehension and prediction. The girl's father, his dear friend, would never wish for such a fate to befall her. Thus, Wu Jiangwo hoped that she could grow up like any other normal child, carefree and without burdens, filled with joy, and forever happy. Consequently, he did not want her to engage in combat sports and urged her to focus on her studies. Growing up healthily and happily, leaving the rest to him, he promised that he would find her parents and bring the culprits to justice. The young girl was quite obstinate, refusing to relent. It was the only instance throughout her youth when she chose to disobey. Upon reflection, Wu Jiangwo found his actions somewhat inappropriate. For a child who had witnessed the brutal murder of a loved one, he felt he lacked the authority to deter her from seeking vengeance. This desire for retribution might not solely be her aim. It could very well serve as her motivation for survival. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest solely upon his inability to apprehend the perpetrator. Later, upon learning that the girl wished to attend a fight, he refrained from further objections, merely advising her to prioritize her safety, to avoid lingering too late, and to return home at a reasonable hour. Standing up, the girl softly murmured, "Perhaps it's best to let it go." Her words trailed off abruptly as her beautiful eyes widened. Fixating on the direction of the audience tier's exit, the familiar figure began to descend the stairs. Was it Jiang Yuni? She followed the figure intently until he reached the elevator beside the arena, subsequently stepping inside, the metallic doors closing with a heavy thud, obscuring him from her view. The East City Arena lacked a second floor. Where could that elevator lead? It must be downwards. Why was he heading underground? Wasn't that the domain of the competitors? Moreover, wasn't that elevator typically reserved for staff or participants? Observing the girl standing motionless, seemingly entranced, Zhong Jiaoyang followed her gaze but saw nothing. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Shaoli, is something the matter?" The girl remained unresponsive. After a moment, her pupils dilated, and she inhaled deeply. Yes, she fished her phone from her pocket. She asked urgently, "Uncle Liang, do you recall the ID of that high school student who fought on Wednesday?" Zhong Jiaoyang furrowed his brow, attempting to recollect. He indeed had seen mention of that high schooler. Yet the name eluded him, as the online discourse had merely noted a student who won a bout without delving into further details, lacking both video and images. Thus, he had glanced at it without committing it to memory. And with 2 or 3 days having passed, even if he had remembered, it would have faded. Just as he was about to ask the girl what prompted this sudden inquiry, he noticed she was perusing the official East City Arena account for the evening's match schedule. Her delicate fingers glided across the screen until they abruptly halted near the bottom. The center of the screen displayed a matchup, 23-00, Ares versus Quick Fist. Ares. That seemed to be the ID in question. The girl fell into contemplation. Zhong Jiaoyang also glanced at the matchup information but sensed nothing amiss. "What is it, Shaoli?" he queried, puzzled. The girl replied, "I think I just saw my classmate. I'm not certain if it's truly him." Zhong Jiaoyang expressed his surprise. "Your classmate? So you were looking towards the elevator because you saw him descend?" "Yes," she affirmed. Your classmate is participating in the arena match. But wait, isn't he only in his second year of high school? Has he reached adulthood? Typically, a second-year student would be merely 17, with adulthood achieved in the third year. The girl hesitated. "I don't know. Perhaps he started school a year late." Zhong Jiaoyang mused, dismissing it. "So, do you wish to watch him compete?" The girl hesitated for a moment. Is that possible? She was indeed curious to discern whether it was truly him. Zhong Jiaoyang readily replied, "Of course. If you wish to watch, we shall continue. I'll inform Uncle Wu later." The girl countered, "No need to trouble Uncle Liang. I can tell Uncle Wu myself." Saying this, she began to send a message to Wu Jiangwo on her phone. Zhong Jiaoyang sighed. How can it be a bother to ask your uncle for assistance? Unbeknownst to them, several matches transpired, and time quietly approached 11 o'clock. Zhong Jiaoyang turned to the girl, smiling, "Shaoli, the next match is your classmate's. I still don't know if it truly is him, for reasons unknown." She felt a surge of both nervousness and anticipation. While the anticipation was understandable, stemming from her desire to see if he was indeed the one, the source of her nerves eluded her. Soon enough, the host ascended the stage, announcing, "Let us warmly welcome the contestants for the next match. To my left, we have the high school student Ares, who recently triumphed over the intermediate fighter, Wind Firewheel." The ring's floor parted, revealing a somewhat pale, yet strikingly clean face to the onlookers. The girl's eyes widened, and her breath hitched. It was truly him. Chapter 42. High-quality offense and defense. The high school student stepping into the ring was indeed him. This place was unlike school, with stringent safety measures in place. Here, the punches landed with palpable force. What if he were to get injured? Thus, his presence here on Wednesday wasn't merely to spectate, but to compete. Did he genuinely possess a passion for fighting, or was he motivated by financial gain? She was aware that the boy's guardian no longer supervised him, suggesting a lack of monetary support. Moreover, she sensed that his enthusiasm for fighting paled in comparison to her own. Was he fighting merely for money? Zhong Jiaoyang exclaimed, "Goodness, Shaoli, I believe your classmate has trained quite well. No wonder he dares to step into the ring. His voice jolted the girl from her reverie. She turned her attention to the boy standing shirtless in the arena. His physique was lean, with well-defined muscle lines that appeared sculpted rather than merely developed through training, full yet not exaggerated. Solid and brimming with tension, he possessed a body that exuded both strength and grace. Scars adorned his skin, though not grotesque. They lent a wildness to his form. No wonder I noticed such pronounced muscle definition when we teamed up for the two-person long run in PE class. The girl murmured. She frequently visited Liang Ji's boxing gym, where many men would train shirtless. Initially, she felt a bit uncomfortable, but over time, she grew accustomed to it. Yet now, seeing the boy shirtless on stage rekindled that initial awkwardness. Perhaps it was due to her familiarity with him, but that reasoning fell short. She also knew Uncle Liang, and she didn't feel this way when seeing him bare-chested. Perhaps it was because Uncle Liang was older. Yes, that must be it. Though not far from the ring, she could only vaguely discern the scars on the boy's body. Were those marks a result of past violence inflicted upon him? Zhang Jiaoyang smiled and asked. Xiaoli, do you think your classmate can win? The girl replied, I honestly don't know. While the competitors on the stage may not be professional, they undoubtedly possessed a fervor for fighting, dedicating considerable time to their craft. To put it plainly, if Duan Xiang were to compete here, he likely wouldn't even defeat the weakest of the novice fighters. As a student, he spent less time training than others and lacked any extraordinary talent. Furthermore, most of the individuals here were a few years older than him, suggesting they had several more years of practice and experience. After all, a few extra years of training made a significant difference. Zhang Jiaoyang remarked, I think his chances are slim. Last time, he won by sheer luck against Wind Fire Wheel, and this time, his opponent will surely be more cautious and avoid making rookie mistakes. Moreover, after his previous victory, he was promoted to an intermediate fighter. I suspect the East City Arena doesn't want him to continue winning, and thus matched him against a fast intermediate fighter, the girl noted. If his opponent were a novice or a lower-ranked intermediate fighter, I believe he could still win. I hope he doesn't get hurt. Clearly, the girl didn't believe the boy would win, but her assessment was still quite generous. After all, in her eyes, Duan Xiang couldn't even defeat the weakest of novice fighters. Xiaoli, your evaluation of him is quite high, and it seems you know him well, Zhang Jiaoyang said with a hint of a smile. The girl explained, he is also a member of the school's boxing team. I have seen him spar with others and have trained with him myself. Zhang Jiaoyang naturally understood that the girl wouldn't have any romantic involvement with the boy, given her straightforward nature. Yet, he hoped she would forge friendships, regardless of gender, as long as the character was upright. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the first-tier audience, Qian Xuanrui stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. His mouth agape as if he could swallow a raw egg. Jiang, brother? What is he doing here? Wait, how did he get on stage? And as an intermediate fighter? After his soul-searching questions, he swiftly turned to Liang Yichen. Do you know what's going on? Liang Yichen chuckled. I know a bit. Spill it. Liang Yichen leisurely replied. I hadn't anticipated it would be your turn to say spoil it to me. Hurry up. Are you going to tell me or not? Liang Yichen mimicked the usual tone of his chubby friend, speaking cryptically. Fat brother. Oh no, I mean, brother Qian, don't be impatient. Allow me to regale you with the tale behind it all, you absolute scoundrel. Ultimately, Liang Yichen did share the full story with Qian Xuanrui, detailing the events leading to the current situation. Qian Xuanrui stared blankly at the youth in the arena. Once, in my ignorance, I believed that you, Huang Wanshou, were merely attending the match. Little did I know you were actually here to compete. My perspective has indeed narrowed. However, can brother Jiang truly claim victory? In the arena, as the referee ascended, the match commenced. The two contenders began with cautious probing of one another. The quick-fisted fighter was aware that the youth before him had triumphed in his last bout largely due to luck. Yet a victory is a victory, so he remained vigilant. As their exchanges continued, the speed of the quick-fisted fighter's punches gradually increased. His moniker, Quick Fist, aptly reflected his renowned speed. He had always been celebrated for his rapid strikes. The youth, feeling the velocity and force of his punches, noted they surpassed the speed of the girl from yesterday and were considerably more powerful, rather than engaging in a direct exchange of blows. The youth opted to rely on his exceptional reflexes for defense. The quick-fisted fighter escalated his offensive tempo, yet the youth held his ground, successfully blocking every assault, refusing to yield an inch. Eventually, both combatants seemed to act on instinct, their movements dictated solely by muscle memory. one unleashing a torrent of punches while the other maintained a steadfast defense. This duel unfolded as a captivating display of high-quality offense and defense, leaving the audience in awe of the youth's impeccable defensive maneuvers compared to the quick-fisted fighter's relentless aggression. Zhong Jiaoyang exclaimed, "Xiao Li, your classmate's reflexes are comparable to those of a specter." Anyone with even a modest understanding of combat could discern that the youth on stage was not employing any defensive techniques or strategies, but was instead relying purely on instinct to counter the quick-fisted fighter's every move. The girl watched the youth with a dazed expression. Once again, the difference being that yesterday, when they sparred, it was a battle of speed against speed, while today he had chosen defense. Perhaps he realized that engaging in a fast-paced attack would leave him unable to keep up with the quick-fisted fighter's rhythm. After all, without systematic training in techniques and offensive strategies, even the swiftest reflexes could lead to chaos. Wait, could it be that he was secretly learning the quick-fisted fighter's techniques? Qian Xuanrui observed the youth, astonished. Wow, Brother Zhang's reflexes are faster than when I was caught playing on my phone in class and noticed the teacher approaching, Liang Yichen remarked. Is this comparison truly appropriate? The exchange of attacks and defenses on the stage persisted for over 2 minutes before the first round concluded. The quick-fisted fighter, panting heavily, retreated to his corner, as the exertion of rapid punching drained both his stamina and energy. What was the situation with that guy across from him? His reflexes were rather exaggerated. Could it be that his previous victory over Feng Wulan was not merely a stroke of luck? No, now was not the time for such contemplations. He needed to devise a strategy to conclude the match swiftly. Prolonging it would only be to his disadvantage. He realized that despite his caution, he had underestimated the youth. No, it should be said that everyone had underestimated the youth before them. Chapter 43. What are they up to? The youth slowly approached his corner, reflecting on the quick-fisted fighter's recent moves. Previously, in that other place, the techniques employed by those individuals were often lethal in a single blow. Here, under the established rules, only victory or defeat mattered. They might leave you battered and bruised, but they would not take your life. The quick-fisted fighter's technique was rather straightforward. His excessive pursuit of speed necessitated the sacrifice of certain elements, such as the intricacy and adaptability of his strikes, as well as power. The youth surmised that he would not go far with such a strategy unless his speed could reach its utmost potential. In no time, a minute passed, and the second round commenced. As the audience anticipated another fierce display of offense and defense, the youth unexpectedly shifted from his previous defensive posture and began to counterattack against the quick-fisted fighter. The quick-fisted fighter's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, as he was now in his element. The dynamic shifted to both sides launching attacks against one another, where offense doubled as defense. It would ultimately depend on who faltered first or exposed a weakness. Yet, in the initial round, the quick-fisted fighter had already expended a significant amount of energy and stamina in his offensive role. Meanwhile, the youth, as the defender, had conserved his energy. Thus, the current scenario was unfavorable for the quick-fisted fighter, a fact he was acutely aware of. Some seasoned spectators in the audience also recognized this. All eyes were riveted on the fierce duel unfolding on stage. They relished such contests, direct and brutal, each punch resonating as if striking at their very hearts. They were unwilling to miss even a moment, for in an instant, one misstep could reveal the victor. The girl's palms had grown sweaty, her heart racing at an irregular pace. She could not discern whether it was excitement from the battle or anxiety for the youth. In truth, the youth could have continued to accelerate and knocked out the quick-fisted fighter, but he refrained from doing so. First, he deemed it unnecessary. At this rate, his opponent would inevitably exhaust himself, and the outcome would become apparent. Second, he wished to conceal his true capabilities, fearing that revealing too much might invite scrutiny. However, the quick-fisted fighter was distressed. He felt he could barely hold on, uncertain if he could endure this round. Even if he somehow managed to survive, he would be utterly spent for the next. Yet he found himself at a loss against the youth. The simplicity of the quick-fisted fighter's technique, which emphasized speed, left little room for error, unless he altered his trajectory, changing his attack route, which would be perilously risky, as it would undoubtedly determine the match's outcome. He seemed to have limited options. Ultimately, he chose to press on, as he knew he would not truly perish. The quick-fisted fighter gauged that this round was nearing its conclusion. He made his move. He believed this was the moment when his opponent's vigilance would be at its lowest. After all, they had been engaged in battle for quite some time, and maintaining high concentration was untenable. Suddenly, he abandoned his offensive and crossed his arms to shield his head, then raised his leg to deliver a powerful kick toward the youth in the audience. Qian Xuanrui quickly realized what was happening. Cursing internally, this guy was resorting to trickery, attempting to change tactics out of desperation. Zhong Jiaoyang furrowed his brow, while the girl clenched her delicate hand into a fist, her previously rosy lips paling slightly. She felt a surge of tension, yet their anxiety and concern proved unnecessary. The youth remained entirely unfazed. The quick-fisted fighter, on the verge of exhaustion, thought that a last-ditch effort to change tactics was viable. However, he overlooked the youth's astonishing reflexes from the previous round. With a simple sidestep, the youth effortlessly evaded the quick-fisted fighter's final strike. He then countered with a punch to the fighter's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, followed by another punch to his cheekbone. Bang! The quick-fisted fighter collapsed to the ground. The referee rushed over to begin the countdown. 10 seconds elapsed, and he could not rise again. Although he had suffered minimal injury, he lacked the stamina to continue fighting. In truth, his defeat was inevitable. Even if he had landed that final kick on the youth, what would it matter? As long as the youth was not knocked out, he would still succumb to fatigue, and the outcome would remain unchanged. The referee raised the youth's right hand, declaring his victory. The audience erupted into cheers. Undeniably, the match had been visually spectacular, from the first round's exchange of offense and defense to the second round's fierce brawl. Lacking intricate techniques, the singular focus was on one word: speed. The girl exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping her slightly damp hand on her clothing. Zhong Jiaoyang observed her actions and teased, "I never thought I would see our aloof beauty feeling nervous for someone else." The girl replied softly, "Being aloof does not mean lacking a heart." Hearing this, Zhong Jiaoyang burst into laughter. Indeed, our Xiao Li is still quite kind-hearted." The girl chose not to respond, but instead gazed at the youth. Murmuring, "What if he gets injured?" The youth ascended the elevator from the underground, only to be approached by two individuals, Qian Xuanrui and Liang Yichen. Qian Xuanrui, throwing an arm around the youth, exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Jiang, you were absolutely incredible. That match had my blood boiling. It made me want to jump into the ring and exchange a few blows with the titans myself." The youth turned to Liang Yichen. "Qian classmate mentioned he wishes to sign up for the competition. Could you assist him?" Liang Yichen paused momentarily, then replied with a smirk, "Of course, but I fear that Qian classmate might just be too cowardly." Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened, then sheepishly admitted, Brother Jiang, I was just joking." The youth responded, "Oh." Qian Xuanrui changed the subject. "Brother Jiang, how could you be so inconsiderate? You clearly came to compete, yet you didn't mention it earlier. Were you trying to amuse me?" The youth replied blankly, "You didn't ask before." The chubby boy fell silent, suddenly recalling that he had intended to inquire whether the youth had seen the high school student who performed on Wednesday. However, he had forgotten after the youth interrupted him. The chubby boy, hopeful, asked, "Brother Jiang, this isn't important, but may I touch your stomach?" Liang Yichen. The youth inquired, "Your stomach? Why do you want to touch my stomach?" The chubby boy candidly replied, "I've long given up hope of ever having abs. Brother Jiang, let me touch yours for a thrill." The youth, unfamiliar with the concept of abs, but seeing the boy's eager expression, thought it should be harmless to let him touch his stomach. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to pat the youth's abdomen enthusiastically. I must say, what a remarkable sensation. Liang Yichen averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Such a disgrace. The portly gentleman, however, remained unfazed. "You're merely sour grapes because you cannot partake a tea." That moment, a young girl who was about to leave caught sight of this scene from a distance. "What on earth are they up to?" Chapter 44. "Someone hired me to kill you," Zhong Jiaoyang remarked. "Xiao Li, aren't you going to greet him?" The girl shook her head. "No, it's quite late." "Let us go, Uncle Liang." Zhong Jiaoyang chuckled. "Very well, let us return home. Perhaps we can bring that young lad to the gym for some fun. No charge." The girl paused momentarily, just when Zhong Jiaoyang thought she would decline. She softly replied, "All right." Zhong Jiaoyang's eyes brightened instantly. Throughout her schooling, from primary to high school, the girl had never brought any classmates to the gym. Perhaps it was simply because she had yet to encounter a classmate like that boy who could fight. Regardless, it was a positive development. After Qian Xuanrui finished feeling his abdominal muscles, Liang Yichen and the others proceeded to the service station in the venue to assist the boy with the formalities for the competition the following day. At the insistence of the portly gentleman, Liang Yichen helped the boy reschedule his match to 8 o'clock in the evening. Liang Yichen looked at him with a smirk. Does your father truly impose such strict rules on you? Qian Xuanrui turned his head away. Not at all. Once the paperwork was completed, Liang Yichen drove them home. In the car, the boy curiously looked around. He had been in cars before, but this was his first time in such a beautiful and clean one. Qian Xuanrui observed the boy and remarked, Brother Jiang, your fighting skills are truly impressive. May I inquire where you trained? The boy fell silent. Despite having diligently memorized a dictionary, he still couldn't comprehend what Qian was saying. Liang Yichen glanced at the two in the rearview mirror and slowly suggested, Portly one, I recommend you speak normally. Not everyone can understand your archaic language. Qian Xuanrui paused, noticing the boy's slightly bewildered expression, and suddenly understood, though still somewhat puzzled. He then reconsidered. No. Wait, I meant to ask why you are so skilled in combat. Where did you learn? The boy replied, I was often bullied before, so I fought back. And eventually, I learned. Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? The boy nodded. Qian Xuanrui recalled the boy's seemingly chaotic punches. He fell silent, not out of doubt, but rather out of admiration for the boy's past. Indeed, the balance of yin and yang dictates that every cause has its effect. He changed the subject. Brother Jiang, your talent is truly extraordinary, a self-taught prodigy. The boy appeared somewhat flustered. By the way, Brother Jiang, where do you live? Near the pedestrian street by the school. Then, Brother Jiang, how about I come find you tomorrow afternoon? We can have a meal together and then head to the arena in the East City. The boy was taken aback. He hadn't expected Qian Xuanrui to invite him to dinner. That sounds good. Let us exchange contact information, and I'll reach out to you then. Qian Xuanrui managed to mention both phone and I in the same sentence without any sense of incongruity. The boy replied, I don't have a phone. Qian Xuanrui paused for a moment. Then I'll wait for you downstairs at your home at 4 tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Liang Yichen first dropped the boy off at his home before starting the car again. He casually remarked, Are you envious of his fighting prowess? Qian Xuanrui replied, I wouldn't say envious, merely a bit impressed. His skill is a result of his past experiences of being bullied, and I certainly do not wish to be bullied. Liang Yichen mused, I suddenly find you to possess some depth, which is rather rare. Generally, boys your age aspire to become immensely powerful, vying to be the pirate king or the Hokage, right? Qian Xuanrui scoffed. Don't compare me to those juvenile dreamers. I am to be a man who sees through the mundane world. They all wish for a devil fruit to become the pirate king, while I simply desire a grand Taoist robe. And then retreat into seclusion. At that moment, Qian Xuanrui seemed to radiate a certain ethereal aura. Upon closer inspection, it was merely the headlights of an oncoming vehicle reflecting off him. Liang Yichen chuckled. And yet you claim to see through the mundane. Doesn't this also sound a bit juvenile? And perhaps even more so? Qian Xuanrui. Liang Yichen continued. And aren't you supposed to be a Taoist? Why then are you retreating into seclusion? Qian Xuanrui corrected himself. That was a slip of the tongue. I meant the Xian men. Liang Yichen laughed. Speaking of which, why don't you use your connections to find out more about that fellow's background? Qian Xuanrui declared with righteous indignation. A small connection like mine is a moral one. If uncovering information comes at the expense of someone's painful memories, I would rather not be that connection. Liang Yichen teased. Oh, quite the righteous one, aren't you? Indeed, but I know. Qian Xuanrui questioned. How do you know? Liang Yichen, intrigued, said, I know about your background. Qian Xuanrui. He regarded Liang Yichen with caution before relaxing, setting aside whether he truly knew. Even if he did harbor ill intentions, he had ample opportunities to act against him before, yet he hadn't, indicating a lack of malicious intent. Liang Yichen drove steadily, his gaze fixed ahead. Don't believe me? Qian Xuanrui challenged. Go ahead, enlighten me. Liang Yichen replied. Your parents are not in the country. They are abroad. The strictness you mentioned regarding your father is a facade. They have likely adopted a more lenient approach with you. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui's pupils dilated, a hint of unease creeping in. Liang Yichen continued, undeterred by his reaction. Your parents operate within the gray area of society abroad, amassing considerable wealth while also incurring numerous enemies. To ensure your safety, they left you here to live and study. Thus, you avoid secluded places, and the rule to return home before 11 every night is to safeguard your well-being. Feigning calm, Qian Xuanrui asked. How do you know all this? Having known Liang Yichen for over a year since their encounter at the arena in the eastern city, they had bonded over their shared insights into combat sports. They exchanged contact information, and Qian learned that Liang Yichen worked for the government, overseeing the legality of activities at the arena. Yet Liang Yichen had never inquired about Qian's family situation, making his sudden knowledge all the more unsettling. Liang Yichen gradually brought the car to a stop by the roadside. As a government inspector, isn't it rather easy to investigate someone? Qian Xuanrui felt increasingly anxious. But why are you investigating me? And what do you mean by sharing this now? The sound of the car locking echoed ominously. What are you planning? Qian Xuanrui panicked, pounding on the window. However, as midnight approached, the streets were deserted, with hardly any passing cars. No matter how hard he banged, rescue was unlikely. Futile, Liang Yichen turned to face Qian Xuanrui, his expression inscrutable. Someone has hired me to kill you. Unbeknownst to him, he had drawn a sleek black handgun, its muzzle glinting coldly as it aimed at Qian Xuanrui's forehead. Chapter 45. What is cause? What is effect? Qian Xuanrui gazed at the dark barrel of the gun pointed at his brow. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. I bear no grudge against you. Why do you intend to do this? How much did they offer you? I can pay you. Liang Yichen replied coldly. Sadly, this profession values reputation. One cannot thrive by being fickle. As for my motives, it's quite simple. The meager salary from the government hardly suffices, hence I must take on some side jobs. Qian Xuanrui responded. So it's all about money. Your reason is the cause, and my death is the effect. I can only blame myself for misjudging people. Liang Yichen remarked. That has little to do with whether you know me or not. I can still accept a contract to kill you without prior acquaintance. Qian Xuanrui conceded. True enough. What is fated cannot be avoided. When did you accept this contract? A couple of days ago. Your parents have some unfinished business abroad. Since they cannot be touched, they plan to take revenge by eliminating you. Qian Xuanrui understood. No wonder you didn't act sooner. Liang Yichen raised an eyebrow. You don't seem very frightened. Qian Xuanrui shrugged. Of course I'm scared. Who isn't afraid of death? But I've faced danger before. However, I have also acquired a freedom and independence that other children can only envy. Unbound by parental constraints. I play games whenever I desire and retire for the night at my own whim. This world is a balance. Although my parents navigate the murky waters of good and evil is not my choice. I too am a beneficiary of their choices. Indeed, I possess an inexhaustible wealth, yet alongside it lies the constant threat of losing my life. When I ponder this, even the prospect of being killed one day does not seem overwhelmingly difficult to accept. As for when that day may arrive, it is already determined by fate. Liang Yichen scoffed. Yet there are so many wealthy individuals in this world, and I have not seen their children facing such peril to their lives. Qian Xuanrui replied. While wealth may not bring them the burden of life-threatening concerns, they too have their own balance of yin and yang, though outsiders cannot empathize with it. Liang Yichen was quite taken aback. I did not expect such awareness from a mere boy in his teens. Many can comprehend the philosophies of various families, yet they struggle to embody them in practice. Qian Xuanrui shrugged. Non-committal. Perhaps it is because I have faced life-threatening dangers since childhood, thus my insights run deeper. Liang Yichen asked, Do you have anything else to say? Qian Xuanrui looked at Liang Yichen earnestly and stated, Your act of killing is the cause. Ultimately, it will yield its fruit. Liang Yichen paused. Qian Xuanrui. So, Brother Jiang, what are we going to eat? The youth. Can we have Japanese cuisine? Qian Xuanrui. Oh, Japanese cuisine. Do you enjoy it? Brother Jiang? The youth shook his head. I've never tried it, but I think the waitresses there are quite nice. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in surprise, and his face reddened slightly as he looked at the youth in disbelief. Could it truly be that one should not judge by appearances? His eyes are so remarkably pure and innocent, and he carries an aura that is utterly harmless. Yet his thoughts are so advanced. Brother Jiang, you are indeed a role model for our generation. Before Qian Xuanrui's thoughts could wander further, he heard the youth say, The waitresses there helped me before. Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback. Who is he? Where is he? What was he just thinking? He felt a bit awkward. Oh, I see. The youth did not notice the peculiar behavior of the plump boy. Soon, they arrived at the Japanese restaurant. Oh, you have a reservation? Asked the kimono-clad proprietress at the front desk. Looking up at the two, she paused for a moment. Feeling that the younger one looked somewhat familiar, the youth replied blankly. No reservation. He recalled that she had asked him the same question on a previous visit. Could it be that one must reserve a table to dine here? The proprietress quickly realized. You are the boy who came a few days ago, aren't you? The youth nodded. Yes. The proprietress smiled. So, are you here to wash dishes again? The youth shook his head. Not to wash dishes, can we eat? Of course. Welcome, please follow me. Qian Xuanrui was confused. What washing dishes? The youth. It's nothing. After their meal. As the youth was about to take out his money to pay, the plump boy swiftly snatched the opportunity and paid with his phone. The youth. I can pay too. Qian Xuanrui smiled. It's fine. You can pay next time. I'll take care of it this time. The youth. All right, he then continued to ask. How do we get to the East City Arena? He usually ran there, while others either drove or rode bikes. None walked as he did he directly inquired with Qian Xuanrui. Qian Xuanrui. Let's take a taxi. He pulled out his phone, and in no time, a car stopped in front of them. Qian Xuanrui, Brother Jiang. It's this one. The youth followed Qian Xuanrui into the car. Do I need a phone as well? Qian Xuanrui paused for a moment, then remembered the youth did not have a phone. Of course. Brother Jiang, having a phone makes everything much more convenient. The youth. Oh, how much does a phone cost? Qian Xuanrui pondered for a moment. Generally, 1,000 or 2,000 should suffice. The youth. Oh, Qian Xuanrui, Brother Jiang. If you are short on money, I can lend you some now, and you can pay me back later. Although he could simply gift the youth a phone, he refrained from saying so. It was not that he was unwilling. 1,000 or 2,000 was not a significant amount for him. He hesitated to offer it, fearing Brother Jiang might feel uncomfortable. Sure enough, the youth calculated internally. No need. I have enough money to buy one. Qian Xuanrui. Then let us see what's available. I will accompany you to buy it. The youth glanced at him. Thank you. Typically, the girl would not go to the East City Arena on Sunday evenings, as she had school the next day. However, upon learning that the youth would be competing, and knowing his ID was White Sheep, she found herself inexplicably compelled to open the official account for the East City Arena. He actually has a match. Chapter 47. Classmate Tang is quite nice. At 6:30 in the evening, the girl finished tidying her room and knocked on Aunt Qin's door. Aunt Qin, who now ran an online store, generally stayed home except for grocery shopping and buying daily necessities. Shaoli, come in, came the gentle voice of Su Miaoqin from within. The girl gently opened the door and walked in. Su Miaoqin turned to her and asked softly, What's the matter? Shaoli. Aunt Qin, I want to go to the East City Arena to watch the match. Is it all right if I return before 9:30? Su Miaoqin was somewhat surprised. Why do you want to watch a match tonight? She knew that the girl usually did not attend matches on Sunday evenings. I have a classmate who is competing, and I want to see him. Oh, your classmate? How impressive. Is he a boy? Su Miaoqin, not very familiar with the East City Arena or combat sports, assumed that most fighters were likely male, despite the government promoting martial arts for all and aiming to create a strong martial arts nation for several years now. Breaking past traditional views to allow women to actively participate in arenas had yet to be achieved. Perhaps it would be possible in a few more years. Yes, he is a boy. Did you arrange to go together? No, I'm going by myself. Well, you must be careful. Message me when you arrive at the East City Arena, and let me know before you come back, all right? Yes, I understand. Aunt Qin. Don't worry. Then go ahead. At the East City Arena, in the first level of the audience section, Qian Xuanrui was analyzing the youth's opponent on his phone. Your opponent this time is merely a mid-level fighter ranked in the middle tier. The youth. Oh, Qian Xuanrui. I suspect the East City Arena wants to train you up to a high-level fighter and see if you can continue winning. If you can't, they might just let it slide. If you can keep winning, they might even start taking bets on you. Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes lit up. Betting? Although he was not currently in dire need of money, as his school provided him with some support. He wondered about the future. What would happen when he left high school for the universities his teachers spoke of? Perhaps it was still wise to save some money. As Qian Xuanrui was about to say something, he noticed a girl wearing a black cap approaching them. The girl in the cap ignored them and sat in the empty seat next to the youth, realizing someone had taken a seat beside him. The youth turned to look. Classmate Tang? The girl. What's wrong? The youth. Nothing. Qian Xuanrui, witnessing the youth's reaction, suddenly felt a sense of frustration. As if he were failing to guide his friend, he decided to intervene. Class monitor. What a coincidence. You're here to watch the match too, and you just happened to sit next to us. The girl. I'm not sitting here. Qian Xuanrui suddenly understood. Tang Ingli must have purchased a different seat, but chose to sit near them. It was likely because she saw Brother Jiang here. The youth, confused. If you're not sitting here, Then why did you come over? Qian Xuanrui felt a moment of breathlessness. Brother Jiang, how bold. For some reason, he suddenly felt a wave of helplessness. The girl said coldly, "Not welcome?" After several days of interaction, the girl knew the youth did not mean it that way. The youth, "No." The girl, "Then I'll sit here." The youth, "Oh." Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be the legendary Ice Queen? For some reason, he suddenly felt invigorated. He pointed to the seat beside him and said to the girl, "Class monitor, why don't you sit here? This is my friend's seat. It's Sunday, and most seats are likely full. The one you're in might have someone coming to sit here later." Then he turned to the youth. "Brother Jiang, you can take my seat, and I'll sit in yours." The girl, puzzled, "Then where does your friend sit?" Qian Xuanrui smiled. "He doesn't like watching matches with us. You see, he hasn't even arrived yet. He prefers to watch quietly by himself. It's perfect for him to sit in the seat you bought." Liang Yichen, are you not being polite? The youth, perplexed. "Then why should I sit in your seat?" Qian Xuanrui looked intently at the youth, his expression revealing a mix of emotions. He was about to stir up trouble. "Brother Jiang, wake up. The class monitor's aura is too strong. I might feel a bit uncomfortable sitting next to her." Oh, the youth replied. "Actually, classmate Tang is quite nice." Upon hearing this, the girl stiffened momentarily before regaining her composure. The plump boy was also taken aback. Isn't Brother Jiang truly oblivious? Or is he genuinely aware? Am I not part of your play? Ultimately, thanks to Qian Xuanrui's relentless efforts, the three finally rearranged their seats, leaving only Liang Yichen feeling somewhat disheartened. The youth did not understand, but the girl was aware of the plump boy's intentions, although she couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Soon, the matches for the evening commenced with great fervor. Throughout the event, the youth explained the matches to them. Subsequently, the girl and Qian Xuanrui realized that the youth seemed to narrate the matches with uncanny accuracy, detailing the moves of the two fighters engaged in battle on the stage. The girl, "Didn't you say you've never learned combat sports?" The youth, "MHM." The girl, "Then how do you know how they will fight? The techniques they use require specialized training." The youth, "I learned a bit by watching matches over the past 2 evenings, and then considered how I would fight if I were in their place." The girl glanced at him, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Indeed, those endowed with talent can discern the gifted at a mere glance. Conversely, those lacking in such ability remain oblivious, even when scrutinized through a magnifying glass. Qian Xuanrui marveled inwardly. Is this what it means to possess a 145 IQ? Is this the essence of genius? Such a sharp mind is undeniably impressive. Soon, it was the youth's turn to take the stage, facing a mid-ranking intermediate boxer. The outcome of the match was hardly in doubt. Within just 2 rounds, the youth secured victory with ease. Upon returning to the audience, the rotund companion suggested they celebrate the youth's 3rd consecutive win with a barbecue. Having been startled by that fellow named Liang the day before, he was determined to indulge. The youth naturally had no objections, as he seldom turned down others' requests. The girl initially considered refusing, but when the youth gazed at her, she found herself captivated by his clear, sincere eyes. She pondered, yet again, that look, but then she realized that apart from this unreliable chubby friend, he seemed to have no one else by his side. Ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to decline. Chapter 48. Are they friends? Seeing both agree, Qian Xuanrui disregarded Liang Yichen's resentful gaze and hailed a car that could accommodate all 4 of them, heading to a nearby barbecue restaurant. Since the trio resided close to the school, Qian Xuanrui opted for a barbecue place along the roadside nearby. In the vehicle, Liang Yichen occupied the front seat, while Tang Yingli and Qian Xuanrui sat in the rear on either side by the windows. With Jiang Yuni positioned in the middle. As the car took a right turn, inertia caused the rotund companion to suddenly lean towards the youth. Caught off guard, the youth stumbled towards the girl. Her body was soft, making him feel as though he had leaned against a warm cloud. The phrase soft as if boneless popped into his mind. "Youth, I'm sorry." "Girl, steady yourself." "Youth, oh." Thus, throughout the remainder of the journey, no matter how much the rotund companion jostled him, the youth remained steadfast. "Jiang brother, you truly do not comprehend the sincerity of my intentions," the rotund companion sighed internally. Before long, the 4 arrived at the barbecue restaurant and found a table. The rotund companion turned to the youth and the girl, asking, "What would you like to eat?" Youth, "I'm fine with anything." Girl, "You can order." The rotund companion cast a strange glance at the 2 of them. "All right. Liang Yichen, aren't you going to ask me?" The rotund companion smirked. "Since when do guests inquire about the host's preferences?" Liang Yichen thought to himself, No one takes the role of a guest like you do. With that, the rotund companion began jotting down orders, while Liang Yichen internally lamented. Through gritted teeth, Liang Yichen insisted, "No waste allowed. If you throw up, you must eat it again." The rotund companion waved his hand. "Understood. I never waste food." Then he addressed the youth and girl. "Feel free to eat as much as you like. No need to be polite with me." Liang Yichen, "Sure. Girl, I've already eaten and can't manage much." Rotund companion, "No worries. I understand that fairies are mindful of their weight, that I'll leave it to Jiang brother then." Youth? Oh, seeing the youth's nonchalant demeanor, the girl inquired, "Don't you have to manage your weight for boxing?" The youth replied, bewildered, "Why would I need to control my weight? I don't gain weight easily." His casual remark not only sparked envy in the girl, but also struck a blow to the rotund companion's fragile spirit. The rotund companion changed the subject. "By the way, Jiang brother, if you win 2 more matches, you can advance to the advanced level of boxing. You have confidence in facing advanced boxers." Upon hearing this, both the girl and Liang Yichen turned their attention to the youth. The youth shrugged. "I'm not sure. It might be a bit challenging." He indeed felt that it would be difficult if he aimed to appear more conventional, as his current combat skills were not on par. Qian Xuanrui, resembling a military strategist, suggested, "How about this, Jiang brother? You could deliberately lose your 5th match, allowing you to stay in the intermediate ranks and dominate there." The girl and Liang Yichen exchanged glances, silently awaiting the youth's response. The youth frowned slightly. "I think that's not right. Qian Xuanrui, in an unregulated match, they won't scrutinize you too closely. After all, combat is also about state of mind. Moreover, I'm mainly concerned about your safety, as advanced boxers possess considerable strength. Youth, if I can win, why would I lose? Besides, I may not necessarily lose to advanced boxers." Qian Xuanrui's mouth fell agape. "Jiang brother, you truly possess remarkable spirit. I am in awe." The girl's eyes sparkled. Liang Yichen cast a deep glance at the youth before speaking. It would be hard for him to lose now. The East City Arena will likely facilitate his progression, and he won't be faced with higher-ranked intermediate boxers. Qian Xuanrui, that's true. Before long, the barbecue arrived, and the 4 began to feast. The girl was the first to wave the white flag. "I'm full. You all enjoy." Qian Xuanrui, "Class monitor, you're eating too little. Have some more." The girl shook her head, indicating that she was done. She then glanced at her phone. It was just past 9, still early. Before coming to the barbecue restaurant, she had sent a message to Aunt Qin, informing her that she was dining with classmates at the nearby pedestrian street. Upon receiving the message, Aunt Qin had initially thought she was seeing things. Once she realized, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as if witnessing her daughter blossoming into maturity. She advised the girl to take her time, not to rush, to engage with her classmates, and to message her after eating so she could pick her up. She was not concerned that the girl would associate with unsavory characters. She trusted that the girl understood boundaries. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air, and the neon lights of the bustling street added to the lively atmosphere. The girl leaned back in her chair, reveling in a feeling she had never experienced before, dining and chatting with classmates. This must be what friends do, right? So, do they consider her a friend? The girl glanced at the youth. Suddenly, a long and sharp screech of tires echoed. A black SUV skidded to a halt outside the barbecue restaurant, leaving white marks on the road. The door swung open violently, and 5 burly, menacing foreign men rushed out. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, a horrifying scar etched across his rugged forehead. Armed with sharp daggers, their eyes were cold and ruthless. This scene left the patrons of the barbecue restaurant in stunned silence, momentarily frozen. Some quick-thinking diners began to flee, tables crashing to the floor in their haste. However, the scar-faced man was not one to let them escape easily. With a swift motion of his arm, 2 of his men bolted into the restaurant, brandishing their weapons to intimidate anyone attempting to escape. Shouting in broken Chinese, "Don't move." The patrons and staff of the barbecue restaurant finally reacted, terror-stricken at this sudden intrusion, unsure of how to respond. The scar-faced man strode purposefully towards the youth's table. The girl immediately tensed, her small hand stealthily grasping a glass from the table. Upon noticing these men approaching, Qian Xuanrui's body tensed up. He instinctively glanced at Liang Yichen, his eyes reflecting a question, to which the latter shook his head. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Xuanrui thought to himself that this time, they were truly in trouble. The scar-faced man pulled out his phone to check something, then cast a glance at the 4 at the table. Finally, his gaze locked onto Qian Xuanrui as he spoke in English. You are Qian Xuanrui, right? The son of Qian Yunhui. Qian Xuanrui replied calmly. No. You've mistaken me for someone else. The scar-faced man smirked, the grotesque scar on his face shifting with his expression that he said in English. Take him away. Upon hearing this, two burly men moved towards Qian Xuanrui. He hurriedly protested. I've told you I'm not the person you're looking for. What do you want? But no matter how he pleaded, the two men disregarded him, advancing relentlessly. This is bad. Qian Xuanrui sighed internally. Just as the two men were about to grab him, the youth beside him suddenly stood up, blocking their path, still munching on a half-eaten chicken leg. He mumbled in unclear English. What do you want? Chapter 49. This time it's real guns. The two burly men saw the youth obstructing their way, and one of them barked in English. This is none of your business. Scram, kid. Qian Xuanrui tugged at the youth's shirt, whispering, Jiang brother, don't get involved. They're after me. With these men wielding daggers, how could Jiang brother stand a chance against them? He couldn't drag him into this. The youth ignored Qian Xuanrui and addressed the burly man in English. What if I refuse? Damn. One of the burly men cursed in English, then swung a fist towards the youth's head. The youth did not dodge, for the rotund companion stood behind him. He clamped the chicken leg in his mouth and swiftly raised his arm to block the man's punch. Then, with a sudden downward motion, he executed a knife-hand strike against the man's upper arm. The burly man felt a numbing sensation in his entire arm, and in the blink of an eye, the youth landed a punch on the side of his eye, sending him crashing to the ground. As another burly man perceived the deteriorating situation, he exclaimed, My God, and drew a dagger, lunging towards the youth. Qian Xuanrui, taken aback, urgently shouted, Be careful, Brother Jiang. In that instant, he beheld a glass cup tracing a graceful arc through the air, crashing down onto the man's head. The brute, immediately pained, clutched his head, providing the youth with an opportunity to deliver a fierce kick. The man was sent sprawling backwards for 2 or 3 meters, one hand shielding his head, the other clutching his abdomen. As he collapsed to the ground, groaning, the youth turned to glance at the girl, his clear eyes blinking in surprise. The glass cup had indeed originated from her hand. She tilted her head, observing that the youth had swiftly incapacitated two formidable men, her initial tension beginning to dissipate. A pair of useless fools, the scarred man cursed in English, then looked back at his companions. Commanding, you two, join me in taking him down, otherwise, the police will arrive. With that, he shed his outer garment and brandished his dagger, charging at the youth. The girl's face blanched in horror. Look out, be careful. Yet the youth remained unfazed. He first placed the half-eaten chicken leg back into the bowl, then stepped forward with his left foot, propelling himself towards the scarred man. The rotund individual reacted quickly, attempting to grab him, but ended up grasping at empty air. Brother Jiang, don't be reckless. He has a knife. The scarred man, witnessing the youth approach unarmed, let out a cold laugh. Foolish little brat. He swung his dagger, aiming for the youth's neck. Reacting instinctively, the youth ducked, evading the lethal strike. He then wrapped his arms around the man's waist, using the momentum of his charge to swiftly glide behind him. With a powerful thrust of his legs and a lean back, the scarred man was lifted off the ground. And together they toppled backwards. German suplex. The man's neck struck the ground, leaving him dazed, and his dagger slipped from his grasp. The youth quickly sprang to his feet, seizing the scarred man's lower leg and twisting it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed. His bone had shattered. The scarred man shrieked, losing consciousness completely. At that moment, the two burly men, originally stationed outside the barbecue shop to prevent customers from leaving, rushed towards the youth. Daggers raised. The youth dodged one attack while seizing the wrist of the other. With a sudden tightening grip and a fierce twist, another crisp sound of a bone snapping resonated. Cried the man whose wrist had been broken, and his dagger fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, a wooden chair came crashing down upon his head, its legs splintering and wood flying. The youth caught a glimpse of the perpetrator. It was the girl once more. A chill ran down his spine. Tang classmate. How brutal. He thought, relieved it hadn't struck the back of his head. Otherwise, it could have been fatal, and killing would lead to imprisonment, wouldn't it? However, he had no time to respond to the girl, as the last burly man was already lunging at him with a dagger. Yet ultimately, it was a futile resistance. Under the youth's extraordinary reflexes, the man's dagger was destined to never touch him. Soon, the youth had subdued him to the ground, and another chair crashed onto his head, rendering him unconscious. You dared to threaten me. See how I take you down. This time, it was the rotund man. Suddenly, sensing something, the youth swiftly stepped towards him. A sharp sound erupted as blood blossomed from the youth's shoulder. A gunshot rang out, piercing the air. The patrons inside the barbecue shop erupted into panic. Crouching down and shielding their heads, the rotund man stood behind the youth, staring blankly at him. As if struck dumb, he had just taken a bullet for him. This was a real gun. The girl was equally stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She had been watching the youth when he flinched, blood spraying from his chest. Yet, he seemed unfazed, quickly pushing the rotund man aside before lunging toward the girl. Their bodies tumbling to the ground, the youth shielding her. Liang Yichen had also rushed over, pulling the rotund man down to the floor. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets whizzed past the spot where they had just stood. Dishes, glasses, and utensils shattered instantly, scattering everywhere. Inside an SUV, a bald foreign man clutched a handgun, cursing in English. Damn it. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "Boss, the police are coming. Should we leave?" The bald man, staring out the window, wore a conflicted expression. After a moment of silence, he clenched his fist and pounded the seat, yelling, "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. They can't even take down a few kids." "Move," the SUV roared to life, belching exhaust fumes as it sped away. Back in the barbecue shop, the girl stared blankly at the youth before her, his body cradling hers with one arm while his other hand shielded her head. His pale face was mere inches away, appearing even more ashen than usual, and she could sense his rapid breathing. He usually could run 3 kilometers without breaking a sweat. The girl's lips were also turning pale and trembling. She wanted to look down and see how injured he was, but was stopped by the youth's hand. "Don't move. They haven't left yet. You could get shot." She anxiously asked, "Where were you hit?" "You must hold on." Her mind was now functioning clearly. The youth had reacted swiftly after being shot, indicating he hadn't suffered a critical injury. The youth softly replied, "I'm fine. My skin is a bit thick." The girl was momentarily taken aback. There he goes again. "My skin is a bit thick." He said the same thing when he fell during gym class. Thick skin can't block bullets, can it? All right, don't speak for now. It might hurt. If it does, just grip me tightly. The girl's tone shifted from cold to gentle, like a spring breeze caressing her face, a revival after a long winter. This was the first time she had spoken to him in such a manner, and the first time she had used such a tone with anyone other than her family. Chapter 50. The girl's concern, yet the youth remained oblivious to the change in the girl's tone. His attention focused behind them. He feared that those in the vehicle would not easily let them go and might come down to finish them off. But soon, his worries were alleviated as he heard the sirens approaching from afar, followed by the sound of the SUV starting up outside the barbecue shop. The youth's body relaxed, and he released his hold on the girl. He had indeed been quite tense. If they were armed only with daggers, he wouldn't have been too concerned. However, the presence of a gun posed a significant threat. The girl promptly rose to inspect the youth's chest, where a large patch of crimson greeted her, shocking to behold. "Hold on. I'll call for an ambulance," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she fumbled for her phone to dial emergency services. Just as she lifted her phone, she heard the distant wail of sirens and the sound of an ambulance approaching. "It seems they are already here," she said, her excitement palpable, as if she were the one being rescued rather than the youth. Yet the youth remained calm. "I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty." The girl paused, surprised by his words. Looking down, she noticed her own shirt stained with his blood, but after just a fleeting glance, she turned her gaze back to him. She desperately wanted to pry open his skull and see what was inside. Even in such dire circumstances, he was more concerned about apologizing for staining her clothes than his own well-being. "It's just a stain. How are you feeling now?" The youth replied, "I'm all right, just a bit of pain." He recognized the genuine concern in her eyes and chose not to deceive her further. Expressing his true feelings, he indeed felt only a slight discomfort, as he had long since grown accustomed to pain. However, he knew he needed to stop the bleeding promptly. The youth thought to himself. Yet the girl remained convinced he was downplaying his condition. Even if he hadn't been critically injured, he had still been shot. How could it possibly just be a little pain? A little pain sounded about right. Nevertheless, she refrained from arguing with him and decided it was best for him to speak less for now. At that moment, the rotund man and Liang Yichen arrived. The rotund man urgently inquired, "Brother Jiang, how are you? Don't scare me." His voice trembled, and his eyes were unnaturally red. He understood that the ruthless thugs were after him. Those sharp daggers were meant for him, and that fatal bullet was aimed at him as well. Yet the youth had fought barehanded against those armed assailants, even sacrificing his own body to shield him from that gunshot. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground would have been him. Perhaps he could have even been shot to death. The girl interjected, "Let's not let him speak for now. The ambulance has arrived." The rotund man looked up at the scene outside, exclaiming, "Oh, right, Brother Jiang. Hold on, the ambulance is here." Long before the thugs had descended from their vehicle, everyone had sensed something was amiss. The crowd outside the barbecue shop had already called the police. Moreover, some had already preemptively dialed emergency services. For a sudden appearance of several assailants wielding sharp weapons was likely to result in injuries. The wounded could either be the intended target, well-meaning bystanders, unfortunate witnesses, or even the assailants themselves. Fortunately, the number of assailants was not excessively high. They could manage the chaos within the barbecue restaurant but could not control what transpired outside. Naturally, they were unable to prevent people from calling for help and summoning ambulances. It was evident that the assailants intended to resolve the situation swiftly, merely wanting to obstruct the hefty individual from making a hasty escape amidst the turmoil. Who could have anticipated that a formidable hero would emerge, single-handedly overpowering them all? Soon, medical personnel arrived and skillfully administered basic disinfecting and bandaging to the young lad. They then lifted him onto a stretcher and conveyed him to the ambulance. The boy's eyes darted around as he allowed the medical staff to tend to him, merely curious about the unfolding scene. Throughout his life, he had received ample bandaging, yet this was the first time he experienced such thoughtful and meticulous care. After the staff placed him in the ambulance, it was necessary for someone to accompany the police to the station for further investigation and to provide a statement. As the primary target of this incident, Qian Xuanrui was naturally required to follow the police. Thus, it was the young girl who boarded the ambulance, accompanying the boy to the hospital, with concern etched across his face. Qian Xuanrui cast a worried glance at the boy lying on the stretcher. He then solemnly addressed the girl, saying, "Class monitor, I implore you, please take good care of Brother Jiang. Should any expenses arise, inform me, and I shall transfer the funds to you." The girl regarded him deeply, offering a slight nod. Upon witnessing the sincerity in his eyes, she realized that she had not misjudged the boy's character. As the ambulance doors slowly closed, she observed the boy on the stretcher. The freshly applied white bandages were already stained crimson, yet it was evident that the bleeding had significantly diminished. She inquired of the doctor, "How is he? Is his condition stable?" The doctor replied, "The bullet struck near the shoulder, close to the lung. Currently, we are uncertain whether the lung has been affected. Fortunately, the bleeding has somewhat subsided, but we must expedite his transfer to the hospital for surgery based on a thorough assessment of his condition." With her voice trembling, the girl expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your efforts." Noticing the girl's furrowed brow and pale complexion, the boy reassured her. "I'm fine that you're not allowed to speak," she retorted. "Oh," he replied, "justo." He fell silent. 10 minutes later, the girl stood alone outside the emergency room, the door firmly shut, with a sign reading "In Surgery" illuminated above. She reflected on the chaotic scenes that had unfolded in the barbecue restaurant. Still shaken by the ordeal, suddenly, a group of assailants burst in, and the boy had stepped forward bravely, as if a scene from an action film had materialized in reality. She felt no curiosity regarding the boy's identity or how he had attracted such peril. Her sole concern was the severity of his injuries, the success of the surgery, and the potential for any lasting repercussions. After all, the human body is a complex structure, and until the attending physician declared the surgery a success, who could guarantee anything? As time ticked by, the door to the operating room remained closed. Then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, growing louder. Xiaoli, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" Dressed in casual home attire, Su Miaoqin rushed towards the girl, her anxious voice preceding her arrival. Having received a message from the girl about the encounter with armed assailants during their barbecue outing and her classmate's subsequent injury, she had come in haste. The girl had conveyed her whereabouts, prompting Su Miaoqin's immediate arrival. Before the girl could answer, Su Miaoqin grasped her shoulders, her voice rising in concern. "Xiaoli, why are you covered in blood? Where are you injured? Let Aunt Qin take a look." The girl shook her head gently, responding softly, "Aunt Qin, I'm fine. This isn't my blood. It's my classmates." Upon hearing this, Su Miaoqin's worry mingled with confusion. "What exactly happened? Why is your classmate bleeding so much? How is he now?" The girl recounted the events in detail. When she mentioned the dagger, Su Miaoqin felt a twinge of fear, and when the gun was mentioned, she was utterly horrified. It was no exaggeration to say that a real firearm was something one would typically only witness on a screen. A mere flick of a finger could extinguish a life. Su Miaoqin gently embraced the girl, whispering, "Xiaoli, don't worry too much. Kind-hearted people are surely favored by the heavens. Startled by the embrace, the girl murmured, "Really? Do the heavens truly favor the kind-hearted? But why didn't they favor my family?" Su Miaoqin hesitated, realizing the girl was recalling painful memories. She softly patted her back. "Silly child, don't think like that. Let us wait together for your classmate to come out safely, shall we?" The girl nodded softly. At the police station, after Qian Xuanrui and Liang Yichen completed their statements, the officers assured them that they could leave and advised them to remain vigilant in the future. They also promised to apprehend the perpetrator who had fired the weapon as swiftly as possible. They immediately drove to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, they encountered Chun Jingyun, who had rushed over after receiving news from the girl. The girl felt that she and Qian Xuanrui were still just children, likely lacking the foresight to handle many aspects of the situation thoroughly. She deemed it necessary to involve an adult who could take charge, realizing that since the boy had no parents and the person who had adopted him had also abandoned him, the only suitable choice was Chen Jingyun. Moreover, it was inevitable that Chen Jingyun would eventually find out. Confused, Chen Jingyun asked Qian Xuanrui, "What are you doing here?" as they ascended towards the operating room. Qian Xuanrui recounted the entire chain of events once more. Chen Jingyun gasped, "A dagger? A gun? How did you attract such trouble?" In response, Qian Xuanrui could only briefly mention their parents' occupations. Chen Jingyun sighed heavily. Lamenting the state of parents today, one had vanished, and the other was neglectful. Indeed, when parents no longer had to face examinations, the outcomes were starkly different. However, seeing Qian Xuanrui's remorseful expression, she refrained from further comment. The trio arrived outside the operating room. Chen Jingyun had yet to greet Su Miaoqin when she noticed Tang Ingli covered in blood, causing her to exclaim in alarm, "Ingli, what happened? Why are you drenched in blood?" The girl explained again, "Teacher, this isn't my blood. It's Jiang Yunyi's blood." Chen Jingyun glanced up at the glowing red letters above the operating room door, her heartbeat quickening. She anxiously inquired, "What is his condition?" This was a question she had already posed to Qian Xuanru. He had admitted that he was unsure of the specifics, but had seen the boy lose a considerable amount of blood. The girl replied candidly, "The doctor in the ambulance mentioned that the bullet is near the shoulder, close to the lung. We don't know if it has affected the lung, and we are still unaware of the full situation." Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyun's concern intensified. This child had already suffered enough. Now this incident had occurred. A heavy silence enveloped them as they awaited news. Qian Xuanrui stared blankly at the 3 large letters above the operating room door. Lost in thought, if something were to happen to Brother Jiang, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The incident had originated from him. It was undeniably his fault, yet Brother Jiang had taken the brunt of it. Meanwhile, Liang Yichen reflected on the moment when the boy shielded the hefty individual from the gunfire. Was it a deliberate act or mere coincidence? Had he fortuitously noticed the assailant drawing a weapon? This was the only plausible explanation, for in the absence of knowledge regarding the bullet's trajectory and source, to react in time and block the shot would require extraordinary skill, perhaps only achievable by a master in their organization. The wait continued, filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Chen Jingyun stepped out for a moment, intending to give a call to the man who had raised the boy, given the gravity of the situation. Could he truly bear to stand by and remain indifferent? After all, the boy was his own flesh and blood. Surely, some feelings must linger, yet reality told Chen Jingyun that he was indeed so callous. "The number you dialed is not in service." He had even canceled his phone number. 2 hours after the boy was pushed into the operating room, the light above it extinguished, the attending physician emerged from the ward, and the crowd promptly gathered around him. Chen Jingyun anxiously inquired, "Doctor, how is the child?" The doctor adjusted his glasses and smiled. The surgery was remarkably successful. Fortunately, the bullet did not damage the alveoli. However, due to the boy's dense muscle tissue, the operation took longer than anticipated, causing some concern. He should stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. His healing ability is quite strong, and with proper care, he will recover swiftly. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The girl also relaxed her grip on her clothes. Chen Jingyun eagerly expressed, "Thank you so much, doctor. Can we see him now?" The doctor replied with a smile. Of course, Dadi stepped aside to allow them passage. "Thank you," Chen Jingyun said, leading the way into the operating room. The boy lay on the hospital bed, his long hair casually falling across his forehead. His upper body devoid of a hospital gown, yet swathed in pristine bandages that enveloped his left shoulder and chest. His strong arms and well-defined abs were exposed, evoking the image of a battle-worn young warrior. He stared blankly at the ceiling, the surroundings providing him with a vague sense of familiarity. though it was not as cold as he remembered. Soon, he noticed a group of people filing in toward him. Chun Jingyun gazed at the boy on the bed and gently asked, "Yumi, how are you feeling? Does it hurt?" The boy replied, "Teacher, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore." Before Chun Jingyun could continue speaking, Qian Xuanrui suddenly rushed to the bedside. Though he refrained from touching the boy, his eyes were red, filled with guilt, and his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "Jiang Xiong, I am truly sorry." The boy responded, bewildered, "Why are you sorry?" The chubby boy lamented, "They came for me, yet you suffered such harm." The boy replied calmly, "But if I didn't help you, would I just stand by and watch them take you away?" His tranquil words resonated like a stone dropped into a lake, creating ripples in the hearts of those present. The chubby boy stared at the boy, as if seeing threads of red extending from him, intertwining with his OWN.in that moment, perhaps when the boy shielded him from the bullets. Or even earlier, from the moment he stepped into Class 9 of the second year, a bond was formed between them. He had nothing more to say, for words were no longer necessary. Chun Jingyun, seeing that both were her students, refrained from saying much more, but still solemnly reminded the boy, "No matter what happens in the future, always prioritize your safety, understand?" The boy replied, Chun Jingyun then turned to the others and said, "All right, it's quite late now, and the boy is fine, so everyone should head home." Liang Yichen asked the chubby boy, "Are you leaving? I can give you a ride." The chubby boy replied, "You go ahead. I'll stay here to take care of Jiang Xiong." Chun Jingyun insisted, "You're not needed here. You should go home and rest. We have school tomorrow." The chubby boy protested, but Chun Jingyun interrupted, "But what? Are you going to disregard the teacher's words?" The chubby boy was suddenly torn. How could he feel at ease returning home to sleep knowing the boy was injured because of him? The boy said, "Chin classmate, you should go back. I'm fine and don't need anyone to take care of me." Just after the surgery, he had asked the doctor if he could leave, only to be met with incredulous stares. The doctor informed him that he must stay for observation for a few days to monitor the wound's recovery and check for any complications or infections. In truth, the boy felt it was unnecessary. This minor injury would heal in no time. Since the boy insisted, the chubby boy reluctantly agreed but insisted on helping him with the hospitalization procedures before leaving. Meanwhile, the girl watched the boy. And when he noticed her gaze, he tilted his head slightly. The girl parted her red lips and uttered a single word, "Fool." The boy, confused, replied, "What?" The girl said, "Rest well. I'm leaving now." The boy responded, "Oh." Thus, the girl departed with Su Miaoqin. In the corridor, Su Miaoqin gently remarked, "Xiaoli, your two friends are quite good." The girl paused slightly, pondering the notion of friends. Su Miaoqin continued, "That chubby boy, it's clear he values loyalty." The girl nodded. Su Miaoqin added, "And the boy lying in the hospital bed is very kind. His eyes are pure and bright. I believe even if a stranger faced danger today, he would step forward." After years of navigating society, she could discern certain truths from fleeting scenes, brief exchanges, and subtle glances. The girl replied, He has quite thick-skinned." Su Miaoqin, taken aback, asked, "What?" The girl blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Nothing." That night, Chun Jingyun stayed at the hospital to care for the boy. Despite his insistence that it was unnecessary, she urged him to sleep, as it would aid in his recovery, telling him to call her if he felt unwell during the night. She herself rested beside his bed. The following day, Chun Jingyun ventured out to buy breakfast for the boy and reminded him, "Always pay attention to your physical condition. If you feel unwell, press the button to call the nurse." "Understand?" The boy replied, I understand." Chun Jingyun gently said, "I will come to see you again at noon. If nothing is wrong, you should rest a bit more." The boy responded, "Goodbye, teacher." By at noon, Chun Jingyun returned with Qian Xuanrui. She carried food while he bore a hefty book. Thud. Qian Xuanrui placed the book on the small table by the boy's bedside. An English dictionary. Qian Xuanrui, trying to distance himself, said, "Jiang Xiong. This isn't something I brought for you. The class monitor asked me to bring it, saying you like to read this." The boy replied, "Oh." His calm reaction surprised the chubby boy, who had expected that Tang Yingli was merely teasing him. It seemed that was not the case. Could he truly enjoy such things? Surely not. Chun Jingyun urged, "Let us eat first." The boy replied, That evening, Chun Jingyun visited the boy for a while before leaving, noting that his spirits seemed quite good and he likely had no major issues. Moreover, she had not dared to sleep the previous night and found herself quite fatigued. Thus, she gave the boy some last-minute reminders before departing. After Chun Jingyun left, Qian Xuanrui arrived, Having come straight from his evening self-study session after taking a shower, the boy greeted him. "What brings you here?" The chubby boy responded earnestly. "Jiang Xiong, how could you say such a thing? I am the one who should be here." The boy countered. "Aren't you afraid of being captured on your way here?" The chubby boy chuckled awkwardly. "Jiang Xiong, the probability of me being chased is not that high. Otherwise, I would have had a half-meter-high grave by yesterday." His parents had managed the aftermath relatively cleanly. However, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. Last night, it was the boy's shoes that got soaked. Chapter 53. On love, the chubby boy said mysteriously. "Jiang Xiong, are you curious why I am being hunted?" The boy shook his head. He harbored his own undisclosed past. How could he be curious about someone else's? The chubby boy sighed. "Jiang Xiong, you really don't offer any emotional value to others." The boy queried. "What should I say?" The chubby boy replied. "You should express curiosity." The boy understood. "Oh, curiosity." The chubby boy paused, suddenly curious himself. "Jiang Xiong, how did you end up getting close to the class monitor?" The boy asked. "Why do you want to know?" The chubby boy explained. "Because the class monitor seems very aloof, and you hardly speak." "So how do you two communicate?" The boy replied. "We rarely talk." The chubby boy was skeptical. "Jiang Xiong, don't kid me that if you weren't close, how would she come over to sit with you during the competition? And after the competition, how could she join us for barbecue? I even sneaked a glance at her when you were in surgery. She looked quite worried." The boy explained. "Because we are desk mates." The chubby boy retorted. "That's impossible. I've heard rumors about the class monitor. Apparently, she has never been seen close to anyone since she started school." The boy countered. "Is it unusual for desk mates to be a bit closer?" The chubby boy exclaimed. "Oh no, I'm not talking about physical proximity, but emotional closeness. Do you understand?" The boy replied in confusion. "I don't understand." The chubby boy realized that this topic might be a bit too profound for the boy. "Do you know what love is?" The boy shook his head. No, the stout fellow expressed his skepticism. "It shouldn't be the case. Brother Jiang, haven't you ever heard your classmates discuss this topic? Or did none of your former classmates ever engage in early romance?" The youth replied. No, he had no classmates at all. The stout man's brow furrowed slightly as he suspected the youth might be deceiving him. However, upon gazing into the youth's pure and innocent eyes, he felt that such a notion was unlikely. Could it be that Brother Jiang was solely devoted to his studies, oblivious to the world beyond his books? His attention then shifted to the large English dictionary on the small table. Nearly flipped to the last page by the youth, he swallowed hard. It was indeed a possibility. Truly, this was a balance of yin and yang. Brother Jiang was well versed in both literature and martial arts, already displaying the demeanor of a great emperor, yet lacking in emotional experience. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulders. The mission was significant. He deemed it necessary to enlighten the youth about the concept of love. This was a crucial event in Brother Jiang's life. For the favor Brother Jiang had done him, he had no means to repay, except by assisting him in winning the heart of the class monitor, thus settling a small debt of gratitude. Moreover, the class monitor was extraordinarily charming, a quality person indeed. Surely, it would be a worthwhile investment. No, what was he saying? A lovely match it shall be. The stout man solemnly addressed the youth. Brother Jiang, love, in essence, is an emotion that exists between a man and a woman. Of course, one need not rigidly adhere to gender. He refrained from voicing this caution, fearing it might mislead the youth and bring trouble upon himself. The youth, intrigued, inquired, "What kind of emotion?" The stout man, with an air of profundity, replied, "When the time is right, Brother Jiang shall understand. Love varies from person to person. Whatever you perceive it to be, it is exactly that." The youth asked, "What time?" The stout man, stroking his non-existent beard with his right hand, replied, "That is uncertain. It could be the next moment. No, perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, or some time in the not-so-distant future. In any case, just remember that love is an emotion that arises between a man and a woman." The youth questioned, "What about between boys?" Without hesitation, the stout man responded, "That would be camaraderie. No, what was he saying now?" He cleared his throat lightly. "I misspoke. That is friendship." The youth, puzzled, asked, "And what is friendship?" The stout man replied, "Friendship is a simpler matter. It is the emotion that arises between friends." The youth further queried, "What constitutes a friend?" The stout man hesitated momentarily, then pointed at the youth and then at himself, saying, "Just like you and I, we are friends." The youth appeared somewhat bewildered, yet still acknowledged. OT then asked, "What about me and classmate Tang?" Upon hearing this, the stout man's lips curled into a faint smile. That it seemed he could not forget his classmate Tang. Of course, They were friends for now. The youth responded. Oti did not notice the stout man playing with words. On Tuesday morning, Qian Xuanrui bought breakfast for the youth before heading to school. When Chun Jingyun arrived, the youth informed her that he had already eaten. After inquiring, she learned that Qian Xuanrui had stayed with him the previous night. She playfully scolded him for his actions in the evening. Besides Chun Jingyun and Qian Xuanrui, the young lady also came. The youth expressed his desire to be discharged from the hospital and demonstrated his now agile arms and body. Upon seeing that he indeed seemed to have mostly recovered, the three went to consult the doctor. After all, none of them had been shot, so they were not overly astonished by the youth's recovery ability. However, the doctor who came to re-examine the youth was astonished and repeatedly expressed his disbelief, attributing it ultimately to the vigor of youth. Thus, the doctor consented to the youth's discharge. Chen Jingzhen allowed him to skip evening study sessions that night, suggesting he return home to rest and come back to school the next day. The youth had no objections to this, after changing into the new clothes that the stout man had prepared for him. He shared a taxi ride back with the three. Since the youth's apartment was nearby the school, it was quite convenient. In the car, Chen Jingzhen, seated in the front, gently reminded him, "You should catch up on the lessons you missed over the past couple of days once you're back at school. Make sure to ask Ingli or the teachers, all right?" The stout man lightly nudged the youth with his elbow, saying, "Exactly, Brother Jiang. Make sure to ask the class monitor as well." The youth replied, "Oh." The young lady remained silent. That evening, the youth went to the arena in the eastern part of the city, knowing there would be a match that night. His eagerness to be discharged was primarily to compete. Thus, when he stepped onto the stage, the audience beheld a battle-scarred youth, his left shoulder and chest wrapped in bandages. Although his movements were no longer hindered, the wounds remained, requiring the bandaging for better healing. The spectators gasped in astonishment. What happened? They wondered. He must have injured his shoulder during training. Meanwhile, Liang Yichen, seated in the front row, gaped in disbelief. This could. How's he up there again? Didn't he just suffer a gunshot wound? No. He was still in the hospital. Wasn't he? How did he get out? In truth, he had forgotten to help the youth cancel the match, as he had been preoccupied with matters regarding the youth's genetic testing. The results confirmed that the youth was indeed just an ordinary person, possessing only the genes of an average individual. It seemed he was merely the illegitimate child of some high-ranking official rather than what Liang Yichen had imagined. Chapter 54. Stir-fried crab with ginger and scallions despite the youth's injuries. The match in the arena held little suspense. The youth emerged victorious, marking his fourth consecutive win. Below the stage, Liang Yichen jested, "Aren't you still in the hospital? What are you doing here fighting?" The youth replied, "I've been discharged." Liang Yichen was taken aback. "So soon? Didn't you just stay for 2 days? You're already fine." The youth affirmed, "Pretty much." Liang Yichen mused. TSK. He preferred to believe there was something unusual about the youth's genes, as he found it hard to accept that the disparity between individuals could be so vast. Who was this high-ranking official's subordinate whose genes were so extraordinary? He couldn't help but ponder. If such a physique were to awaken, would it not lead to a perfect awakening? Liang Yichen asked, "Are you still fighting on Thursday?" The youth replied, Meanwhile, in Liwan Garden, the young lady, clad in pajamas, with her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, appeared softer and more graceful than she did at school. She sat on her bed, holding her phone, lost in thought. She had intended to sleep by 10:30, yet slumber eluded her. She was unsure why she couldn't sleep. Perhaps due to the anticipation of the youth's match that had yet to be cancelled. Eventually, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the official account of the arena in the eastern part of the city. The first thing that caught her eye was a photo of the youth, bandaged and standing on the stage. That moment, her beautiful eyes were fixated on the image of the youth. Such actions seemed entirely normal. However, to the young lady, it was nothing short of shocking, even more so than witnessing the Titanic. This shock resonated from her very soul. This guy, having just sustained a gunshot wound, with the bullet extracted from his body only 2 days prior, was now standing on stage. Was he out of his mind? What if his wounds reopened? Could it be that when he was bullied in the past, he also struggled to rise and continue fighting despite being battered and bruised? The following morning, at the entrance of the campus, the youth and the young lady unexpectedly crossed paths. The youth raised his arm, presenting a cup of soy milk and a bag of buns before her. "Here, it's for you." The young lady tilted her head, her gaze not lingering on the soy milk and buns, but rather on the youth's shoulder. She coldly remarked, "Haven't you finished repaying your debt yet?" The youth replied, "Not yet." The young lady inquired, Is there that much owed? The youth confirmed. She accepted the breakfast, saying, all right then. They proceeded together into the school. The young lady asked, did you compete again yesterday? The youth responded. She continued, does your wound still hurt? The youth replied, not anymore. She murmured, you really are thick-skinned. The youth asked, what? The young lady clarified, I meant to say you're tough and resilient. Not only can you take a fall, but you also don't fear gunfire. The youth mused, well, that I still fear guns a little. The young lady chided, you fooled at this. The youth ran his fingers through his hair, unsure of what to say. Was that really so foolish? As 7 o'clock approached, students began arriving at the classroom in succession. Make way, make way. The stout fellow burst into the classroom, darting toward the youth like a tracking bullet. He gasped for breath. Brother Jiang. We must fight this match. We absolutely must earn this money. He had been dumbfounded upon seeing the youth's picture in the arena. He had once thought that skipping evening study sessions to fight was the pinnacle of Brother Jiang's exploits. Yet Brother Jiang had once again surprised him by stepping into the ring with a gunshot wound. The youth remarked, I was worried he'd deduct my credibility points and prevent me from fighting. He recalled the last contestant who failed to arrive on time had indeed lost credibility points. The stout man said, Brother Jiang, that's foolish. Missing one match isn't a big deal, but we must blame that fellow Liang for not helping you cancel the match. Such carelessness makes it hard for him to hold on to his civil servant position. During physics class, Chen Jingyan announced to everyone, according to the latest notice from the school, this year's spring outing is scheduled for next Monday. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into cheers, save for a certain corner of the room. Young man, what is a spring outing? Young girl, it's when the school organizes a trip for us to have fun somewhere. Young man, is it enjoyable? The young girl hesitated. You can go and find out for yourself. Young man, aren't you going? Young girl, no, I'm not. She felt that going out to play was pointless. It would be better to stay at home and tackle exercises or practice some combat at the gym. Young man. Oh, little did the young girl know, Su Miaoqin had already secretly enrolled her in the class parent group. She believed that the young girl had been too reclusive for too long, and now that she seemed to have finally made 2 friends, it was essential for them to interact more. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by. During these days, the young man had mostly been studying, asking the young girl questions whenever he encountered difficulties, and occasionally, the chubby boy would come over to engage him in light banter. Duan Xiang had also settled down, joining the combat training on Friday night without causing any trouble, as if he had come to a realization that bothering the young man would only result in his own humiliation. The young girl was somewhat surprised. It was not her intention for him to seek revenge on the young man. She had thought it was typical for someone like Duan Xiang, an arrogant young master, to go to great lengths to retaliate against the young man. After all, a dog can never change its nature. After the training, while the young girl was packing her things, she suddenly asked the young man, are you free tomorrow afternoon? The young man shook his head. I need to go out with Qian classmate to buy a phone tomorrow afternoon. Young girl. Oh, young man. What's wrong? Young girl confessed. I wanted to invite you to the gym. The young man tilted his head. Can it be the day after tomorrow afternoon? Young girl. Don't you have homework to do? Young man. Not much, and I wake up early. He didn't have much homework, so he could finish quickly. Young girl. Oh, the same carried a subtle nuance of change. Saturday noon. The young man met with the chubby boy at their usual spot. They first had lunch together. And then the chubby boy took the young man to choose a phone, even getting him a SIM card, and finally assisting him in obtaining a bank card. After spending some time teaching the young man how to use the phone. Suddenly, ding. The young man looked down to see a personal contact card appearing in the chat box between him and the chubby boy. The name read Tang Siu Paigu. Young man. What is this? Chubby boy. It's your little desk mate. Young man. What's up? Chubby boy. You should add her as a friend, just like I taught you. Young man. OH at 5:30 in the evening, in Liwan Garden.in the study. The young girl picked up her phone while preparing to head to the living room for dinner. She noticed a little red dot on her contacts. When she clicked to check, it read, I am Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Chapter 55. The Beauty of the Peach Blossom. The young girl looked at this ID, tilting her head in confusion. Why does it look just like hers? The format. She guessed it must be the young man. But the name was likely created by Qian Xuanrui. However, she didn't delve deeper and directly accepted the friend request. Just as the request was approved, it showed someone was typing after a minute. As the young girl frowned slightly, a message finally popped up in the chat box. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Are you coming to watch the match tonight? Tang Siu Paigu. Yes. Almost a minute later. Young girl. Does this guy have the speed of an elderly person? Jiang Tsong Chaoxia. Where will you sit? The young girl was slightly taken aback, then deftly maneuvered her fingers across the screen. Tang Siu Paigu. Image Jiang Tsong Chaoxia. Oh. When the young girl arrived at the arena in the eastern part of the city, she found two familiar faces already seated next to her. It was the young man and the chubby boy. The young girl gracefully approached them. Are you really sitting in these two seats? Chubby boy proudly declared. Class monitor, of course. My brother Liang is in charge of this area. What seats can't we get? Liang Yichen. Don't be so familiar. I'm the one with the surname Liang. Before the young girl could respond, a gentle voice came from behind. Xiao Liang, you know Liang Yichen? At this moment, the young man and the chubby boy turned to look behind the young girl, where a middle-aged man with a square face stood, his eyes radiating warmth and approachability. Chubby boy glanced at the young girl. Class monitor. Who is this? The young girl introduced. This is my Uncle Wu. Then she introduced the young man and the chubby boy to Wu Jiangwo. Chubby boy quickly said politely, Hello, Uncle Wu. Yes, we know Liang Yichen. Then he noticed the young man remained silent and nudged his arm. The young man stared at him blankly. What's wrong? The chubby boy was frantically making exaggerated gestures that he was anxious. Jiang brother. Meeting the parents, and you're just standing there in a daze. The young man tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong with your eyes? Hearing this, Wu Jiangwo couldn't help but chuckle. Young girl sighed. He wants you to greet my uncle. Young man. Oh, hello, Uncle Wu. So, this is what it means to greet someone upon meeting. Wu Jiangwo smiled warmly. Hello, you must be the two classmates who faced hardships alongside Xiao Li last weekend? Chubby boy immediately wore a mournful expression. Yes, uncle, it was because of my recklessness that the class monitor also faced danger. I am sorry. Wu Jiangwo waved his hand, chuckling. No need to apologize. I'm not here to blame anyone, and this matter is not your fault. Firstly, from what I understand, they wanted to capture you because of your parents. You were merely a victim. Secondly, the gang primarily targeted you. And if Xiao Li and the others chose to remain uninvolved, they likely wouldn't have been harmed if they got hurt because they chose to help you. That certainly cannot be blamed on you. Chubby boy, thank you, uncle, for your understanding, but I still feel guilty, because others might not understand. But he had always known he could encounter danger at any moment, even if the probability was not high. Thus, he felt guilty for not telling the young man and young girl earlier that getting too close to him might put them in danger, as well that he refrained from saying this, because he wanted to make friends. If he did, who would be willing to take the risk to befriend him? Furthermore, he believed that if danger truly arose one day, as long as he cooperated obediently, his friends should not be implicated. Which was the most crucial reason. Wu Jiangwo gently said, Child, feeling guilty is normal. If you acted as if nothing happened, that would be proof they chose the wrong person to help. He suddenly thought to himself. Since they know Liang Yichen, could it be that Liang Yichen has chosen these two? Their character seems to meet the criteria. Soon, the match for the night began. Tang Yingli and Wu Jiangwo also took their seats. With the young girl sitting beside the young man, Wu Jiangwo slightly leaned towards the young man with a smile. I heard from Xiao Li that Su and I classmate is quite skilled in combat. Is that true? The young man glanced at the young girl, who did not look at him, seemingly focused on the match. Not particularly skilled. Wu Jiangwo chuckled. Su and I classmate is truly modest. Not many can earn praise from Xiao Li. Let me think. It seems there are none. The young girl suddenly became anxious and hurriedly interrupted. Uncle Wu, the match is starting. Let us focus on watching. All right. Let us watch the match. Wu Jiangwo could only shake his head with a smile. The young man tilted his head to look at the young girl. Is she nervous? But why would she be nervous at 8 o'clock that night? During the weekend, Liang Yichen had scheduled this time slot for the young man's match. The young man appeared once again on the arena, but this time the cheers were more intense than before. He had gained a bit of popularity, having won 5 consecutive matches as a high school student and a senior boxer. Possessing both identities is truly rare across the nation. This time, his opponent was the critical striker. When both of them appeared in the arena, it successfully elevated the atmosphere to a small climax. The young girl and the chubby boy were still somewhat tense, especially since this was the young man's first match after advancing to senior boxer status. However, to be honest, after witnessing the young man confront the thugs last weekend, they had considerable confidence in him. It was no joke. 5 armed thugs had been taken down by him with a kick, a twist, and a throw, each met with cries of anguish and silence. He fought ruthlessly, and now in the arena, such moves were permitted. as long as they did not target vital areas. They believed that only seasoned senior boxers ranked higher would pose a threat to the young man. Wu Jiangwo watched with curiosity and scrutiny. He knew that the rules stipulated that no one under 18 could compete in the ring. Since the young man stood on the stage, there was only one possibility: Liang Yiqin had a hand in it. And he understood Liang Yiqin's true identity: boxing. With the referee's command, the young man did not follow the usual tactics. He did not choose to test the waters, but charged directly at the critical striker. The critical striker was taken aback, retreating while keeping an eye on his movements. The audience gasped in surprise. That aren't they testing the waters? What kind of fighting style is this? Is he no longer pretending and ready to showcase his true strength? Qian Xuanrui was also quite puzzled. Brother Jiang, what is this all about? Could it be another German suplex like last week? The girl gazed intently at the boy. She saw that the striker had arrived at the edge of the ring. With nowhere to retreat, suddenly, the boy, 3 strides away from the striker, twisted his waist and leapt forward, spinning in midair a full 360 degrees. Just as he was about to face forward, he bent his legs in midair, seemingly attempting to deliver a kick to the striker's head. However, the striker appeared to have anticipated his intention, quickly lowering his fist while simultaneously bending backward, his body arching at a 120-degree angle, hoping to evade the boy's horizontal kick. But alas, the boy did not execute a horizontal kick after his 360-degree spin. Instead, he landed directly, delivering a powerful downward punch aimed at the striker's head. The striker was sent crashing to the ground. Thus, the match concluded. The arena fell into a profound silence, with the sound of a pin dropping clearly audible. Chapter 56. Is this a date? After a moment, Ward exclaimed, "What is this? A feint?" First, it seemed like a 360-degree kick to trick you into bending down, but it was actually a punch for the KO. Was this move so ingenious? What benefit does it bring me to be so dazzled by him? I've learned. My eyes have absorbed it, but my hands have faltered. The audience was filled with exclamations of astonishment directed at the boy, their voices rising and falling like waves. The chubby boy watched the youth on stage, his face slightly flushed with excitement. "Brother Jiang, that move was so cool, it left me stunned." The girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, her gaze reminiscent of a stream dancing over stones, clear yet dynamic, concealing a hidden turbulence. She murmured, "The beauty of Tihua." Moreover, she could sense that the current boy was worlds apart from the boy of a week ago. Unbeknownst to her, he had transformed from a novice to someone capable of dazzling the crowd. Wu Jiangwo was equally astonished. As one of the practitioners of national policy, he naturally had an understanding of combat. He believed that anyone capable of devising such an ingenious move must possess some innate talent for fighting. That evening, at Liwan Garden, in the master bedroom, Su Miaoqin softly asked, "Did you meet those 2 children tonight?" Wu Jiangwo smiled. "Yes." Su Miaoqin inquired, "What do you think of them?" Wu Jiangwo replied. The boy named Jiang Yuni stepped up when his friend was in danger, even willing to take a bullet for him. Such intentions and actions speak for themselves. As for the boy named Qian Xuanrui, he is also commendable. His remorse is genuine. Truly, as you said, he is deeply loyal. Your insight is indeed remarkable. Su Miaoqin laughed. "Not that remarkable. I initially didn't think much of you either." Wu Jiangwo chuckled. "That's true." He continued. "I also asked Xiao Liang, and he indeed has his eyes on both of them." Su Miaoqin raised an eyebrow. "That's a good thing. If they are chosen and agree, little Li won't be lonely in the future." Wu Jiangwo sighed. "While that is true, being selected is merely a stepping stone. It ultimately depends on whether they possess divine thoughts." Su Miaoqin remarked. "Indeed, if little Li lacks divine thoughts, then this grudge." Wu Jiangwo took a deep breath. "Let us discuss that later. Who can predict the future?" Su Miaoqin nodded. "Yes. The most important thing now is that little Li is actually making friends. This is a good start. Encouraging them to interact may help little Li open up." Wu Jiangwo suddenly smiled at a thought. "If that brat finds out about your idea, he would surely come back to have a word with you." Su Miaoqin shot him a glare. "Does he dare? We can't prevent little Li from making friends. After all, these are her only 2 friends in so many years, both of decent character. Moreover, if that brat had any ability, who would I willingly let little Li go to someone else? He has pursued her for years, yet has never made a significant impression. He must have inherited your genes, lacking talent in this regard." Wu Jiangwo retorted. "Hey, you can criticize him, but why bring me into it?" Su Miaoqin glanced at him. "Am I wrong?" Wu Jiangwo immediately fell silent. Whether he was convinced or not, he had to concede. On Sunday afternoon, the boy stood at the school gate, waiting. A few minutes later, the girl approached him from a distance. Dressed in black sportswear, wearing a black cap, her delicate and refined face resembled a lotus emerging from the water, ethereal and untouched by worldly affairs. She still wore no makeup, yet remained refreshingly exquisite. The girl checked the time. She was punctual. Did you wait long? The boy replied, just a little while. Qian Xuanrui said that when going out with a girl, one should not make her wait. The girl nodded gently in agreement. The combat gym was nearby, so they chose to walk. Along the way, the boy inexplicably asked, "Is this a date?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, then slowly turned to him. "Did Qian Xuanrui teach you this?" The boy answered, "Yes." The girl continued, "Did you tell him that I asked you out today?" The boy replied, "No." The girl cautioned, "You should listen lest it is nonsense. Don't let him lead you astray." The boy asked, "Is it wrong for him to teach me?" The girl replied, "Perhaps it's right, but learning such things is of no use." The boy nodded. They fell into a brief silence, and then the girl spoke. "This is not a date." The boy asked, "Then what is a date?" He had no ulterior motive. He was simply curious about everything, about this world. He had previously thought that as long as he could manage his basic needs, he could integrate into society. However, as time passed and he interacted with others, he realized that merely meeting his basic needs would only make him appear normal. He was still not a normal person. There were many things he could not comprehend, such as human emotions. He could not understand why Duan Xing targeted him because of the girl. He could not fathom why Qin Jingyun seemed particularly concerned about him. He also could not grasp why the chubby boy had once leaned over his hospital bed to apologize. Su Miaoqin was right. Had the chubby boy been a stranger that day, he would have stepped in to help regardless. But Su Miaoqin was mistaken. It was not out of the boy's kindness, but rather his innate sense of justice. What is justice? It is the ability to discern good from evil, to understand right from wrong. He felt that the actions of the wrongdoers were unjust, so he intervened. He realized that lying was wrong, hence he chose to be honest. The behavior of the red-haired thug infuriated him, yet he still refrained from delivering a lethal blow. The girl glanced at the boy. Going out to play with Qian Xuanrui is a date. In the dictionary, a date is defined as a prearranged meeting, regardless of gender. The boy paused, but Qian Xuanrui told me that only when boys and girls go out together is it considered a date. The girl replied coolly, "Do you trust him or me?" The boy answered, "I trust you." Since the girl had been assisting him since his first day at school, he naturally felt closer to her. The chubby boy lamented, "In the end, I misjudged. Sob, sob, sob." The girl nodded in satisfaction. "Yes." Chapter 57. May I manage you? The two arrived at Liang Ji's combat gym. Today, Zhong Jiaoyang was not present at the gym. The girl ignored this and directly led the boy to the combat area. The boy curiously observed the various equipment within the gym. The girl asked, "Have you been here before?" The boy replied, "No." She retrieved a pair of boxing gloves that were usually available for customers and handed them to the boy. "Here, I forgot to remind you to bring your gloves." She actually thought the boy should have brought his own. The boy accepted them. "I don't have any gloves." The girl was momentarily taken aback. "Then how did you compete?" The boy replied, "I used the gloves from the East City arena." The girl responded, "Oh." She skillfully tied her hair into a bun and then donned a pair of purple-red boxing gloves, which were both striking and understated. "Can you teach me the moves you used against the thugs last weekend?" The boy tilted his head. "Which moves? The German suplex?" This was something he had heard the audience shout during the last Titan match. The girl pouted, "I don't want to learn that. I want to learn the dislocation move." The boy replied, "Oh." The girl instructed, "Follow me." They then approached several training dummies. The girl said, "You demonstrate how to dislocate them." The boy replied, "Okay." He immediately grabbed one of the training dummy's hands, placing his palm on its wrist. He frowned slightly as he felt around and then demonstrated for the girl. "This dummy has no bones. Approximately here. Then grab like this, and apply force to dislocate its bones." The girl was eager to try. "Let me give it a shot." The boy released his grip, and the girl mimicked the position from her memory, attempting to grasp the dummy's wrist, then asked the boy, "Is it like this?" The boy replied, "Almost." Since the dummy had no bones, he could only indicate the general area. Clearly, the girl also realized this. The girl then said, "Extend your hand." The boy obediently extended his hand towards the girl. The young girl grasped his hand firmly, then began to explore his wrist. The boy remarked, "Didn't they say that boys shouldn't casually hold girls' hands?" The girl paused, momentarily taken aback, as she thought he was teasing her about her prior statement. Feeling somewhat flustered, she replied, "Yes, but I never said girls couldn't do so. Besides, this isn't just casual. It's for teaching purposes. It holds significance." The boy simply responded with an "oh." However, the boy's interruption left her feeling somewhat disoriented. The girl thought to herself, it's all his fault. Just then, she felt a large hand cover hers. It was as he then guided her palm to the junction of his wrist and forearm. Here, he instructed. The girl responded with an "oh," unable to meet his gaze. Yet, the boy's next words compelled her to look. You could try exerting force to dislocate it. What did you say? The girl was convinced she must have misheard. You can twist it a bit, he clarified. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. Are you insane? Won't he that hurt? The boy replied, it'll hurt a little, but it's manageable. Regaining her composure, the girl asked, are you joking? He insisted, I'm serious. She fell silent, contemplating the myriad scars that adorned his body. Could it be that he had grown accustomed to bullying in his childhood? Thus he perceived wrestling as inconsequential and thought it trivial to block attacks and now, even the prospect of a fracture seemed insignificant to him. With this thought, she looked earnestly at him and said, Don't joke about that. Never say such things again. It's frightening. It shows a lack of respect for your own body. You must cherish it. Do you understand? The boy simply replied. He sensed that she seemed eager to master this skill. Hence his comment. As for the pain that dislocated bones might cause him, it was not enough to make him frown. Subsequently, they resumed their practice, and the boy taught her methods for dislocating other bones. At that moment, a young man with slicked back hair, bare-chested, and of commendable physique, approached. He spoke gently to the girl. Hello, I noticed you from over there while I was working out. You seem to have a passion for combat sports. And I happen to have some knowledge in that area. May I get to know you? The girl responded coolly. No, thank you. I'm fine practicing with my friend. The young man, undeterred, asked, Oh, is he your boyfriend? He had been captivated by her beauty and purity the moment he laid eyes on her, but he had hesitated to approach due to the presence of the boy beside her. Seeing that they did not appear to be a couple, he had made his move. Not at all, she replied. The young man chuckled. If that's the case, may we exchange contact information? The girl furrowed her brows slightly. No, the young man, oblivious to her discomfort, thought that when faced with a beautiful girl, one should be a bit bolder. After all, being attractive warranted a touch of pride that he believed that with persistence, she would eventually relent. Thus, he continued, I mean no harm. I simply wish to befriend you. The girl sighed inwardly, realizing she had encountered someone particularly brazen. If she were to claim he was harassing her, he seemed far too polite and well-mannered for that. If he were to remain here with such audacity, she truly had no means to drive him away. Typically, at the gym, when approached for WeChat, most would gracefully retreat upon sensing her disinterest if she encountered someone particularly persistent. Liang Shu would usually intervene on her behalf. Today, however, Liang Shu was absent, and she found herself facing this peculiar individual. Were she to meet him on the street, she would undoubtedly ignore him and walk away. But since they had just begun practicing at the gym, she couldn't simply leave to avoid him. If only she and denied that they weren't together. She let out a soft sigh, preparing to speak, when she heard the boy's voice, not arrogant, but filled with confusion. Did you not hear her say no? At this, the young man's smile faltered, faced with the boy's confrontational tone. He could hardly maintain his pleasant demeanor that he retorted coldly, I'm speaking with this young lady. What business is it of yours? The boy replied, Am I not allowed to speak my mind? What concern is it of yours? The young man scoffed, You're not her boyfriend. What gives you the right to intervene? The boy understood that the young man's reference to boyfriend did not imply a male friend. Since that night when he and Fatty had discussed the concept of love, he had been observing various couples in their class. Thus, he had gained some understanding of terms like girlfriend, couple, and love. Must one be a boyfriend to have a say? Can friends not have a say? He then turned to the girl. May I have a say in your matters? The girl was momentarily taken aback. Surprised that the boy would ask her such a question. Was he being careless or deliberately trying to provoke her? She couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter brightening the room like 1,000 blossoms. Of course you can. Upon hearing this, the young man's face flushed crimson, and he muttered a dismissive remark before retreating in defeat. Seeing him leave, the girl halted her laughter and turned to the boy. I didn't realize you could be so fierce with your words. The boy replied. Qian classmate said that friends should help each other. Well, it seems Qian Xuanrui has imparted some useful wisdom. She remarked, Do you consider us friends? He asked, tilting his head. Are we not? She countered, tilting her own head in contemplation. Perhaps we are. She felt a renewed appreciation for the boy's growth, from a stage of utter simplicity to expressing himself in coherent phrases, to now being able to stand his ground, from being shy to speaking fluently, and now naturally. Perhaps because they shared a similar essence, she felt genuinely pleased for his development, or perhaps it was because, undoubtedly, they were indeed friends. As tranquility returned, they resumed their practice on the ring. The girl curiously inquired, "How did you come up with that feint last night?" The boy replied, "I was thinking about how to win the match more easily. And that's what I came up with." "And what about the thought process?" she pressed. "There was no process. There's a term called that a flash of inspiration." The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. He seemed sincere, and she realized he wasn't one to joke. Puffing out her cheeks, she conceded, "All right. Would you like me to teach you?" He offered that it's so simple. "I can learn it after just one demonstration." She replied confidently. The boy tilted his head, and the girl felt a challenge in his gesture. "But don't believe me. Let us see." "All right." However, her attempt ended in failure. Feeling flustered, she exclaimed, "Why are you just standing there?" As she spun through the air, simultaneously building strength for a roundhouse kick and a punch, she noticed he remained stationary, his fist raised without any further movement. The boy asked, "If I don't move, you want to attack?" She hesitated, doubting his intentions. Surely he must be doing this intentionally. He bore a grudge against her for earlier teasing him about holding hands. That as for the boy's true thoughts, they remained a mystery. Ultimately, he guided her to successfully execute. The youth was perplexed. "What are these two things?" The girl, well accustomed to the boy's inquiries, replied, "Hot pot is simply a pot with a flame, where ingredients are placed and cooked. As for McDonald's, it is a place beloved by children." This was the most straightforward explanation the girl could muster. After all, if she told the boy that McDonald's serves hamburgers, she would likely have to explain what a hamburger is as well. When the boy heard that children are fond of it, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes that he eagerly suggested, "Then let us go eat at McDonald's." He longed to experience the flavors of what other children cherished in their youth. The corners of the girl's mouth lifted slightly. "Let us go then." She surmised that the boy would choose McDonald's, for given his background, he probably had never tasted it before. Individuals like them often envied the simple delights that other children seemed to have at their fingertips. Yet they themselves had never experienced. When something is exclusive to an individual, it may not stir envy. However, when everyone else possesses it, and you do not, envy inevitably follows. Inside McDonald's, they found a spot to sit. The girl took out her phone to scan the code for ordering. She positioned the phone in front of the boy. "Take a look and see what you'd like." The boy's fingers glided across the screen as he stared blankly at the food names displayed. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze on the children's meal. "I want this." The girl glanced at it, momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing a mix of emotions as she regarded the boy. "All right." After their meal, the boy, still in a daze, asked, "Didn't you say you weren't going on the spring outing?" The girl replied assertively, "I changed my mind." "Is that not permissible?" That evening, upon returning home, Aunt Cheen informed her that she had already signed her up for the spring outing in the parents' group. What could she do but go? The boy nodded. Thus, they went to buy snacks for the outing the next day. The boy mentioned he had never tried them before and requested the girl to pick some for him. The girl chose some water and biscuits for herself, as she seldom indulged in snacks. However, she selected an assortment of treats for the boy, including spicy sticks, mushroom beef, popping candy, and lollipops. As they strolled home, they were both heading in the same direction until they reached the intersection near their school. The boy toyed with the toy that came with the children's meal from McDonald's. It was a Pikachu. "Is it really that fun?" the girl inquired. "Yes," the boy replied. "This is my first toy." Soon, they arrived at the intersection by the school, where it was time to bid farewell. "Goodbye." The girl gazed into the boy's bright, clear eyes and suddenly recalled how he had teased her twice today. For reasons unknown, her lips parted slightly. "Did you not say you would take care of me?" "Huh?" The boy seemed momentarily confused. "Yes," the girl continued. "So, Qian Xuanrui only taught you that when going out with a girl, you shouldn't make her wait. Did he not teach you that you should escort her home afterward?" Upon hearing this, the boy paused, realizing that Qian indeed had not instructed him in that regard. "That it seems I have been remiss," he admitted. "Then I shall accompany you home." The girl scoffed. How dull. She had anticipated the boy would feel a bit flustered. "You're so dense," she remarked. "So, boys are not required to escort girls home." The girl tilted her head. "Not necessarily. Some relationships warrant it." The boy inquired, "What about friends? If both parties are willing, it can be so." "Then let us go." The boy turned in the direction the girl had come from. The girl was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the boy's retreating figure. Noticing she had not followed, he turned around. Tilting his head, "Are you unwilling?" For reasons unknown, the girl felt her heart skip a beat that a sensation she had never experienced before washed over her. She was at a loss for words, yet it felt strangely peculiar. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Then let us go on Monday morning at 7:10. The girl sat at her desk, gazing vacantly out the window. The seat beside her was empty. The boy had yet to arrive. Today, the teacher had instructed everyone to be in the classroom by 7:15, so they could board the bus at the back gate of the school by 7:30. The classroom was buzzing with excitement as students chatted eagerly about the spring outing destination, Happy Valley. Although many had visited with their families before, this time it would be different, as they would be with friends. Discussions erupted about the attractions at Happy Valley, which rides were the most thrilling, and which ones to try first. Despite the clamor around her, the girl remained a serene presence, akin to a snow lotus perched on the precipice of Tian Shan, beautiful yet untouchable, a solitary gem. Yet, even she required light. Before long, a cup of soy milk and a bag of buns obstructed her view of the outside. "Here you go," the boy said as he passed by and took his seat. The girl accepted the breakfast. "How many more times do I owe you?" The boy replied without hesitation, "Probably a few more." The girl was momentarily speechless but chose not to press further and began to eat. Upon seeing the boy had arrived, Qian Xuanrui hurried over, teasingly saying, "I also want soy milk and buns too." The girl suddenly felt as though her bun had lost its appeal, as if it had been tainted. The source of this taint was all too evident. The boy blinked. "I'll get you a portion tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's expression shifted dramatically. He stated seriously, "There's no need for Brother Jiang to go to such trouble. There's a bun shop right below my apartment. I can easily get some myself." He certainly did not wish for the boy's breakfast to seem trivial. After all, when something is uniquely owned by someone, it becomes invaluable. The boy, puzzled, replied, "Oh." Then the chubby boy noticed the snacks the boy had packed in a bag. "Brother Jiang, if you carry those snacks like that, it'll be inconvenient when we play later." The girl also looked at the boy's bag of snacks, realizing it was indeed cumbersome. He couldn't very well carry it while riding the roller coaster. Could he? Leaving a bag on the ground wouldn't he do either, as it lacked the security of a backpack. She had forgotten to remind him to buy a backpack as well. He should have enough money by now. The chubby boy patted his round belly, sheepishly saying, "Brother Jiang, I have a lot of snacks and my backpack is already full. Otherwise, I could have taken yours." The girl suggested, "You can put them in my backpack. I have less stuff." The chubby boy's eyes lit up. "What a splendid idea, Brother Jiang. You can place your snacks in the class monitor's backpack, and then you can help carry it." In the end, they adopted the chubby boy's suggestion. The girl's backpack was pure white and very clean, simple and unadorned. It fit comfortably on the boy's back, without any sense of incongruity. Others noticed no impropriety. But Duan Zhang recognized it as the girl's backpack. Had they grown this close? His expression darkened, fists clenched, yet he felt powerless, for he had seen the boy's pictures from the fighting arena in the East City and knew he was a skilled fighter there. This was why he had refrained from confronting the boy lately. He simply could not contend with him at the Happy Valley. Chen Jingyan reminded everyone to be cautious and then allowed them to enjoy themselves. Around noon, she would notify everyone in the class group where to gather for lunch. Watching the trio of the boy, girl, and chubby boy depart, she nodded in satisfaction. It seemed her initial decision had proven to be correct. She felt like a goddess of attraction from ancient Greece. Meanwhile, the boy curiously surveyed the surrounding attractions. Suddenly, he heard a rumbling sound from afar. Turning towards the noise, he saw a vehicle-like contraption plummeting from the sky, followed by a chorus of gasps. The boy's eyes lit up instantly. He pointed at it. "Shall we go ride that?" The chubby boy looked in the direction. He indicated that a vertical roller coaster. Starting off with something so thrilling, the girl, however, remained expressionless. She had visited Happy Valley before, though it had been several years since. Back then, she was too young to ride the roller coasters, after she became involved in martial arts. She rarely went out to play and had not returned to Happy Valley. Since she was here again, she figured she might as well give it a try. "Why don't we try that one first?" The chubby boy suggested weakly. The boy and girl glanced in his direction. There stood a large rotating platform, adorned with a multitude of colorful, varying-sized wooden horses spinning around it. The boy and girl exchanged a glance before instinctively averting their eyes. Observing their reactions, the chubby boy protested on behalf of the carousel. Hey, 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 which noble lords didn't ride horses in ancient times? Shouldn't we at least experience that? The boy questioned. Did noble lords ride such things too? Having memorized the modern Chinese dictionary, the English dictionary, and now the ancient Chinese dictionary, he was well aware of the term's meaning. The girl replied, of course not. The boy pressed on. What did they ride? The girl answered, real horses. The chubby boy interjected. This one moves too. Look, it goes up and down. Before he could finish, he saw the boy and girl making their way toward the roller coaster. The chubby boy hurried after them. Wait for me. Meanwhile, he muttered to himself. What's wrong with the carousel? For elementary school students, this might seem somewhat juvenile, yet it is perfectly suitable for high schoolers. Chapter 60. Embracing the afternoon. The trio, having spent the better part of the day in play, now sought a spot to enjoy their snacks. The chubby one stuffed his mouth with treats and, speaking indistinctly, remarked, the time is just about right. We could still squeeze in a haunted house and a ride on the Ferris wheel. What do you say? The youth raised an eyebrow. A haunted house. Does that mean a place with actual ghosts? The chubby one chuckled. Exactly. Are you afraid, Brother Jiang? The youth replied, I don't know. Let's go take a look. The girl had no objections either. Thus, the three approached the haunted house, where the chilling sounds of wailing spirits and the screams of other students echoed from within. The chubby one, with an air of mystery, declared, it's all just an illusion. What is there to fear? Upon hearing this, the youth questioned, so the ghosts inside are fake? Observing his serious demeanor, the chubby one couldn't help but smile. Of course they are. The youth simply responded. Oh, the chubby one continued. Why do I sense a hint of disappointment in you? Brother Jiang, learning that it was all a ruse, the youth indeed felt somewhat disheartened. If it were all fake, how is it different from a carousel? The haunted house felt offended. Nevertheless, they had already committed to entering, and there was no turning back. The three stood at the end of the line, eagerly waiting. The chubby one, with a newfound interest, exclaimed, oh, this haunted house requires groups to enter. That makes it more intriguing than before. He observed how the staff waited a moment before allowing each new group to enter. Each batch consisted of pairs, some in groups of 3 or 5. Qian Xuanrui, watching the line grow shorter, seemed lost in thought. The youth inquired, wasn't it different before? The girl replied, previously, anyone could enter whenever they wished. So usually, a large crowd would go in together. The chubby one added, exactly. When there are too many people, their chatter exceeds the background music inside the haunted house, rendering it less frightening and rather dull. The youth replied, couldn't comprehend why, knowing it was fake, there was anything to fear. Why do they willingly ride the carousel, which is also fake? The carousel lamented, I am unworthy, sob sob sob, having grown up amidst demons. The youth was entirely oblivious to the supernatural. Even if he were aware, he likely wouldn't feel a shred of reverence. Perhaps the real thing would pique his curiosity. The fake, however, held no allure. Soon, it was the trio's turn. The staff opened the gate, and the youth and girl stepped inside. The chubby one remained behind, whispering to the staff, we are not acquainted. Then, with a considerate gesture, he helped the staff close the gate. The staff, bewildered by the chubby one's actions, pondered why he felt the need to explicitly state they were strangers while being so helpful. He then glanced at Qian Xuanrui, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and then at the youth and girl before finally looking back at the haunted house. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon him. Master, I have achieved enlightenment. I rate this maneuver an 82. The remaining points, I bestow upon him. The youth sensed the absence of a companion and turned around. Qian, why aren't you coming in? He saw the chubby one clutching his stomach, weakly proclaiming, nature calls, my belly aches a bit. You two go ahead. I shall wait for you outside. The youth, puzzled, thought he had seen fine just moments ago. Additionally, the phrase nature calls struck a familiar chord. The girl, too, felt perplexed but was unaware of the chubby one's antics. She remained rather innocent. The youth simply said, oh, thus, the youth and girl ventured into the haunted house, disappearing from the chubby one's sight. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, filled with energy. It was nothing short of a medical miracle. He leaned in to whisper something to the staff, who then wore an understanding expression. Subsequently, what should have been a mere 10 seconds before the next group entered was prolonged for several minutes by the chubby one's various justifications. Meanwhile, he had already vanished from sight. Having completed my task, I shall depart, concealing my achievements. Inside the haunted house, the dim lighting engulfed the youth and girl, obscuring much of their vision. The girl instinctively grasped the hem of the youth's shirt, a reflexive response to the unknown. The walls flickered with eerie green phosphorescence, and cold gusts of wind occasionally swept through. Although they were aware that everything in the haunted house was fabricated, the fact that it was just the two of them still instilled a modicum of trepidation, a sentiment the girl felt keenly. The pair gradually made their way deeper into the haunted house. Suddenly, the girl sensed something brush against her hair. She instinctively turned her head and gripped the youth's shirt tighter, causing him to halt abruptly. Looking up, she discovered it was a long-haired ghost hanging from a noose, its hair cascading down to her own. The youth asked, "What's wrong?" The girl replied, "Nothing." They continued onward. Along their path, they encountered several NPCs, none of whom posed significant obstacles, until they passed a scene resembling a funeral parlor, with 2 dilapidated coffins flanking either side and 4 tattered portraits hanging askew on the wall. The altar was adorned with white and yellow flowers. Alongside offerings, suddenly, a series of gnawing sounds echoed through the dark space, as if someone were stealthily consuming the offerings. The youth, intrigued, glanced around, only to realize that at some point, the girl had released her grip on his shirt. He turned to find her standing several meters away, frozen in place. "What's the matter?" The girl did not respond as he moved closer to her, only to notice her body trembling slightly, her lips murmuring incoherently. "Don't eat, please stop eating, no." Her voice was faint and indistinct. He could barely comprehend her words. What was happening to her? Was she afraid? He felt a surge of confusion. The girl's trembling intensified, her voice laced with a hint of sobbing. "Please let us go." This time, the youth heard her clearly and detected the wavering, helplessness, and despair in her voice. He was familiar with such sounds from his past experiences in that place. Was she recalling something? Then, the girl stumbled, and he instinctively caught her delicate frame. She was trembling, her body somewhat cold. The youth found himself at a loss. He knew she needed his support, but was unsure how to assist. He didn't know how to comfort someone or how to awaken her from such a state. He could only hold her tightly, preventing her from collapsing. Yet for the girl, that was sufficient. Hearing the gnawing sounds, she felt as though she had returned to that cold, dark wardrobe. Memories of the past surged within her mind. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in her world. Enveloping her, she desperately absorbed the warmth of the light. Gradually, her body ceased to tremble, and her murmurs faded. Coming to her senses, she realized she was still in the haunted house and nestled in a warm embrace. Chapter 61. The World at the Top of the Ferris Wheel. Chapter 62. The Enchanting Bar. Upon hearing this, the youth paused momentarily before turning around. "That sounds good." The girl also stood, extending her arms. The youth replied, "Oh." The girl gently wrapped her arms around the youth's sturdy waist, her delicate form pressing against him. "Thank you." In the adjacent carriage, the chubby one caught sight of this scene, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "What just happened? Can someone please explain what just transpired?" Incredulously, he murmured, "Brother Zhang truly is a dragon among men, able to effortlessly win over even the class monitor." A flower atop a lofty peak, we can only gaze in envy. Realizing what he had witnessed, he quickly shielded his eyes with his hands. One should not witness such things. After peeking through his fingers, he saw that the youth and girl had already separated. The spring outing concluded. Everyone had thoroughly enjoyed themselves and boarded the bus back to school. On the bus, Chen Jingjun announced, "The spring outing has come to an end. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this will be your last spring outing of high school." Upon hearing this, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the crowd. "That I want to escape, but I cannot." Chen Jingyun, observing the students' reactions, chose not to elaborate further. She had initially intended to offer additional reminders, but realized that the students, still reveling in their recent fun, were not in the mood for more words of caution. In her seat, the girl produced a pair of headphones, placing one on her ears before handing the other to the youth. "Want to listen?" Curiously, the youth accepted the headphones and mimicked her actions, putting them on. On Tuesday morning, as the girl entered the classroom, she found the youth already seated, his head bent, likely engrossed in a book. On her desk lay a cup of soybean milk and a bag of buns. She settled into her seat and skillfully began to enjoy her breakfast. "How do you manage to wake up so early every day?" "I've gotten used to it." "Did you go boxing last night?" "Gone." "Did you win again?" If you keep winning like this, I believe the East City Arena will surely arrange for you to face that titan. He cannot defeat me." "Jundu Jiadu." the girl exclaimed. Her words slightly muffled as she had yet to swallow the bun. It's fake. TCH. Then if you really do face him, do you have confidence in winning? I don't know, but he must have weaknesses as well. Oh, just don't get hurt. The first class, physics class. Chun Jingyun slammed the book onto the podium. Before we start, I want to say a few words to everyone. Now that the spring outing has concluded, it's time for everyone to focus. The school has tentatively scheduled the midterm exam before the May Day holiday, on the 29th and 30th, and we will have a break only after the exams. There are approximately 2 weeks left. Please revise diligently. Did you all hear that clearly? We heard clearly. Good. Let us begin the class. The boy tilted his head towards the girl and whispered, "What is the midterm exam?" The girl replied softly, "It's the exam in the middle of the term." The boy asked, "What is an exam?" The girl explained, "It's when they give you a test paper and you write it just like your usual homework. But you cannot refer to your books. There is also a time limit, so you need to pay attention to the time and must finish within the allotted period before submitting your paper." The boy said, "Oh, but I think I won't need to worry about the time." The girl, puzzled, asked, "Why?" The boy replied, "Because I don't know much." The girl said, "Then you should study hard these 2 weeks. If you don't understand something, just ask me." Just as the boy was about to respond, Chun Jingyun's stern voice rang out from the podium. "Jiang Yuni, please answer this question." The boy stood up and answered without hesitation. Chun Jingyun felt suspicious. I clearly saw him talking with Ing Li just now, yet he was able to answer. She cleared her throat. "Well answered, but don't daydream in class. Sit down," the boy said. Oh. During the break of the evening study session, the girl went to the corridor to fetch water, and Zhang Pengfei approached her with a water bottle. Duan Xiang said he knows the whereabouts of your father. If you want to know, go directly to the Meihua bar after the evening study session tonight. The girl paused momentarily with the cup in her hand. She replied calmly, "How could he know about my father?" "I am not sure. I'm just the messenger." After saying this, Zhang Pengfei left, while the girl's cup was already full and overflowing. Yet she remained oblivious. Clearly, she was not as calm as she appeared. She made her way back to the classroom on instinct, and during the second half of the evening study session, her mind was elsewhere. Her thoughts were chaotic as she pondered the truth of the matter. Uncle Wu had once told her that they had probably identified the perpetrator, but capturing him would be quite challenging and would require the assistance of the state that asked for the whereabouts of her father and mother. They had not uncovered anything yet. Now, however, Duan Xiang claimed he knew her father's location. Even Uncle Wu, the director of the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau, had not been able to find out. Yet he had. She did not believe it. But disbelief aside, it was not entirely impossible he might not know the full picture, but could have grasped some clues. After all, his family was quite wealthy. And it wouldn't be surprising if he knew more than others. Yet, whether for that minuscule probability or a mere thread of a clue, she felt compelled to investigate. That was her father. However, if someone told her that Duan Xiang was innocent and merely wanted to help, she would not believe it. He even invited her to a bar. Even a dog would shake its head at that. Even though he had not troubled her for more than half a month, nor had he sought trouble with the boy. What's wrong? The boy noticed the girl seemed lost in thought and softly asked. The girl snapped back to reality. She replied softly, "Nothing." Then, she buried herself back into her studies. She had made up her mind. Soon, the bell rang. Ding, ding, ding. The end of the evening study session. The girl quietly said to the boy beside her, "I have something to attend to tonight, so I can't help you with your homework." The boy replied, "That's all right. You go ahead." The girl said, "Then study on your own." The boy responded, "Okay." Thus, the girl stood up to leave, not even taking her backpack. The boy noticed this with some confusion. She usually took home 1 or 2 books. But he did not dwell on it and focused on his textbook. After exiting the classroom, she quickly pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call connected. The girl said, "Hello, Uncle Wu." Chapter 63. Iron Water Pipe. Chapter 64. Then carry me. The boy scanned the entire bar before his gaze settled on a curled-up figure on the ground not far away. Small yet not frail, he could sense the beautiful eyes beneath her hair were also looking at him. He tilted his head slightly and walked towards her with the iron water pipe in hand. Duan Xiang exclaimed in surprise, "Jiang Yuni, it's you again. What are you doing here?" The boy did not answer him and walked straight towards the girl. Duan Xiang angrily shouted, "What the hell are you pretending for? Brother Guang, get someone to beat him up, beat him to a pulp." Brother Guang also shouted loudly. "Did you hear what Duan Xiao said? Get the hell in there and fight." Immediately, more than 10 people in the bar surrounded him. The boy's pace did not falter as he continued toward the girl. One of the goons took the lead and swung a bottle towards the boy. Without even raising a hand, the iron pipe had already struck the goon's abdomen. The immense impact made his stomach churn, and a strong wave of nausea followed. He knelt on the ground, retching painfully. Meanwhile, a sharp pain coursed through his body, causing spasms, with beads of cold sweat continuously seeping from his skin. The boy did not even glance at him, simply walking past. The iron pipe was perfect. It struck the body without causing death, yet it felt exhilarating. He murmured softly. The others hesitated upon seeing this. Momentarily afraid to advance, the bald man shouted furiously. What is there to be afraid of? All of you, charge at him. He can take on 20 of you. Suddenly, 5 or 6 more people charged at the boy. The boy remained unfazed, meeting them head-on, taking down each one with a swift strike. They all clutched. The voice seemed tinged with a hint of grievance. I will call you back shortly, he said. The young man reached his hand through the delicate expanse of the girl's pale neck, while his other arm encircled her legs, lifting her effortlessly. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had already slipped into a state of stupor. Instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her daze was not a result of his actions but rather his words. He gently placed her upon a chair, leaning her back against it, before seizing a metal pipe and advancing towards Duan Ziang. The latter, terror-stricken, watched him approach, awkwardly shuffling backward on the ground. And oh, don't come any closer, my father will take revenge on you. You cannot lay a hand on me. Yet, his pleas were ultimately in vain. The boy's innocent, untainted eyes gazed upon him with an unsettling calmness. Such eyes, capable of radiating vitality or devoid of it entirely. He raised the iron pipe, striking down fiercely upon Duan Ziang's arm. Crack! A heart-wrenching wail mingled with the sound of bones splintering, and then another blow, echoing the first, this time aimed at his thigh. This grim sequence repeated twice more. By now, the bones in Duan Ziang's arm and thigh had been shattered entirely. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. The boy casually discarded the iron pipe onto the ground, then delivered a sharp slap to Duan Ziang's face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Thus, he regained consciousness, feeling the searing pain radiating through his body as he looked despairingly at the boy before him. Perceiving him as a devil, he then turned his gaze towards the girl. Please spare me. His voice was weak, his words barely intelligible due to his injuries. The girl regarded him with an unyielding calmness, devoid of any trace of pity. Had it not been for the boy, her fate tonight would have been far more tragic. This was the consequence he deserved. Finally, the boy delivered a kick to Duan Ziang's abdomen, sending him skidding across the ground for several meters. Then, he spat out a mouthful of crimson before losing consciousness entirely. The girl inquired, will he die? The boy replied, no, as long as he is not dead. That's good, she said. Can you leave now? He asked. No, she replied. Then you carry me. Chapter 65, The Chessboard. Thank you, the girl murmured softly. Resting against the boy's broad and sturdy back. It was warm. The proximity allowed the boy to feel the soft touch of her form against him, as well as her delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids. Any normal 17 or 18-year-old boy, brimming with youthful vigor, might have felt their face flush, heart racing, and legs weakening at such a moment. Yet the boy remained as composed as ever, his expression unchanged, his steps steadied. It was not that the girl lacked allure. Rather, his understanding of many things was akin to a blank canvas. Thus, he did not comprehend love, nor had he fully grasped friendship. And matters of the opposite sex were no different. Carrying the girl was simply that, carrying her. No need for thanks, he said. The girl gently asked, how did you come here? Just now, that person's deskmate came and told me you were in danger, urging me to come here, and also to call the police. What was it again? He was unaware of Zhang Pengfei's name. He didn't even know Duan Ziang's. However, the girl was fully aware. Zhang Pengfei? How could it be him? Isn't he Duan Ziang's lackey? But she pushed aside her thoughts, responding softly, to call the police. The boy replied, yes. Did you call? No, I didn't know what that was. With a chuckle, the girl found his ignorance amusing, like a flower blooming in the spring. Is it really that funny? He asked. Indeed, she replied playfully. Why? He probed. Just funny. She reiterated. To call the police means that when you encounter danger, you dial 110, and the police will come to assist you. He was aware of what the police were. He then asked, do you need to go to the hospital? The girl hesitated. No, just take me home. In truth, her injuries were minor. She had merely received a kick to her abdomen, which was somewhat painful. She could walk on her own, yet for some reason, She yearned to indulge in a moment of whimsy. "Oh, hold on tight," he instructed. IT his words. She tightened her grip around his neck. The boy then released one hand and retrieved his phone from his pocket. He had learned how to hail a taxi. The two remained silent, quietly waiting. The girl felt the warmth radiating from the boy, and the fright she had experienced that night was no less than that at the barbecue stand, but with the boy by her side. She felt an unparalleled sense of security inside the taxi. Her phone rang. It was Uncle Wu. She quickly answered. On the other end, Wu Jiangwo's anxious voice came through. "Shaoli, how are you? Where are you? Are you safe?" The girl reassured him. "Uncle Wu, don't worry. I'm fine, very safe. Already on my way home." Wu Jiangwo, still shaken, replied, "As long as you're safe, that's good. I encountered a car accident on the way, which delayed me a bit. I've just arrived at the BAR. It's a complete mess inside, but I didn't see you anywhere. I was terrified." His words. The girl's heart raced. A car accident? Was it mere coincidence? Or was it part of Duan Xiang's scheme? Such intricate plotting seemed far too meticulous, and yet she sensed something was amiss but could not quite articulate it. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a solitary oil lamp cast a faint glow over a chessboard and illuminated a face of strikingly ethereal beauty. He spoke softly. "What is the outcome?" Behind him, a pair of emerald eyes, akin to those of a cat, emerged from the shadows, followed by a respectful voice. "Doctor, everything is as you predicted." It was a woman's voice. The handsome man replied. "Now you understand." From within the darkness, the woman's voice resonated. "The cat ears do not comprehend. I request your guidance, doctor." The handsome man continued. "Zhang Pengfei, coming from a poor family, desires wealth. He understands that helping Duan Zhang win over Tang Ingli could yield substantial rewards." The woman in the shadows interjected. "So you instructed me to subtly inform him that targeting someone could be approached through their background." The handsome man responded. "A person with a flawed background will naturally grasp the meaning behind your words." The woman continued. "Thus, he advised Duan Xiang to exploit Tang Ingli's background, perhaps to uncover her vulnerabilities." The handsome man elaborated. "Duan Xiang, hailing from wealth, has been arrogant since childhood and has coveted Tang Ingli for years. He is certainly unwilling to relinquish her easily." The woman noted. "So he spent a small sum to investigate Tang Ingli's past, discovering that her parents were not confirmed deceased, but merely missing. He then relayed this information to Zhang Pengfei." The handsome man affirmed. "Zhang Pengfei is not foolish. He could devise a plan to aid Duan Xiang in acquiring Tang Ingli, thereby securing his payment." The woman remarked. Thus, Zhang Pengfei suggested to Duan Xiang that he could use this information to lure Tang Ingli to a location, and afterward, find two scapegoats. The handsome man explained. "Duan Xiang realizes that pursuing her normally would be futile. And with Tang Ingli's uncle being the head of the Public Security Bureau, any overt actions would likely lead to his own incarceration. The plan offered by Zhang Pengfei is flawless, if everything proceeds as intended. He can not only obtain Tang Ingli's body but also avoid any trouble. Naturally, he, who has been feeling stifled lately, would not refuse." The woman concluded. Duan Xiang promptly rewarded Zhang Pengfei handsomely and promised him further payment upon success. The handsome man added, "However, although Zhang Pengfei is greedy, he is also timid and apprehensive. He hopes to secure some money without causing a stir, with the financier's son on one side and the head of the Public Security Bureau on the other. He cannot be certain he won't get embroiled in the fallout if things escalate. Yet, he also dares not report to the police, fearing Duan Zhang's retribution." The woman continued. Thus, he informed Zhang Yuni and advised him to report to the police. The handsome man smirked devilishly. "Then my goal is achieved. Tang Ingli is in danger, and Zhang Yuni will come to her rescue. Now do you understand?" The woman in the shadows asked. The cat ears have two more questions. "May I inquire if the doctor could enlighten me?" The handsome man appeared in good spirits. "Ask away." The woman questioned, "Are you not afraid that Zhang Yuni will report to the police, and in the end, it will be the police who rescue Tang Ingli?" The handsome man replied leisurely. "That is why I had someone intercept the police, orchestrating a minor accident, not one summoned by Zhang Yuni's report. Compared to the police, he ought to trust himself more. Therefore, he will inevitably go alone." "And whom did you intercept?" she inquired. "Tang Ingli's uncle, Wu Jiangwo. She is intelligent. She can discern that this is likely a trap. Yet her foolish obsession compels her to proceed. She would not trouble Zhang Yuni, unwilling to share the danger, and her uncle, being a police officer, is a readily available tool she would naturally turn to for assistance." Why would Zhang Pingfei divulge information to Jiang Yuni, unafraid that she might inform Duan Ziang? A reasonable person would not expose someone who has aided them. Moreover, the feasibility of this matter is exceedingly high. There is little to fear at worst. One could simply teach Duan Zhang a lesson, as the money is already secured. The folly of the cat ear is astounding. The doctor's mastery over human psychology is nothing short of remarkable. You may leave now. Yes. The woman in the darkness turned to depart. Shortly after, a gunshot echoed. She froze, a crimson mark blooming on her forehead. Her gaze turned vacant. Why? Doctor. The handsome man leisurely returned the handgun to the cabinet. Once the pieces are used, they must be discarded. Otherwise, they might one day become the players themselves. In the dark, the woman collapsed, and in the flickering light of the oil lamp, one could faintly discern her playful cat-eye glasses. The handsome man gazed at the chessboard before him, murmuring, "The seeds have been sown, the water has been poured, and the flowers will bloom on their own. Justice, learned without a master, intriguing. But I believe it would be even more fascinating to lead you willingly into darkness. You may rise from the mud untainted, yet after being cleansed, can you remain untempted? I eagerly await the answer." Chapter 66, Consequences in the Taxi. Tang Yingli had already ended the call. Wu Jiangwo reassured her that he was not seriously injured. The driver was intoxicated, but fortunately, the speed was not excessive. It was merely a minor accident, resulting in some superficial injuries. He urged her to return home promptly, and they would discuss matters further once he had resolved the situation. She acknowledged and hung up, the car falling into silence. She no longer pondered the accident, whether it was coincidence or deliberate. Uncle Wu and the others would decide in due time. She turned her head to glance at Jiang Yuni, who was also observing her. He tilted his head in question. Tang Yingli asked softly, "What is it?" Jiang Yuni replied, "In future fights, if you find yourself unable to win, you can seek my assistance." Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly into Jiang Yuni's bright eyes that shone even in the night. "Why do you care about me?" She recalled his previous words at the fighting gym. A smile crept onto Tang Yingli's lips. Fool. The following morning, Jiang Yuni stood at the base of the apartment building, having opted not to attend school that day. This was due to Tang Yingli's message the previous night, stating she would be going to the police station to give a statement. Though Wu Jiangwo was the director, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Those in high positions should set an example. Jiang Yuni did not wait long before a black business car appeared before him. Tang Yingli opened the rear door from within. "Get in." After entering, Jiang Yuni greeted Wu Jiangwo in the front seat. Wu Jiangwo immediately became serious. "Yuni, I cannot thank you enough for last night. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of the consequences." Tang Yingli had already recounted the entire incident to him. He was genuinely grateful to the young man before him. Otherwise, he would not know how to face his dear friend in the heavens. Faced with Wu Jiangwo's solemnity, Jiang Yuni felt a rare sense of awkwardness. It was akin to believing one had merely performed a trivial act, yet the other party was fervently grasping your hand in gratitude. Sitting beside him, Tang Yingli softly remarked, "Uncle Wu, you're frightening him." Wu Jiangwo chuckled. "Yuni can take on over 20 people single-handedly. How could I frighten him?" When he had arrived at the bar the previous night, the scene had been nothing short of shocking. Shards of glass from various bottles littered the floor, and bar stools lay haphazardly scattered. Most startling were the 20 or so bodies sprawled on the ground, some groaning, others trembling, and some utterly motionless. When he saw Duan Ziang, bloodied and with broken limbs, his heart raced in horror. He could not help but feel a twinge of pity for them. After Tang Yingli explained the sequence of events, he was astonished by the young man's strength and regretted not having dealt a few more blows to Duan Ziang, given that all the surveillance cameras had been disabled by that group. Jiang Yuni stated, "There is no need for thanks. I am friends with Tang." The mention of friendship caused Wu Jiangwo to raise an eyebrow. He glanced at Tang Yingli, who appeared unperturbed, as if not surprised. He felt a sense of intrigue. He then recalled how Jiang Yuni had bravely stepped forward to protect Tang Yingli during her 2 moments of peril, successfully diffusing the crises, especially this time. It could be described as a textbook example of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. While this may sound cliché, the psychological effects it could produce were undeniably potent. Although Wu Jiangwo believed his reasoning was sound, it was not. Jiang Yuni's rescue of Tang Yingli, while undoubtedly earning her gratitude, did not mean she would let him into her heart. Tang Yingli would not accept Jiang Yuni merely because Duan Ziang had done many things for her. Nor would she accept him simply because he had saved her. To truly shatter the barrier that separated her from the world, it would require that dazzling figure glimmering in the sunlight. Su Miaoqin. It is not without reason that he is said to be unsuccessful in pursuing girls. Wu Jiangwo. What an injustice! I had no idea the sun would be so fierce that day. Wu Jiangwo spoke gently. Yuni, I regard Xiao Li as my daughter. Your assistance to her is something I cannot overlook. Come visit uncle and auntie sometime. No refusals. Jiang Yuni could only respond helplessly. Oh. At the police station, before the officer assisting them could speak, Tang Yingli directly pulled out her phone and played an audio recording. This was the entirety of the recording from the moment she entered the enchantment bar the previous night. After the staff made a copy, they informed them they could leave. Wu Jiangwo decided to personally follow up on the matter. Even if he could not ensure Duan Ziang received the harshest punishment, he would strive to secure an additional 30 to 50 years for him. Thus, Tang Yingli and Jiang Yuni took a taxi back to school. She was not curious about what punishment Duan Ziang would face. Uncle Wu would not allow her to suffer even a bit of loss and would ensure Duan Ziang faced the consequences. Upon returning to school, they discovered 3 students absent from class. One was Duan Ziang, which they were already aware of. Another was Zhang Pengfei, who was later revealed to be not just an accomplice, but the mastermind behind the entire scheme. It was disheartening to realize that it all stemmed from a mere few thousand yuan. While his background was indeed pitiable, it did not justify his wrongdoing in exchange for profit. Under Wu Jiangwo's relentless actions, he received the maximum punishment, just as Duan Ziang did. A once prominent student from a prestigious high school ultimately became a convict. Can the blame be placed on Duan Ziang? In truth, it lies solely with him. The last missing student was a typically low-profile classmate named Zhao Xiaowei, a girl with a charming appearance, who wore a pair of cat-eye glasses. Chapter 67. Teacher Tang. After the storm, calm returned. With Duan Ziang's provocations now absent, Jiang Yuni resumed a normal life as a high school student, aside from his boxing sessions. After all, which high school student is constantly under the watchful eye of a wealthy heir? When it was time to study, he followed Tang Yingli's lead. Though he was intelligent, he was not a mere photocopier. Even excluding kindergarten, it was knowledge that others had spent nearly 12 years acquiring, which Jiang Yuni could not master in a day. Tang Yingli remained as patient as ever, answering all of his questions, even if it meant tracing back from second-year high school to elementary school material. Her tone was no longer as cold as before. She would occasionally tease Jiang Yuni. During breaks, Qian Xuanrui would eagerly rush over to chat with Jiang Yuni about everything from astronomy to geography, grand national affairs to personal relationships. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the midterm examinations. On April 28, 2084, it had been 1 full month since Jiang Yuni arrived at the 6th high school. On that morning, the rising sun was gentle, casting soft light through thin clouds, illuminating every corner of the city. The eastern sky appeared as if someone had spilled a paint palette, blending warm oranges and soft pinks into a beautiful canvas. At the lively school gates, exuberant youths crossed paths unexpectedly. For some reason, during this period, the two always seemed to meet at the school entrance. Whether it was Jiang Yuni's careful orchestration or Tang Yingli's intention, or perhaps the hand of fate at work, was uncertain. Of course, the outer perimeter of the school gate was a straight path, and the two approached from opposite directions. Thus, as long as they both appeared on that straight path within a span of 2 or 3 minutes, they would see each other as usual. Jiang Yuni lifted a cup of soy milk and a bag of steamed buns before Tang Yingli. Yours, she smiled faintly. I don't recall you owing me this much. Yet, despite her words, her body was honest. She raised her delicate hand to accept the breakfast offered by the young man. Jiang Yuni tilted his head. Usually, when you help me with my homework, it counts as tuition? Tang Yingli puffed out her cheeks. Then you also teach me fighting. Jiang Yuni replied. It's no trouble if you haven't had breakfast. I just bought it on a whim. It doesn't cost much. Tang Yingli no longer entangled herself with this issue. Since they were friends, it seemed pointless to insist on distinguishing who owed whom more. Just as he had said, treating her to a breakfast was hardly a significant expense. All right then, you'll have to buy from now on. Otherwise, I won't be accustomed to not having it suddenly. Oh, the exam is coming up. How do you feel about your review? Oh no. I mean, how do you feel? Tang Yingli initially intended to say review, but upon reflection, She realized that preview would be more appropriate. As it pertained to the material studied beforehand, that IT felt rather strange. Jiang Yuni expressed her disappointment, saying, "There are still many things I don't understand." Tang Yingli gently reassured her, "It's all right. Subjects like mathematics, physics, and chemistry, which require prior knowledge, just try to write down whatever you can. For subjects like Chinese, English, and biology, which involve more memorization, you should perform reasonably well." Jiang Yuni replied blankly, "But I can't write essays." Tang Yingli was momentarily taken aback. "That's true." Suddenly, Jiang Yuni felt quite aggrieved, exclaiming, "Oh no! Teacher Tang! Cough, cough!" Tang Yingli nearly choked on her bun. Her beautiful eyes widened. "What did you just say?" I said, "Oh no." The next part, "Teacher Tang, you mustn't call me that." A peculiar sensation washed over Tang Yingli. Was she mistaken? But the dictionary states that teacher is a respectful title for those who impart culture and knowledge. "You help me with my homework. Isn't it also acceptable to call you teacher?" Tang Yingli looked at him skeptically. Surely, this fellow couldn't be suggesting that I should address him as such when learning martial arts. It seemed unlikely he harbored such ill intentions. Could it have been Qian Xuanrui who taught him this? Qian Xuanrui. I lack the wit for such things. Tang Yingli lightly kicked Jiang Yuni's calf with her delicate foot. "In any case, you mustn't call me that, understood? Oh, as for studying, take your time. You are quite clever. If it were anyone else, they would have long since faced dire consequences. To go from illiteracy to this level in just a month is indeed remarkable." Yet, still not satisfied, aiming for the heavens. "Just how intelligent are you?" "Very clever. More clever than you." "A tad less clever than I." On the eve of the examination, Tang Yingli softly encouraged Jiang Yuni, "Write as much as you can. Good luck, MHM, good luck." The seating arrangement for the midterm exam was randomized, leaving students uncertain about who sat beside or in front of them, whether they were angels or devils, unless one was a well-known academic prodigy like Tang Yingli, or a perennial bottom-of-the-class student. One would hardly dare to glance around or cheat. Jiang Yuni and Qian Xuanrui walked towards the examination hall. The latter suddenly grew excited. "Jiang, brother, what a coincidence. We're seated together." "I'll be behind you." "MHM, I want to discuss something with you." Jiang Yuni, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Qian Xuanrui, with a mischievous glint, said, "During the exam, would it be possible to shift my chair a bit to the side and place my exam paper on the other side?" Jiang Yuni, confused, inquired, "Is there some significance to this?" Qian Xuanrui, with an air of mystery, replied, "This is the method of feng shui positioning, which can gather examination luck and attract the favor of the examination deity." "Is it really that miraculous?" Jiang Yuni asked. Qian Xuanrui stroked his imaginary beard. "Indeed, the principles of feng shui are profound." Jiang Yuni, eager to try, exclaimed, "Then I shall give it a shot." Qian Xuanrui felt a twinge of guilt as he thought, "Jiang, brother, forgive me. Let me indulge in a bit of laziness." He planned to copy Jiang Yuni's multiple-choice answers directly, believing that with Jiang Yuni's intellect, he would naturally get them all correct. Then, he would select a few of the larger questions to answer, ensuring he amassed enough points for a restful slumber. This little exam seemed quite delightful to contemplate. Soon, the exam commenced. Qian Xuanrui appeared unfazed, elegantly observing his classmates writing furiously. One word. Delightful. As the time approached, he glanced at Jiang Yuni's paper, and then swiftly wrote some letters on his own exam sheet. The ancients never deceived me. In exams, not looking at others' papers, one writes as if inspired. It is only when one needs to use their sight that they lament being blind. Fortunately, his eyesight was good. Perhaps before long, he would no longer hold such thoughts. In truth, he had the chance to rectify his mistakes timely. During the mathematics exam, he had written a multiple-choice question just to appear engaged. However, upon glancing at Jiang Yuni's answer, he noted it differed from his own. Without hesitation, he altered his answer. After all, what was the point of competing with 145 to chapter 68? "You are too clever." Before long, the two-day midterm examination concluded. The underperformers lamented their plight, while the top students regretted their carelessness. Yet, they ultimately welcomed the May Day holiday. After merely 2 minutes of sorrow, they quickly resumed their playful banter with friends. Qian Xuanrui hummed a tune as he approached Jiang Yuni, patting his shoulder and giving his back a friendly thump. "These past 2 days have been quite the effort for you, Jiang, brother. I've seen it all and hold it in my heart." The latter, puzzled, responded, "I'm not tired." Qian Xuanrui, aware of the literal meaning of cheating but having never experienced it, found it difficult to comprehend the implications of Qian Xuanrui's actions. You are tired? Jiang Yuni questioned. Could it be that the feng shui positioning method has side effects? He had memorized an ancient Chinese dictionary and frequently interacted with Qian Xuanrui, so he could now manage to utter a few sentences in classical Chinese. Seeing Jiang Yuni's innocence, Qian Xuanrui could not bear to continue the charade and he sheepishly replied, Jiang brother, there's no need to dwell on it. Just accept it as it is. Tang Yingli suddenly burst into laughter. Her smile radiant. She knew that Qian Xuanrui had been seated behind Jiang Yuni during the exam, and given the context, it was not hard to deduce what he had been up to. Jiang Yuni, perplexed, asked, what is so amusing? He sensed that both of them were acting strangely. Tang Yingli, with a faint smile, replied, oh, it's nothing, just recalling something joyful. Qian Xuanrui quickly chimed in, exactly, just something that brings happiness. He believed Tang Yingli was sparing his feelings by not exposing him. And he cast a grateful glance her way in response. Tang Yingli, wishing to maintain her own image, turned her head slightly away, though her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her amusement. Qian Xuanru couldn't help but wonder, was it truly that funny? Jiang Yuni tilted his head, voicing his confusion. Tang Yingli leaned closer to his ear and whispered something, after which Jiang Yuni's innocent eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Qian Xuanrui. You copied my answers? Tang Yingli quickly distanced herself from the situation. I didn't say anything. Qian Xuanrui replied, Jiang brother, how can one refer to a scholar's actions as stealing? It is simply borrowing, to put it plainly. Jiang Yuni brushed aside his convoluted words. So you filled in my answers, then? Qian Xuanrui replied nonchalantly. Yes, I wanted to take it easy. Gigi shouldn't blame me, right? At this moment, Tang Yingli struggled to contain her laughter. Finding it all too amusing, Jiang Yuni replied, I won't blame you. Qian Xuanrui assured him, rest easy. I will ensure that the teacher remains oblivious. I even deliberately altered 2 answers and selectively answered the larger questions. I'm a master at controlling scores. Jiang brother, do you think I possess a bit of cleverness? Jiang Yuni momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he thought, you are indeed too clever. He could not fathom it, yet he was profoundly impressed. Internally, he sighed, Qian brother, you may not be able to control this score. Meanwhile, Tang Yingli was already laughing heartily beside them, unable to contain her mirth. She was genuinely curious about how many points Qian Xuanrui would score. After gathering their belongings, the 3 of them left together to have a meal. That evening, a youth competition was to take place. Liang Yiqin had gone from requesting a spot for 1 person at the East City Arena to needing spots for 4. I am offering them for free. If all went as expected, Jiang Yuni would emerge victorious in all 15 bouts. It was worth noting that by the 6th match, he had already begun facing advanced fighters. This indicated that he had now fought 9 advanced opponents, achieving victory every time without sustaining any injuries. This was indeed a sensational event, and the East City Arena dared not set odds. As they could not discern Jiang Yuni's true strength, they always felt he would lose, yet he triumphed time and again. It was important to note that large arenas like East City primarily profited from setting odds. The entry fees were insignificant, hence, they must have a specialized evaluation team to study, analyze, and assess each contestant. However, Jiang Yuni's tactics varied each time. Sometimes he was as agile as a leopard, other times as swift as a lightning mouse. And at times, he displayed immense strength like an ox, employing unexpected strategies that left others baffled. Even more astonishing was that they could see that Jiang Yuni's fighting skills were not initially very advanced or proficient. Occasionally, he would utilize a technique or 2, but more often than not, his approach was chaotic. Yet, as the number of matches increased, it seemed as if he were learning from his opponent's techniques. Frequently, he would apply the skills of the previous opponent in the next match. And his fighting abilities were growing at an extraordinarily rapid pace. They believed that had they set odds from the outset, consistently betting on his victories, they would have reaped substantial profits. Regrettably, there are no what-ifs. It is now too late to open the market again. Anyone with discernment can see the prowess of Jiang Yuni. It can only be said that he has deceived everyone single-handedly. You might say he is throwing fake punches. Yet he has emerged victorious. When a match by feigning punches requires the cooperation of both contestants. One can only feign losing. However, when a single contestant can effortlessly throw fake punches and triumph over their opponent, it only indicates one thing: his strength far surpasses that of his rival. The match has concluded. In the car, Qian Xuanrui inquired of the two. Do you have any plans for the May Day holiday? Tomorrow evening, we are going to dinner at Tang's house, came the reply that I had previously promised Wu Jiangwo, but at that time he was preoccupied with handling Duanzhang's affairs and could not spare the time. By the time he finished, they were also approaching their midterm examinations, so we agreed to wait until the May Day holiday. Qian Xuanrui's expression of understanding revealed that he was one of the few who knew what transpired that night. Even Chen Jingyun, the homeroom teacher, was unaware. Tang Yingli wished to keep the matter under wraps, for otherwise, it would not only disturb her, but also interfere with Jiang Yuni. Tang Yingli asked, Are you coming? Qian Xuanrui replied, I am not skilled with words and am socially anxious. I shall refrain from bothering Uncle Wu. Brother Jiang is going to meet the parents. He certainly cannot attend just to make up the numbers. He also does not wish to seek the limelight. Jiang Yuni remarked, feigning. Tang Yingli retorted, pretentious. Realizing he could not win the argument, Qian Xuanrui changed the subject. He cleared his throat and said, How about you two come to my humble abode for some fun this Friday? This Friday marks the second day of the May Day holiday. Jiang Yuni naturally had no objections, and Tang Yingli agreed as well. Had it been the previous version of her, such a scenario would have been utterly impossible. Qian Xuanrui was quite taken aback. He understood that Tang Yingli's presence was entirely due to Jiang Yuni. In fact, the friendship he shared with her was also a result of Jiang Yuni's influence. With a playful demeanor, Qian Xuanrui said, Brother Jiang, why do you still refer to the class monitor as Tang classmate? It sounds so distant. Jiang Yuni responded in confusion. What else should I call her? Qian Xuanrui encouraged. Think about it, if not Tang classmate, then teacher Tang. But she wouldn't tea like that. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui was momentarily stunned, his expression quite entertaining as he murmured, Teacher Tang. He had expected Jiang Yuni to respond withingly or something similar. But he had ultimately underestimated the significance of teacher. Chapter 69, Round Table Conference Chapter 70. Group photo on the first day of the May Day holiday, Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock, in the group chat of Jiang Yuni. Tang Yingli and Qian Xuanrui, dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia, Brother Jiang, your match on Saturday night is open for betting. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Oh, dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. The arena in the east of the city didn't open betting for you before. I bet you regret it deeply. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Why? Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. Because you fought so flamboyantly before, many spectators probably didn't believe you could win. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. But the eastern arena doesn't believe it either. Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. That seems reasonable. Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. This time you are up against Phantom. The eastern arena has probably figured out your strength by now. However, many spectators will still bet on Phantom, as his record is quite impressive, 22 matches with 21 victories. Only loss was during the match against Titan, Tang Siu Pai Gu. So he has won all 7 matches this month. Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. Indeed, class monitor. Tang Siu Pai Gu. Yet Jiang Yuni has won all 15 matches this month. Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. Wow. The difference is clear. Class monitor is amazing. Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. So class monitor, will you place a bet on Brother Jiang? Tang Siu Pai Gu. I don't have a habit of betting. Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. Then Brother Jiang? Will you bet on yourself? The youth pondered for a moment. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. I don't have a habit of betting either. If it were before, he might have placed a bet, as he earned money through his own abilities. Now he found it meaningless, akin to adults wagering on a child's fight. Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. 6. Tang Siu Pai Gu. Why are you mimicking my speech? Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Why shouldn't I? Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. You two can step outside to fight. There's no need for such quarreling in front of me. Tang Siu Pai Gu. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Let us go. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Oh, dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. Question mark. No one paid him any mind. Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. Are you really going to fight? Still, no one acknowledged him. Dead Taoist, unyielding to poverty. 6. At the school gate, Jiang Yuni met Tang Yingli, but she did not take him to Liang Ji's fighting gym. Instead, they went to a large shopping mall. Is there a fighting gym here? Jiang Yuni questioned in confusion. There isn't a fighting gym here. I'm taking you to buy something. What is it? You will find out soon. Curiously, Jiang Yuni looked around at the various shops. Overwhelmed by the sight of milk tea shops and cake stores, but mostly clothing boutiques, that it was his first time in such a place. Suddenly, Jiang Yuni asked, "Do you want some milk tea?" He had seen many people drinking it on the street and had long wanted to try it. "Would you like to give it a go?" Tang Yingli assumed he had never had it before. "Yes, then let us go." She rarely indulged in such drinks, as she believed they would make her gain weight and felt they weren't very healthy. However, since he had never tried it, she decided to accompany him. Thus, they spent some time buying 2 cups of milk tea. After Jiang Yuni inserted the straw, he took a hearty sip. It was reminiscent of an elephant drinking water. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. "Is it good?" Jiang Yuni tilted his head to savor it. "It's all right, but you should still drink less of it in the future. It is not healthy. Before long, they arrived at a brand store named Quan King, a nationwide chain. Inside were various sizes and styles of boxing gloves, mostly half-finger gloves, as modern fighting styles support the use of various techniques, including some involving the fingers. Of course, there were also a small number of full-finger gloves. While boxing and Muay Thai have become niche sports, there are still enthusiasts. They entered the men's section, and Tang Yingli led him directly to the most expensive display. Although it was labeled as the most expensive, the gloves themselves were not particularly costly. She softly said, "Choose one that you like." Jiang Yuni replied, "What I usually use is sufficient. Boxing gloves are meant to protect your hands. You cannot be so casual about it." Jiang Yuni wanted to say more, but he heard Tang Yingli urge, "Hurry up. Stop being so indecisive." Thus, Jiang Yuni selected a pair of black and gold gloves that appeared understated yet mysterious. "Do you like this?" Yes, he was uncertain if he truly liked it. It merely looked appealing to him. Tang Yingli took them from his hands to feel them. "Not bad. Then we will take these." She then made her way to the checkout. The cashier's eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli. What a beautiful girl. What a refined-looking boy. The beauty of Tang Yingli was self-evident. With her willow-like brows and apricot eyes, red lips and pearly teeth, appearing as though she belonged to the heavens amidst the mundane world, Jiang Yuni, having lived a normal life for a month, had lost some pallor and gained a rosy hue, complemented by a pair of clean, lively eyes, projecting an image of pure youthfulness. The cashier smiled and said to them, "Our store is currently holding a bond purchase event. If 2 customers who come to shop together meet the requirements for a bond, they can complete a corresponding small task to receive a 20% discount." Tang Yingli was about to decline when Jiang Yuni asked, "Do friends count?" The cashier paused slightly but quickly regained her composure. Yes, as soon as a man and a woman walked into the store, they were prepared for a 20% discount, even if the customers were not friends. Upon hearing about the discount event, they would claim to be. Moreover, the concept of bonds was merely a gimmick, and the event was a marketing strategy. Seeing the attractive duo, the cashier hoped they would take on the task. However, she still inquired about their willingness. "Is that all right?" If they truly did not want to, she would not insist. Jiang Yuni naturally had no objections. He turned to look at Tang Yingli, who gently parted her red lips. "That's fine." This unexpected discount felt quite extravagant. The cashier exclaimed, "Great. The task is very simple. We just need to take 2 photos of you. But may we have your permission to display these photos on the store's exterior screen?" Essentially, it was a buyer's showcase. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yingli did not find it objectionable. "That's fine," the cashier replied. "Then please follow me over here." They then proceeded to 2 backdrop boards. One featured a warm style, depicting the silhouette of an adult holding a child's hand, likely intended for parent-child relationships. Another image leans towards the sweet side, depicting a colossal pink heart, presumably intended for lovers or couples. Jiang Yuni, with an innate sense of awareness, positioned himself in front of the pink heart backdrop. He then tilted his head to glance at Tang Yingli. Puzzled, he did not comprehend the significance of the heart shape. Yet he understood the implication of an adult holding a child's hand beside him. The latter cast an odd glance at the youth, noticing the innocent foolishness reflected in his clear, bright eyes. At that moment, she realized that the youth likely did not grasp the meaning behind the backdrop. Thus, she approached him, reasoning that a heart could also symbolize care. Is it not entirely normal for friends to express mutual affection? Therefore, it was perfectly reasonable for the 2 of them to stand within the heart. The receptionist observed this pair of young individuals before her, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, their conversation and actions appeared so natural, so effortless, yet exuded an unmistakable sweetness. With a smile, she instructed them, "For the first photo, each of you should wear a glove on one hand and hold hands for a moment." Tang Yingli paused briefly. Realizing that this task seemed more suited for couples, is it really normal for friends to hold hands? It should be, yet something felt amiss. Although she had previously embraced Jiang Yuni and he had carried her, those instances were under special circumstances, devoid of any romantic undertones typical of intimate exchanges between couples. Thus, having never engaged in friendship before, Tang Yingli found herself momentarily lost as she grappled with her uncertainty. The youth beside her spoke up. She said boys shouldn't casually hold girls' hands. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli felt a wave of relief wash over her, alleviating her earlier confusion. The receptionist chuckled. All right then. If you won't hold hands, we can skip that. In truth, she had noticed the girl's expression shift slightly when the suggestion was made. Yet, based on her years of navigating social dynamics, she believed that had they truly been inclined to hold hands, the girl would not have protested. Continuing, she said, let's take another photo. The boy should put on some boxing gloves and strike a pose that is slightly more intimate, or perhaps even a silly one. Jiang Yuni appeared somewhat bewildered. What constituted intimacy or silliness? Nevertheless, he donned the gloves and stood beside Tang Yingli, flashing a peace sign at the camera. Is this acceptable? He queried, recalling how he had seen others pose in similar fashion. The receptionist shook her head, insisting, No, you both just did that. This time, it needs to be a bit more intimate. Jiang Yuni then took a small step towards Tang Yingli, positioning a portion of his body behind her. With her delicate shoulder resting against his chest, Tang Yingli did not shy away at that moment. Their proximity was strikingly close, allowing Jiang Yuni to catch a faint whiff of her subtle fragrance, sweet but not overpowering. He marveled at her exquisitely delicate profile, her flawless complexion. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her cheek with the hand that had previously waved. Tang Yingli froze momentarily, turning her head slightly to regard him. Click! The sound of the camera shutter echoed, capturing this moment forever. With the receptionist wearing a satisfied and playful expression, the two exited the store. Tang Yingli's demeanor remained slightly awkward. Did I have money? Jiang Yuni stated. Consider it a thank you gift for that night. She replied. No need for thanks, he insisted. Take it. She pressed. Oh, all right, he acquiesced. Chapter 71. This is innocence after leaving the mall. The two made their way to Liang Ji's boxing gym. As soon as they entered, the booming voice of Zhong Jiaoyang resonated. Ah, Xiao Li, you and I, skipping outdoor fun during the May Day holiday to come practice boxing. Huh. 2 weeks prior, Tang Yingli had indeed brought Jiang Yuni to the gym. So Zhong Jiaoyang was familiar with him now. Tang Yingli softly remarked, Uncle Liang, are you not welcoming us? Zhong Jiaoyang chuckled. What nonsense, Xiao Li. Your presence here brings glory to my little shop. His words rang true. She typically visited the gym on Saturday afternoons, a time when the number of attendees swelled to at least double the usual count. Some were genuinely there to work out, while others sought to gaze at the girls. The identity of these girls was self-evident. Although many in the fitness area were dressed revealingly, boasting commendable figures and lovely faces, none could deter the attention directed towards Tang Yingli. There were gazes of admiration, astonishment, and envy directed at her, while all glances cast towards Jiang Yuni were tinged with jealousy. Uncle Liang, we just came from the mall, Jiang Yuni mentioned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaoyang smirked knowingly. The mall? Huh. So you were out shopping. We shall take our leave to practice boxing now, Tang Yingli interjected, dismissing Zhong Jiaoyang's teasing. Watching them head towards the boxing area, Zhong Jiaoyang's smile faded into a look of satisfaction. Xiao Li had indeed changed significantly during this period. Slowly opening up her heart, all thanks to that boy. Once again, Tang Yingli found herself bested on the ring by the youthful Jiang Yuni. Gaze fixed on the ceiling, she panted softly, I can't win. Jiang Yuni remained silent, observing her. Tang Yingli, noticing his impassive expression, remarked, You are so indifferent. Jiang Yuni tilted his head slightly. What should I say then? Tang Yingli's lips parted. You should let me win. That would render it meaningless. He countered. Indeed, she conceded, rising to her feet. Let's go. It's about time. Come to my house for dinner, though. He replied that on the way. Jiang Yuni asked, Is it inappropriate for me to arrive empty-handed? Should I buy something? Tang Yingli turned to him. Did Qian Xuanrui teach you that? Image not no need. It's a visit I'm inviting you to, she reassured him. What else did he teach you? She inquired, concerned he might have received dubious advice. He also told me to remember to greet people. He added, That is indeed important. By the way, you can call Uncle Wu's wife Aunt Qin just like I do. Did you see her at the hospital? I did at Liwan Garden, the Wu residence. Tang Ingli knocked on the door. It swung open, revealing Wu Jiangwo. Hello, Uncle Wu. Jiang Yuni greeted politely. Wu Jiangwo smiled warmly. Ah, you're here at last. We've been eagerly awaiting your return. Come in. Jiang Yuni followed Tang Ingli inside, curiosity evident as he explored. Feeling no awkwardness, Tang Ingli's home was significantly larger than his modest apartment. Soon, he was captivated by a large aquarium, its transparent glass as clear as a mirror, revealing vividly colored fish gliding gracefully within. They moved like dancing sprites, weaving through the aquatic plants, a breathtaking sight that he had never seen anything quite like it. His bright eyes fixated, "Isn't it beautiful?" Tang Ingli asked. "It is, like a snippet of the most picturesque stream." Jiang Yuni replied. "At this." She smiled softly. Wu Jiangwo chimed in. "Isn't it? You have a keen eye. Unlike Xiao Li's brother, who doesn't appreciate such things." Jiang Yuni, puzzled, inquired, "Xiao Li's brother?" He recalled Tang Ingli had mentioned her family had been murdered. Yet he refrained from probing further. As they passed the kitchen, Su Miaoqing greeted them softly. "You and I? You've come?" "Yes, Aunt Qin," he replied. Su Miaoqing nodded. "You and Xiao Li should sit in the living room for a while. Aunt Qin will prepare a couple of dishes, and Wu Jiangwo, come help me." Wu Jiangwo promptly responded. "Got it. You and Xiao Li go play for a bit." He understood Su Miaoqing's implication. Failing to grasp it could have led to her teasing him endlessly. Thus, Jiang Yuni followed Tang Ingli into the living room. Before him was a large television mounted on the wall, and on the TV stand sat a framed photo. Jiang Yuni, intrigued, leaned in to examine it. The picture captured 4 individuals, with Wu Jiangwo and Aunt Qin appearing little changed from the present. However, Tang Ingli looked much younger than now, yet her beauty was already evident. The 4th figure, a boy Jiang Yuni had never seen, was presumably Wu Jiangwo's son, Tang Ingli's brother. He quickly realized that this brother was not Tang Ingli's biological brother, but rather the child of Wu Jiangwo and Aunt Qin, and he was likely older than Tang Ingli. Noticing Jiang Yuni's gaze on the frame, Tang Ingli spoke up. "This is my brother, Wu Junliang. He is currently a 3rd-year university student and lives quite far from home, so he hasn't returned." This photograph was taken during her middle school years, a time when she had completely closed herself off, remaining silent. "Oh," Jiang Yuni responded as Tang Ingli settled onto the sofa. "Let's watch some television." "All right." Before long, dinner was ready. The dining table was laden with a variety of dishes, all exuding delightful aromas. Jiang Yuni's gaze landed on one particular dish, which bore a striking resemblance to another he had encountered before. Wu Jiangwo beckoned everyone to sit. "Yuni, would you like a drink?" he asked, producing a large glass bottle from beneath the table, seemingly filled with some herbal concoction. Jiang Yuni was initially inclined to accept out of curiosity, eager to taste it, but Su Miaoqing shot Wu Jiangwo a disapproving look. "What are you doing, offering alcohol to a child? You drink it yourself." At this, Jiang Yuni could only resign himself with a hint of disappointment. Wu Jiangwo muttered, "That brat never hears you when he's drinking." Su Miaoqing rolled her eyes, saying, "How can I stop you all? If I don't let you drink at the dinner table, you sneak out in the middle of the night to drink with Chang'e." Tang Ingli quietly remarked to Jiang Yuni, "Don't mind them. Uncle Wu and Aunt Qin interact like this. Although Uncle Wu is usually serious and meticulous, at home, he behaves like a child. Aunt Qin is usually dignified and graceful. Yet she becomes whimsical when conversing with Uncle Wu." Jiang Yuni nodded absent-mindedly. "Though, why is it different from usual? Is it because the person is different?" Wu Jiangwo interjected. "What do you mean, like a child?" Su Miaoqing added, "What do you mean by whimsical?" Tang Ingli's beautiful eyes darted around. "It's nothing." Wu Jiangwo declared sternly. "Yuni, don't listen to little Li's nonsense." Su Miaoqing sighed. "Let's eat first. The dishes are getting cold. And we haven't even had a bite." Wu Jiangwo awkwardly agreed. Right. Let's eat first." Thus, everyone commenced their dinner. Su Miaoqing said, "Yuni, eat more. Don't be polite with Uncle Wu. This is ginger scallion crab. I asked little Li what you like to eat, and she suggested this dish. I wonder if it suits your taste." Upon hearing the name, Jiang Yuni was momentarily taken aback. It seemed to be the name used in his chat application, previously given to him by a friend. Tang Ingli remained silent. Having spent over a month with Jiang Yuni, she had noticed that he had tried nearly every dish at school, always finishing his meals without any picky habits, even when dining out. He exhibited no particular favorites. Remembering that name from his chat application, she ordered this dish, hoping to connect him with that ID so he wouldn't be unaware of what it represented. Jiang Yuni picked up a crab leg and took a bite. So this is the flavor of cooked crab. Delicious, Su Miaoqing gently encouraged. If it's tasty, eat more. After finishing the crab leg, he could finally try the dish he had been longing for. He wondered how it compared to the one from years ago. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and tasted it. It was also good, but it lacked that familiar flavor. Tang Ingli softly said, "This is sweet and sour pork ribs." Jiang Yuni paused, realizing that this was what it was called. He recalled that Tang Ingli's chat application ID was also named this, but hers had the character for Tang in it. Did she choose this name just because it sounded nice? Or did she genuinely enjoy this dish? They chatted and laughed while eating, and the meal lasted quite a while. Wu Jiangwo and Su Miaoqing didn't inquire about Jiang Yuni's family or past. They merely engaged in casual conversation, seemingly avoiding certain topics. After dinner, it was already a little past 9. Wu Jiangwo and Su Miaoqing decided not to linger, aware that it was unsafe to return home too late. Although Wu Jiangwo knew that Jiang Yuni could easily handle a dozen adversaries, he harbored no suspicions, knowing that Jiang Yuni was acquainted with Liang Yichen, who likely had already looked into him. If there were any issues, Jiang Yuni would have been taken away long ago in the end. After Su Miaoqing reiterated her numerous reminders for him to visit often, Tang Ingli escorted him out. On the way, Tang Ingli softly asked, "So, did you enjoy tonight?" "Yes, I did," he replied, feeling that this sense of being cared for and the laughter around him was quite pleasant. Suddenly, Tang Ingli seemed to recall something. "It's still early. Let me take you somewhere." Jiang Yuni followed her as they walked towards another direction. At the garden entrance to it led to a park within the garden, equipped with slides and some simple exercise facilities. Typically meant for children to play. At that moment, several children were frolicking in the park. Tang Ingli tilted her head. "Want to try the slide?" "Sure," Jiang Yuni replied. He walked up the slide slowly, which was a dual slide, meaning two slides ran parallel to each other. Suddenly, a child in front of him turned around, their big eyes sparkling. "Does your big brother still want to play on the slide when he's grown up?" Jiang Yuni blinked in surprise. "Can I play when I grow up?" The child replied with a mature tone. "You can, but it would be childish." Jiang Yuni murmured, "Childish? But I haven't played before." Tang Ingli smiled gently. "Little brat, this isn't childish. It's innocence." Jiang Yuni was momentarily taken aback. Turning to look at her, she tilted her head, a smile playing at her lips. Chapter 72. Brother is so gentle. On the slide, after the child slid down, it was finally the turn of the young man and young woman. Jiang Yuni sat on the slide and then slid down. It wasn't very long, and he was down in less than a second. That was quick, he thought. That if he had to rate it, he felt it was less enjoyable than the carousel. "Carousel, are you not thrilled?" Tang Ingli noticed him lying on the slide and softly asked. "Was it fun?" Following that, she slid down herself. Jiang Yuni did not respond. He was lost in thought, gazing at the sky, murmuring, "Look, how beautiful." Hearing this, the young woman turned her gaze to the night sky. The evening sky was indeed beautiful, with twinkling stars resembling countless brilliant gems embedded in the vast, dark canvas above. A full moon hung high, casting a silvery glow that lent a soft touch to the world below. Tang Ingli slightly tilted her head. She was unaware of the trials Jiang Yuni had faced in the past. However, she knew he was an orphan, raised by a rather irresponsible guardian, and had endured bullying as a child. Yet, he still maintained curiosity and passion for the world. There may be many who share his experiences, but few could embody his spirit. She softly said, "You're right." Jiang Yuni asked, "What?" Tang Ingli replied, "There are still many things in this world worth experiencing." Before Jiang Yuni could respond, he reached out to shield Tang Ingli from a small child sliding down. However, another child's feet landed squarely on his head. The young woman burst into laughter. "Clumsy." She quickly stood up. Jiang Yuni released his hand and stood as well. The child, frightened, said, "I'm sorry, brother. We were sliding together and didn't notice you." Being so young, he naturally felt intimidated by older classmates. Realizing he had stepped on someone, he feared Jiang Yuni might retaliate. Jiang Yuni gently patted his head. "It's all right." The child felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you, brother." He then bounced away cheerfully. Tang Ingli watched this scene and suddenly remarked, "Brother is so gentle." Jiang Yuni was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had seen her like this. For some reason, he felt a bit flustered. In truth, Tang Ingli was also taken aback by her own words. What was she saying? Fortunately, Jiang Yuni seemed unfazed, allowing her to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Goodbye. Be careful on your way home. Yes, goodbye. Tang Ingli escorted Jiang Yuni out of the garden. Upon returning home, Su Miaoqin softly asked, Yuni, how did you find it? Were you happy? Tang Ingli answered. He said he was happy to Su Miaoqin replied. That's good. She continued. I hope your Uncle Wu and I didn't overstep our bounds. Tang Ingli shook her head. Not at all. Su Miaoqin sighed inwardly. It was truly a child with a troubled fate. Before Jiang Yuni came to visit, Tang Ingli had informed them of his general situation, asking them to be mindful. Having navigated society for many years, Wu Jiangwo and Su Miaoqin understood how to handle it. On Friday afternoon, in their chat group, someone wrote, Have you all set off yet? Jiang Scallion Crab replied. We're on our way. Sweet and sour pork ribs chimed in. Hey, Jiang Scallion Crab, my house is in the same direction as yours. I'll wait for you at the garden entrance. Jiang Scallion Crab responded. All right. Thus, Jiang Yuni first headed to Luan Garden to find the young woman, and the two would then head to Qian Xuanrui's home together. Tang Ingli asked, Have you been to Qian Xuanrui's house before? Jiang Yuni shook his head. No. Tang Ingli continued. By the way, Qian Xuanrui told you not to go to someone else's house empty-handed, right? Is he implying we should buy something? Jiang Yuni replied earnestly. That's correct. It seems to make sense. Tang Ingli glanced at him from the corner of her eye. This guy has even started using internet slang now. Let us buy some fruit as we pass by the fruit stand. Okay. Soon, the two arrived at the place where Qian Xuanrui lived, which resembled an apartment but appeared much more upscale than Jiang Yuni's residence, complete with security at the entrance. Qian Xuanrui had been waiting downstairs to avoid them being stopped by the guards. From a distance, they spotted him carrying a large bag. As he approached, he rushed over. What's this, Jiang brother? Why did you buy something? Jiang Yuni replied. You said so yourself. Qian Xuanrui slapped his forehead. Oh, Jiang brother, I was referring to not going to the class monitor's house empty-handed. Jiang Yuni asked. Why is it okay to go to your house empty-handed? Qian Xuanrui had originally wanted to say. Can it be the same? But refrained from doing so, realizing that Tang Ingli was right beside them. It was best to keep the banter lighthearted. Otherwise, if the two individuals truly exhibit a lack of sentiment akin to flowing water and fallen blossoms devoid of intent, forcefully orchestrating their union could lead to considerable chaos. He was acutely aware of the severity of cause and effect, especially when it came to matters such as matchmaking. As for me, I am but a humble practitioner. There is no need for Brother Jiang to be overly formal or courteous. Jiang Yuni. OH.AS for this. Tang Ingli is indeed aware. Wu Jiangwo had previously informed her that Qian Xuanrui's parents navigated the realms of both legality and illegality abroad. She was advised to exercise caution while spending time with him and to prioritize her safety before offering any assistance in perilous situations. The three of them ascended in the elevator to Qian Xuanrui's residence, which was also quite spacious, a living room, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Although Qian Xuanrui could not be classified as a traditional scion of a wealthy family, he undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of affluent households. Qian Xuanrui, come, allow me to show you some enjoyable activities. This is a particular version of Mario Kart. Subsequently, each of them grasped a game controller. For Jiang Yuni, it was her inaugural experience, while Tang Ingli, who seldom engaged in gaming, was also a novice. Qian Xuanrui first acquainted the two with the controls. Essentially, we shall engage in a couple of rounds. Enduring a defeat at my hands should help you remember the mechanics. Jiang Yuni, Tang Ingli. The game commenced. 12 players competed simultaneously. The other 9 participants were also real players, not AI. Their screens were divided into 3 segments, representing the perspectives of Qian Xuanrui, Jiang Yuni, and Tang Ingli. As the countdown concluded, the vehicle controlled by Qian Xuanrui surged forth with a swift motion. However, to be precise, apart from Jiang Yuni and Tang Ingli's vehicles, all others bolted ahead. Only their 2 vehicles commenced at a leisurely pace. Tang Ingli, Jiang Yuni, both turned to look at the plump figure. Qian Xuanrui sheepishly admitted, It was my oversight. I neglected to teach you about accelerating at the start. In several rounds, Qian Xuanrui consistently outpaced his competitors, securing victory each time. He felt a sense of pride as he acknowledged that academically, he could not rival the two, and in physical confrontations, he was even further behind. Therefore, he could not afford to lose in this game. Otherwise, he would begin to question whether the balance of yin and yang truly existed. He cleared his throat, straightened his collar, How do you find my driving skills? Esteemed guests, could I be considered a master? Jiang Yuni, masterful. Chapter 73, An Accidental Oversight. Chapter 74, The highly popular rising star. Aries. The trio played for an entire afternoon. Eventually, Qian Xuanrui tossed aside the controller and collapsed onto the sofa in despair. He lamented, I cannot win. I simply cannot win. Aside from the initial rounds, he had not claimed first place again. Although his skills were somewhat superior to theirs, Jiang Yuni and Tang Ingli excelled in their strategic use of items, compensating for their lack of technical prowess with clever tactics. Moreover, Jiang Yuni's deployment of banana peels was particularly formidable. Had it not been for the fact that this gaming equipment was his own, he would not have believed Jiang Yuni had employed some sort of cheat. Jiang Yuni cleared his throat and adjusted his collar. Brother Qian, how do you find my driving skills? Am I a master? Qian Xuanrui shot him a disgruntled glance before checking the time. It was time for dinner. What would you like to eat? Jiang Yuni, anything is fine. Tang Ingli, should we dine out or order takeout? Qian Xuanrui, how about sampling my culinary skills? Tang Ingli, I didn't realize you could cook. Qian Xuanrui, I have some modest abilities. Raised by a nanny, he had begun to fend for himself after middle school. And given his love for food, it was only natural that he learned to cook. He couldn't survive solely on takeout. Tang Ingli, that sounds good. Jiang Yuni, no problem. With a consensus reached, Qian Xuanrui's eyes darted around. I'll go downstairs to buy some groceries. You two continue playing for a bit. Tang Ingli, do you need any help? Qian Xuanrui, no, I can manage on my own. I'll select a game for you. It's quite suitable for two players. He exited the racing game interface and opened another game. It takes two at this time. It truly was a cooperative endeavor. The story was set in a fantastical world, revolving around a couple, Cody and May, whose relationship had soured. Due to an accident, they were transformed into dolls and trapped in this world to restore their original forms. They must collaborate through a series of physical and logical challenges, mending their relationship while seeking a way to lift the curse. Jiang Yuni regarded it merely as a game, and indeed, it was just that. So he found nothing amiss. However, Tang Ingli felt a twinge of discomfort and quietly remarked, I'll choose the male character Des if that would alleviate her unease. Jiang Yuni was indifferent. Oh. Then I'll choose the female character. After Qian Xuanrui set them up and briefly explained the controls, he descended to purchase groceries. The young man and woman embarked on their journey as a couple. Upon returning with the groceries, Qian Xuanrui found them deeply engrossed in their game. He refrained from interrupting, a smile stretching from ear to ear as he hummed a tune, busily attending to the kitchen. Darling, I fell in love with you. Since that day the three gathered around the dining table for dinner. Qian Xuanrui, is the food palatable? Jiang Yuni, quite satisfactory. Tang Ingli, not bad. Qian Xuanrui, hee, this is my only specialty. After all, one cannot be careless when it comes to food. Jiang Yuni, can we save the progress from that game we just played? Qian Xuanrui, of course. Brother Jiang, have you become addicted? Jiang Yuni, I find it rather intriguing. Qian Xuanrui smirked. Are you finding the game interesting? Or is it the company of the class monitor that you find enjoyable? Jiang Yuni tilted his head. Both are interesting. On Saturday night, after the three had filled their stomachs, they proceeded to the arena in the eastern part of the city. Tonight, Aries would face off against the Phantom. The odds for Aries' victory at the eastern arena were set at 2 to 1.5. Thus, betting on Aries meant a return of 1.5 times the stake, while betting on a loss, implying a victory for the Phantom, would yield double the stake. From the odds, it was evident that the eastern arena favored Aries' prospects of winning. Qian Xuanrui noticed Jiang Yuni carrying a pair of boxing gloves that he whispered, oh no. Brother Jiang is serious. Did he specifically purchase gloves to give the Phantom a beating? He feared that the Phantom's fans might overhear and retaliate against him. He was aware that Jiang Yuni had previously used the spared gloves from the eastern arena, all of which were subpar. Jiang Yuni candidly stated, they were a gift from Tang. Qian Xuanrui's mouth fell slightly agape. Was this the legendary moment? One sentence that prompted the aloof goddess to spend 188,000 for him? No. Brother Jiang likely hadn't even uttered a word. Tang Ingli maintained a nonchalant expression, seemingly indifferent. Qian Xuanrui did not pursue the subject further. Brother Jiang, you must ensure victory tonight. Do not disappoint the class monitor for gifting you those gloves. Tang Ingli, even if he loses, it doesn't mean he has disappointed her. Just don't get hurt. Qian Xuanrui, did something just get shoved into my mouth? He then solemnly declared, I must confess, in truth, I have invested a substantial sum tonight. Brother Jiang, you cannot let me suffer a complete loss. Liang Yichen inquired with great interest. How much did you stake? He proclaimed passionately. $20. Liang Yichen. Jiang Yuni. Tangingly. Qian Xuanrui. Hey, what else with those expressions? That is already a considerable amount. Compared to your usual $10, it is indeed significant. Liang Yichen teased. It's a full double. Qian Xuanrui feigned profundity. You wouldn't understand. Luck also requires a balance of yin and yang. Even if I usually bet more, winning now might result in future losses. Even if I don't lose, I might encounter misfortune in other matters. Liang Yichen. That seems somewhat plausible. Qian Xuanrui. Exactly. It's like playing Ludo, when you feel your luck is running low. You can roll the dice first to exhaust the bad luck, thereby increasing your chances of winning. Liang Yichen skeptically remarked, Are you dabbling in mysticism? It feels like you're trying to pull a fast one on me. Qian Xuanrui replied earnestly, I assure you, I speak from personal experience. Liang Yichen replied coolly, No matter, I've long since outgrown the age for playing Ludo. Qian Xuanrui pondered, By the way, why is Brother Zhang's match scheduled so late? At 10 o'clock. Liang Yichen chuckled. You know as well as I do that popular fighters have their matches scheduled at that hour. I can't very well disrupt their rules. Qian Xuanrui smacked his forehead. I forgot about the Phantom's immense popularity, Liang Yichen. But this time, it's not solely because of him. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui's mind raced as he abruptly turned to the young man beside him. This time, it was the highly popular rising star, Ares. Chapter 75. Ares continues the legend. The match was in full swing, with time slipping away unnoticed. Soon, it was 9:30 in the evening. Jiang Yuni headed down to the lower level to prepare. Tangingly, Good luck, Qian Xuanrui. Give him a good beating. Liang Yichen. Wishing you all the best. The young man then descended from the audience's view, while 2 matches passed before the host slowly appeared on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the host's deep and captivating voice resonated throughout the venue, instantly silencing the restless audience. It was akin to the serene calm before a storm. Let us welcome, with a roar that could topple the very roof, the first Supernova contestant to have participated in a staggering 15 matches within a single month and emerged victorious in all, Ares. As Jiang Yuni rose from the elevator, he gradually materialized on the stage, his presence commanding attention. The atmosphere erupted like a balloon stretched to its limits, bursting forth in a cacophony of cheers for Ares. A mere high school student, he faced off against an intermediate fighter in his debut match, then progressed to challenge advanced contenders from the 6th bout onward, achieving victory each time. That if he is not worthy of such a claim, then who is? Qian Xuanrui shouted in fervor. His brother was entering the ring. His palms would not tire from clapping, nor would his throat from cheering. Even Tang Ingli found herself unintentionally whispering, Ares, Ares. Jiang Yuni stood on the stage, gazing blankly at the audience across from him. Unlike the jeering and mocking expressions he had encountered before, these spectators exuded anticipation, waiting to see who might fall in battle and how. Amidst their jubilant cries, he felt their excitement. Why were they so exhilarated? He could not comprehend. Were these cheers truly for him? In a surprising move that no one had anticipated, he slowly raised his index finger and gently pressed it to his lips, signaling for silence. Instantly, the arena seemed to mute, as if under a spell, and fell into an eerie calm. He felt a twinge of awkwardness, unprepared for such a reaction. Suddenly, flashes of movements from previous fighters crossed his mind. He then lifted his hand from his lips, fingers clenched into a fist. The audience erupted once more, their cheers even more fervent than before. Tang Ingli watched the youth on stage, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Her large eyes sparkling with admiration, he was playfully trying to appear cool, foolish, yet undeniably impressive. Below, let us also warmly welcome his opponent, the Supernova contender Phantom, boasting a record of 22 matches with 21 victories. A wave of cheers filled the hall once more, though noticeably quieter than before. The host continued with measured enthusiasm. Last time, Phantom failed to continue his legend. This time, let us see if he can thwart the rise of the new king. Let us await the outcome together. As the host's words faded, he descended slowly, while the crowd erupted into a chorus of chants. Continue the legend! Continue the legend! The referee stepped onto the stage, prompting Jiang Yuni and Phantom to touch fists. That you're quite strong, Phantom acknowledged. Jiang Yuni had fought 15 matches this month, while Phantom had only 7. Although this statistic did not definitively indicate Jiang Yunyi's superiority, it suggested that in terms of stamina recovery, he was at a considerable advantage. If it were merely this, Phantom could still contend. However, it was plausible that Jiang Yunyi had not expended much energy against other advanced fighters, making Phantom's chances of victory seem bleak. He could not believe that Jiang Yunyi had merely been lucky in his victories. One stroke of fortune might be coincidental, but repeated luck suggested otherwise. Jiang Yunyi was momentarily taken aback by Phantom's words, yet he said nothing in response. The match commenced, and the two fighters distanced themselves, initiating a bout of cautious probing. Phantom unleashed a whip kick towards Jiang Yunyi, who did not evade but absorbed the blow, feigning a punch. Phantom quickly raised his fist to block, only to realize he had fallen for a ruse. At that moment, Jiang Yunyi swept his leg toward Phantom's ankle. Phantom leaped back to evade, cursing inwardly at the unexpected aggression. Regaining their footing, it was now Jiang Yunyi's turn to launch the offensive. He threw a punch towards Phantom's head, leaving Phantom uncertain whether it was a genuine strike or a feint. Nevertheless, he had to react swiftly to block. Almost immediately, Jiang Yunyi followed up with an uppercut. Phantom, using his other hand, attempted to counter. Jiang Yunyi then pivoted, driving his knee into Phantom's lower ribs. The sequence was so fluid that Phantom could not evade, and he took the blow squarely. Gritting his teeth against the pain radiating from his waist, he under the individual who just concurred was Commissioner Chun, who remarked with a smile, "At present, while his combat skills have been steadily improving and he has undoubtedly reached the level of an advanced fighter, there remains a certain gap when compared to professional competitors, as you are aware. In today's combat competitions, injuries such as broken bones and dislocated joints have become commonplace. This is due to the fact that their techniques must be more specialized, more aggressive, and considerably fiercer." Jean Fugue nodded in acknowledgement. "From your descriptions, it appears that the upper limits are exceedingly high and the future is promising." Commissioner Guo enthusiastically endorsed this view. "Indeed, you can rest assured in recruiting him for the East City Arena." A gleam of excitement sparkled in Jean Fugue's eyes as he chuckled and shook his head. "If what you both claim is true, then the East City Arena will not be able to retain him. Nor will any arena across the nation. He is not a mere fish in a pond. He evidently possesses knowledge that surpasses that of others." That on May 14, 2084, at midnight, the entire city seemed to have been muted. The clamor of the day vanished without a trace. The streets were sparsely populated with vehicles, only occasionally interrupted by the whoosh of a few midnight buses. The neon lights of the skyscrapers continued to flicker, yet emanated an aura of cold loneliness. The street vendors had also closed their stalls, their weary figures trudging towards their humble abodes. Most windows in the residential areas were shrouded in darkness, with only a few still aglow with faint light. At this moment, two announcements spread across the internet like a highly contagious virus, proliferating at an astonishing speed nationwide. The first read, "In order to safeguard the integrity of the nation's territory, maintain social order, and protect the safety of the people from threats, the National Blade Department is officially established. The name signifies the blade of the nation. Signed, National Security Bureau." The second stated, "To cultivate a new generation of strength for the National Blade Department and to nurture the pillars of the new era. The university known as Divine Oracle is officially established. It is recognized as the highest institution of learning in Huaxia. Admissions requirements. 1. The recruitment is not limited to high school graduates and includes all young individuals aged 18 to 30. 2. Admission to Divine Oracle does not rely on the college entrance examination as a criterion. 3. All enrolled students must sign a life and death agreement. Enrollment benefits. 1. No tuition fees will be charged during the student's tenure. 2. The state will subsidize all basic living expenses of the students. 3. Upon graduation, students will be guaranteed employment with a stable job. Nature, Iron Rice Bowl. Signed, Ministry of Education. Once the announcements were released, within mere minutes, the official websites of the National Security Bureau and the Ministry of Education crashed under the overwhelming traffic. Major social media platforms and online sites were inundated with frenzied posts. Children sneaking a peek at their phones awoke their parents, while high school students, secretly illuminated by their devices in the dorms, jumped from their beds, delivering hearty slaps to their dear roommates. As for college students, it goes without saying, who among them sleeps at midnight? The two announcements detonated like torpedoes submerged beneath the surface, rousing nearly everyone across the nation, whether asleep or awake, whether they had seen the news or not. In this tranquil night, the internet surged with tumultuous waves. The Blade of the Nation? What on earth is that? It sounds incredibly cool. Original poster. Divine Oracle University. First floor. Are there actual deities inside? Second floor. Who knows if there are deities, but there will probably be enchanting senior sisters. Doge. Third floor. But why must one sign a life and death agreement? Fourth floor. Who cares? To die under the peony is to live in style. Fifth floor. Just a solid 6. A certain recent graduate now unemployed. Wow. An iron rice bowl upon distribution. This is it for life. A high school senior aspiring to enter the best college. Plans have changed. Aim for the highest institution. A 30-year-old man battered by society, drunkenly laughing on the street. Am I dreaming? Most of the comments were humorous, from those who revel in the spectacle. Yet, there were also those cornered by life's harsh realities, who pondered the deeper implications behind the announcements. The government's recent vigorous promotion of high martial arts was not without reason. From the resounding call for a high martial arts city to the vigorous expansion of combat sports, and the persistent rumors suggesting the inclusion of martial arts in college entrance examinations, it all seemed to lay the groundwork for this national blade department. The establishment of this so-called Divine Oracle University further solidified this notion. But what was the underlying motive? If it is to safeguard national security, is there not already an army for that? If it is to maintain social order, do we not have the police? As for the safety of the people, if the first 2 points are addressed, this concern becomes moot. So, why promote martial arts for all? It is not without purpose, but rather seemingly unnecessary if the aim is merely to strengthen the populace through physical fitness. It could be understood, but why then establish this Divine Oracle University? Setting aside the requirement of signing a life and death agreement, as blades know no mercy, once one chooses the high martial path, casualties are inevitable. However, the stipulations of not using the college entrance examination as a criterion and guaranteeing employment upon graduation are no trifles. This may represent not just a requirement, but a privilege that IT could be a pioneering initiative. A wave destined to overturn the previous system. Those with a keen eye have already noted the mention of a new era in the second announcement. Tang Ingli had long fallen asleep. Unaware of the increasingly frenzied world around her, Jiang Yuni was similarly oblivious. However, the portly fellow was wide awake, his eyes bulging as he furiously scrolled through the screen, occasionally grinning with delight. At that moment, Liang Yichen stood on the balcony, holding a cigarette in his right hand and a phone in his left, his expression inscrutable. After a long while, he let his arm holding the phone droop helplessly, took a deep drag from the cigarette, and slowly exhaled the smoke. He gazed distantly at the horizon, murmuring softly, "Perhaps the sky of the future will no longer be azure, but instead a twilight of the gods. Alas, I cannot be among those who ride the waves." Chapter 77, Love Letter. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, the same familiar campus entrance, the same youthful faces. Jiang Yuni raised a bowsy filled with soy milk, which Tang Ingli naturally accepted, and together they walked toward their classroom. After swallowing her bowsy, Tang Ingli softly inquired, "Did you see the news?" Jiang Yuni replied, "What news?" Tang Ingli responded, "The National Blade Department and Divine Oracle University." Jiang Yuni shook his head in confusion. Tang Ingli handed him the soy milk and then pulled out her phone. Unlocking the screen, she revealed the interface of the two announcements, evidently having just seen them herself. She passed the phone to Jiang Yuni and reclaimed the soy milk. Jiang Yuni scrolled through the screen slowly, his pace contrasting sharply with his usual rapid reading. His lowered brow hinted at deep contemplation. He was indeed pondering. He was aware of their existence, and ordinary people could do little against them, even armed police. Thus, the purpose behind these two announcements became glaringly apparent. The answers that confounded others were readily discernible to him after but a moment's thought. He returned the phone to Tang Ingli, who did not take it. Instead, she mumbled, "Could you hold it for me?" Jiang Yuni replied, "Oh." Tang Ingli asked, "What are your thoughts?" Jiang Yuni instinctively felt a flicker of panic. What thoughts?" Tang Ingli, oblivious, continued, "Are you surprised? But from your demeanor, it seems you are not." Besides feeling a bit flustered, she rarely saw any other expression on his face. Jiang Yuni was at a loss for words. Tacitly conceding, Tang Ingli tilted her head. "Are you interested in that Divine Oracle University?" Jiang Yuni pondered for a moment, nodding slightly. Tang Ingli replied, "Oh." For some reason, her tone seemed unusually lighthearted. Jiang Yuni countered, "Are you interested too?" Tang Ingli responded, a bit. One by one, classmates trickled into the classroom, sparking discussions about the two announcements that had flooded the internet in the early hours. Qian Xuanrui walked into the classroom, sporting dark circles under his eyes, which, combined with his slightly plump figure, lent him an amusing air. He staggered over to Jiang Yunyi's side. Brother Jiang, are you aware of the announcements from this morning? Jiang Yunyi replied, I am aware. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui seemed to be invigorated by an energy boost, bubbling with excitement. Goodness, Brother Jiang, you have to sign a life and death agreement to attend this university. Who would dare enroll? Tang Yingli interjected. What if? Jiang Yunyi replied. One could give it a try. Qian Xuanrui stared at the two of them. Taken aback, he glanced at Tang Yingli, then at Jiang Yunyi. Wait, you too, Brother Jiang. This giving it a try could lead to death. Jiang Yunyi, puzzled, remarked. He said we have to sign, but he didn't say we would definitely die. Exactly, Qian Xuanrui emphasized. What does signing a life and death agreement have to do with me dying? Jiang Yunyi added. That's a fair point. Just because I sign doesn't mean I will die, Qian Xuanrui insisted. Think it through, Brother Jiang. And you too, class monitor. Just as he finished speaking, the bell rang for morning reading. Shan Jingyan entered the classroom right on time, her clear voice ringing out. It's time for morning reading. Quickly return to your seats. I have a few words to say. She had gone to bed early the previous night, so she had not seen the two announcements. Instead, other teachers had seen them and notified her, urging her to check her phone, as something significant had occurred. Afterwards, she hastily hung up the phone, stating that she needed to inform other teachers. She slightly complained about why matters could not be discussed the following day, insisting on disturbing her peaceful dreams at such an hour. However, she was taken aback upon realizing that her class this morning was undoubtedly restless. Frankly speaking, as a dedicated educator, she had no objections, nor dared to voice any, regarding the establishment of a national security department by the government. Yet, she found it perplexing why the Ministry of Education felt the need to create a university of divine mandates. Was it not akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? Standing at the podium, she addressed the class. I presume you are all aware of the two pieces of news that broke early this morning? Instantly, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of voices. Teacher, this is too sudden. Is there a reform taking place? Is this even real? Indeed. Why must we sign a life and death agreement? Chen Jingyan gestured for silence. I understand that you all have many questions. And I, too, share in that confusion. She paused momentarily before continuing, but I can assure you that this news is indeed true. Unless someone has not only hacked the National Security Bureau's website, but also breached the Ministry of Education's site to issue these announcements. There is no need for us to panic. Someone will inevitably speak up on our behalf. Our task is to focus on our present duties and observe how things unfold, even if, hypothetically, everything is finalized. It will not affect our normal lives, our regular college entrance examinations, or our admission into conventional universities. Is that clear? The students chorused. Understood. Excellent. Now, let us commence our morning reading. Chen Jingyun's words had a significant calming effect, acting like a stabilizing force for the students' restless hearts. During the break, Jiang Yunyi went to the restroom. As she approached the entrance of the neighboring classroom, a girl intercepted her, pointing to her own cheek. She sweetly asked, Do you remember? The girl was charmingly attractive, with an endearing demeanor. She playfully winked at Jiang Yunyi before slipping a small pink envelope into her embrace. The envelope was distinctly designed, cute and charming. Then, the girl seemingly shyly dashed back to her classroom. Jiang Yunyi stood there, somewhat bewildered. Was she from the neighboring class? Who was she? What was this? She tucked the letter into her pocket, planning to examine it later, but she needed to attend to her business first. Upon returning to the classroom, she took out the envelope and scrutinized it closely. On its surface was written a single line. To Jiang Yunyi. How did she know his name? Meanwhile, Tang Yingli, sitting beside her and absorbed in her exercises, noticed the rustling sound. Turning her head towards Jiang Yunyi, she saw him opening a pink envelope. She was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression froze. Having never lacked admirers, she instantly recognized what it was. A love letter. Chapter 78. Will you distance yourself from me? Tang Yingli remained silent. Quietly observing the boy's actions. As he opened the envelope and extracted a small card. His clear eyes brimmed with curiosity. The card was also pink, adorned with a large red heart. She recalled seeing that shape before when taking photos with Tang. He then read the text on the card. The handwriting rather elegant, though not as beautiful as Tang's. Dear Jiang, hello. I happened to see you fighting at the East City Arena and was quite impressed. I think you are very handsome. May I be friends with you? From Yujiro of class 20. So, she merely wanted to be friends. He was indeed willing, as being with friends made him feel less lonely. And there were other feelings he could not quite articulate. but they were undeniably pleasant, especially with classmates like Tang and Qian, who had taught him much and helped him understand the world he had just entered. Yet, he found himself at a loss. How should he respond? He sensed the girl beside him watching him. He turned to her and waved the pink card. How should I reply? Tang Yingli's beautiful eyes harbored an unnameable emotion. May I see it first? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuni handed her the card. She lowered her head to take a glance, and an odd feeling blossomed within her, difficult to articulate. She tilted her head and asked, "So, do you want to be friends with her?" Jiang Yuni replied, "Sure." Tang Yingli was not surprised by his answer. She knew he simply desired friendship. However, she was aware that the girl named Yujiro likely sought more than mere friendship. After all, one would not choose a card adorned with a heart for a simple friendship. Then you should reply on the card, "Pleased to meet you," and return it to her. Jiang Yuni was puzzled. Does that mean we are friends now? Tang Yingli tilted her head. Theoretically, yes, but I feel it does not equate to true friendship yet. Jiang Yuni nodded in agreement. I concur. He then wrote, "Pleased to meet you," on the card. Observing this, Tang Yingli murmured, "If one day you make a really good friend, will you distance yourself from me?" She thought he had not heard. Yet, Jiang Yuni turned his head and tilted it slightly. "Why would I distance myself from you?" Tang Yingli was momentarily taken aback. She replied earnestly, "It's just that once you have a really good friend, you will naturally grow closer to her and distance yourself from me. But for me, Tang has already been a great friend." Upon hearing this, the girl was stunned, then burst out laughing, her laughter bright and captivating. Where is the greatness in that? They are all good, unbeknownst to her. The subtle, unexplainable feeling in her heart had quietly dissipated. During the next class break, Jiang Yuni rose from his seat with the card in hand. Qian Xuanrui noticed him heading towards the back door of the classroom and felt puzzled. Did he forget his water bottle? Didn't Jiang go to the restroom just last break? Why is he going again? He was aware that Jiang Yuni rarely left his seat except for those two purposes. Spotting the pink envelope in Jiang Yuni's grasp, he thought, could it be, oh my gosh, is Jiang about to strike it rich in silence? That can't be, right? Then he abruptly turned to look at Tang Yingli, who was still seated. Wait a minute, that doesn't add up. If it is indeed that kind of thing, aside from the class monitor, I can't think of anyone else Jiang Yuni would give it to. Mainly, I don't know any other girls. Before he could contemplate further, he immediately got up to follow. Soon, he saw Jiang Yuni enter the neighboring classroom. Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened, and his mouth slightly gaped in surprise. With a clear target, he strode directly in. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Yuni paused, surveying the room. A student from class 10 curiously inquired, "Are you looking for someone?" Jiang Yuni replied, "I am looking for Yujiro." "Oh, Yujiro. She sits over there." The student pointed in a direction, evidently accustomed to the situation. Although Yujiro was not as stunning as Tang Yingli, she was still considered the class beauty. "Thank you." Jiang Yuni then approached Yujiro. The surrounding classmates looked on with expressions of eager anticipation, but Yujiro was momentarily taken aback, and upon recognizing Jiang Yuni, her face lit up with surprise. "What brings you here?" She had seen Jiang Yuni at the East City Arena 2 weeks ago and thought he seemed familiar but could not recall where she had seen him. It was only last week, while filling her water bottle, that she realized he was a classmate from the adjacent class. When she had given Jiang Yuni the card, she had not held out much hope, having learned that Jiang Yuni was quite close to Tang Yingli. While she considered herself somewhat attractive, she was aware of her limitations. Thus, if Jiang Yuni had feelings for Tang Yingli, she felt her chances were quite slim. Jiang Yuni extended the small card to her. "This is for you." Yujiro responded. "Oh, okay." Her friend beside her exclaimed, "Jiro, are you silly? This is a love letter. How can you just accept it like that?" Yujiro shot her a glare and interrupted. "Sho, no need to make a fuss, I'll explain later." Lowering her head to glance at the card, she softly asked, "So, does this mean you are accepting? For if it were a rejection, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to seek her out." Jiang Yuni expressed his confusion. "Is there anything wrong with accepting a friendship?" Yujiro paused, then gazed into his eyes, filled with inquiry. She had never believed in the existence of pure-hearted boys in high school. In this era of rampant information and the pervasive influence of the internet, who could genuinely claim to be a blank slate? Even those who avoided the internet could be influenced by the culture in boys' dormitories. And who could maintain their innocence? Yet, his eyes were remarkably pure, like a crystal-clear lake, devoid of impurities. She smiled slightly. "Right? There is nothing unreasonable about making friends." Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Jiang Yuni found himself at a loss for words. and the class was about to commence that I shall take my leave first, he said. All right, I'll come find you during the lunch break. After Jiang Yuni exited the classroom, Qian Xuanrui approached him. Brother Jiang, you doubt why this is. Not right. Do you know that girl? Jiang Yuni replied. I suppose I do. Qian Xuanrui, still somewhat bewildered, inquired, What do you mean by suppose? Jiang Yuni responded, I know her name. Qian Xuanrui pressed, Is that all you know? Jiang Yuni confirmed. Yes, that's so. You only know her name, and yet you delivered a love letter to her. Well, it seems that might not be entirely inappropriate, but this is very uncharacteristic of you. Jiang Yuni, having spent considerable time together. Qian Xuanrui felt he understood Jiang Yuni quite well. He was convinced there must be some misunderstanding. Chapter 79. Reluctance? Qian Xuanrui cautiously asked, Brother Jiang, was that a love letter you were holding earlier? Jiang Yuni appeared momentarily stunned. A love letter? Qian Xuanrui had previously informed him about this concept, a correspondence expressing affection between individuals. Jiang Yuni recalled the content. It was quite ordinary, merely expressing a desire to be friends, without any further implication. Yet, he curiously asked, that heart shape, does it signify something? Jiang Yuni's abrupt question caught Qian Xuanrui off guard. New type. What new are you referring to that heart shape? He then traced the shape in the air with his finger. Jiang Yuni affirmed, Yes, that one. Upon receiving confirmation, Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in realization. Brother Jiang, could it be that the card you received bore that heart shape? Jiang Yuni replied, Indeed. Qian Xuanrui, exasperated, exclaimed, Brother Jiang, how could you be so oblivious? Not knowing the significance of a heart shape, how could you casually give that card to a girl? That's utterly reckless. What if she ends up taking a liking to you? After all, while Jiang Yuni might not be strikingly handsome, he was certainly well-groomed. Moreover, his appearance was merely one of his many admirable qualities. Jiang Yuni explained, The card was given to me by her. I merely returned it. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward. I see. That makes sense now. I thought there was no way Jiang Yuni would give a love letter to someone. Jiang Yuni tilted his head. So what does the heart shape signify? Qian Xuanrui replied solemnly. The heart shape is typically used to express love. Jiang Yuni inquired, Love? Qian Xuanrui affirmed. Yes, care, affection, and infatuation can all be conveyed through a heart shape. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuni muttered, So, does that mean classmate Yi is expressing affection? She mentioned being impressed when she saw him boxing. Qian Xuanrui paused for a moment before responding earnestly. We should see what she wrote. Brother Jiang, do you recall what was written on it? He was well aware of Jiang Yuni's naivety in matters of the heart, especially given his innocent and pure demeanor. The predatory girls could easily take advantage of him. He needed to ensure Jiang Yuni was protected. After all, he held a favorable view of a potential relationship between Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli. Naturally, this was merely his opinion, and he would not interfere in Jiang Yuni's choices, but he could help navigate some pitfalls along the way. When faced with Qian Xuanrui's question, Jiang Yuni candidly divulged everything, as there was little to conceal. After listening, Qian Xuanrui fell into deep thought. Before he could voice his thoughts, the class bell rang, prompting both to return to their seats. When Tang Yingli noticed Jiang Yuni's return, she softly asked, Did you return the card? Jiang Yuni replied, Yes. Tang Yingli continued, Did she say anything? Jiang Yuni responded, She mentioned she would come find me during lunch. Tang Yingli remarked, I thought she would directly invite you to lunch. Clearly, the girl was not wholly focused on her studies during the break. Jiang Yuni stated, I wouldn't accept if she invited me. Tang Yingli inquired, Why not? Jiang Yuni explained, Because if I go, you would be left eating alone. A charming smile graced Tang Yingli's lips as she teased, You feel reluctant? Jiang Yuni affirmed, Yes. Tang Yingli tilted her head. But I used to eat alone. Jiang Yuni mirrored her gesture, but I feel you might not be accustomed to it now. He was an example of that. If he were to return to the past, would he still be able to adapt? The answer was no. Tang Yingli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This fellow's wooden-headedness seemed to have made some progress. She softly agreed. I think so too. At noon, as they finished classes, Qian Xuanrui unexpectedly approached, proposing to join the two for lunch. Typically, he dined with other friends at school. Suddenly, Qian Xuanrui asked, What does the class monitor think of this matter? He believed Tang Yingli was also aware of Jiang Yuni receiving the card. Tang Yingli replied, What matter? Qian Xuanrui elaborated. The matter of the class flower from the adjacent class, Yi Zhuro, writing a note to Brother Jiang. Tang Yingli playfully responded, I thought you were referring to the incident that occurred in the early morning. Qian Xuanrui immediately retorted, class monitor, please don't make light of my plight. Nothing is more significant than Brother Zhang's affairs. Tang Yingli replied nonchalantly, isn't it good for a classmate to take the initiative to make friends? Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback. Well, the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Yet, she makes a valid point. Making friends is indeed a positive thing, and with Tang Yingli supporting it. He had nothing further to contest. Thus, he returned to the topic from that morning. Although the teachers across various classes had reassured the students, many were still discussing the matter in the corridors during breaks. Brother Jiang, class monitor, what do you think the government is doing this for? Jiang Yuni remained silent. Qian Xuanrui wasn't genuinely inquiring from him. He knew the youth likely had little interest in such matters and seldom browsed online news. Therefore, he primarily sought Tang Yingli's opinion. After all, her uncle was the director of the Municipal Police Bureau, and she should know more than most. Tang Yingli gently tucked her hair behind her ear. The time stop may be changing. Qian Xuanrui asked in surprise, what do you mean? Jiang Yuni also glanced at the girl. It's nothing. Just my guess. Uncle Wu doesn't know much either. He said the higher-ups maintain strict confidentiality. Everyone has their own choices, and she feared that saying too much might cause unease for the two. Moreover, she truly had not been evasive. Wu Jiangwo was also not privy to much information regarding the two announcements. The government likely wished to avoid inciting public panic, hence they refrained from disclosing all details at once. Thus, her speculations were primarily based on her childhood experiences. They continued on their way. The three remained silent, each lost in their thoughts. Qian Xuanrui found himself recalling the night Liang Yiqin had threatened him with a gunat that moment. He had asked Liang Yiqin why he was doing such a thing. Liang Yiqin had claimed it was merely a joke. When he inquired why Liang Yiqin was being investigated, he had said it was not the right time to disclose that information. Now, reflecting on that incident alongside the two announcements from early this morning, he found it somewhat suspicious. If that behavior wasn't intended to threaten his life, nor was it typical banter between friends, could it have been a sort of test? But what was being tested? Unbeknownst to them, the three arrived at the dining hall. After each collected their meals, they chose a table to sit down. Qian Xuanrui asked, so, Brother Jiang, class monitor, are you both planning to attend that Oracle University? Earlier, when he had inquired. Both had shown interest in the institution. Tang Yingli stated, I will be going. Jiang Yuni replied, I might give it a try. Qian Xuanrui was about to say something when a sweet voice interrupted. Excuse me, may I share this table? Chapter 80. The last place the three looked up. Jiang Yuni recognized the newcomer. Qian Xuanrui had witnessed everything that morning, and even without that encounter, as a well-informed student from Class 6. He certainly knew who she was, the class flower of Class 10. Tang Yingli felt the girl seemed somewhat familiar, having encountered her in the corridors, but they were not acquainted. However, being a girl, and considering Jiang Yuni's note, it wasn't difficult to deduce her identity. Yizhiro. Yet, she remained silent. It was evident she had come to find Jiang Yuni. Qian Xuanrui glanced at Jiang Yuni, who gestured, please, take a seat. These two are my friends. Tang Yingli and Qian Xuanrui. He knew Qian Xuanrui was already aware, so he omitted further introductions. Tang Yingli acknowledged, then turned to Yizhiro. Hello, please sit here. Hello, classmate Yi. Qian Xuanrui greeted her as well. Yizhiro responded with a smile. Hey, nice to meet you all. She then took a seat with her tray. The current seating arrangement was as follows. Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli sat across from each other, Qian Xuanrui beside Jiang Yuni. Leaving Yizhiro to sit next to Tang Yingli, Qian Xuanrui asked, classmate Yi, why aren't you dining with your friends? Yizhiro replied, I was supposed to eat with them, but upon spotting classmate Jiang from afar, I decisively abandoned them and rushed over. She playfully winked at Jiang Yuni. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui thought to himself that things were about to take a turn for the worse. As soon as the student opened her mouth, she immediately discerned the presence or absence of understanding. Her rhetoric was exceptionally eloquent, and her gaze was utterly enchanting. A glance at the side revealed Jiang Yuni, remarkably composed. Very well, not at all, Jiang Yuni remarked. There's no need for such theatrics, ye student. Your friend might feel disheartened by it. Yizhiro paused momentarily, then smiled. Not at all. They are eagerly anticipating my arrival and are merely enjoying the spectacle. Jiang Yuni remained silent, unable to comprehend how this could be considered a spectacle. Noticing the boy's disinterest in pursuing the topic, Yijiro felt somewhat vexed at her own overt intentions. She thus shifted the conversation. Do you all usually dine together? Qian Xuanrui hastily interjected. No, it's typically Jiang and the class monitor who eat together. Yijiro inquired with curiosity. Oh, why don't you join them? Qian Xuanrui replied. I don't wish to bask in their limelight. Yijiro's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she shifted her gaze between Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli. How does one bask in their radiance? Could it be that you are already a couple? She mused inwardly, finding it unlikely. Indeed, Tang Yingli softly interjected. Not at all. Yijiro chuckled. I was under the impression that our aloof school beauty had fallen in love. Qian Xuanrui sighed internally. He initially intended to create a false impression to dissuade Yijiro. But she was entirely unfazed. However, she spoke without a hint of nervousness or awkwardness that one might expect from someone enamored. He found himself at a loss. Was this girl simply too sophisticated? Or did she genuinely wish to befriend Jiang? Could it be that he had misjudged? But how to explain the love card? Jiang student, will you be attending the competition tonight? Yijiro asked. Jiang Yuni replied. Yijiro expressed regret. What a pity I cannot attend to cheer for you. Jiang Yuni reassured her. It's all right. Yijiro continued. Aren't you tired? It's already quite late after evening study. And you still have to box, not to mention school tomorrow. Jiang Yuni replied. It's manageable. Yijiro exclaimed. Wow, you are quite remarkable. To you, the esteemed fighters praised by adults seem like mere trifles. Jiang Yuni felt a bit awkward. Actually, it's not that impressive. Throughout the meal, Yijiro predominantly asked Jiang Yuni questions, while Qian Xuanrui occasionally chimed in. Tang Yingli remained quietly eating, though a peculiar feeling stirred within her. In the afternoon, the midterm exam results were posted by the class monitor on the announcement board. Students flocked eagerly, jostling to see their scores and rankings. Only 3 remained indifferent. Tang Yingli, who was assured of her top rank. Jiang Yuni, who, while concerned about his results, felt no urgency to check immediately. And Qian Xuanrui, who genuinely did not care. After finishing the exam, he had set his pen down and seemingly forgotten about it. Now, as the results were announced, he felt no anxiety. After all, if he felt even the slightest trepidation, it would be a disservice to the number 145. Soon, his deskmate returned. He stroked his beard. Could it be that my score is securely situated near the top? His deskmate replied. No, I scanned the list several times and didn't see your name before being pushed away. Qian Xuanrui quipped. Perhaps your eyes are failing you. Have you been overexerting them lately? His deskmate blushed in realization. You are the one overexerting. Oh no, you are the one using your hands. Once the crowd dispersed, Qian Xuanrui ambled towards the announcement board, as if any haste would betray his trust in Jiang Yuni. Upon reaching the board, he meticulously scanned the middle of the score list, then began ascending his gaze slowly. A perplexed expression crossed his face. Could it be that he had overestimated his efforts? Had he copied too much? Was he at the forefront of the rankings? As his eyes traveled higher, his brows furrowed slightly. Was it possible the teacher had overlooked recording his score? He shook his head. Such carelessness was unbecoming of a teacher. But then he seemed to recall something. Redirecting his gaze to the top of the score list, the first place was occupied by Tang Yingli. But where was Jiang? Scanning several lines down, he still found no trace of Jiang Yuni's name, but a sense of unease began to brew within him. Thus, he appeared to resolve himself and continued to search the lower half of the list. As he approached the end without finding their names, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, just a false alarm. Perhaps the teacher truly overlooked their scores. He could not believe Jiang Yuni's results would be poor. Nor could he fathom that his own would be at the bottom. Yet when he finally spotted Jiang Yuni's name at the end of the list, disbelief washed over him. No, that was a score of 145. Jiang had truly treated it like a mere trinket. And when he saw his own name following Jiang's, his legs felt weak, and his mind went blank. Upon realizing his name had no subsequent entries, his vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed. He leaned against the wall, slowly closing his eyes, shaking his head, then peering once more at the score list. Incredible! He had achieved the top score in the class. Albeit counting backward. Chapter 81. The use composition. Qian Xuanrui wandered dazedly to Jiang Yuni's side. He spoke softly. Jiang brother, have you checked your scores yet? Jiang Yuni replied. Not yet. Qian Xuanrui sighed. It's all right. Jiang brother, if possible, it might be best not to look. Jiang Yuni straightforwardly asked. Did you check for me? Did I end up last? Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern if Jiang was inquiring about his own ranking or Jiang's. With a mournful expression, Qian Xuanrui replied, "You didn't come in last." Jiang Yuni reflected. It seems Qian brothers' teachings on feng shui truly work wonders. I was prepared to come in last before the exam. Hearing this, Tang Yingli covered her mouth with her hand. Qian Xuanrui managed a smile that was more painful than tears. Of course, I would never lead Jiang brother astray. One must maintain a strong facade when necessary. Jiang Yuni remarked, "Given your expression, could it be that you underperformed this time?" Qian Xuanrui lamented, "Jiang brother, this is too much, a heartless attack." Jiang Yuni replied, "I didn't force you to check my scores." Qian Xuanrui retorted, "How could you treat a score of 145 so casually? The intelligence report recognized by the school cannot possibly be false. The only explanation is that Jiang Yuni did not study earnestly." He sighed. "Well, I willingly accept the role of being at the bottom for Jiang brother. Indeed, balance must be maintained. My laziness in preparing for the exam has led to such a score." The school bell rang, and Qian Xuanrui wandered back to his seat in a daze. Tang Yingli softly advised, "I think you should continue to study diligently." Jiang Yuni questioned, "Why? ISNT that university, not based on college entrance exam scores?" Tang Yingli asked, "Have you truly decided to attend that institution?" Jiang Yuni affirmed, "Yes." Though his current life was quite comfortable, he remained acutely aware that he had not genuinely escaped the man's control. He understood that with his current strength, breaking free was an impossible feat. Tang Yingli cautioned, "But we don't know their evaluation criteria. What if you can't get in and still need to rely on your college entrance exam scores?" Jiang Yuni paused. "That seems valid. As the test papers were distributed, Jiang Yuni examined his own. Since the teachers graded using computers, there were no glaring red marks on his paper at that moment. The class monitor approached. "Jiang Yuni, the homeroom teacher wants you to come to her office." Jiang Yuni replied, but he could probably guess what Chun Jingyun wanted to discuss with him. Thus, he first glanced at the announcement board. Tang Yingli's name caught his eye. Total score, 721 class rank. 1 year rank. One she is truly impressive, Jiang Yuni thought, then continued scanning downwards. Finally, he spotted his own name at the bottom. Total score, 386 class rank. 40 year rank, 844, and at the very end of the score list was Qian Xuanrui's name. He shook his head helplessly and exited the classroom. In the office, as soon as Jiang Yuni entered, he saw Qian Xuanrui standing nervously by Chun Jingyun's desk. As Jiang approached, he overheard her stern voice. "If you score this low again, you'll regret it. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui reassured, "Don't worry. Teacher, this was just an accident. There won't be a next time." "All right, you may return," she said. "Thank you, teacher." Afterward, as Qian Xuanrui turned to leave, he noticed Jiang Yuni approaching. He gently patted Jiang's shoulder, signaling him to fend for himself. Then he heard Chun Jingyun's gentle voice. "Yuni, come here." Jiang Yuni responded. "Oh." Qian Xuanrui's expression instantly froze. "Is this the difference between second to last and last place?" "Woo-woo. I am going to make a scene." Of course, he merely thought about it. The reason for Chun Jingyun's disparate treatment was not difficult to deduce. Chun Jingyun gently addressed Jiang Yuni. "Although your exam results are not particularly ideal compared to others, let us not lose heart, shall we?" Jiang Yuni nodded. Chun Jingyun continued, "I have reviewed your paper, and it is evident that you have grasped the knowledge learned during this period. What we currently lack is the foundational knowledge from before. Hence, can we pick up the knowledge we have missed while keeping pace with the teacher?" Jiang Yuni replied. "That works." Chun Jingyun affirmed. "Excellent. The teacher believes in you. Remember, if you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to ask the teacher or Yingli." Jiang Yuni responded. "Thank you, teacher." After the test papers were distributed, Tang Yingli did not look at her own paper. Instead, she picked up Jiang Yuni's. The boy's handwriting could not be classified as particularly beautiful or unattractive. Like others, each stroke was clean and neat. She quickly scanned through the papers, as she had completed the exam herself and could easily identify where the issues lay. She also noted that Jiang Yuni had fundamentally mastered the knowledge covered during this period. However, certain questions required prior knowledge, which he had not grasped. Nonetheless, these issues were not insurmountable. Although she was unaware of Jiang Yuni's exceptionally high IQ, she recognized his intelligence as long as he was willing to learn. Mastering the material was merely a matter of time. Then she came across the boy's English test paper. Though his English is quite good, with answers that closely resembled her own. However, his English composition was rather sparse, consisting of only 2 lines, leaving a vast expanse blank. He unable to write an essay. Finally, she examined the boy's Chinese test paper. She could not help but furrow her brows upon noticing that many subjective questions, especially those pertaining to emotional expression, had only a few words written, with some being left entirely blank. Having spent time with him and observing his interactions with Qian Xuanrui, she had subtly sensed that Jiang Yuni was somewhat deficient in emotional expression. She understood that children like them, deprived of parental affection and external communication from a young age, often face psychological issues and emotional shortcomings. However, upon reviewing his paper, it appeared that his situation was even more severe than she had anticipated. Yet, such matters require time to heal and cannot be remedied overnight. She continued to peruse the boy's papers. When she reached the essay, she was taken aback. The topic for the Chinese composition was to discuss the importance of friendship. With a word count requirement of 800. Yet, the boy had written very little. Upon entering this high school, my first classmate was my deskmate. She is very beautiful and loves studying, but she is not very talkative, appearing somewhat cold. However, she is actually warm-hearted and kind, always helping me whenever I am in trouble and teaching me much. Thus, I believe that friendship can bring joy to a person, provide warmth, and prevent one from feeling alone. Chapter 82. Are you a fairy? Tang Ingli stared blankly at this piece of writing that contained less than 200 words. Its language was simple and concise, lacking examples for illustration. Yet she knew that this was undoubtedly the most genuine expression of his feelings that he could articulate at present. This essay, which would not meet the teacher's standards, resonated with her more profoundly than any model composition. She breathed out softly, "Foolish." Then, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, tousling the girl's hair and stirring her paper. On the page of her Chinese exam where she had written the essay, the words Ferris wheel could be faintly seen. That evening, a match was scheduled at the East City Arena. Thus, after the evening study session concluded, Jiang Yuni departed. Undoubtedly, amidst the cheers of the crowd, the boy secured another victory. After the match, he returned to his apartment. The lights outside the apartment building were quite bright as he took the elevator to his floor. Upon exiting the elevator, the dim hallway lights created a stark contrast, making it seem even darker to Jiang Yuni. However, this was of no concern to the boy, as he was not afraid of the dark and did not believe in ghosts. He walked straight towards his room. Suddenly, he heard a click. The door of the room next to his swung open and a man clad in a black trench coat emerged, holding a black plastic bag. Upon seeing Jiang Yuni, he paused momentarily, then proceeded to close the door without greeting him, brushing past Jiang Yuni. The latter was momentarily taken aback. Gently twitching his nose, the familiar scent lingered. This is the smell of blood. He turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of the man's figure as he disappeared around the corner. The following dawn, May 5th, 2084 in the summer calendar, the official website of the Huaxia government released a statement. Good morning, citizens of the nation. Regarding the 2 announcements made in the early hours of yesterday, they are the result of careful deliberation by various representatives within the government. You may feel uneasy or anxious, but please trust the government. The government will lead the people towards a brighter future. The enrollment guidelines for Xinyun University will be announced subsequently, so please stay tuned. Signed, Huaxia Government. After a day's worth of reflection and discussion. While the announcement did not provoke a massive uproar, it certainly stirred some small ripples of inquiry. Most inquiries sought to understand the reasons behind the announcements. However, the messages were met with silence. As the government provided no further response, at least the government website had not crashed. People spent another week caught in confusion and uncertainty. In this era of rapid communication and transportation, information flows incessantly. And even the 3 announcements could not escape this cycle. Gradually, it seemed as though people began to forget the matter. From constant vigilance to casual dinner conversation, it eventually faded into obscurity. After all, the 3 announcements had little to do with the majority of them. They were unaware of the underlying reasons that it was akin to the government suddenly implementing a preferential policy for athletes. Initially, people might pay attention and discuss it, but over time, only athletes and those aspiring to be athletes would remain interested. Although this example may not resonate as powerfully as the 3 announcements, the principle remains the same. On Saturday afternoon, Jiang Yuni waited at the entrance of Liwan Garden. The events leading to this moment began as follows. During Friday's lunch break, Yi Zhiro approached the classroom door, calling for Jiang Yuni to step outside. She smiled and asked him, "Can I invite you to dinner this weekend?" Jiang Yuni replied, "Sure, let me check with Tang," and Qian. Yi Zhiro placed her hands on her hips, her brows slightly furrowing. "I only want to invite you. Is that all right?" Jiang Yuni, puzzled, asked, "Why? Aren't we all friends?" In recent days, she often joined them for lunch and dinner, so much so that even Qian Xuanrui had been dining with them every day. He could not help but wonder what she was guarding against. But the four had grown relatively familiar with one another. Yi Zhiro puffed up her cheeks, seemingly a tad annoyed, and stared at Jiang Yuni for a moment before finally smiling. "All right, then you can call them along." After consulting with Tang Yingli and Qian Xuanrui, both agreed. Thus, they arranged to dine together on Saturday afternoon, which would conveniently allow them to watch the boy compete afterward. Consequently, Jiang Yuni found himself waiting for the others. Before long, Qian Xuanrui arrived, bounding over with delight. "Jiang brother, you're here quite early." Jiang Yuni replied, "This is what you taught me." Qian Xuanrui paused for a moment. Indeed. Indeed. A promising student. Shortly after, Yi Zhiro also arrived. Coincidentally, like Tang Yingli, she resided in Liwan Garden, which was why they gathered there. Yi Zhiro had applied some makeup, appearing more mature and less youthful than at school. She radiated a blend of sweetness and allure. She wore a pink skirt that accentuated her figure exquisitely, adding a hint of sensuality. Upon seeing her, Qian Xuanrui felt inexplicably nervous. He had a premonition that this meal would not be simple. "Jiang brother, that you must not act foolishly." Yi Zhiro approached Jiang Yuni, batting her eyelashes. "Do I look good?" Jiang Yuni answered, "Yes, you look good." Yi Zhiro pouted. "You are being too perfunctory." Jiang Yuni, confused, asked, "How should I respond?" Yi Zhiro replied, "You should express it with astonishment and genuine emotion. Then clasp your hands together and finish with, 'Are you a fairy?' That way, it wouldn't seem perfunctory." Jiang Yuni opened his mouth, about to respond, when out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a captivating figure approaching. It was a flawlessly beautiful face. She usually did not wear makeup, but today she had applied a touch of subtle cosmetics. With fair skin, dark brows, and red lips, she was dressed in a flowing white dress, the soft green satin gently hugging her slender waist. As she drew closer, an enchanting fragrance unique to young women wafted through the air. Truly, she was a vision of beauty, captivating and enchanting. She smiled slightly, her fair hands waving before the boy. "Are you mesmerized?" Jiang Yuni was indeed somewhat spellbound, overwhelmed by her beauty. This was his most immediate impression. Even Qian Xuanrui, who silently recited "Form is emptiness" several times in his heart, nearly found his composure wavering. Even Yi Zhiro, another beauty, could not help but be secretly amazed and filled with envy. Soon, the three observed Jiang Yuni adjusting his expression. He then made a concerted effort to widen his clean, bright eyes, clasped his hands together, and exclaimed, "Are you a fairy?" His eyes were brimming with sincerity. Chapter 83. Yi Zhiro's subtle hint. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened, and his expression was quite remarkable, a mix of surprise, appreciation, and emotion. "Brother Jiang, it seems you've truly grasped the application of your learning. I shall no longer say that you treat your 145 IQ like an ornament." Yi Zhiro's facial expression mirrored that of Qian Xuanrui, yet internally, she felt a sense of unwillingness and indignation. She suspected Jiang Yuni was being deliberately provocative. Such disparate treatment was clearly intended to tease her about her closeness to him. Although he appeared innocent and harmless, who could truly guarantee such a facade? After all, one could know a person's face, but not their heart. Clearly, she had yet to ascertain what kind of person Jiang Yuni truly was. Tang Yingli smiled gently. "Do you know what distinguishes you from a rogue?" Jiang Yuni shook his head in confusion. Tang Yingli continued, "The difference is that I know you are not a rogue." Though both engaged in playful mischief, she was assured of his innocence. Qian Xuanrui quickly interjected, "Class monitor, how can this be considered rogue behavior? It is simply a heartfelt compliment from Brother Jiang." Tang Yingli scoffed. "Oh, am I not familiar with him? Can he independently produce such exaggerated expressions and utter these phrases?" Qian Xuanrui chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Yuni asked, "Does it seem very fake?" Tang Yingli tilted her head. "You seemed more genuine when you were momentarily stunned." Jiang Yuni replied. Yi Zhiro stepped forward, gently grasping Tang Yingli's wrist. "Truly deserving of the title of our university's flower." You are simply stunning. I confess, I am envious. Tang Yingli turned her head to respond. You are also quite beautiful. Ye Zhiro feigned disappointment. How could I possibly compare to you? Her gaze, however, discreetly flickered towards Jiang Yuni, who was entirely oblivious to her and had instead drawn closer to Qian Xuanrui. Seemingly hailing a taxi, she inwardly scoffed. Over the past few days, she had subtly probed Jiang Yuni, only to receive either indifference or a bewildered expression in return. It was unclear whether he was genuinely oblivious or merely pretended to be so. Initially, she believed he was truly naive, but later she suspected he was feigning ignorance if he had interest in Tang Yingli. Then his disregard for her could be understood. However, after observing them closely over the past few days, she concluded they were indeed innocent. Thus, she refused to be fooled. She believed Jiang Yuni was merely acting, engaging in a game of desire and retreat. Then I shall play along, she resolved within herself. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, a taxi arrived. Ye Zhiro proactively opened the rear door and smiled at Tang Yingli. Class monitor, please, get in. Tang Yingli glanced at her, said nothing, and entered the vehicle first. Jiang Yuni attempted to follow, but Ye Zhiro blocked him. You sit outside. She then got in, a slight smirk playing on her lips, while allowing Tang Yingli to enter first. She ensured she could sit next to Jiang Yuni regardless of the circumstances. Furthermore, she could follow suit and separate the two. Unexpectedly, Qian Xuanrui suggested, Brother Jiang, why don't you sit in the front passenger seat? Jiang Yuni, indifferent, replied. Oh, thus, to Ye Zhiro's astonishment, Qian Xuanrui plopped down beside her while Jiang Yuni opened the front passenger door and settled in. Tang Yingli remarked, buckle your seatbelt. Jiang Yuni responded. Oh. The four arrived at a Hunan restaurant, where round tables awaited them. This time, Ye Zhiro was well prepared and ensured that Qian Xuanrui did not ruin her plans. At last, she successfully seated herself beside Jiang Yuni. Qian Xuanrui inquired of Ye Zhiro, is there anything you don't eat? He did not ask Jiang Yuni or Tang Yingli, as they had dined together numerous times, and he was well aware of their tastes. Jiang Yuni had yet to express any dislikes, while Tang Yingli preferred to avoid greasy food. Ye Zhiro replied, I can eat anything, just keep it in mind. Then, as if recalling something, she asked, do they have flavored shrimp here? Qian Xuanrui quickly scanned the menu. Yes, they do. Ye Zhiro continued. Can we order one of those? Qian Xuanrui affirmed. Of course. Besides wishing to prevent her from getting too close to Jiang Yuni, he also regarded her as a friend. His hesitance stemmed not solely from wanting to facilitate a connection between Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli, but also from having secretly inquired about Ye Zhiro after noticing her adeptness in conversation. He discovered that she had previously had several boyfriends. This was no trivial matter. To place Brother Jiang, who was innocent and pure, in such a predicament was akin to sending a sheep into a tiger's den. Jiang Yuni remarked, Brother Qian, is it not a bit biased to evaluate me in such a manner? After the dishes were served, the four began to dine. 4 dishes and a soup were actually not much. And although the two girls might not eat much, Qian Xuanrui certainly could, one person being equal to two, while Jiang Yuni was also quite the hearty eater. Thus, even when the three, Jiang Yuni, Tang Yingli, and Qian Xuanrui, dined out together, they typically ordered enough for 4. Halfway through the meal, Ye Zhiro, having dirtied her hands while peeling shrimp, turned to Jiang Yuni and said, Could you please pass me a napkin? Jiang Yuni replied, Oh, and retrieved a napkin from the holder, offering it to her. Ye Zhiro did not take it, her tone slightly playful. My hands are quite dirty, and I fear I might soil the napkin. Could you help me wipe my mouth? Chapter 84. Tang Yingli's advice. Qian Xuanrui interjected. Have you considered what you are saying? If your hands are dirty, use a napkin to wipe them. Jiang Yuni replied. The dictionary states that men and women should not engage in physical contact. Ye classmate, you should wipe it yourself, if necessary. Simply take another napkin. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli appeared calm, but the earlier moment of distraction had gone unnoticed even by her. Ye Zhiro shot Jiang Yuni a glare before taking the napkin from his hand. What could she do with his lack of romantic understanding? She could only wipe her mouth herself, after this brief interlude. The meal concluded swiftly, and the four made their way to the arena in the eastern part of the city. They had purchased their tickets collectively, not involving Liang Yichen in the transaction. After all, adding one more person would likely cause him to protest vehemently. Not long after they settled, the competition commenced. 1 match followed another, and by 8 o'clock, Jiang Yuni was set to compete once more. The audience remained fervent, their cheers echoing as they chanted White Sheep. His opponent was clearly at a loss. What was the point of continuing? In the audience, Yujiro was equally astonished. Although she had witnessed Jiang Yuni's battle against the Phantom previously, experiencing the fervor of the crowd again was still overwhelming. The match did not last long. Thus, White Sheep, 20 battles, undefeated. Yujiro rose and smiled at the two. Shall we not go welcome our champion? Qian Xuanrui chuckled. There's no need. We are all quite familiar. No need for unnecessary formalities. That Yujiro smirked. Then I shall go. I am not familiar enough. With that, she turned to descend from the audience, Tang Yingli, with her strikingly beautiful eyes, calmly observed her retreating figure. Liwan Gardens. A taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the garden. The two girls exited the vehicle. Tang Yingli and Yujiro walked side by side through the garden. A gentle breeze tousled the former's hair, creating a somewhat ethereal beauty in the deep night. She softly remarked, "You do not actually harbor the kind of affection for Jiang Yuni that exists between men and women, do you?" Yujiro smiled. Why would our esteemed class monitor say such a thing? Tang Yingli did not pursue the topic further, choosing instead to counter with a question. I heard you have had several boyfriends. This information had naturally come from Qian Shinring. That Yujiro was unperturbed. Oh, does the esteemed class monitor take an interest in the romantic histories of others? Tang Yingli shook her head. Not at all. I merely wish to inquire about your intentions in dating. Yujiro teased. Is the esteemed class monitor hoping to glean insights from me? Tang Yingli remained silent. That Yujiro continued. All right, I shall be candid. I do not yet possess romantic feelings for him, but rather a curiosity, seeking novelty and excitement from him. That I believe every girl harbors a superhero in her heart. If I could have a boyfriend who excels in the arena, it would be quite thrilling, wouldn't it? Just imagine, he conquers the arena, while I conquer him. What a fulfilling accomplishment that would be. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli fell silent. She could understand the allure of strength. But was romance truly so trivial for her? She asked. So, for the sake of your so-called novelty and desire to conquer, you are willing to enter a relationship without truly knowing the person? Yujiro responded. Absolutely. As long as he piques my interest. As for understanding, that can develop gradually after becoming a couple. Tang Yingli pressed on. But what if he is not as good or interesting as you envision? Yujiro shrugged. Then we can break up. If I find it worthwhile, we can continue together. Tang Yingli challenged. Doesn't that seem rather hasty? Yujiro retorted. I see no issue. It is merely a relationship, not marriage or children. There is no need for such caution. Tang Yingli. Although I do not share your views on love, I shall refrain from passing judgment. Thus, your approach towards Jiang Yuni is merely a pursuit of the thrill you seek, coupled with a desire to satiate your need for conquest, is it not? Yujiro pondered for a moment. One could say that. Could it be that the esteemed Tang is feeling a tinge of jealousy? Tang Yingli lowered her beautifully arched brows. Jealousy, you say? What do you perceive Jiang Yuni to be like? When I first laid eyes on him at the arena in the eastern part of the city, I thought he must be quite the cool guy, akin to a motorcycle enthusiast, perhaps with a hint of delinquency, yet undeniably intriguing. However, after spending a few days with him, he imparted an entirely different impression than that which I gathered at the arena. He seemed rather clean and pure, resembling a well-behaved child. The stark contrast left me questioning whether he was merely putting on an act, and I find it hard to believe that in today's world, there still exists a boy so innocent, Tang Yingli. So, even if you suspect he might be feigning, you remain unconcerned. Naturally, as I've said before, romance does not equate to marriage and child-rearing. Both parties are simply seeking solace for their souls. In this process, one may become deeply enmeshed and reluctant to part ways, while the other, not as invested, will inevitably choose to depart. Are you not concerned that the one who becomes enmeshed might be yourself, while the other remains indifferent? Yujiro hesitated for a moment. I am not one to be consumed by romantic notions, and I am approaching someone solely for the thrill. Should he show no interest, I would not pursue him relentlessly. Do you believe Jiang Yuni harbors any feelings for you? Yujiro contemplated for a while. If you do not interfere, I believe it is possible. Tang Yingli gently tucked her wind-blown hair behind her ear. You are quite confident, are you not? While my appearance may not rival yours, Tang, I consider myself passable. My grades are satisfactory, and my family background is decent. That I believe that as long as I take the initiative, most boys would not refuse me. Would they? Tang Ingli slightly nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. Moreover, Yijiro's attributes are indeed commendable. Yet, he is not like other boys. Tang Ingli softly remarked that why Yijiro tilted her head slightly, surprised. Oh, what sets him apart? He lost his parents at a young age and was raised by an irresponsible individual. He has endured bullying, likely without anyone to assist him, yet this has forged him into the figure he is now, conquering all at the Eastern arena. Upon hearing this, Yijiro's pupils constricted. She halted, staring blankly at Tang Ingli. The latter also paused and turned to face her. I share this not to elicit your sympathy for him, for he does not require it. Yijiro instinctively replied. Then what is your intent? I merely wish to convey that he is unlike other boys, or rather, not like a typical child. Due to his early experiences, he may have never felt love, and thus perhaps does not comprehend it. Yijiro seemed to grasp her meaning somewhat. Tang Ingli continued. Therefore, you are mistaken. He is not pretending. Rather, he genuinely does not understand. He cannot decipher your subtle hints, let alone your overt gestures. This is his true self. Consequently, if your aim is merely to satisfy your desire for conquest and novelty, you may find yourself disappointed. Yijiro murmured. I did not anticipate he had such a past. Tang Ingli. Of course. This is just my advice. How you choose to act is entirely your own affair. Yijiro gazed at Tang Ingli in a daze, harboring no doubts about her honesty. Even if Tang Ingli indeed held feelings for Jiang Yuni, she would have no need to fabricate a lie to dissuade her. Tang Ingli could effortlessly compel her to abandon the notion. With her qualities and proximity, who could compete? Yijiro was self-aware in this regard. Furthermore, her intuition assured her that Tang Ingli would not engage in such deceitful behavior. Though Tang Ingli left some things unsaid, Yijiro could piece together the underlying truth. Simply put, Jiang Yuni is not a suitable target for her quest for excitement. Should she insist on drawing closer to him, the mild consequence would be a waste of time and effort, while the severe outcome could leave her vulnerable and hurt. She lifted her head and smiled at Tang Ingli. Thank you. Tang Ingli, no need for thanks. As his friend, I simply do not wish to see him become entangled in this matter in the future. Yijiro teased. Just friends, you say? Until we meet again. Tang Ingli did not respond to her inquiry, but turned to walk in the direction of her home. Not merely friends. Rather, very good friends. Chapter 85. Boss Jiang and Teacher Tang. Upon returning to his apartment, Jiang Yuni took a refreshing shower. The weather had shifted from the coolness of March to a rather oppressive warmth. The sparring had also left the youth somewhat perspiring. At that moment, Jiang Yuni sat attentively at a small wooden table, engrossed in his phone, perusing the civil code of Huaxia. Prior to this, he had already read the constitution of Huaxia and the criminal code of Huaxia, from which he derived answers to the dilemmas he faced. Regarding the crime of intentional homicide, as stipulated in Article 232 of the Criminal Code of Huaxia, the usual penalties include death, life imprisonment, or a fixed-term imprisonment of 10 years or more, should the circumstances be less severe. A sentence of 3 to 10 years may be imposed in cases of homicide under duress. Article 28 of the Criminal Code of Huaxia allows for a reduction or exemption of punishment. Furthermore, individuals under the age of 14 are considered to lack criminal capacity and bear no legal responsibility for any criminal acts. Thus, from a legal standpoint, his past actions do not constitute a crime. He genuinely believed he had committed no wrongdoing, that he had done all that he could and should have done. However, some matters are beyond his control. Yet, a life taken is a life lost, whether compelled or threatened. Some individuals ultimately perished at his hands. Guilt and self-reproach. These distressing emotions frequently suffused his chest. For though the majority may be villains, a portion remains merely unfortunate souls striving to survive. The ding-ding. The notification sound of a message interrupted the youth's engrossment in the civil code of Huaxia. For reasons unknown, he found himself rather fond of law. Had he been a normal child, he imagined he would have aspired to attend a law school and pursue a career in the legal field. But that was merely a hypothetical. Jiang Yuni exited the browsing page and opened his messaging app. His contact list contained only 4 individuals: Tang Ingli, Qian Xuanrui, Chen Jingyun, and Yijiro. Yijiro was a recent addition. At that moment, a message arrived from Tang Ingli. Tang Siu Pai Gu. Are you going to the library tomorrow afternoon? Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. I can. Are we going to read? He had yet to visit the library, but knew it housed countless books. Tang Siu Pai Gu. I'll help you with your homework. Tang Siu Pai Gu. The homeroom teacher asked me to assist you, hoping you will make significant progress by the end of the term. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. All right. Thank you, Teacher Tang. Tang Siu Pai Gu. Speak plainly. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Oh, Tang Siu Pai Gu. After finishing your homework, you can still read. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Should I wear boxing gloves? Tang Siu Pai Gu. Yes. The following morning, Jiang Yuni ventured out, although the journey to school was not far, taking only 5 minutes on foot. Traveling to Liwan Garden or Qianshuan Rui's apartment felt somewhat lengthy on foot, and taking a taxi seemed unnecessary. A bicycle was a splendid alternative. Presently, he was quite financially comfortable, adhering to the principle of spending when necessary. Without much hesitation, he visited a bicycle shop early in the morning. Afterwards, he texted Tang Yingli, Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the garden this afternoon. Upon receiving the message, Tang Yingli was momentarily taken aback. She could not help but wonder, has the sun risen in the west? Typically, when the two of them went out, they would usually meet at the school gate. She did not expect Jiang Yuni to suddenly suggest waiting at the entrance of Liwan Garden. However, she thought little of it. Tang Siu Pai Gu. All right, see you at 1:30. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Image, no problem. JPG. At some point, Jiang Yuni had also learned to use emojis at 1:30 in the afternoon. As Tang Yingli stepped out of the garden, she was greeted by a scene brimming with vitality, sunlight. Shade from the trees, a youth with a backpack and a bicycle. She walked forward in a daze. Jiang Yuni waved at her. Did I leave you speechless? Tang Yingli. Humph, who is speechless? You think I'm like you? She then inquired. Why did you buy a bicycle? Jiang Yuni. It's convenient. After all, money sitting idle is still just sitting idle. Tang Yingli smirked. I had forgotten that Boss Jiang is now the renowned underground king. Wealthy beyond measure. Jiang Yuni replied earnestly. Teacher Tang, please refrain from teasing your student like this. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli widened her beautiful eyes, speaking seriously. Nonsense. Who is teasing you? Oh wait. Who is your teacher Tang? With that, she sidled onto the back seat of Jiang Yuni's bicycle. Jiang Yuni. The backpack can be mine. I will hang it on the front of the bike. Tang Yingli. I can carry it myself. Jiang Yuni. Oh, then he noticed a snow-white little hand holding a backpack, extending it towards him. Jiang Yuni paused for a moment, somewhat perplexed, yet quietly accepted the backpack. Before long, Tang Yingli, seated in the back, felt the vehicle gradually start moving. Suddenly, she thought of something and softly inquired. Have you ever ridden a bicycle before? Jiang Yuni. Yes, on the way here. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli quickly grasped the fabric at the boy's waist. Is it still possible to get off now? Jiang Yuni. Trust me. Tang Yingli. Don't speak. Just focus on the road. Jiang Yuni. Oh, soon. Tang Yingli relaxed, as Jiang Yuni, with his remarkable balance and coordination, rode quite steadily to the entrance of the library. The two walked in side by side. Each floor of the library housed different genres of books, with each section showcasing a unique style. Jiang Yuni curiously glanced around, observing row upon row of bookshelves filled with an array of captivating titles. Tang Yingli adeptly led him to the literature section, where obscure and complex literary works resided, attracting relatively few visitors. Consequently, there were ample vacant spots, allowing for quiet exchanges without disturbing others. After sitting down, Tang Yingli took a seat beside him. As Jiang Yuni retrieved his homework, he heard Tang Yingli softly remark, I've already reviewed your midterm exam paper. The primary issue lies in the gaps in your foundational knowledge. You should revisit your previous textbooks more often, and feel free to ask me about anything you find challenging. It should not pose too much of a problem. However, there is one matter I believe you ought to pay attention to, one that others cannot assist you with. Jiang Yuni, intrigued, asked, What matter? Tang Yingli. You need to be more attentive to the world around you and truly engage with it. Only then can you produce meaningful content in your Chinese and English compositions. Otherwise, even if you memorize the dictionary perfectly, possessing a wealth of knowledge without a thoughtful mind is futile. Jiang Yuni. I have been paying attention. Tang Yingli. But have you truly engaged with it? Jiang Yuni, puzzled. How does one truly engage? Chapter 86. Truly engaging. Jiang Yuni quickly rose, pressing his ear against the wall. With his exceptional hearing, he could faintly discern some rustling sounds. After a moment, silence returned to the adjacent room. Jiang Yunyi's bright eyes narrowed slightly. Had that woman perished? He descended from his bed and approached the door. Soon after, he heard the sound of a door opening, followed by it being locked from the inside, and then the faint sound of footsteps. Jiang Yunyi mentally counted the steps. His room was approximately 7 meters from the elevator. So after counting to 8, he murmured, pressed the elevator button. He then counted silently for a second, marking the elevator's activation time before continuing to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ding. The elevator arrived. The figure would step inside and press the button for the ground floor. At that moment, the elevator doors closed. Jiang Yunyi swiftly opened his own door, skillfully locked it behind him, and followed suit. As he reached the elevator, it had already descended to the 3rd floor, and he hurried towards the emergency exit. Taking a single leap down the staircase without making a sound, moving as lightly as a feather, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, almost inhumanly so. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the elevator had already arrived on the 1st floor. Jiang Yunyi slowed his pace, quietly approaching the stairwell's exit. He spotted the man in the black trench coat he had seen that night, carrying a large black plastic bag as he exited the apartment lobby. He stealthily followed the man in black, maintaining a considerable distance. It was now 2 or 3 in the morning, and the dim streetlights illuminated the deserted street. This moment, the two figures moving back and forth only added to the eerie atmosphere of the night. Soon, the man in black turned into a narrow alley and vanished into the silent street. Jiang Yunyi shifted his position, concealing himself in the shadows as he observed the alley's entrance. After about a quarter of an hour, the man in black emerged, glancing around cautiously before making his way back towards the apartment. Jiang Yunyi did not rush out immediately. Instead, he waited for a considerable time before proceeding into the dark alley. The alley was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight and the faint glow of the streetlights outside. While an ordinary person might struggle to see clearly at first, this was no challenge for Jiang Yunyi. He walked straight into the depths of the alley, where some clutter was piled up, seemingly devoid of anything else. Subsequently, he took out his phone and activated its flashlight, scanning the area to find large patches of water stains on the ground. A large plastic bag was carelessly discarded in the corner. Jiang Yunyi picked it up, detecting a strong metallic scent of blood, yet there were no traces of blood visible, clearly washed away with a hose. He then shook his phone, directing the light towards the corner, where a line of blood-written words was startlingly revealed. The dark night approaches. I shall descend into the abyss. Indeed, he is. 1 of them. The fallen. Suddenly, sensing something, Jiang Yunyi slowly turned around. A shadow emerged from the corner, coming into view. Little one, knowing too much could cost you your life. The newcomer was none other than the man in the black trench coat who had just departed. Jiang Yunyi regarded him coldly, remaining silent. The man in black chuckled lightly. Thankfully, I was cautious. Otherwise, I'd be in for a surprise when the police come knocking. You noticed something off last time, didn't you? You seem quite sensitive to the smell of blood. Jiang Yunyi. Did you kill that woman? The man in black laughed cruelly, patting his stomach. Well, she's right here to burp that I didn't expect you to know quite a bit. He added, letting out a loud belch. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. Aren't you scared? Logically, if he could perceive all this, he should also comprehend the gravity of his actions. Yet, he remained remarkably nonchalant. Why was that? Jiang Yunyi still did not answer his question. As Jiang Yunyi stepped out of the alley, he retrieved his phone and dialed 110. Once the call connected, he calmly stated, Hello, I suspect my neighbor has committed murder. Chapter 88. An unseen gaze at the police station. Officer, when did you first notice something was amiss? Jiang Yunyi. On the evening of May 4th, around midnight, as I was preparing to return to my room. I saw him emerging with a black plastic bag. As we brushed past one another, I caught a whiff of blood. Officer, and how did you come to suspect something today? Jiang Yunyi. Before sleeping, I heard someone return to the adjacent room, accompanied by a woman's voice. I was startled awake by the sound of a heavy object falling, akin to a table. Then I heard some rustling sounds. Out of curiosity, I followed him outside. Officer, what did you discover at the scene of the incident? Jiang Yunyi. A plastic bag that reeked of blood and a line of bloodied words. Officer, how did you subdue the suspect? Jiang Yunyi. I entered the alley only after he had left, but he was quite cautious and returned shortly after, taking advantage of the dim lighting in the alley. I seized the opportunity to knock him unconscious. The officer chuckled. Good lad. Thank you for your cooperation. The statement has been recorded. You may leave now. However, to be more cautious in the future and avoid such reckless behavior. Jiang Yuni nodded silently. As a new week commenced. It was evidently much quieter than the last at Yi Zhuro, who had frequently appeared before Jiang Yuni the previous week, seemed transformed this week, aside from exchanging greetings upon encountering one another. She had not sought him out again. Jiang Yuni inquired with Tang Ingli about this, to which she responded, "What? Do you wish for her to revolve around you?" Jiang Yuni, feeling awkward, replied, "Not exactly. It's just. Tang Ingli. You feel her change in demeanor is rather significant?" Jiang Yuni. "Yes. How could she be so warm last week and so distant this week?" Tang Ingli. "Think about it." Jiang Yuni. "I'm rather dim-witted. I hope Teacher Tang can enlighten me." Upon hearing this, Tang Ingli chuckled. "Where did you learn such phrases? Did Qian Xuanrui teach you?" Qian Xuanrui. "I truly appreciate it." Jiang Yuni. "Having read the dictionary 300 times. I may not compose poetry, but I can recite it." Tang Ingli. "Humph." Jiang Yuni. "So, what is the reason?" Tang Ingli. "What prompted her sudden interest in you last week?" Jiang Yuni. "She said she found me handsome and wished to befriend me." Yi Zhuro. 6. Tang Ingli, skeptical. "Is that truly what she said? It seems she remembers it differently." Nevertheless, she continued, "In simple terms, she was interested in you, correct?" After pondering, Jiang Yuni replied, "Yes." Tang Ingli. "Then why do you think she is no longer seeking you out?" Jiang Yuni tilted his head, pondering, "Perhaps she has lost interest in me." Tang Ingli. "Not entirely foolish." After a brief silence, Jiang Yuni asked, "So, do we still consider ourselves friends?" Tang Ingli. "That depends on how you define friendship." Jiang Yuni. "Friends are those who share a bond." Tang Ingli. "Isn't that the dictionary definition?" Jiang Yuni. "Indeed." Tang Ingli. "I find that definition too broad." Jiang Yuni. "Then what do you believe constitutes true friendship?" Tang Ingli. "I believe true friends are those who, when in need of assistance, will help each other selflessly and without consideration of cost." Jiang Yuni's clear, bright eyes regarded Tang Ingli for a moment before glancing at Qian Xuanrui. Moreover, following an investigation, the man in the black trench coat was found guilty of intentional homicide. Furthermore, he had not only killed one person. His victims were all solitary males or females, without waiting for the police to ascertain his motives or the whereabouts of the bodies. The man in the black trench coat erupted in violence upon realizing his exposure in the police station, breaking free of his handcuffs and killing an officer before being shot down in a hail of bullets. In his final moments, he muttered, "The dark night approaches. I shall descend into the abyss." However, this incident was suppressed by higher authorities, with personnel at the police station ordered to remain silent. They asked the head of the municipal police department. He was aware of the situation, yet he had not. A perimeter has been encircled with caution tape, and staff members stand guard outside, preventing any unauthorized individuals from entering freely. Jiang Yuni curiously observes. As this is his first encounter with such a scene. Typically, they only have one ring available for boxing, which is the central golden ring numbered 9. He then casts a glance at the 18 contestants in the arena. Some can barely be considered as engaging in combat, while others seem to be merely fighting, and a few are simply frolicking. There are also some resting between rounds, with their coaches in the corners of the ring providing them with towels and water. After a moment, Jiang Yuni retracts his gaze and walks towards the audience. That he locates Tang Ingli through a message she sent on a chat application. This year, Qingshan 6th Middle School has 2 slots for contestants. Before Jiang Yuni transferred, Gao Xionghui had planned to select Duan Xiang and Tang Ingli to represent the school. He also chose a male and a female as substitutes. However, after Jiang Yuni's arrival, he naturally became Gao Xionghui's top choice. Regrettably, Jiang Yuni had no intention of competing, so they had to let the originally selected substitutes take the stage. This morning, Tang Ingli had already gone to the school gate to gather with another participating classmate. Gao Xionghui then drove them here, as it takes considerable time for contestants to enter AT this moment. Tang Ingli sits on a chair with her back to Jiang Yuni, seemingly checking the items she will need for the competition. Jiang Yuni approaches from her left side and gently taps her right shoulder. The young girl instinctively glances to her right, but finds no one there. She softly asks, "Is that you?" Jiang Yuni replies affirmatively. Gao Xionghui, surprised, inquires, "How did you get in? Wasn't the East City Arena supposed to be closed to the public?" Jiang Yuni truthfully responds, "I was invited by the East City Arena." Gao Xionghui, understanding, teases, as expected of a rising star. You certainly have the presence befitting your popularity, he continues. You are more familiar with this place than I am. I just spoke to Ingli about what she needs to keep in mind. I'll leave it to you to take her down to warm up? Jiang Yuni replies. Understood, teacher. Gao Xionghui, with the demeanor of someone who has been through it all, pats Jiang Yuni's shoulder before turning his attention to another participating student. Since Jiang Yuni's arrival, he has been acutely aware of the changes in Tang Ingli during her combat training. She has not only become more cheerful, but has also made significant strides in her fighting skills. Soon, Qian Xuanrui arrives, wearing a coach's badge around his neck, evidently obtained with the help of Liang Yichen. Qian Xuanrui languidly remarks, Aren't you two going to greet Coach Qian? Jiang Yuni asks, Coach Qian, may I request your guidance in the ring? Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui's previously proud posture immediately slumps. Forget it, Jiang. Just call her Teacher Tang. It's fine if you don't call me Coach Qian. Jiang Yuni remains silent, and Tang Ingli does not respond. As if both are pretending not to hear, before long, Tang Ingli's match is approaching. Qian Xuanrui encourages, Class leader, do your best. Show them what you've got. Tang Ingli replies, Okay. Following this, Jiang Yuni leads her to warm up. With the girl quietly following behind him, he slightly tilts his head to glance at her, sensing something unusual about Tang Ingli. Although she is typically not very talkative, he can vaguely perceive that her silence today is somewhat different from usual. Her focus seems scattered, as if she is preoccupied with heavy thoughts. Are you feeling nervous? He inquires. Taken aback, Tang Ingli candidly admits, yes. She has participated in numerous academic competitions and has competed alongside peers from across the country. But this is her first time in a fighting match, which inevitably makes her a bit anxious. Jiang Yuni reassures her, It's all right. Once you warm up, you'll find your rhythm and the nerves will fade. Curious, Tang Ingli asks, Do you usually handle your nerves like this? Jiang Yuni replies, No, I don't get nervous. I'm just speaking from what I've heard. Tang Ingli scoffs, whether distracted by the boy's change of subject or driven by her competitive spirit. She finds that her anxiety is lessened on the first floor. Tang Ingli heads to the changing room to change. Male fighters are required to be bare-chested and wear shorts, while female fighters must wear tank tops and also shorts. Jiang Yuni leans against the wall outside the changing room, waiting. After a moment, the door opens. The girl, with a high ponytail, wears a quick-dry tank top that covers her upper body and flat abdomen. Her graceful figure inadvertently accentuated. Her arms, resembling ivory sculptures, are exposed to the air, fair and slender, particularly striking. Jiang Yuni feels as if she is a butterfly amidst blossoms, radiating youth and vitality. Tang Ingli softly says, Let's go warm up, Jiang Yuni replies, Okay. After Tang Ingli warms up, Jiang Yuni does not don boxing gloves and engages in simple offensive and defensive drills with her, unarmed. Once the girl begins to perspire slightly, they pause. Jiang Yuni asks, Are you still nervous? Tang Ingli tilts her head. Her originally pale cheeks have taken on a slight rosy hue from the warm-up, rendering her quite enchanting. Yet, just as she speaks, a remarkably slender fist looms larger in her view, causing a fleeting panic to flash through her mind. Ultimately, that fist halts just above her nasal bridge, a mere millimeter away. It then flips over and gently taps her petite head. Are you still nervous? Clearly, the owner of that fist is the young man. Tang Ingli stares at Jiang Yuni in a daze, realizing he intends to convey that if she is not focused during the match, she might find herself in a situation akin to just now. A brief moment of distraction could determine the outcome of the fight. With only one chance to compete, losing would mean elimination. She slowly shakes her head, not nervous anymore. Then, with her beautiful large eyes narrowing at Jiang Yuni, she adds, But you scared me. Chapter 90. Thank you, sister-in-law. Afterwards, Tang Ingli raises her arm and taps Jiang Yuni's forehead with her boxing glove. Ouch, he exclaims, feigning pain. Jiang Yuni checks the time on his phone. Let us go, your match is about to begin. I'll take you to the registration area. Tang Ingli nods. When they arrive at the registration area, there is still one pair of contestants ahead, making the timing perfect. According to the match information on the East City Arena's official website, Tang Ingli's opponent is a student from Qingshan Second Middle School named Chen Wenwen. Such a sweet name, yet who would have thought she would also come to compete in a fighting match? The two sit quietly, waiting, with the seat beside them empty. Clearly, it belongs to Chen Wenwen, who has not yet arrived. Shortly thereafter, a girl in a red tank top approaches them. They guess she must be Chen Wenwen. As the girl in the red tank top draws near, she suddenly gasps. Then quickly strides to Jiang Yuni, looking at him earnestly. You that you are. Bai Yang? She stammers. Jiang Yuni feels somewhat awkward, surprised to be recognized and approached for a greeting. Yes, he replies. Chen Wenwen excitedly exclaims, Oh my gosh. I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. No, wait. I can't believe I have the chance to see you up close. Jiang Yuni is at a loss for words, but it doesn't matter. Chen Wenwen continues to babble. I make it a point to watch your matches every weekend. You're amazing, man. I'm a loyal fan. Are you really a high school student? Compared to you, the boys at our school are like little pups. One of the boys from second middle school interjects. Isn't he just too rough around the edges? It's hard to imagine that the owner of such an innocuous name could utter such shocking words. Jiang Yuni is unsure how to respond, casting a pleading glance at Tang Yingli. The latter helplessly says, You must be Chen Wenwen, right? Yes, Chen Wenwen replies, finally turning her gaze to Tang Yingli, her eyes widening in surprise. Oh my goodness, you're so beautiful, sister-in-law. You're a real person. Not that I'm not insulting you, sister-in-law, I mean. The rest of her words are lost on Tang Yingli, who is already in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What is she talking about? Referee, can I issue a yellow card? This counts as interference, right? Jiang Yuni interjects. Chun, the match is about to start. You should prepare dough right. Almost forgot, sister-in-law. Take it easy on me later. Chen Wenwen sits down in the adjacent seat as her coach arrives beside her. Suddenly, she seems to remember something and turns back. You two must be a couple, right? Jiang Yuni. Tang Yingli. This girl is certainly a match for Qian Xuanrui. Achoo. Seated in the audience, Qian Xuanrui suddenly sneezes. Who the hell is secretly in love with me? Before long, it's time for Tang Yingli to face Chen Wenwen in the match. Jiang Yuni encourages, do your best. Tang Yingli responds, okay, then turns and walks towards the lift. Jiang Yuni watches her figure gradually disappear into the depths below before turning to leave. The ring for Tang Yingli's match is precisely the 9th ring. The very one they usually use for their competitions. She stands in the ring, taking in the atmosphere, realizing this is where she will strive for victory, just like Jiang Yuni, who has achieved an impressive 22 consecutive wins. Gao Xionghui has long been waiting beneath the ring, giving Tang Yingli a thumbs-up gesture of encouragement. She nods slightly in acknowledgement before turning to face her opponent, Chen Wenwen, who is also observing her. At the referee's signal, the two fist bump. Tang Yingli declares, I will give it my all. This can be considered Chen Wenwen's response after being instructed by her to take it easy. Chen Wenwen smiled radiantly. Of course. I will give it my all. With the referee's command, the two swiftly distanced themselves from one another. Once they fell into their respective rhythms, they gradually drew closer, awaiting the moment they would be within striking range. It was Tang Yingli who struck first, raising her right fist to swing at Chen Wenwen. Chen Wenwen quickly raised her hand to block. As a result, Tang Yingli's right punch did not fully connect. The force dissipated midway, and then she stepped forward, landing a punch with her left fist to Chen Wenwen's abdomen. The sharp pain in her midsection instantly made her realize she had been deceived. The signature feint of the Ares. She had witnessed it during the match between Ares and Phantom. Although not identical, it was certainly reminiscent. She understood that retreating at this moment would expose her vulnerabilities and signify her defeat. Thus, she bore the pain and charged at Tang Yingli. Entangling with her, the referee hurried over to separate them, and the two resumed their distance, with Chen Wenwen successfully averting the crisis and regaining her breath. From then on, she became much more cautious, denying any further opportunities. Ultimately, she managed to endure until the end of the first round. The two returned to their respective corners. Gao Xionghui handed water and a towel to Tang Yingli, saying, It's evident that our opponent has experience in combat. Let's maintain our rhythm and look for opportunities. Tang Yingli replied, Almost immediately, she sensed something and turned to glance outside the ring, where she spotted Jiang Yuni standing beyond the caution line. Observing her, upon noticing the girl looking over, Jiang Yuni tilted her head slightly. Tang Yingli smirked before returning her gaze. Soon, the second round commenced. After a brief period of testing each other, Chen Wenwen took the initiative to launch an attack. A straight punch aimed at Tang Yingli was met with her raised fist in defense, her wrist twisting downward to intercept the punch directed at her abdomen. Chen Wenwen widened her eyes in surprise. Had her punch been anticipated? Subsequently, Tang Yingli landed a straight punch on Chen Wenwen's cheek. However, it seemed to lack force. as the latter merely staggered without falling. Chen Wenwen looked at Tang Ingli and gratefully said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Tang Ingli responded with silence. Just as her fist was about to hit Chen Wenwen's face, she inexplicably hesitated, contemplating whether to simply knock her down 3 times. But unexpectedly, Chen Wenwen declared, "I concede." She indeed had lost. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Had that punch landed, even if she managed to remain standing, it would merely be a futile struggle. Thus, Tang Ingli emerged victorious in the first match of the National Combat Competition preliminaries. To enhance efficiency, there was no need to take the elevator back underground after each match in the preliminaries. Tang Ingli stepped down from the platform and exchanged a few words with Gao Xionghui before approaching Jiang Yuni. "Am I impressive?" "Extremely impressive. Compared to Ares. Who is stronger?" "You are stronger." "Really?" "Not really." Chapter 91. The Final Showdown. In the audience, Qian Xuanrui suggested, "Shall we find a place to celebrate the class monitor's first victory?" Jiang Yuni replied, "Sure." Tang Ingli added, "Then let's go." As they reached the entrance, Jiang Yuni said, "You all can take a taxi. I rode my bicycle and won't be joining you." Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui's dark eyes twinkled mischievously. "Brother Jiang, your bicycle is spacious enough for 2. It's perfect for me to take a taxi alone." Saying this, he hastily walked towards the roadside. Jiang Yuni, puzzled, thought, at first glance, that seems reasonable, but is it really suitable? However, Qian Xuanrui acted decisively, leaving no time for the two to react, and he was already quite far ahead. Thus, they could only proceed towards the non-motorized vehicle parking area at the Eastern Arena together. Along the way, Tang Ingli quietly asked, "What was it like for you on the platform for the first time?" Jiang Yuni replied, "Back then, I fought in the ring to earn money, thinking that winning the matches would bring me wealth." Tang Ingli fell silent upon hearing this. Jiang Yuni then inquired, "Did you soften your heart just now?" Tang Ingli swung her legs that dangled by the bicycle. "No, I merely recalled that she had spoken with us before the match." "And besides, isn't she your fan?" Jiang Yuni countered, "If it were any other opponent, you would have struggled to be so merciful." Tang Ingli's expression froze. "Who said that?" Jiang Yuni responded, "In the beginning, fighting is like this. You will hesitate out of fear of genuinely hurting someone. That don't ask how he knew. It was because he had stepped onto that platform with the same mindset for the first time. Ultimately, he had descended, hands stained with blood, under the mocking gaze of that man." Tang Ingli remarked, "But when we practice, it's not like that." Jiang Yuni explained, "That's because we wear protective gear during practice. And you know you can't genuinely harm me." Tang Ingli scoffed. Jiang Yuni continued, "Soft-heartedness grants your opponent a chance to breathe, implying that there remains a possibility for you to lose the match." Imitating the boy's usual tone, Tang Ingli said, "Is this what the dictionary refers to as a heart of iron?" Suddenly, she recalled something. "Wait, during your battle with Phantom, didn't you also hold back at the end?" Jiang Yuni replied helplessly, "I simply didn't strike his head or neck, but the blow to his shoulder was real and quite painful." Tang Ingli conceded, "All right." Jiang Yuni added, "Perhaps if you consider it from another perspective, you might not feel so guilty that if you were in the weaker position, others wouldn't show you mercy either." Tang Ingli murmured, "I understand. I will get used to it." Based on Jiang Yuni's past experiences, it was not difficult to comprehend why he possessed such profound insights on this matter. Perhaps it was all earned through blood and pain. Time swiftly passed, and they arrived at the final day of the National Combat Competition preliminaries. On the evening of May 31, 2084, with Tang Ingli's last preliminary match concluded, she had successfully secured a ticket to the advancing round of the National Combat Competition. Moreover, through this preliminary round, she gradually gained recognition from the public, as her appearance was simply too striking, coupled with her exceptional combat skills. Although this was a national-level competition, the caliber of participants was relatively low, consisting mostly of teenagers, which failed to spark much interest. Consequently, typically only the parents, teachers, and friends of the participants would pay attention to the preliminaries. Thus, in previous years, the official live stream of the Eastern Arena had garnered only a few tens of thousands of viewers, as the number of participating students was substantial. However, this year, the viewer count unexpectedly surpassed 100,000, with the majority likely tuning in for her. Additionally, a small fraction may have been drawn by Jiang Yuni. Initially, the comments in the live stream were filled with, "Stop boxing. I suggest the goddess make her debut right here. Such a beautiful girl shouldn't be in the ring, but rather at my home. What's wrong with the cameraman? Did he fall asleep? The match has already started, and he doesn't know to switch the camera. I want to see my goddess fight. After watching for so long. Do you even know what color gloves the goddess is wearing? And so forth. Tang Yingli was even revealed by many to be an academic achiever from Qingshan High School, when the labels of goddess and academic achiever converged onto one individual. That person had already become perfect in the eyes of most. Naturally, her popularity soared. Later on, whenever Tang Yingli prepared for her matches or concluded them, the live stream's camera inexplicably panned to capture the two of them standing together. Initially, the audience did not pay much attention, but they gradually realized something was amiss. Who is this man? Why does he keep appearing beside the goddess? Could he be a creep? But they had just seen him conversing with her. Is there a possibility that he is the goddess's boyfriend? Impossible. The goddess belongs to everyone. What gives him the right? I'm charming, tall, and handsome, yet I can't even approach the goddess. Wait. Why does he look so familiar? He is Aries. I don't care if he has happy sheep or boiling sheep. Listen to me. He won't stand a chance. Oh my God. It really is Aries. Just look at the goddess. By the way, isn't Aries a high school student? Why isn't he competing? Could it be that brother Aries looks down on this competition? Oh really? Who does he think he is? My brother Aries has fought 26 matches without a single defeat in 2 months. No questions accepted. The comments briefly halted for a few seconds. Who are you trying to fool? Fighting full matches. Isn't he a high school student? How could he fight so many matches? I may not understand boxing well, but I know it's physically exhausting. Exactly. You might as well say he is a professional fighter. Oh my goodness. You've wasted my time watching the goddess. The number of viewers in the live stream who had actually seen Aries fight was still relatively small. Soon, the commotion subsided. With Qian Xuanrui, the little informant around, Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli were well aware of this situation. They paid it no mind, knowing that those individuals could only boast online. Of course. During the competition, it was inevitable that students from other schools would approach Tang Yingli, hoping to get acquainted, but she had declined all their advances. Some students from nearby schools around the 6th middle school approached with the intent of exchanging contact information under the guise of wanting to engage in friendly sparring and study sessions. Naturally, they were all politely declined by Tang Yingli. Once the final round of the preliminary competition concluded, the National Martial Arts Tournament for the youth and junior categories drew to a close. Everyone began to pack their belongings, yet no one chose to leave, for the arena in the eastern part of the city had prepared a farewell match for them. Baiyang vs. Titan. Chapter 92. An eye for an eye suddenly. A deluge of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room, with the numbers surging past 200,000 and continuing to climb. After all, it was Baiyang and Titan, figures who represented not just half of the Eastern Arena, but the entirety of its glory. At the very least, they were two major figures. Over the course of 2 months, the audience for the Eastern Arena had swelled with each new wave of spectators, coupled with word of mouth, while it had not yet reached the level of province-wide recognition. It certainly held considerable esteem within Qishan City and its neighboring districts. The live chat was in a frenzy with comments erupting. Is it starting? Is this the end, or has it not begun yet? Don't scare me. I made it on time. Baiyang. Huh? Let me see what you can do. Hey, brother upstairs, make sure to keep your glasses on. Don't lose them. You haven't even participated in the national competition. What strength could you possibly have? You should be able to hit hard enough to knock the stuffing out of someone. Wait, is anyone concerned about Titan here? Evidently, the barrage of comments had shifted from a debate over the goddess to a battle of disparagement directed at Baiyang. Of course, the roots of this contention were undeniably linked to Tang Yingli. Otherwise, how could one justify the saying that beauty brings disaster? At this moment, the host ascended the arena, his voice steady and powerful as he addressed the gathered students and viewers at home. Good evening. Dear teachers and students present, as well as our audience watching from screens, the preliminary rounds of the National Martial Arts Tournament for the youth category have come to a close in response to the national call to promote martial arts. This arena has decided to present you with an extraordinary martial arts spectacle, the highest standard event organized by our arena. With that, applause erupted throughout the venue, save for a few sharp screams. While most remained composed, unaware of the shock the upcoming competitors would deliver. Meanwhile, the live chat was abuzz with excitement. Let us go. Baiyang mythology, Titan mythology. The true gods are stepping onto the stage. The host continued passionately. Now, Let us warmly welcome a young boxing champion who, despite being of the same age as those present, has already crafted his own legend within this arena. 2 months ago, he emerged like a celestial being, conquering 26 cities, including 21 senior fighters. With an impeccable record, he is none other than Baiyong. At this moment, the name Baiyong required no embellishment. It was sufficient on its own. Hearing this, the audience stood in stunned silence. All seasoned fighters themselves, aware of the weight carried by the term senior fighter. To put it bluntly, among the students seated in the audience, finding one capable of defeating even a novice fighter would be a feat. Here was a peer who had already wreaked havoc in senior competitions. Jiang Yuni gradually appeared on stage, revealing his robust physique. Both the teachers and students in the audience, as well as the viewers who had previously been belittling Baiyong, gasped collectively. Who just said my brother Baiyong wasn't he worthy? Take off your shirt and let everyone see. I admit, I was a bit loud just now. This guy is formidable, the host, still fervent, announced. Next, let us invite his opponent, a fellow competitor from the same round, who boasts an unblemished record of 16 victories, all against senior fighters. He is Titan, though Titan's record may not shine as brightly as Jiang Yuni's. Upon his appearance, towering like a giant, those who had never seen him before widened their eyes in astonishment, feeling as if he could effortlessly crush both Jiang Yuni and the host with a mere embrace. Above the arena, 2 figures stood atop the rafters. One was draped in a white half-cape adorned with an exquisitely embroidered tang knife, surrounded by auspicious purple motifs, while the other wore a sky-blue cloak of similar design. The man in the sky-blue cloak sneered, "Businessmen are indeed businessmen. The Eastern Arena knows how to capitalize on this, ultimately pulling in more traffic, which leaves me working overtime." He was correct. For this match, the Eastern Arena had not charged admission nor set odds, as they could not accurately predict the outcome. They simply aimed to capitalize on the national tournament to draw in a wave of viewers and attract a larger audience to the arena. The strategy was undeniably shrewd. The man in the white cloak remarked, "But boss, this guy looks really tall, nearly 2.3 meters, right? If he lands a punch, I don't know if I can withstand it." The man in the sky blue cloak shot him a glance. Is that all you've got? The man in the white cloak replied sheepishly, "Just kidding." The man in the sky blue cloak gazed at the darkening sky. He murmured, "It's almost over. Let us hope nothing goes awry." On the arena floor, the match had commenced. Jiang Yuni and Titan were cautiously circling each other, faced with the imposing figure before him. Jiang Yuni felt no fear. He merely pondered how to appear normal while defeating him. Jiang Yuni launched an attack, throwing a punch toward Titan, who, given his size, would not evade unless absolutely necessary. Instead, Titan could trade blows and see who could withstand the other's assault. Jiang Yuni, however, opted not to take the hit directly. It was feasible but not advisable that he swiftly dodged to the side, evading Titan's right fist, while simultaneously forming his left hand into a fist, with his index knuckle protruding. Delivering a strike to Titan's right side. Titan winced in pain but did not retreat. Instead, he swung his right fist toward Jiang Yuni's head. Jiang Yuni quickly tilted his head to avoid it. But Titan's other hand had already reached out to seize his right arm. In the audience, Tang Yingli gasped, "This is bad." Qian Xuanrui also exclaimed, "This is trouble." Gao Xionghui furrowed his brow, recognizing the critical points to note when facing a giant like Titan. Not allowing oneself to be caught was paramount. Once ensnared, escape would be nearly impossible, and Titan had numerous attacks that could hit their mark with precision. The viewers at home held their breath, eyes wide, as if trying to peer deeper into the screen. Titan bent his right arm, positioning his elbow to strike Jiang Yuni's head. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuni appeared oblivious, focusing instead on gripping Titan's left arm. Just as Titan's elbow came crashing down, Jiang Yuni swiftly tilted his head and slightly leaned his shoulder inward, executing both movements in a flash. Suddenly, a tremendous impact surged through his shoulder, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Simultaneously, he yanked down with both hands. A crisp sound of bone snapping echoed throughout the otherwise silent venue. "You excel at trading punches, but I'm quite familiar with trading injuries as well." Chapter 93, Punches That Land. The audience, both present and online, stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds before collectively gasping. Soon after, a flurry of comments exploded in the live chat. "Baiyong, you are my god. Baiyong's damage resistance is off the charts. That was a brutal elbow strike. And from Titan, how did he withstand it? No, it wasn't just the elbow strike. Baiyang leaned forward slightly, evading Titan's lethal elbow, and what landed on his shoulder was merely Titan's upper arm. The damage was not even comparable. Thanks for the detailed explanation. It's so insightful. Going toe-to-toe with Titan, this guy is ruthless. In the audience, the teachers and students alike gaped, mouths agape. Qian Xuanrui muttered, Brother Jiang so ruthless. Tang Yingli stared blankly at the young man on stage. On the arena floor, Titan's face contorted in pain. His left arm hung limply at his side, likely dislocated. Yet he refused to relent, raising his right fist once more. Ding! The first round ended, but Titan did not stop. His raised fist continued to descend toward Jiang Yuni. The latter furrowed his brow. This guy truly showed no mercy. He had just attempted to ram his elbow into Jiang Yuni's head, and now that the bell had rung, he was still on the offensive. Naturally, Jiang Yuni would not allow him to have his way, evading back, only to see the referee step in to intervene. Titan shot Jiang Yuni a fierce glare before turning to the edge of the arena, where medical personnel from the Eastern Arena rushed to assist him with his dislocated arm. Clearly, the Eastern Arena had invested in Titan, providing him with a professional medical team. Jiang Yuni cast a calm glance at him, then shifted his gaze to the referee before turning to walk towards his designated corner. He had been in the outside world for 2 months now, having engaged in boxing at the Eastern City Arena for the same duration. And he was no longer the naive youth who knew nothing. The Eastern City Arena undoubtedly desired Titan to win, for Titan was destined to be a regular presence there, whereas Jiang Yuni's future was uncertain. If one had to choose a champion to continue the legend tonight, it was clear that the Eastern City Arena hoped that champion would be Titan. However, since they had opted to conduct the match in this manner, it was evident they could not display their intentions too overtly. As Jiang Yuni turned back, he noticed that, at the edge of the typically deserted corner of the ring, a graceful figure had unexpectedly appeared. He paused momentarily, then walked over slowly, asking in a dazed manner, "What brings you here?" Tang Yingli handed him the towel and water she was holding, saying, "Am I not allowed to come? Here you go." Jiang Yuni accepted them, replying, "Thank you." Tang Yingli spoke softly, "The water is fresh, and the towel has been used, but it's still fairly clean. Do you mind? It will get your towel dirty." He replied, "A towel is meant to be used. If it gets dirty, so be it, though." Jiang Yuni then picked up the towel, which bore a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of the unique scent of a young girl. Yet, he did not linger on it. He merely wiped his sweat lightly before setting it down. He then opened the water bottle and took a sip. "Does it hurt?" "Huh, from earlier. It's all right. Not too painful, though." Their brief interaction once again stirred up a considerable uproar in the live broadcast. "I declare this a match made in heaven. No arguments accepted. The ancients were right. Since time immemorial, heroes have struggled against the charms of beautiful women. Ultimately, it was all mere opportunism and trickery. You're just talking without feeling the pain. Go take a hit yourself." Though some stubborn critics remained unconvinced, at least those who had previously attempted to claim Tang Yingli for themselves were now silenced. Soon, the second round commenced. Jiang Yuni returned the water and towel to Tang Yingli, who encouraged him. "Do your best." He gazed deeply into her eyes and nodded slightly before gradually making his way to the center of the ring. Titan stood before him, observing the youth. His eyes remained calm. Yet there was an intangible difference from before. If his earlier demeanor was as clear as a mountain stream, now it resembled the unfathomable depths of the ocean's currents. Boxing, with the referee's command, the two approached each other once more. Titan did not test the waters. He launched a direct punch at Jiang Yuni. This blow was not a heavy one, but coming from a nearly 2'3" giant, it was not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. However, this time Jiang Yuni chose to absorb the impact, raising his right fist to block. Then, with lightning speed, his left fist struck Titan's left arm at the elbow. A faint sound of cracking bones echoed. The pain radiating from his arm instantly captured Titan's attention. Soon after, he felt a sharp impact at his knee, compelling it to bend and his body to sink. Following that, Jiang Yuni delivered a forceful knee strike to Titan's waist. Titan winced in pain, instinctively bending forward, his body sinking further. Originally, Jiang Yuni's head barely reached Titan's chest. At this moment, it was aligned with his neck. Titan's head was now just slightly above Jiang Yuni's. The latter glanced up at Titan, whose eyes met Jiang Yuni's, which were cool and devoid of emotion. For reasons unknown, Titan felt a flicker of fear, a sensation he had never experienced before. whether as a street brawler in the past or now as a combatant in the Eastern City arena. Suddenly, he felt a jarring impact on his cheek, stemming from Jiang Yunyi's elbow. The sound of his cheekbone shattering resonated in the air. Then, like a mountain collapsing, his massive frame toppled heavily to the left side. The entire arena shook in that instant. It felt as though the world had fallen silent. All eyes were fixed on the young man in the ring. He stood there like a war god. The live chat exploded with excitement. Wow, incredible. Who would have thought? My Ares brother is still holding back. The legend of Ares. This time, the voices of dissent had vanished. Perhaps they still had their pride, but they no longer dared to speak. The students and teachers present were awestruck, transitioning from casual clapping to sitting up straight, holding their breath in anticipation. Now, they were all rising to cheer. The news that Jiang Yunyi was a high school student from Qingshan City's No. 6 middle school had spread throughout the arena, instilling fear in the attending students and prompting coaches to marvel at the potential of the younger generation. Tang Yingli, observing closely, was utterly astonished. Being so near, she could perceive many things unseen by the audience or in the live broadcast. Each of Jiang Yunyi's punches landed with the force of a blacksmith strike, each kick resonating with a crack as he persistently brought Titan down to the mat. That moment, Jiang Yunyi approached her. Are you mesmerized? Am I impressive? Very impressive. Compared to Tang Yingli, who is more impressive? Hearing this, Tang Yingli couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, and in that instant, she radiated charm. She then handed him the water and towel, stating, "You are impressive." Chapter 94. The Dark Knight Titan did not remain defeated. He stood up again within 10 seconds. The medical team hurried to patch him up. In the past, others refrained from letting him get close because he was robust. They had little recourse against him. However, he could easily ensnare his opponents, and once he did, his advantage would become immense. Yet today, he had not anticipated being bested, as Jiang Yunyi had decisively knocked him down before he could seize him. This was the first time he had lost in close combat. His coach, standing nearby, remarked, "It seems that Commissioner Guo and Commissioner Chun did not provide an accurate assessment. His physical attributes are indeed remarkable, and his fighting technique is thoroughly refined. He can undoubtedly be considered a professional fighter now." Titan, sipping water, remained silent, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he stared at Jiang Yunyi across the ring. The opponent's strikes were capable of inflicting damage, and he was exceedingly agile, making him difficult to catch. Thus, they could only remain composed and await the opportunity for a decisive blow. Titan grunted affirmatively and stepped into the ring as the third round was about to commence. Encouraged by Tang Yingli, Jiang Yunyi also advanced into the arena, eyeing Titan's scarred and fierce-visaged. He sensed the fury simmering within Titan, yet it seemed restrained. Jiang Yunyi believed that if Titan were to find an opening, he would unleash his fury upon him 100-fold. However, that would be a futile rage, as Jiang Yunyi would not grant him such an opportunity. With the referee's signal, the third round officially began. Jiang Yunyi stepped forward with his right leg, charging at Titan. Tang Yingli's eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on Jiang Yunyi. That the previous move at the Blossom of the Tihua, Jiang Yunyi surged towards Titan without slowing down or making any other move. Titan lowered his center of gravity, stabilizing his stance while raising his fists, ready to adapt to any situation. The audience of 300,000 to 400,000, both live and online, held their breath, watching this moment unfold. As Jiang Yunyi reached Titan, he still did not halt. Instead, he stepped to the right and sprinted behind Titan. Everyone gasped, including Titan himself. One thought Jiang Yunyi was being foolish. After all, he had already displayed sufficient strength that was truly astonishing. Above, the man in the blue cloak observed with interest. This kid seems rather intriguing. The man in the white cloak beside him watched intently. Indeed, all held their breath, watching as Jiang Yunyi continued until he reached the edge of the ring behind Titan. He swiftly turned around, crashing into the ropes at the edge of the ring. The ropes, elastic and resilient, immediately pulled him outward in a half circle, leaving Jiang Yunyi suspended outside the ring. Once the ropes reached their limit, they naturally rebounded. Jiang Yunyi's body was propelled back into the ring with great force. Simultaneously, he exerted power through his legs, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. Various spotlights converged upon him, making him appear as a radiant figure. His body curved like a crescent moon, his fingers interlocked above his head, seemingly poised to strike down upon Titan. That moment, Titan had already turned to face the airborne figure. his expression one of cruelty. Did he not realize that being airborne meant losing the initiative? You brought this upon yourself. You cannot blame me. He took a slight step back with his right leg, then bent his right fist before stepping forward again. Launching a fierce punch towards Jiang Yuni as the two were about to collide, Jiang Yuni, who had originally clasped his hands together, suddenly released them, transforming them into two palms that covered Titan's thigh were it not for the braces safeguarding his teeth. He likely would have shattered them all. Soon after, he felt the blinding light in his eyes gradually blur, ultimately succumbing to an abyss of darkness. Bang! His formidable body collapsed once more with a resounding thud. The referee rushed over to begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Only the sound of the referee echoed throughout the arena in the East City. It seemed as though everyone had forgotten to breathe. Whether it was the students and teachers in the audience or those watching from behind screens. 3, 2, 1.0, the outcome was revealed. The venue erupted into a frenzy of ecstatic cheers, accompanied by piercing screams. Invincible, truly remarkable, terrifyingly so. Qian Xuanrui's face flushed, clearly having been a part of the roaring crowd just moments ago. At this moment, he uttered profound and enigmatic words. Brother John, you always manage to surprise me. It is as if you were shrouded in a veil of mystery. I cannot discern or quantify your abilities. The official live broadcast room was also in a state of upheaval. This is astonishing. Baiyang, my goodness, the one true deity. Yet, some comments expressed confusion. This move was so impressive. Why have we never seen it employed by professional players? Perhaps professional fighters simply lack the capability. Baiyang is just too versatile. In truth, it is not that professional fighters cannot execute such moves, but rather that they are easily evaded. An opponent merely needs to step back to avoid them. But why didn't Titan evade? Because he was overconfident. He had too much faith in his own strength, believing that even with all the external assistance, Baiyang's power could not match his own. Additionally, he fell into Baiyang's trap, mistaking the airborne Baiyang for a live target, perceiving it as an opportunity. Yet, it was a snare set by Baiyang. Thus, this was not merely a contest of strength, but also a psychological battle. Thank you, esteemed one, for the explanation. I have gained insight. Baiyang is indeed exceedingly well-rounded. On the arena, the referee raised Jiang Yuni's wrist, declaring his victory. Henceforth, Baiyang remains undefeated after 27 battles. The legend of Baiyang continues to unfold, and it seems unlikely that anyone will be able to halt it. After all, Titan has already been defeated. Tang Yingli's beautiful eyes gazed upon the youth who was slowly approaching her from the arena. Jiang Yuni descended from the platform and waved his hand in front of her. Still in awe? Just how many tricks do you have hidden? None. Really? Fake. As the host concluded his final remarks, the audience in the venue began to disperse. Above, a man in a white cloak remarked, "Boss, it's over. They probably won't come back." The man in the blue cloak observed the departing crowd below. It seems they are not prepared. They still do not wish to reveal themselves to the world just yet. That night, Titan walked home, his head still bandaged. Clearly, his injuries had already been treated by the medical team at the East City Arena. Night had fallen, and the streets were deserted. Suddenly, a surveillance camera fell from the wall behind him. He slowly turned to look back at a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a dark green bear mask, stood behind him. Before he could inquire, the cloaked figure flickered and vanished from sight, reappearing right before him. Titan's pupils dilated in disbelief. He then felt as though his abdomen had the identity of the student ranked last. Remains uncertain, yet it is unlikely to be him. Naturally, it should also not be Qian Xuanrui. For this time he did not sit behind Jiang Yuni. Qian Xuanrui, be honest, do not ask. Inside the classroom, Tang Yingli chuckled lightly. How did you fare in this exam? Jiang Yuni tilted her head slightly. It should not be the last place. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli placed her hands on her hips. I have taught you so earnestly, and this is the standard you set for yourself? Jiang Yuni immediately felt embarrassed. I was just joking. Teacher Tang, that I should have scored significantly higher than last time. Now that sounds more like it. Ever since the preliminary round of the national fighting competition concluded, the two returned to their ordinary daily lives. From Monday to Friday, they attended school during the day, and in the evenings, when there were competitions, Jiang Yuni still participated. Notably, in an effort to retain Jiang Yuni, the Eastern Arena has negotiated to offer him an additional 3,000 yuan for every match he participates in during weekdays, and 8,000 yuan for matches on weekends. Thus, Jiang Yuni now earns 5,000 yuan for each victory during the weekdays and 10,000 yuan for each win on weekends. Although this sum may seem substantial, it is merely in line with the typical appearance fees for professional fighters. On weekends, Jiang Yuni and Tang Ingli generally spent their days studying at the library, primarily to assist the former, while their evenings were reserved for training at Liang Ji's fighting gym. Remarkably, Jiang Yuni has not been competing at the Eastern Arena on weekends. On the first Saturday, Jiang Yuni asked, "Do you wish to train at Liang Ji's fighting gym tonight?" Tang Ingli replied with confusion, "Isn't there a match at the Eastern Arena tonight? I haven't signed up." "Why not?" "Because I thought you wanted to train." "What makes you think I want to train?" "Because you will be competing in the National Fighting Competition promotion round during the summer vacation, and you want to win. Is that why you didn't sign up?" "Indeed. You won't be earning that 10,000 yuan. The money I earn is already sufficient for my needs. I do not require so much. But if you don't go, your fans might be very disappointed, don't you think?" Jiang Yuni tilted her head. "But I'm not familiar with them. That I may not be familiar with them, but I am familiar with you." The simplicity of their dialogue and logic seemed to possess a mysterious power, causing the young girl's heart to flutter slightly, as a wave of emotion named gratitude spread within her. Chapter 96. Departure to Kyoto. With the onset of summer vacation, Qian Xuanrui departed for abroad, a routine he had adhered to during past summer and winter breaks. After all, his parents resided overseas, and these two periods were his only opportunities to visit. Before leaving, he had invited both Jiang Yuni and Tang Ingli. In their group chat, he typed, "I will be visiting my parents abroad in a couple of days. Would you like to join me? I will make all the necessary arrangements." Tang Ingli had learned of Qian Xuanrui's identity early on from Wu Jiangwo. Later, Qian Xuanrui himself had mentioned it, so now Jiang Yuni was also aware. Jiang Tsong Chaoxia. "Qian, you should reconsider. Isn't it more dangerous for you abroad? You might be misinformed. My friend. It is, in fact, safer abroad." Upon reading this, Jiang Yuni felt a sense of surprise, wondering if Qian Xuanrui was aware of the impending threats. Soon, he clarified, "Those who intend to harm my parents may trace my existence back to me being in the country. But they will not discover that I have already gone abroad in the short term. Moreover, my parents will certainly find ways to ensure my safety, so there is no need for concern." Tang Siu Paigu. "I will not be joining. I need to participate in the National Fighting Competition promotion round in early August. Right, priorities first. Jiang, you should stay behind to accompany the class monitor, while I indulge in this solitary freedom." Consequently, Jiang Yuni balanced his time between competing at the Eastern Arena and training with Tang Ingli. On the day of a match, they each attended to their own tasks during the day. And in the evening, Jiang Yuni rode his bicycle to Wu Jiangwo's home for dinner. After their meal, he took Tang Ingli along to the Eastern Arena. Initially, Su Miaoqin had hoped for Jiang Yuni to join her for every meal, citing that summer vacation lacked the school cafeteria and eating takeout daily was unhealthy. However, Jiang Yuni felt uneasy about this, unable to articulate why, and thus declined, citing it as an inconvenience to Aunt Qin. Naturally, Su Miaoqin did not press further. On nights when there were no matches at the Eastern Arena, Jiang Yuni and Tang Ingli practiced at Liang Ji's fighting gym, while during the day they completed summer assignments at the library. Also serving as tutoring for Jiang Yuni, his ranking in the recent final exams had risen to a more moderate position within the class, comparable to Qian Xuanrui. Chen Jingyun was quite pleased with this development, believing that if Jiang Yuni continued to maintain this trajectory, he might indeed achieve a remarkable feat in next year's college entrance examinations. However, the person most familiar with him, Tang Ingli, felt that there was no need to wait for the college entrance exams. Next semester, her unshakable position as the top student might not be so secure. This was because Jiang Yuni absorbed knowledge like a sponge, not merely copying and pasting, but seemingly without the need for digestion, limitless storage, or bottlenecks. What astounded her the most was that achievements others labored tirelessly for were merely the byproducts of Jiang Yuni's leisure time, as he did not devote all his hours to studying. He would still compete at the Eastern Arena, train with her, and joke around with Qian Xuanrui. Tang Ingli questioned her own ability to achieve such a level of ease. Her own status as the top student stemmed from a comprehensive learning process, where each step was fortified by her diligent effort. Even now, during designated study times, she remained exceptionally hardworking. The promotion round of the National Fighting Competition was to be held in the Kyoto Arena. Tang Ingli needed to arrive in Kyoto a day in advance. That on the eve of departure, July 30, 2084, Jiang Yuni rode his bicycle with Tang Ingli slowly, making their way home. The latter softly remarked. Thank you, Jiang Yuni, puzzled, asked. Thank you for what? Thank you for teaching me fighting. I have learned so much. You have taught me about studying as well. Tang Ingli shook her head. It's different. The ability to fight is crucial for me. I need it desperately. She felt that studying was merely optional for Jiang Yuni. Thus she believed he could not understand her current feelings. Yet he did understand, for he too yearned for strength. But you have also taught me about emotions, allowing me to feel many things that I consider significant, such as the care between friends, the childhood I never had, and the familial warmth I received from you and Wu Jiangwo. Upon hearing this, Tang Ingli paused momentarily, instinctively asking, what things? A secret. Oh, so mysterious. Then Tang Ingli continued, tomorrow, I will set off to Kyoto with teacher Gao for the promotion round. Are you nervous again? What? Do you wish to throw a punch at me like last time? Not at all. Then what do you intend to do? I can cheer for you. Tang Ingli parted her lips as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, pondering whether to ask Jiang Yuni how he would cheer for her, be it in spirit or at the venue. The following morning, at Liwan Garden, Tang Ingli softly said, Aunt Qin, I'm leaving. Su Miaoqin gently replied, do take care, give it your all, and do not place too much pressure on yourself, all right? I know, with the teacher present. Aunt Qin need not worry. Su Miaoqin watched the girl's departing figure, murmuring, I wonder if Yuni is going along. Tang Ingli, fully prepared, waited at the garden entrance with a small suitcase. Soon, a car pulled up at the community entrance. Gao Xionghui exited the driver's seat, greeted her, and assisted in placing her suitcase in the trunk. After she settled in the back seat, the car gradually started moving. Tang Ingli closed her beautiful eyes to rest. As there was still some distance to the airport, after a while, she sensed the vehicle coming to a stop but paid no mind, assuming they were waiting at a traffic light. Suddenly, with a click, the sound of a car door being opened reached her ears. Tang Ingli opened her eyes, turning her head to the side, where she was greeted by a youthful, handsome face. It was the boy. Chapter 97. Misunderstanding. Jiang Yuni also took a seat in the back, greeting Gao Xionghui. What brings you here? Tang Ingli's melodious voice rang out, laced with surprise. Hearing this, Gao Xionghui, who was starting the car, smiled. A few days ago, Jiang Yuni contacted me, saying he wanted to see you compete in Kyoto and asked if I could help arrange the trip. He readily agreed, confident that with Jiang Yuni present, Tang Ingli could showcase her best performance. Jiang Yuni tilted his head. Whenever I compete at the Eastern Arena, you always come to watch. Since it's your turn to compete this time, isn't it only natural for me to come and watch? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I did mention it. When, last night, Tang Ingli gazed at him, tilting her head in confusion. Jiang Yuni remarked, I mentioned last night that I could support you. Tang Ingli paused, murmuring, I thought you were just saying that. Shortly after, Gao Xionghui drove to the airport. After parking the car, the three of them exited and made their way toward the terminal. Their luggage was minimal. Both Gao Xionghui and Jiang Yuni carried a backpack, while Tang Ingli had a small suitcase. There was no need for additional formalities, making it extremely convenient. In Kyoto, after disembarking from the plane, it was already afternoon. Fortunately, Gao Xionghui had arranged accommodation well in advance, conveniently located near the Kyoto Arena, allowing them to simply check in with their bags. Thus, they hailed a taxi and hurried to the hotel. Upon arrival and completing the necessary procedures, Gao Xionghui handed each of them a room key and smiled. You can explore the area nearby, but don't wander too far. You may also check out the outer area of the Kyoto Arena. Though entry might not be permitted, for dinner, you can manage on your own, okay? I won't accompany you. It's time for you to have a bit of freedom, but do keep safety in mind and don't stay out too late. We have a competition tomorrow. Get to bed early and contact me if anything comes up. Understood? Understood, they both replied. After settling their luggage, Jiang Yuni and Tang Ingli stepped outside. Jiang Yuni inquired, where to? Tang Ingli glanced at the time. It's still early. Shall we check out the Kyoto Arena? Sounds good, Jiang Yuni agreed. Thus, the two of them left the hotel side by side. The Kyoto Arena was indeed close to the hotel, and they reached it after walking through 2 streets. The scale of the arena was immense, comparable to the Chengdong Arena, perhaps even larger. After all, it was the highest specification arena in the country. However, the two arenas differed significantly in style, each boasting its own unique characteristics. The Chengdong Arena sprawled like a giant dragon, situated in a desolate area, which added a touch of desolation to its grandeur. In contrast, The Kyoto Arena, being an official venue, appeared more majestic and exuded a profound aura. As they approached, they noticed a crowd gathered around, comprising both students and members of the public, likely most of whom were competitors for the upcoming event, as they exhibited a generally more robust physique than the average person. Jiang Yuni speculated, there might be your opponents for tomorrow's match among them. Tang Yingli teased, then you should go over and take them all down. That way, I won't have to fight tomorrow. Jiang Yuni replied earnestly, that wouldn't be appropriate. Tang Yingli chuckled, let us go eat. What do you feel like? I'm not sure what's available here that I only know about Kyoto roast duck. Shall we go for that? I suppose that's acceptable. The next morning, Jiang Yuni awoke early, around 5 o'clock. The match was set to begin at 8, so there was still ample time. After freshening up, he ventured out to buy breakfast. Shortly after 6:30, a notification pinged on his phone. Tang Siu Paigu. Are you awake? Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. I am. Tang Siu Paigu. Let us go have breakfast. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. I've bought some. I'll bring it to you. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Yuni opened it to find Tang Yingli standing there. He stepped aside, allowing her to enter, and then closed the door behind her. Hearing the door close, Tang Yingli hesitated, sensing something amiss, but ultimately dismissed the thought. Do you always wake up this early on your days off? Yes. Tang Yingli casually picked up the breakfast from the table and began to eat. After finishing, she glanced at the time and playfully blinked her beautiful eyes at Jiang Yuni that it's still early. How about you let me warm up with you for a bit? Jiang Yuni tilted his head in confusion. She promptly grabbed a pillow from the bed and tossed it at him. Use this to warm up? Jiang Yuni caught the pillow, saying, we can warm up later too, right? My match is in the second round. And since we're unfamiliar with the Kyoto Arena, there will be many competitors vying for warm-up space. We might not get the chance. That makes sense, Jiang Yuni conceded, picking up the pillow to use as a shield for defense. Without gloves, they began their sparring practice. Half an hour later, there was a series of knocks at the door. Jiang Yuni turned to answer it, but Tang Yingli instinctively grasped his wrist. Jiang Yuni looked at her. Puzzled, what's wrong? Tang Yingli released her grip, whispering, it's nothing. Shall I open the door then? Yes. His inquiry only heightened the strangeness of the moment. Upon opening the door, Gao Xionghui smiled at Jiang Yuni, saying, good morning, Yuni. Prepare yourself. We need to get going to the Kyoto Arena. I'll call Yingli. His voice trailed off as he noticed the young lady in Jiang Yuni's room at that moment. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, leaving him uncertain if it was due to their recent warm-up or the implication of being seen together in the same room by a teacher, or perhaps something else entirely. Gao Xionghui naturally assumed it was the latter. He did not believe that a boy and girl in the same room so early in the morning could be innocent that a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Should he pretend not to have seen anything and quietly leave? No. Wait. These two are only in their second year of high school. They're minors. He felt it was his duty to intervene, a responsibility he held as a teacher. He asked sternly, Yuni, what are you doing here? He instinctively believed this was Tang Yingli's room, and that Jiang Yuni had come over. Being someone who had been through this phase, he knew that boys at this age often develop affections for girls and are curious about romantic matters. Eager to cross boundaries, to his surprise, Jiang Yuni replied, but this is my room, teacher. Upon hearing this, Gao Xionghui momentarily set aside his embarrassment and looked toward Tang Yingli, who was well aware of the misunderstanding. She had anticipated such a scenario and explained, I came to find Yuni for breakfast and warmed up a bit. It's not what you think. She gestured toward the breakfast bags on the table and then pointed to the pillow in Jiang Yuni's hands. Gao Xionghui awkwardly remarked, oh, I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Are you both ready? It's about time we head to the arena. Tang Yingli replied, I'm ready. I'll just grab a few things from my room. Gao Xionghui nodded. All right. I'll wait for you outside. He turned to leave, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having misjudged the situation, especially in front of his students. Jiang Yuni turned to Tang Yingli, his clean eyes filled with curiosity. What did the teacher misunderstand? Chapter 98. Jiang Yuni's combat training. Tang Yingli's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled. He thought you were being inappropriate. Jiang Yuni was bewildered. How could he think I was being inappropriate? I didn't say or do anything. That's a secret, she said playfully, departing for her own room. Jiang Yuni muttered to himself, if you won't tell me, I can find out on my own at the Kyoto Arena. Tang Yingli entered as a competitor while Gao Xionghui accompanied her as a coach. Jiang Yuni naturally entered as an audience member. The layout inside was quite similar to the Qingdong Arena. but it featured 12 rings, 3 more than the latter, arranged more compactly. After all, the Kyoto Arena was specifically designed for large-scale combat competitions. Since Tang Yingli's match was in the second round, she needed to warm up upon entering. Jiang Yuni, however, was not allowed to accompany her and could only watch from the audience. Besides the spectator area and restrooms, he had no access to other parts of the venue, unlike the Qingdong Arena, where he could maneuver a bit. Jiang Yuni encouraged Tang Yingli. "Do your best." She waved her pink gloves back at him, replying, "You too." With that, she and Gao Xionghui headed toward the warm-up area, while Jiang Yuni made his way to the stands. 15 minutes later, Tang Yingli was called to the ring. As the referee signaled the start of the match, she approached with steady confidence. She executed her tactics with precision, neither launching a reckless offense nor adopting a passive defense. Instead, she blended defense with offense, seeking opportunities within her attacks. Having trained in combat for nearly half a year alongside Jiang Yuni, he had not merely served as a sparring partner, he had genuinely imparted valuable lessons to her. Although Jiang Yuni was not a professional coach and lacked the theoretical knowledge of one, she recognized for unique strengths he possessed in combat that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Marveling at his innate talent in this field, likely influenced by his past experiences. Firstly, his understanding of combat and the application of techniques was exceptional. Some coaches might understand the mechanics but struggle to convey them effectively, leaving their students bewildered. Secondly, he seemed to have an intuitive grasp of the human body. He possessed a clear understanding of certain fatal and vulnerable points in the human body, such as acupuncture points. Although he was unaware of their names and did not even recognize them as acupuncture points, he instinctively knew the reactions and sensations that would ensue from striking them. He leveraged this knowledge to disrupt his opponents, seizing opportunities as they arose. Furthermore, he adeptly harnessed the strength of his own body, categorizing it into various forms. Some strikes were swift and painful, others could penetrate armor, while some were excruciating yet inflicted minimal damage. His combat techniques, while not particularly professional, were undeniably lethal at times. Tang Yingli experienced a disconcerting illusion, feeling as though he were instructing her in the art of killing rather than mere fighting, despite certain moves being prohibited in the ring. She diligently learned from Jiang Yuni, recognizing that while they might be impractical for boxing, they could serve as effective self-defense. Each time Jiang Yuni imparted his lethal techniques, she found herself pondering the extent of his past injuries and bloodshed that had enabled him to master such skills. Consequently, Tang Yingli's prowess in combat had indeed surpassed that of the vast majority of her peers. In a mere 2 rounds, she effortlessly felled her opponent 3 times, achieving tactical knockouts and securing victory in the match. After the competition concluded, Tang Yingli and her companions did not linger long, making their way away from the Kyoto Arena. The number of participants in the subsequent rounds remained substantial, and it was expected that the second round would not commence until the afternoon or evening. Following the provincial qualifiers, a seed player was selected from each province, organized in a manner that prevented them from facing each other too soon. This arrangement not only averted the premature clash of potential champions, but also enhanced the spectacle of the ensuing matches. Due to her remarkable performance, Tang Yingli was naturally chosen as the seed player for the women's youth group in the Guoqing qualifiers of the National Martial Arts Tournament. The preliminary rounds were broadcasted live, and the outcome was met with unanimous agreement from the audience. Thus, in the earlier rounds, Tang Yingli continued to secure victories with relative ease, akin to slicing through vegetables on the afternoon of August 3rd. 2084 in the lunar calendar, after 3 days of fierce competition comprising 8 rounds, Tang Yingli once again knocked her opponent down in the arena. With this victory, she successfully advanced to the top 4 of the youth women's group in the National Martial Arts Tournament. With her hands clasped behind her back, she bounced joyfully toward Jiang Yuni, an expression of unrestrained elation adorning her exquisitely beautiful face. Another victory. Remarkable. Consequently, the two began to gather their belongings in preparation to return to the hotel. As the semifinals and finals were scheduled for the following day, a fierce battle awaited. For among the remaining 3 competitors, 2 were members of the National Martial Arts team. It felt as though these 2 were the ultimate seeds selected by the event organizers. The matchups were divided into 2 halves, with each of them situated in separate sections, meaning they could only meet at the pinnacle. During the finals, such arrangements were understandable. It would be illogical for 2 potential champions to encounter each other prematurely. In the semifinals tomorrow, Tang Yingli would face one of these formidable opponents. Meanwhile, Gao Xionghui, occupied with other matters, did not return with them, but as Tang Ingli and Jiang Yuni approached the exit, a young man wearing a hat and displaying a staff badge from the National Martial Arts Tournament caught up to them. He politely inquired, "Hello, are you Tang Ingli?" "Yes," she replied. "First and foremost, congratulations on advancing to the top 4. There is a brief interview arranged here at the Kyoto Arena. Would you mind cooperating?" Tang Ingli felt a twinge of confusion. Teacher Gao had not mentioned any interviews. Perhaps it was a spontaneous arrangement, and she did not dwell on it further, considering the staff member's official badge. Of course, please follow me outside for the interview. Outside for the interview? Yes, outside. A black business vehicle was parked by the roadside, equipped with several cameras, yet it was empty apart from the driver. The staff member courteously stated, "All the equipment is in the car. It will only take a few minutes of your time. Please step inside." Tang Ingli hesitated, pondering why the interview was conducted in the vehicle, but she acquiesced, having just agreed that it did feel somewhat like being hurried along. Jiang Yuni asked, "Do I need to get in as well?" The staff member replied, "You can join. We won't film you, and you can take a seat." Thus, the two entered the car, but in the next moment, the door was abruptly shut by the staff member. Click, followed by the unmistakable sound of the door locking. Both were taken aback, glancing toward the driver's seat, sensing the car was starting to move. In the driver's seat sat a gaunt middle-aged man, his dark circles prominent, appearing disheveled and lethargic. With an impassive expression, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, causing the vehicle to lurch forward with great speed. The sudden inertia forcing both to lean against the seatbacks. Tang Ingli stabilized herself, though she felt an unsettling sense of wrongness. She politely inquired, "Excuse me, wasn't this supposed to be an interview?" Jiang Yuni furrowed his brow, sensing that the man posed no immediate threat. The driver ignored Tang Ingli, focused solely on the road. She maintained her composure, stating, "If you do not stop immediately or provide us with a reason, we will have no choice but to contact the authorities." The man continued to disregard her, accelerating the vehicle further. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Tang Ingli decisively reached for her phone, only to discover a lack of signal. Had they installed a signal jammer? This seemed premeditated, or perhaps they were human traffickers. Yet this method did not align with typical traffickers' behavior. Firstly, the number of individuals was insufficient. There was only one person attempting to seize them, which seemed overly reckless. Traffickers usually operated in groups, and exposing oneself like this could lead to their entire operation being compromised. Secondly, he was far too brazen. What trafficker would boldly attempt to capture someone in broad daylight? Having grown up with a police officer for a father, she understood the nuances involved. Thus, only one possibility remained. This was a calculated plan, and he was acting under someone else's orders. However, they had only been in Kyoto for a few days and had not offended anyone. Surely, it could not be a defeated opponent seeking revenge in such a manner, but who would wish them harm? Moreover, the staff member had clearly indicated that Jiang Yuni need not board the vehicle, implying that the mastermind intended to target both of them simultaneously. Who could that be? Could it be was a person with the surname Duan behind this? A voice of confusion shattered the girl's train of thought. Tang Ingli glanced at Jiang Yuni, recognizing that he had posed the question, clearly having reached the same conclusion. Yet the man remained silent, offering no response. Jiang Yuni turned to Tang Ingli, remarking, "He is even colder than you." In response, she shot him a helpless glance and lightly tapped him. She whispered, "This isn't the time for jokes. Can you drive?" Though she held little hope, well aware of Jiang Yuni's past, he unexpectedly replied, "I can manage a bit, but I'm not very experienced." He had observed others driving meticulously, thinking that if the opportunity arose to escape, he could apply that knowledge. Really? Really? Then can you knock him out and take control of the vehicle? Taking control might be challenging, but I could likely incapacitate him and hit the brakes. Then let us switch seats. Currently, Tang Ingli occupied the middle seat while Jiang Yuni was by the window, making it difficult for him to act. Don't you want to uncover who's behind this? The risks are too great. We have no idea how many people are involved or what preparations they have made. If we cannot handle them, we would be walking into a trap, and escaping would become impossible. Tang Ingli recognized Jiang Yuni's intent to discern the mastermind's identity, that it was merely a matter of going along with the plan to investigate. But that felt far too passive. Fair point. Let us switch seats. The gaunt man, at that moment, appeared somewhat exasperated. His indifference did not imply he was deaf. Was it truly wise to plot so openly before him? I advise you both not to make any sudden movements. The vehicle is traveling at high speed, and any misstep could prove fatal. As he spoke, he slightly swerved the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to lurch violently from side to side. The two quickly steadied themselves, casting a glance out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery. Indeed, as he had stated, they were traveling at a high speed, having left the main road for some desolate side streets. This gaunt man appeared to be familiar with the area, and his words carried an unmistakable threat. Should they dare to act recklessly, he would not hesitate to drive recklessly as well, feigning ignorance to his threat. Jiang Yuni responded, "But we have no choice. We don't even know where you're taking us. If we can't escape, it would be preferable for you to let us go. Everyone would be better off." The gaunt man, however, was entirely unimpressed by this suggestion that he replied dismissively, "If I don't bring you back." It's upon hearing this, Tang Yingli's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Was he being coerced? Did he feel compelled to bring them back, fearing for his life if he failed? Yet, no one was monitoring him at that moment. He could easily report to the authorities. Therefore, it was evident that he was not under duress. If that were not the case, given his current mental state, could he possibly be a drug addict? Was he in desperate need of drugs to alleviate his cravings? Might he be seeking to exchange something for narcotics? This seemed quite plausible. However, it appeared that the two individuals truly had no leverage over him. After all, his demeanor suggested a certain instability. Any extreme action on his part would not come as a surprise. Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli exchanged glances. The former discerned a hint of concern in the latter's eyes. Jiang Yuni gently patted her shoulder and gestured toward himself, indicating that she need not worry, for he was present. In response, Tang Yingli blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. She was aware of his formidable capabilities. Indeed, Jiang Yuni felt a sense of invulnerability. If he were alone, he possessed the ability to bring the vehicle to a halt, unperturbed by any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, he recognized that the young girl beside him was an ordinary person, and in the event of an emergency, he could not guarantee her safety. Nevertheless, he was unafraid of potential threats upon reaching their destination. As long as they posed no danger to him, they could not harm Tang Yingli either. Before long, the gaunt man suddenly made a sharp turn, steering the vehicle into a metal workshop. The workshop was shrouded in darkness. Devoid of illumination, the gaunt man removed the car key and exited the vehicle, then called out into the silent, expansive space of the workshop, "I've brought you the person. Where's the stuff I requested?" As he spoke, he opened the rear door of the car and turned to the two individuals, stating, "We've arrived. You may come out now." Jiang Yuni was the first to exit the vehicle, followed closely by Tang Yingli. Suddenly, with a click, the lights in the workshop flickered on, the abrupt brightness momentarily disorienting the three of them. Jiang Yuni squinted and saw 7 or 8 figures emerging from within the workshop. The one at the forefront was clad in a dark shirt, impeccably pressed and devoid of wrinkles, a gold watch casually resting on his wrist, and his shoes polished to a gleaming shine.